Survivor, welcome to the Light and Shadow Highway. The survival game has officially begun. Please open the gift at your feet to claim your initial supplies. Along the Light and Shadow Highway, supply crates and resource points may appear. You can use the vehicle randomly obtained from the gift to search along the road. Beginners always need more help. You have learned how to drive the vehicle. The vehicle is extremely important. If you lose it, you can only pray to encounter a friendly survivor on the road. Day and night are demarcated by 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. The daytime sandstorm will devour all who hesitate, and the risks of moving at night are greatly increased. Good luck, survivor. On the wide 8-lane highway, Wei Chuan stood dumbfounded in the middle of the road. Light and Shadow Highway. Survivor. He had just finished cleaning the shop and was about to go next door to buy a pack of cigarettes when a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and then he was here. Looking out, the road stretched like surging waves toward the azure horizon. On both sides was a Gobi desert with yellow sand filling the sky, not a trace of green to be seen. Damn, I've been transmigrated. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart. He had read about transmigration in novels countless times, but never imagined it would happen to him, and he wasn't very interested anyway, because he was quite satisfied with his life. After graduating from high school, he and two childhood friends from the same welfare home worked together, saved up some money, and opened a milk tea shop. It coincided with the boom of food delivery and milk tea, earning nearly 2,000 yuan a month, living quite comfortably in the county town. However, thinking about this now was meaningless. The urgent task was to understand this survival game and then survive. The gift. There it is. Looking around, Wei Chuan saw a small gift box tied with a bow on the ground behind him. As soon as he reached for it, the gift box turned into a flash of light and disappeared. On the ground appeared a black notebook, and 5 meters away a rusty large camouflage armored vehicle. When he picked up the notebook, a prompt sounded. Survival manual activated. Unlocked personal talent, social vehicle, trading post, communication channel. Obtains level talent, mechanical mastery. Talent levels are divided into S, A, B, C, D. E. Level talent is the highest and unique. Obtained 88 military wheeled armored personnel carrier, 500 milliliters mineral water 1 and 450 G, toast bread 1, personal storage grid 10. The storage grid can only hold items that one's own strength can carry. Holy crap, I hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan's body trembled, a hint of excitement flashing across his handsome face. He had actually drawn the best level talent, and even the vehicle was a super powerful military armored car. His luck was simply incredible. Mechanical mastery plus armored vehicle, a perfect match. A tech route. Good transmigration is good. Forget the milk tea guy title. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around, confirming no other living beings, then slowly opened the survival manual. First understand the basics, then consider the next move. Survivor Wei Chuan, talents level mechanical mastery, time 03, weather sunny, temperature 29°C. The first page showed his real avatar and name along with time, weather, and temperature. Further back were functions like talent and vehicle. Talent skills, insight into essence, thought, shaping, concept, fusion, mechanical perception, blueprint construction. Insight into essence, when touching a mechanical device, instantly obtain its most basic part structure and energy flow path diagram, understand its design principles, material composition, and energy conversion methods, see its internal damage, faults, redundancies, and optimization points. Thought shaping, through highly focused mental power and contact, perform arbitrary shaping operations on any mechanical material part or device. Concept fusion, able to conceptually adapt and fuse seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technologies. Mechanical perception, when touching machinery, generate resonance, sense the real-time status of the machine, including energy reserve level, engine operation smoothness, and even vaguely sense external malice or attacks against the machine. Blueprint construction, when conceiving mechanical modification plans, the talent automatically deduces and optimizes, forming a feasible virtual mechanical blueprint, reducing trial and error costs and enhancing mechanical potential. Using talent skills consumes mental energy and physical strength. Overuse can lead to headaches, blurred consciousness, and even coma. Isn't this invincible? As long as I touch more machinery to get principles, I can even build a giant base vehicle. After reading the talent skills, Wei Chuan was extremely excited. The types of machinery were numerous: home appliances, firearms, aircraft vehicles. All were machinery, and even nuclear bombs were a type of mechanical weapon. Although he certainly couldn't do it now, it was good to keep the thought. While secretly pleased, Wei Chuan continued flipping backward. Social none. Vehicle 88 military wheeled armored personnel carrier. Fuel tank 600L, 600L max, highway speed 100 km/h. Understable driving, consumes 55L diesel per 100 kilometers. Function workbench. Although a bit old, the body structure and operating system are still functional, able to withstand 7.62mm bullet strikes. Holy shit. When he saw the fuel consumption, Wei Chuan's face turned green. It was normal for an armored vehicle to burn diesel, since diesel has more power than gasoline, but was the fuel consumption of 55 liters per 100 kilometers too exaggerated? 55 liters is enough for a normal diesel car to run 700 kilometers. Damn, there's definitely a catch. This isn't a gas guzzler, it's a fuel-guzzling Trex. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly dropped, and a sense of pressure rose in his heart. He definitely couldn't give up the vehicle. He would have to maintain it, even if it meant sacrificing everything. He just hoped the search for supplies later would go smoothly. Finding diesel directly would be best. If not, he would have to trade other supplies for diesel. If he was unlucky enough to find nothing, there was nothing to say. He would dig a hole by the road and lie down before starving to death. Trading post clicked to open. Communication channel clicked to open. The last 2 pages were the trading post and communication channel, but Wei Chuan had no time to look at them. Because a sandstorm was coming. The horizon behind him had been completely dyed yellow, almost covering the entire sky. Damn, it's coming so fast. Wei Chuan cursed, quickly ran to the armored vehicle. The key was inserted in the door. After getting into the driver's seat, he immediately started the vehicle and drove forward along the right side of the road. The engine let out a deep, rumbling growl as the rust-covered steel beast began to accelerate on the wide highway. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. That ochre canopy of dust and sand blotted out the sky and sun, devouring everything behind with frightening speed, rolling waves of yellow sand advancing like a tsunami. So hot. Wei Chuan glanced at the survival manual. The temperature had already risen to 30 C, turning the car into a microwave oven, stifling and stuffy. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned on the air conditioner. Although running the AC would increase fuel consumption, losing water through sweat was a more serious problem since he only had 1 bottle of water. Besides, the coolness helped him maintain a stable mood. That was also important. After driving continuously for nearly half an hour, the sky-devouring ochre curtain finally began to fall behind, eventually disappearing from the rearview mirror's visible range. Sunlight once again spilled onto the cracked highway, evaporating visible heat waves, as if even the air was warped by the heat. Phew. Wei Chuan let out a long sigh, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. He instinctively glanced at the fuel gauge, and his heart gave a sudden lurch. The needle representing diesel level had visibly dropped a small notch. Damn, how far did I even go? Wei Chuan couldn't help cursing, wincing in pain. Although the gauge had no numbers, he was certain that the rapid progress in the last half hour had burned at least 30 liters of diesel. With the main and auxiliary tanks combined, he only had 600 liters of oil. That one burst had consumed a 20th of it. It's such a gas guzzler. Wei Chuan sighed and gradually slowed down to a relatively fuel-efficient speed of about 40 kilometers per hour, scanning both sides of the road. Yellow sand, gravel, withered shrubs. Nothing useful in sight. Just then a blurry outline appeared on the edge of a dirt slope to the right of the road ahead, growing closer and clearer. A house, eh? Wei Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately turned the steering wheel to head toward it. The armored car rumbled off the highway, heavy tires crushing gravelly soil, leaving deep tracks. Getting closer, he saw a very dilapidated ochre-colored flat-roofed house. Its doors and windows were nearly falling off, and there was even a hole in the roof, looking as if it had been abandoned for a long time. So shabby. Hope it's not empty. Wei Chuan parked the vehicle steadily, took a deep breath, and walked quietly toward the small house, pushing open the rickety wooden door. Creak. The door hinge let out a harsh sound. A thick cloud of dust smell rushed forward. The light inside was a little dim, with only a few beams coming through the hole in the roof and the windows revealing dancing dust motes in the air. Wei Chuan felt slightly disappointed as he carefully scanned the small space. A disassembled single wooden bed, a broken wooden table, 2 low-backed bamboo chairs, and some unclear clutter piled in the corner. No danger at all, but no supplies either. Oh well, better than nothing. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and immediately got to work. The armored car's rear compartment was empty, not even a chair. These pieces of furniture could still be used. Better than sleeping on steel plates. After handling the furniture, he turned to the pile of debris covered in dust and gravel in the corner. Got it. After clearing away the larger stones, Wei Chuan found 3 crudely wrapped compressed biscuits. Though dirty, the packaging was intact. Then under a dented enamel wash basin, he discovered an even bigger surprise. 2 1.5-liter plastic bottles filled with clear water. The bottle was slightly yellowed, but the seal was intact. Jackpot. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. He opened one without hesitation. Damn it. Smelling the aroma wafting from the bottle, half of Wei Chuan's excitement vanished. He took a small sip and then put the cap back on. It was light-flavored liquor, not fresh water. Although it was a good thing he wasn't in a position to enjoy it now. Keep it for now. This stuff will definitely sell well. Wei Chuan took the compressed biscuits out of the storage compartment, made room, and put the 2 bottles of liquor and then continued scavenging in the corner. 3 steel pipes of varying lengths. 1 enamel mug with a slightly dented rim. 1 iron kettle dented by about a third, lid missing. 1 frayed toothbrush. 1 dust-covered towel. 1 tangled coil of electrical wire with severely cracked insulation. They'll take the daily necessities, the rest of the scrap iron. Wei Chuan looked at this junk, and the description of mental shaping instantly flashed through his mind. These seemingly useless metal tubes and tangled wires might become important materials for modifying the armored car in the future. This trip was worth it. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, then carried everything that wouldn't fit in the storage compartment back to the armored car. As he stepped out of the small house, the blazing sun made him squint. It was too hot. Only 8:30 in the morning, and it was already this hot. By noon, it would be at least 35 degrees. Water was becoming as important as diesel. He opened the rear door of the vehicle and placed the collected items inside. Military grade is really something else. Wei Chuan boarded from the back and looked around the compartment carefully. There were 5 small observation windows on each side of the compartment. 2 were sealed, 3 had firing ports, and could be opened freely. The interior height was about 1.6 meters, not very comfortable, but if he could find metal materials, he could raise the roof. Pity there was no soft furnishing, otherwise it would be great. In his impression, a military armored personnel carrier of this class should have cameras front and rear and a heavy machine gun mounted on top. After arranging the hall, Wei Chuan glanced at the workbench. It was small, about the size of a tabletop sewing machine, with 2 functions: craft and deconstruct. Craft can only craft items that you have the recipe for. Deconstruct can only deconstruct semi-finished and finished items. It was easy to understand, like a crafting table in a game. 1 for crafting recipe items, 1 for breaking down items to get materials. According to game nature, the deconstruction function probably charges a fee. Let's try. Wei Chuan thought for a moment, then picked up the shortest steel pipe and placed it inside. The workbench had 10 material slots, and when not in use they could serve as storage. Quite handy. After clicking deconstruct, the steel pipe vanished instantly, and a line of text lit up on the workbench. Deconstruction successful. Obtained steel ingot X1. Damn. Wei Chuan took out the steel ingot and felt utterly disheartened. The steel pipe he selected was just over 40 centimeters long, yet it weighed at least 2 Gene, and after decomposition, only 4 tails remained. The processing fee is as high as 80. The company and the pig farm are not this ruthless. This feature might be fine for others, but for me it's pure loss. At least mechanical items can't be decomposed, and he'll need to keep the materials to modify the armored vehicle. Wei Chuan suddenly lost interest, shaking his head as he returned to the driver's seat. Wait. Just as he ignited the engine, he paused and darted into the back compartment to grab the last 2 steel pipes. With his mind focused, the ability thought shaping activated. The 2 steel pipes pressed together quickly softened like clay and slowly fused into one, coalescing into a steel machete about 1.2 meters long. The machete gleamed silver, its blade relatively straight, with a noticeable curve only at the tip. The edge shimmered with a cold glint in the dim light of the vehicle. I've hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan clenched his fist, his lips curling upwards, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In the novice village phase, cold weapons should be quite valuable, right? He could directly purchase scrap metal and craft cold weapons for sale, repeatedly cycling through this process to quickly earn his first pot of gold. No wonder it's in class talent. Wei Chuan grinned, the fatigue fading away under the immense thrill as he immediately revved the engine. He had to keep this machete for personal defense, so he needed to search for a bit more metal material. It didn't necessarily have to be steel, copper, iron, aluminum, alloy, etc. Could all be used for crafting cold weapons. After all, it was better than being empty-handed. As he set off again, Wei Chuan slowed down, concentrating most of his attention on the right side of the road. The previous hints had mentioned resource boxes and resource points might appear by the roadside. While he might not overlook the resource points, since the resource boxes are boxes, they shouldn't be too large, and if he doesn't look closely, he might easily miss them. Yellow sand, gravel, and the occasional withered shrub composed a monotonous and oppressive painting. With nothing else to do, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel. The communication channel was divided into 2 small channels, the regional channel and the world channel. The world channel was empty and displayed as unavailable, while the regional channel was bustling, indicating that one could speak 10 times a day. Region 50001-9901-100000 people. Lin Hang, damn it, these bicycles are really unrideable. If I sunbathe for another hour, won't I turn into a dried up prune? Gao Fei, damn, there's a lion chasing me. Niu Xingxing, milk for gasoline, DM me if you want some. Qiling, I got a van, and does everyone have a vehicle? Lin Jiajia found a resource box, scored a barrel of gasoline and 2 bottles of beer, and the beer was cold. It was so refreshing to down it. Zhang Mingting, him right by the roadside. Can anyone see me? Every message had a real name and a real avatar in front of it. Wei Chuan tried clicking on one, which brought up 4 options: trade, private chat block, and add friend. There weren't many valuable messages, most were complaints and boasting. Well, it's been over half an hour and serious people are mostly busy familiarizing themselves with this world. Only the jokers are still chatting in the channel. Region 50001-100 people per region. This means at least 510 million people have crossed over into this world. Wei Chuan turned off the communication channel, refocusing on his search. He hoped not to encounter people too soon. In a world where survival resources are extremely scarce, humans are the most dangerous creatures. Time passed minute by minute. Aside from the roar of the engine, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The sun grew increasingly scorching, shining through the windshield. Even with the air conditioning running, Wei Chuan could still feel a wave of heat. Just as he stopped to drink water, an angular shape that did not belong to the wasteland entered his sight. About 20 meters ahead to the right, near a wind-eroded rock pile, something half buried in the ground resembled a square box. A resource box. Wei Chuan's heart raced as he capped the mineral water and, gripping the machete, walked over. The risk of nighttime actions will significantly increase. If this sentence is thought about inversely, it can be understood that daytime actions also carry risks, just not as high as at night, otherwise there wouldn't be fewer people in the area. Given that the initial supplies included a 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water, dying of thirst or heat stroke won't happen that quickly. Safety cannot be taken lightly. It's too hot. The scorching air rushed at Wei Chuan from all directions, causing him to gasp for breath. He dared not delay and quickly ran over. The gray box was half a meter square with a simple clasp on top. Gray iron box, the most common type of resource box, typically containing basic survival supplies. The rarity of resource boxes from low to high is gray iron box, bronze box, silver box, gold box, platinum box, shadow box, source crystal box. Is this the worst one? Seeing the grade, Wei Chuan's excitement immediately diminished by half. He didn't rush to open it, but gently kicked it a few times from behind with his foot. The box was silent inside with no movement. It shouldn't be a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, stood to the side of the box, used the machete to open the clasp on top, and quickly lifted the lid. Click! As the lid opened, Wei Chuan swiftly jumped back, and seeing nothing sprang out from the box, he cautiously leaned forward to take a look. The interior of the box was not divided, holding a barrel of gasoline and a bottle of mineral water. I've hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan nearly shouted in joy, quickly storing everything into his inventory. The gasoline was 20 liters, while the mineral water was 300 milliliters. These supplies came at the perfect time. The gasoline could be exchanged for diesel at the trading post, and the mineral water could be saved for himself. Take the box too. Wei Chuan closed the lid of the gray iron box and directly pulled it out from the ground. This thing should be decomposable. If it can't be, then it can be stored, and sometimes it can even serve as a chair. Returning to the armored vehicle and starting it, Wei Chuan felt much more relaxed than before. The pressure of fresh water had alleviated significantly, and the diesel in the tank was enough to last until evening. The next focus would be on metal materials. In the following 2 hours, Wei Chuan found nothing. He encountered several forks in the road, always choosing the narrower paths, allowing him to see the situation on both sides of the road and increasing the probability of finding resource boxes. Resource box house. Wei Chuan muttered to himself, focusing intently on the roadside. Aside from his heartbeat and the roar of the engine, the world seemed to consist of endless silence, creating a sense of unease. Suddenly, about 100 meters ahead, in the middle of the road, a black dot grew larger. Wei Chuan squinted, instinctively easing off the accelerator, and the speed of the armored vehicle gradually decreased. It was a person. A middle-aged man in a black tracksuit, drenched in sweat, stood in the middle of the road, desperately waving his arms, his face filled with surprise. His movements were exaggerated and his mouth was wide open, seemingly calling for help, but his cries could not reach the armored vehicle. Behind him, an old electric bike lay toppled on the ground. Out of power. Wei Chuan's heartbeat suddenly quickened as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. The sides of the highway were still unobstructed, offering a clear view with no other creatures or threats, yet it did little to ease his anxiety. Because on that middle-aged man's waist there was an axe. The axe reflected a cold glimmer under the blazing sun, piercing through the flicker of sympathy and hesitation that had just risen in Wei Chuan's heart. Damn it! Wei Chuan's throat felt dry, the cold reminder of the survival manual echoing in his ears. Vehicles are crucial. If you lose your vehicle, you can only pray to encounter friendly survivors on the road. Wei Chuan dared not gamble. He couldn't risk whether the man was truly in a desperate situation or was merely trying to deceive him into offering help. Waiting for the moment, he stepped out of the vehicle to strike with the axe. He couldn't bet on how enticing his armored vehicle might be to others. In this world where everyone was on edge, kindness was a luxury. Ensuring his own survival was the only rule. Buddy, figure it out yourself. A flash of determination crossed Wei Chuan's eyes as he gently pressed the accelerator while slightly turning the steering wheel to the left. Help me. Seeing the armored vehicle attempt to bypass him, the middle-aged man waved his hands faster and took a few steps forward, trying to block the armored vehicle. Damn! Witnessing this, only tension remained in Wei Chuan's mind as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The engine of the armored vehicle erupted with a roar akin to an enraged steel beast as the heavy body lunged forward, instantly accelerating. The rusty front of the vehicle charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing fiercely into the middle-aged man. Don't! The unwillingness on the middle-aged man's face instantly transformed into sheer terror as he attempted to dive aside, but it was just a moment too late. Bang! A faint thud echoed, quickly drowned out by the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. The weight of the armored vehicle was immense, with excellent shock absorption, showing no signs of stopping, as if it had rolled over a small stone, continuing to roar forward. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wei Chuan only felt a slight tremor in his seat. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring straight ahead, his foot never lifting off the accelerator. After several seconds, Wei Chuan's taut nerves slowly relaxed. After an inexplicable shiver, he cautiously reversed the armored vehicle, glancing at the rearview mirror. The road now bore a pool of blood with a dark stain twisted grotesquely within it. The axe lay in the blood, completely soaked red. "This isn't my fault, who told you to rush at me, Wei Chuan's breath was slightly labored, his hands trembling on the steering wheel, and even his legs felt numb. He felt lightheaded, unsure if it was from tension or fear. As long as it's not me who dies, that's all that matters. He shook his head vigorously, repeatedly, reminding himself to suppress the intense physiological and psychological discomfort, his gaze gradually sharpening. After sitting in silence for a minute, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle with a machete. He held his breath, stepping on the axe to push it toward the roadside, scraping off the blood with the dirt, then glanced at the toppled electric bike. The corpse had not dropped any items. Personal storage compartments could only be accessed by the owner and disappeared upon death. But what about the vehicle's material compartment? The heavier the load, the greater the energy consumption. The middle-aged man might have stored heavier supplies in the material compartment. That shouldn't be the case. Without a crafting station, there's no way to play. Wei Chuan circled around the electric bike carefully, but still found no crafting station. The seat bucket was empty. Finally, as he turned the key to start the electric bike, the seat lit up with crafting and disassembling with a material compartment beside it. Inside the material compartment were 3 iron ingots. 3 iron ingots in the same storage compartment indicated that identical items could stack, but he didn't know the limit. Wei Chuan tried and easily retrieved an iron ingot. Not bound. Looking at the iron ingot in his hand, Wei Chuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Vehicles and their functions were not bound to any person, which meant that killing for loot would become one of the best ways to acquire resources. Of course, the situation was chaotic, but it hadn't reached him yet. When he was in the vehicle, he was the one causing trouble for others. When he was out of the vehicle, the doors and transmission system would be firmly locked. Even a thief would shed tears. He stored the iron ingots in the storage compartment. Wei Chuan used mind shaping to disassemble the electric bike into parts. The storage compartment could only hold items he could carry. The electric bike was too heavy to be fully stored, so it had to be disassembled into parts before being stored. Under the effect of the insight into essence skill, he had already grasped all the mechanical and operational principles of this electric bike. This was even more important than the electric bike itself. As long as he found some batteries and solar panels, he could create a battery pack and solar assembly, converting the armored vehicle's combustion system into a hybrid system. These things are hard to come by, though I'll just have to gather them slowly. With this thought in mind, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle to start it. His thoughts had completely calmed down, as if the brutal scene from earlier had never occurred. Only the increasingly small red dot in the rearview mirror silently spoke of the coldness and darkness of this world. Another hour passed, and it was now noon. During this time, Wei Chuan found a gray metal box, but unfortunately, it contained only a pair of scissors and a copper ingot. He parked the armored vehicle by the roadside, preparing to eat something and take a short break. "Oh right, let me grab some gasoline." As Wei Chuan ate his toast, he walked to the rear compartment, picked up the gas canister, and then opened the trading interface. Buzz. The pages of the manual glowed, and a semi-transparent light blue screen unfolded above it, hovering in front of Wei Chuan. At the top were 5 clear category labels: search, sell, buy, request my items. Wei Chuan searched for the price of fuel and found that diesel and gasoline were mostly traded by the liter, so he directly exchanged for a 20-liter barrel of diesel. Not bad. The trading interface charged no transaction fees. Current prices had yet to stabilize, so no one was losing or gaining. As long as one could exchange for needed items, it was a win-win. The most expensive were fresh water and recipes, with prices soaring to the heavens. Ridiculous, even gods can't afford this. Seeing a 300 milliliters bottle of mineral water priced at 10 liters of gasoline, Wei Chuan couldn't help but scoff, casually switching to the request page. The numerous purchase posts flooded in, dazzling his eyes. This feature is quite convenient. Wei Chuan casually browsed for a while and also posted a purchase request. Looking to acquire various metals, metal products, mechanical equipment, diesel, photovoltaic panels, batteries, and blueprints in exchange for weapons. Prices are negotiable. You can post up to 3 purchase requests in a day, each valid for 1 hour. Before the prices stabilize in the trading market, the ability to communicate privately through purchase posts is evidently more useful, allowing for more precise targeting of seller or buyer groups. As soon as the post was made, the social feature lit up. Upon clicking in, it was filled with private messages. "Chen Yin, did you manage to get your hands on any weapon recipes?" "What kind of weapon?" "Zhang Wei, hello, I have a broken water pump, are you interested?" "Lin Kong Kong, what kind of weapon?" "Forget about kitchen knives. If it's a mountain cutting knife or something similar, I can trade you a weight bar bicycle." "Wu Bin Bin, bro, what's the price for the wheel hub?" "The size for a standard car made of aluminum alloy." Seeing so many private messages, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile. Hello, I need the water pump. Ooh, I have a dagger, want to trade? Much better than a mountain-cutting knife, a nearly half-meter-long chopping axe. Hey, I just used it to take down a wolf, and the blood on it hasn't even been cleaned off. Bro, aluminum alloy isn't very durable. How about I trade you a dagger instead? Wei Chuan selectively replied to those who genuinely wanted to do business. The aluminum alloy frame of the electric bike I just had could be repurposed into cold weapons. Without a wooden stick for a handle, a dagger is the most suitable option, a hollow handle with a solid blade requiring minimal materials and effort. Trade. A few seconds later, replies came in, and everyone expressed their willingness to trade. This outcome was within Wei Chuan's expectations. For most people, these scraps of metal are worth less than a slice of toast, let alone a dagger that can be used for self-defense. Replying with a standard message to wait a moment, Wei Chuan melted down part of the electric bike frame and produced 10 daggers in one go. All of them were approximately 30 centimeters long. Calling them short blades wouldn't be an exaggeration, a true conscientious merchant. This blue bar is way too short. Wei Chuan felt a wave of fatigue after expending considerable energy. It's uncertain if there are any items that can enhance mental strength and physical condition. Considering the current situation, even if given 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to upgrade an armored vehicle into a base vehicle. Shaking his swollen head, Wei Chuan opened the private chat and clicked on the transaction to complete the exchanges. In reality, the value of these scraps of metal pales in comparison to weapons, but he urgently needed materials, so he didn't haggle. One slightly dented tow-weight bar bicycle. One small rusted water pump. One slightly rusty aluminum alloy wheel hub. The material itself is decent and can be kept as reserve material. In a short while, dozens more private messages piled up. Wang Ming, bro, I have a safe about the size of a microwave. It's heavy as a rock. Do you want it? Zhao Qian, son, I have half a box of various models of screws and nuts. Oh, what weapons do you have? By Jia, hello, I have a battery. Oh, I'm not sure if it's usable. Would you want it? Chung Xiaoqiang, big shot, I have a big rear television. Not many were genuinely interested in trading, only about a dozen. After chatting with them briefly, Wei Chuan completed the transactions in order. The daggers were not enough, so those who hadn't traded yet were put on a waiting list, adding as friends for the next batch. Striking it rich. Looking at the pile of scrap metal in the trunk, Wei Chuan felt a bit more at ease and wore a satisfied smile. These are his ammunition for the arms business. With 2 posting opportunities left, he decided to save them for the evening to specifically seek food, fresh water recipes, and diesel. Taking advantage of the fact that most people's survival situations haven't stabilized, he needs to leverage the ability to create cold weapons and stock up on some hard currency. Wei Chuan activated the armored vehicle again and slowly advanced along the road. The monotonous and repetitive Gobi landscape was numbing. The crossbow bolts were clearly a matching set, each exquisitely crafted with sharp tips. As for the black plastic box, it was indeed a toolbox fully equipped with an array of hardware tools. If you counted all the various blades, the total number would reach around 100. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded slightly as he closed the toolbox. These tools were of little use to him. After all, aside from the electric tester and tape measure, the rest could be crafted by hand, as many as he needed. However, the appearance of this toolbox sparked an idea in him. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean others couldn't. Vehicles would need tools for repairs after bumps and scrapes, so he could prepare a batch to sell at the trading post. The tools were small and cost virtually nothing, and if there was a market, it would yield tremendous profits. Only 10 can be stacked. That's still acceptable. Wei Chuan stored everything in his storage compartment, noticing that the 30 crossbow bolts only occupied 3 of the compartments before swiftly walking towards the armored vehicle. The first thing he did upon returning to the vehicle was to open the crafting table for inspection. Sure enough, inside the previously empty crafting table, a new icon for the recipe of the semi-automatic Falcon handgun crossbow appeared. After selecting it, he could place the materials in the slots to craft. Springs, rubber, iron nails. Wei Chuan jotted down the materials and crafted one by hand. However, the only material that fit in the slots was the steel ingot he had obtained from disassembling the steel pipe. It was evident. The crafting required natural materials, artificially made ones couldn't be used. Tisk, what a stingy requirement. Wei Chuan felt slightly disappointed. He had hoped to exploit a bug to resell materials, but faced heavy losses. Upon checking the trading post, he found that the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow were plentiful, with hundreds of pages of listings, but the prices were outrageous. Item name: spring. Quantity 5. Price: 500 milliliters of fresh water. Item name: steel ingot. Quantity 4. Price: 10 liters of diesel. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. I can trade a dagger for materials or disassemble some junk. No matter what, it's cheaper than directly buying. Wei Chuan shook his head and closed the trading post. In fact, he wasn't particularly short on weapons. With this armored vehicle, no one could harm him. Even if he encountered ferocious beasts like lions or tigers, he wouldn't be afraid. Pressing the accelerator, it was merely a speed bump. His main concern was his fear of insufficient firepower. Without some reliable weaponry at hand, he felt uneasy. Additionally, the handgun crossbow was mechanical. Once he grasped the crafting principles, it would be like obtaining a recipe with unlimited crafting potential, a veritable money tree. When the handgun crossbow went on sale, he would need to make himself some iron armor to avoid being killed by the very weapons he sold. He also needed to craft a few more for personal use, filling all the slots with crossbow bolts for quick access, saving time on reloading. The armored vehicle once again hit the road, the rusted body radiating heat waves under the blazing sun. However, this time Wei Chuan was in a good mood. His anticipation was hotter than the sun. The handgun crossbow recipe burned brightly in his mind, dispelling the tedium of long-distance driving. In the afternoon, Wei Chuan's luck was rather poor. From 1230 p.m. to 6 p.m., he encountered not a single supply box, nor did he catch sight of any resource points. The only good news was that the temperature finally dropped. The sweltering 39 degrees at 2 p.m. had now decreased to 29 degrees, while providing some relief. Turning off the air conditioning saved a bit of fuel. Just as he was feeling a bit discouraged and preparing to stop for dinner, the armored vehicle passed by a severely weathered cliff. At the base of the cliff was a somewhat concealed indentation, the entrance half covered by rags and rubble resembling a makeshift resource point. Wei Chuan immediately stopped the vehicle, gripping his machete as he approached, carefully observing the cliff. Indeed, it was a cave. The cave entrance was small, allowing only one person to enter by bending down, but the interior was spacious, filled with various broken wooden boxes and oil drums resembling an underground shelter. Supply box. Wei Chuan cleared away the rubble, stuffing the rags into his pocket before crawling into the cave. After searching, the smile on his face gradually faded. What he found were merely some weathered empty wooden boxes that crumbled at a touch, and even the oil drums were empty, rusted to the point of being more fragile than biscuits, lacking any recycling value. However, after moving aside all the junk that occupied space, he found a true treasure deep within the cave, an orange with a slightly shriveled skin, exuding a rich, sweet, and sour fragrance. A 10-liter portable plastic diesel can that had not yet been opened. Finally, the afternoon streak of bad luck was over. Wei Chuan quickly secured the orange and diesel can, thoroughly checking again to confirm there was nothing else of value in the cave before swiftly returning to the vehicle. The setting sun began to sink, dyeing the endless Gobi desert with a layer of golden red. Wei Chuan glanced at the survival manual for the time, 6:19 p.m. It's almost 7. A sense of urgency rose within Wei Chuan as he drove the armored vehicle a distance and parked on a stretch of road with a clear view all around. Just in case, he needed to craft the handgun crossbow before darkness fell. This should be enough. Wei Chuan picked up the gray iron box from the passenger seat and headed to the rear compartment. The gray iron box contained 19 daggers which he had crafted from noon until now, making them as he regained energy to avoid wasting time. The daggers are ready. Can I trade them now? He opened the social app and sent a message to the customers who had reserved the daggers. 10 customers had said they could wait at noon, and he had added them as friends, but now only 7 remained. The other 3 were probably no longer interested. After waiting a while, 6 customers responded and clicked on the trade. 1 remained silent, likely indicating disinterest. After organizing the junk he had traded, Wei Chuan opened the trading post. He searched for the materials needed to craft the handgun crossbow, and finding the prices still high, decisively chose to disassemble instead. Disassembly successful. Gained 2 plastics, 3 springs, 3 nails, 5 rubber pieces, and 10 steel ingots. Disassembly successful. Gained 1 electronic component, 1 bearing, 3 plastics, 5 cables, 5 iron ingots, and 5 nails. Wei Chuan's first disassembly was of a 280 bicycle. Realizing he didn't have enough plastic from the disassembly, he traded some steel ingots at the trading post, finally gathering a full set of materials. That's enough. Wei Chuan excitedly opened the crafting table, selected the handgun crossbow recipe, placed all the materials inside, and clicked to craft. Springs 2, rubber 3, steel ingots 3, plastics 3, nails 3. Crafting successful. Obtained falcon handgun crossbow 1 inch. It worked. Wei Chuan eagerly grabbed the handgun crossbow. It felt heavy in his hand, exuding an excellent tactile sensation, filling him with an indescribable sense of achievement and security. He swiftly loaded the crossbow bolts into the chamber and pulled back the cocking mechanism. With a crisp click, Wei Chuan held the handgun crossbow firmly, aiming at the window of the driver's cabin. His restless heart finally settled. From now on, who would dare to speak loudly to me? Good treasure. Wei Chuan fondled the hand crossbow with great affection. This hand crossbow has a 5-arrow capacity, and with a single pull of the trigger it can shoot once, making it perfectly usable as a bolt-action sniper, albeit a budget version. Moreover, its size is just right, supporting one-handed aiming and firing while the other hand pulls the trigger. As long as the shooting speed is quick enough, all 5 bolts can be fired within 3 seconds, even allowing for running and shooting simultaneously. An absolute divine artifact. Weapons are sorted. Next are survival supplies. Wei Chuan opened the trading platform and clicked on request purchase, posting a request. Request purchase: need food, fresh water, diesel, and formulas. Will exchange with a premium long dagger. Private message with price: slow hands hit thighs. Just seconds after posting, the social feature was instantly flooded with a torrent of private messages, with the read, unread notifications flashing crazily. Lu Qiangqiang, boss, can materials be exchanged? I have a lot of iron ingots. Zhuanghong, handsome, do you want the cigarette holder blueprint? Gao Yu, 3 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water, do you want to exchange? Yang Chongfei, bro, I'll trade 10 liters of diesel. Wei Chuan quickly browsed through and picked out satisfactory offers, directly clicking on the trade, exchanging 13 daggers for a large amount of basic supplies. 14 300 milliliters bottles of mineral water. 7 compressed biscuits nearing expiry. 140 liters of diesel. 1 apple, 3 bananas, 3 slices of toast, 5 iron ingots. As night approached, many were in a hurry to collect weapons, offering prices very straightforwardly, and a few even raised their offers because Wei Chuan couldn't reply in time. It can only be said that the rich are still numerous. The wealthiest even offered 50 liters of diesel, though it's uncertain if they gained relevant talents. I underestimated the luck of the European emperor. My talent is impressive, but others may not be lacking either. The next batch of daggers must increase in price. Wei Chuan happily organized his supplies. His only regret was not obtaining any useful formulas. However, that's normal. Before running out of ammunition and food, not many would sell their formulas, and those available would not help with survival. Of course, with many rookies around, opportunities to pick up bargains certainly exist. However, Wei Chuan hadn't spent much time in the trading hall and communication channels, so he missed out on such good fortune. After tidying up the room, he checked the armored vehicle. Vehicle 88, military wheeled armored personnel carrier, fuel tank, 380L, 600L, maximum highway speed, 100 km/h, consumes 55L of diesel, over 100 kilometers in stable driving condition. Function, crafting station. This is terrible. Seeing that it burned 220 liters of diesel in one day, Wei Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He only drove 400 kilometers today. If it were a normal car, 30 liters would suffice. Fortunately, he had the scrayed mechanical control talent, or he really couldn't afford it. After pouring all the 170 liters of diesel he obtained today into the fuel tank, Wei Chuan poured some water, then returned to the vehicle, checking the doors and shooting holes to ensure they were all locked. There might be dangers at night. He absolutely wouldn't get out of the vehicle. With some mineral water, Wei Chuan ate a piece of compressed biscuit, filling his stomach before heading to the rear compartment, placing his hand on the remaining frame of the electric vehicle. With a thought, he shaped the form, activating it. The frame slowly softened, and the tires bounced lightly like jelly as the second-hand crossbow and 30 bolts quickly took shape. That's enough. Wei Chuan looked at the second set of hand crossbows, a glint flashing in his eyes. He still had plenty of energy and could easily make another 2 or 3 sets, but considering the possibility of fighting at night, he didn't dare to use too much. This is the consequence of reading too many novels. It always feels like no matter how much preparation is made, it's never enough. The reality might be that it won't be needed at all. Just hiding in the vehicle could help him safely survive the night. After all, if even an armored vehicle can't withstand the attack, then District 50001 would surely be wiped out tonight. Outside the vehicle, the last sliver of twilight completely vanished. The darkness, thick as ink, swallowed the desert, and the world became eerily quiet. Night fell. Wei Chuan loaded the hand crossbow with bolts and placed it in the storage compartment, then opened the communication channel. The regional channel was already in chaos, panic spreading like a plague. Area 50001, 956710000 people. Lin Hai, damn, there's something by the roadside, looks like a person, those eyes are as red as lanterns. Zhao gang, where did these monsters come from? Can't you stop scaring yourselves? Chun shouty, damn, a horde of zombies is chasing me. Thankfully my motorcycle is powerful, almost got finished off. He ping, ha, damn, the bronze box opened, and there are stir-fried prawns. This survival game is too ridiculous. Dong Xiaobing, it's over, those on 2 wheels are doomed. Zhao Baojia, everyone don't get out of the vehicle, turn off the lights, and keep quiet. Those things seem like they won't attack humans proactively. Monsters. Zombies. Wei Chuan's movements froze instantly, a chill running up his spine. He abruptly raised his head and peered out through the shooting holes of the vehicle. In the darkness, multiple pairs of red eyes glimmered, locking onto his gaze, as if they were about to pounce at any moment. Using the faint moonlight, Wei Chuan saw the true appearance of those monsters. They were humanoid monsters, naked, without any physiological features, their eyes glowing red, averaging about 2 meters tall, limbs long and slender, with their skin a grim gray-black, resembling a more terrifying version of zombies. However, the mechanical perception did not issue a warning, which meant there was no malice outside the vehicle. What does it mean to encircle without attacking? Wei Chuan gripped the bolts tightly, his heart racing silently, reminding himself, stay calm, this is a damn armored vehicle. Only I can do the attacking. Virum. Just then a deep engine roar came from outside, piercing the tranquility of the desert night like a cold steel needle. Damn, are they crazy? Wei Chuan was startled by the noise and hurried back to the driver's seat, preparing to start the ignition while glancing at the rearview mirror. A van was speeding wildly with several red-eyed monsters in pursuit. However, the speed of the reed monsters was not fast comparable to that of a human, and soon the van left them far behind. Suddenly, the dozens of scarlet eyes that had been fixated on the armored vehicle all turned towards the speeding van. It was as if they had caught the scent of a tempting prey. Their slender limbs moved in unison, their gray-black skin glinting ominously under the moonlight as they dashed onto the road, lunging at the van. "Good brother, you've done me a huge favor." Seeing this scene, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, gaining a very important piece of information. It turned out that the reed monsters' attacks were triggered by certain conditions. No wonder they were just wandering around instead of attacking directly. Noise, light, movement, temperature, etc. could all be factors. However, it was already certain that as long as he turned off the vehicle and didn't create too much commotion, the reed monsters would not initiate an attack. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Even those unlucky enough to be on two wheels could lie quietly on the ground to avoid detection. In such hot weather, they wouldn't be cold. Wei Chuan held his breath, staring intently at the van that was rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror. The cacophony of various noises generated by the vehicles merged into a clarity that was particularly sharp in the silent Gobi night, akin to a provocative drumbeat, igniting the fury of all the reed monsters. A hoarse roar filled with malice echoed as dozens of reed monsters charged toward the van. The driver of the van seemed to be frightened, flooring the gas pedal in a desperate attempt to forge a path through the horde of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy, ominous sound of impacts rang out one after another. The van, relying on its weight and speed, sent several reed monsters flying. The reed monsters were knocked back, crashing heavily onto the road, their bodies twisted and deformed with black blood splattering under the moonlight. The combat effectiveness is rather average. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. If this were an armored vehicle, taking down 100 or 80 of them would be no issue. Just when he thought the van could break through the encirclement, one reed monster lunged at the van, crashing through the windshield and embedding half of its body into the driver's compartment. In the next moment, the front of the van suddenly skewed, darting off the road from the left front of the armored vehicle, spinning and rolling wildly under the influence of inertia. Eventually, the van came to a stop on the sandy ground, less than 30 meters away from the armored vehicle, wheels upturned, smoke billowing from under the hood, and the headlights flickering. The reed monsters that had been thrown aside quickly surrounded the van, dragging the driver out of the driver's seat, their tearing motions sending chills down one's spine. In this nauseating scene, Wei Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. A reed monster with half of its head smashed in by the van staggered up from the ground, only to collapse again. As it fell, something emitting a faint blue glow dropped from the monster's head, appearing particularly vivid in the darkness. "What is that?" Wei Chuan's heart raced. His instinct told him that this object was definitely not simple. Could it be a prop that grants special abilities when consumed? It's written like that in novels. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed, igniting a flame in his heart that grew stronger by the moment. "You are hoarding a great treasure. Your death is inevitable." After a few seconds of contemplation, the hesitation in Wei Chuan's eyes was replaced by greed and desire. Though he didn't know what that thing was, he had to get it. It was merely a pest that could be easily crushed by a van before an armored vehicle. It was no different from tofu. Nothing to fear. Boom. The engine of the armored vehicle roared to life, its lights illuminating the surroundings. The reed monsters that were feasting on the spoils suddenly looked up, their crimson eyes turning in unison toward the roaring steel beast. "Come." Wei Chuan's gaze sharpened as he activated the 8-wheel drive mode of the armored vehicle, swiftly shifting into reverse while slamming on the gas. The massive vehicle shot backward and then quickly came to a stop. At that moment, the attracted reed monsters had abandoned their spoils. They roared as they charged toward the armored vehicle, their red eyes forming a blood river in the darkness. "Die." Wei Chuan showed no hint of fear. Instead, a flicker of fervor appeared. He slammed the gear into drive sharply, turning the steering wheel to the left, flooring the gas pedal. The rusty steel beast charged forward like a runaway wild horse, exuding a violent momentum that crushed everything in its path, heading directly toward the oncoming reed monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The first few monsters in the front were instantly sent flying, their bodies twisting and deforming in midair, some even tearing apart into fragments. The heavy wheels ruthlessly rolled over their bodies, producing the sound of bones shattering. So satisfying. Wei Chuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, maneuvering the armored vehicle left and right. With every turn and acceleration, he could take down at least one reed monster. Though there were many of them before the 88 armored vehicle, they were no different from ants. They would simply be crushed. In less than a minute, as the last reed monster was ground into mud, the highway finally returned to silence. Wei Chuan peered through the car window and found that there were no reed monsters left around. However, even so, he still didn't dare to get out of the car directly. Instead, he drove the armored vehicle around the highway for a few more minutes. Looks like they are truly gone. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, slowly opened the car door, and cautiously peeked around to confirm safety before quietly getting out of the armored vehicle. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of reed monsters, and the air was thick with a heavy stench of decay. His goal was clear, the glowing object. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was a crystal angular and resembling a jewel only the size of a small pinky finger. Worried about the toxicity of the blood and flesh of the reed monsters, Wei Chuan used a piece of rag to pick it up. Source crystal, a crystalline substance containing faint source energy, the power source of the night demons, and the core energy of source devices. The second item, with built-in information, appeared after the formula. Night demon source crystal source device. Wei Chuan was momentarily stunned, quickly connecting these pieces of information in his mind. A type of special technological product or the energy source for a special weapon. Although it was worlds apart from the imagined ability awakening crystal, Wei Chuan still felt a surge of excitement. If such a magical energy crystal could be used as energy, the source device must be incredibly powerful. Similarly, the source crystal, which could serve as energy for the source device, would undoubtedly have a high value. It might even become the mainstream currency in the future. And with an armored vehicle at his disposal, killing night demons would be as easy as killing chickens. Wouldn't he have as many source crystals as he wanted? Let's do this. Wei Chuan licked his somewhat dry lips, looking at the bloody scene on the road, no longer feeling disgusted or tense, only a desire unprecedented. Taking slow steps, the first few days of the game are crucial. After rummaging around, Wei Chuan found a total of 18 source crystals, stowing them all away before quickly returning to the vehicle. Vroom. The engine roared to life again, the high beams illuminating the distance, but Wei Chuan's eyes were even brighter than the lights. Slamming the gas, the armored vehicle sped into the deeper darkness. 5 minutes later, the outside was a battlefield with foul-smelling black blood staining the highway. The sturdy body of the armored vehicle bore numerous dents from impacts, yet its overall structure remained intact, meeting the 7.62mm ballistic standard, which no flesh could breach. And in Wei Chuan's storage compartment, the number of source crystals had increased to a total of 26. Not enough, I want more. After placing all the source crystals in the trunk, Wei Chuan's eyes shimmered with fervent light. The night was no longer a torturous ordeal of anxiety, but rather a grand feast for General Wei to hunt for the future. Oh right, I can't go too far. That van is still waiting for me to salvage. It was 10 p.m. Wei Chuan drove the armored vehicle stained with a large amount of black blood back to the location of the van accident. Almost there. Wei Chuan leaned back in his seat, letting out a long sigh. The continuous 3-hour hunt had netted him a total of 150 source crystals. The number was less than expected. Only the first wave of night demons was numerous, while the subsequent ones were not found in groups, rarely exceeding 10, most often clustering in 2s or 3s. It seemed that the more people there were, the more night demons appeared. Conversely, fewer people meant fewer night demons. However, 150 was still quite a significant number. From now on, this would be the standard. Unless in special circumstances, he aimed to gather 150 source crystals every day. He placed all these source crystals into the silver box, opened the communication channel, and briefly checked the situation in Zone 50001. Zone 500017626100000 people. Zhao Baojia, as long as you turn off the engine and make no noise, these monsters won't attack you. I have no more speaking opportunities. Please pass this message on. Shenhao, it's still unsafe with fewer people. Should we form a convoy? We can share rides in the future. Wumengjin, damn, there are several zombies outside. I'm just afraid they'll pounce on me while I'm sleeping. Luli, thanks to Brother Zhao's reminder, everyone be careful tonight. Linhang, haha, I ride an electric bike and have no issues, but you guys in small cars end up in a den of ghosts. Couldn't you set up a shelter before dark? Seeing that the number of people had decreased by nearly 2,000 in just 3 hours, Wei Chuan nervously touched the steering wheel. Luck is the first barrier. Most of those who died probably had no protection and were riding 2- or 3-wheeled vehicles. If it were him, upon seeing the night demons, he would also run for his life, only to be caught or blocked and become a midnight snack for the night demons. Continuing to look, many were thanking Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao should be that Zhao Baojiao, a sturdy-looking middle-aged man who had sent out warning messages when the night demons first appeared. He seemed to be a warm-hearted person. Some were discussing forming teams, different vehicles, but the same group. Wei Chuan also thought forming a team was a good idea, but it couldn't be done casually. Issues such as equivalent vehicles, complementary abilities, and profit distribution must be resolved, otherwise a convoy would be impossible to establish. Even a gray iron box could provoke fierce competition. If he were to form a team, he would definitely look for teammates who were not strong in combat, had gentle personalities, and could assist him. Preferably a beautiful woman. Thinking of this, a smile that all men understand appeared on Wei Chuan's face, and he secretly added in his heart, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers unless one is male and the other is female. Turning off the communication channel, Wei Chuan's gaze shifted to the van that was overturned. It hadn't exploded or burned, it was just severely deformed from the collision. This material is fantastic. Wei Chuan drove over and opened the rear door of the vehicle. The rear door of this armored vehicle is a lift door, When lowered, it forms a slope allowing for quicker entry and exit than the front door, making it suitable for use in dangerous surroundings, facilitating a quick escape. Perceive the essence. Wei Chuan pressed his hand against the van, activating his strength talent skill. An invisible mental force extended like tentacles, penetrating every part of the van, and a wealth of mechanical information flooded into his mind. A gasoline engine just right. A glint of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he instantly thought of how to utilize this van. He pressed his hand on the armored vehicle and activated blueprint construction. At that moment, the armored vehicle lit up with blue light, transforming into a semi-transparent structure model. Every part from the armor to the screws was clearly visible. At a bit of length, the gasoline engine and fuel tank will be at the rear. The transmission system. Energy might not be sufficient, so let's not merge it yet. The 4 small tires are also insufficient, so it'll make them narrow for now. Wei Chuan used both hands to sketch on the vehicle blueprint. Whenever he finished a stroke, his talent would automatically optimize the blueprint, forming a usable vehicle design. What he needed to do was fill in the missing parts and materials. Done. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan ended blueprint construction. In the blueprint, the armored vehicle's height and width remained unchanged at 3 meters and 2.6 meters, but its total length increased from 10 meters to 11.5 meters. The power turned into dual power. The vehicle had 10 wheels, with the front 8 wheels powered by a diesel engine and the rear 2 wheels powered by a gasoline engine. Let's get to work. Wei Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began to dismantle the van. Drawing is not difficult. The challenge lies in the final shaping and merging. With his current energy, he couldn't finish it all at once. That's why he worked through the night, preparing to dismantle everything that needed to be taken apart and repair everything that needed fixing, striving to complete the modifications before leaving tomorrow. At 1:00 p.m., Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle with a weary body and began to assemble the disassembled single wooden bed. The van had already been taken apart into parts, with some of the vehicle body integrated into the armored vehicle, increasing the chassis of the armored vehicle by 1.5 meters. After finishing this, he began to have a headache. The remaining tasks would have to wait until tomorrow. If I sleep on this for a night, won't my back break tomorrow? After assembling the wooden bed, Wei Chuan tried lying on it for a while, only to find that after getting used to a mattress, he simply couldn't adapt to the hard board. This wouldn't do. Sleep quality is especially important as it directly affects the efficiency of energy recovery. Wei Chuan decisively opened the trading hall and searched for items like mats. Item name bamboo mat, quantity 1, price 5 liters of gasoline. Item name straw mat. He really found quite a few from the item descriptions. They were not new goods made from recipes, but rather second-hand goods found at supply points. Wei Chuan carefully selected and ultimately bought a foldable rattan mat, a second-hand buckwheat pillow, and a worn blanket. The total cost was 4 steel ingots and 6 iron ingots. After lightly beating and cleaning them, he laid the blanket at the bottom, covered it with the rattan mat, and placed the buckwheat pillow on top, creating a decent bed. There were also quilts in the trading hall, but he didn't buy them. In normal deserts and Gobi areas, the temperature difference between day and night is quite significant, but here it only fluctuated around 10 degrees, making heating unnecessary. It was even a bit hot. Wei Chuan lay down to try it out, and felt completely different. Comfortable. To maintain air circulation, he cracked open a small gap in a shooting hole, allowing sounds from the outside to come in. Before sleeping, considering that the food he consumed today was lacking in nutrition, Wei Chuan treated himself to a meal, an orange he had found in the afternoon. Gently peeling the orange, its fragrant aroma immediately filled the vehicle, invigorating him. He broke off a segment and put it in his mouth, the rich juice and sweet flavor exploding instantly, even suppressing his fatigue. Although the orange peel was somewhat shriveled, the flesh inside was unaffected, and it was instead a perfectly ripe sweet orange. The next morning, Wei Chuan awoke naturally, guided by his internal circadian rhythm. Seeing the sky outside still pitch black, he retrieved his survival manual from the storage compartment and glanced at the time. Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent S rank, Mechanical Mastery. Time 0603. Weather clear. Temperature 27°C. On a day this hot, it's already 6 o'clock and still no dawn. Clearly sunrise is fixed at 7. He rose languidly from bed, descended to secure the ventilation slit he'd left open the previous night, and conducted a quick reconnaissance. Not a single night demon in sight. Excellent. Undisturbed by night demons, unimpeded by sunlight, the perfect hour to work. After finishing his last 3 slices of toast, Wei Chuan hurriedly disembarked. Blueprint construction. With a light tap on the armored vehicle's rear, its schematic flared to life once more. 10 minutes later, Wei Chuan collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. The chassis had been fully modified, integrating the minibus's operational systems seamlessly into the armored vehicle, leaving only the bodywork unfinished. Yet the bodywork was the most arduous phase. To preserve defensive integrity, materials had to be abundant, demanding greater quantities of metal to reshape and fuse, and consuming far more mental energy. With only 40 minutes until sunrise, he could barely restore enough energy to sustain himself, not nearly enough to complete the remaining modifications. Thus the plan required revision. Once his energy recovered sufficiently, he would pack up the minibus's remaining components and extend the vehicle's frame during daylight hours when idle time permitted. He had no intention of fleeing a sandstorm. Too suffocating, too perilous. 40 minutes passed in that repose. Precisely at 7 o'clock daylight erupted across the horizon. Most astonishingly, night demon corpses dissolved into dust the moment sunlight touched them, scattered instantly by the wind. Wei Chuan swiftly disembarked to finalize preparations, then ignited the armored vehicle and set out anew in search of resources. Region 50001-7006 survivors remaining out of 10000. Lu Jingyi, a motorcycle on the adjacent street, was overrun by a wolf pack. Tragic. It evaded zombies all night only to fall prey to wild animals. Ludong, does anyone know how to use source crystals? Kong Rue solitaire modification template now available for just 10 bottles of mineral water. Ma Zhanyan, hey brother ahead. My vehicle's an elderly sedan. Want to form a team? Add me if interested. Sure Judja, anyone need a portable gas stove? Li Bing, I've added several friends from the wanted list, including one from region 420619. Over 4.2 billion people have transmigrated there. Zhao Ruiying, it's even broader. I connected with someone from region 482011. This appears globally synchronized. Notably, no elders or children crossed over. Our region's youngest is 15, oldest 60, and other regions mirror this pattern. Idly, Wei Chuan pulled out his survival manual and opened the communication channel. Another few residents had vanished from the region. Still, compared to the nearly 2,000 who perished within the first 3 hours after dusk, the 600 lost over the subsequent 9 hours seemed almost modest. By morning, chatter in the channel had grown markedly more composed. Survivors were steadily settling into pragmatic routines, their topics increasingly centered on survival. Source crystals. Seeing the query, Wei Chuan paused, then chuckled softly and shook his head. Nothing surprising. Fortune always favors some. Even ignoring tanks or infantry fighting vehicles, ordinary freight trucks could effortlessly overwhelm night demons. Source crystals were simply too easy to farm. What exactly is a solitaire modification template? And a portable gas stove, that's useful. If I find fresh water in the wild, I can boil it using the canteen I picked up yesterday. Wei Chuan quickly spotted items piquing his interest. Hello, what's your price for the portable gas stove? He sent Sure Jejia a private message, then opened the trade market and searched for modification templates. He hadn't expected it. Yet one search revealed a staggering truth: 102 pages, each hosting 10 listings, totaling well over 1,000 templates in circulation. Beyond solitaire templates, options abounded: window reinforcement, chassis upgrades, door hardening, each enabling vehicular enhancement even for bicycles and tricycles. Wei Chuan selected one at random and examined its details. Tempered door reinforcement template applied directly to any vehicle door to significantly enhance structural resilience. Usage count 11. Required materials varies depending on door dimensions. Enlightenment struck. This was merely a budgetier version of his S-rank mechanical mastery, worth less than a bottle of water to him, yet bordering on divine for those lacking mechanical aptitude. After all, vehicles formed a cornerstone of survival. Yet prices were inflated. Even the cheapest templates demanded 20 liters of fuel, a luxury few could presently afford. Each template modified only a single component. Upgrading all 4 wheels required 4 separate templates, plus raw materials. A quintessential pay-to-progress system. Not bad. After scanning the listings, Wei Chuan closed the trade market with a faint, satisfied smile. He'd feared these templates might allow unrestricted vehicle reconfiguration. Relief washed over him upon realizing their limitations. S-rank talents would always reign supreme. Switching to social chat, he found Shurjejia had already quoted her price. Shurjejia, just retrieved this from a supply crate, brand new, fully charged. 1 liter of fresh water, or 20 liters of gasoline. Wei Chuan, a bit steep, sister. Freshwater's scarce right now. I can offer only 1 300 milliliter bottle of mineral water. If you'll accept it, let's trade. If not, my apologies for the intrusion. Her avatar suggested she was around 45, hence the respectful sister. Business etiquette after all. She said nothing, only tapped trade, placing the portable gas stove onto the transaction grid. Like the storage compartment, identical items stacked up to 10 units in the trading grid, but with 100 slots available, capacity was never a concern. Wei Chuan inspected the listing, then placed his bottle of mineral water onto the grid. Items displayed full metadata upon placement, identical to the trade market, ensuring absolute transparency and trust. Once the transaction completed, he casually tossed the stove onto the passenger seat. Though not essential at this stage, his armored vehicle granted him the capability to hunt wildlife, making the purchase both practical and prudent. Perhaps he'd soon savor a steaming bowl of meat broth. Alternatively, even in abundance, acquiring something desired delivered psychological satisfaction, so much so that haggling felt unworthy of his time. Half an hour elapsed. Neither the coveted supply crates nor wildlife appeared, but a resource node did. To the left of the highway sprawled a cluster of ruined dwellings, 5 or 6 structures visible at a distance promising rich spoils. A recipe, just one. Wei Chuan roared inwardly, then accelerated toward the ruins. The armored vehicle rolled over the gravel of the Gobi desert, stopping in front of the ruins. Wei Chuan turned off the engine, and the low roar of the engine faded away, plunging the surroundings back into silence. After a brief reconnaissance of the area, and confirming there were no signs of life, he retrieved a crossbow pistol from the storage compartment, opened the car door, and stepped out. The hot wind mixed with the scent of dust rushed towards him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the houses before him were reduced to mere walls resembling ancient relics due to their stone construction. However, Wei Chuan was not disheartened. These ruins were not mere sightseeing spots, but unique resource points of this world, potentially yielding some rewards. The first room was empty with some wooden planks scattered on the floor and no furniture. Damn! Wei Chuan's sharp gaze swept across the ground and discovered numerous footprints. The patterns of the footprints were different, indicating that more than one person had been there, and they were quite fresh, clearly visible against the thick layer of dust. Someone got here first. When the sandstorm kicks up, these footprints will disappear, so these people must have come last night or this morning. It's only 7:30 now, if they got up late. Wei Chuan tightened his grip on the crossbow pistol, stepping lightly back outside, preparing to return to the armored vehicle. That group might still be here. The likelihood of them laying an ambush at the resource point was too high. A resource point wasn't worth him taking any risks. Just as Wei Chuan stepped back to the vehicle, preparing to leave, 2 figures emerged from the corner of the rear wall, waving at him. Wait! Whoa! Wei Chuan's nerves were on high alert, startled by the shout, and he immediately swung his crossbow pistol in their direction. At the same moment, a clear scream rang out, and the 2 figures quickly crouched down, covering their heads. Are you not here to rob us? Wei Chuan's gaze quickly swept over them. They were 2 very beautiful girls, looking younger than him, probably under 25. One was wearing a pink t-shirt with a white pleated skirt, her brown hair tousled, and her long fair legs covered in fine sand. The other wore a beige lace-collared long-sleeve top, and a little black dress, her black stockings torn, her brown hair just shoulder length, and a gold pendant hanging around her neck. The 2 crouched together on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies shaking like leaves in the wind, filled with fear. From 8 or 9 meters away, they both thought Wei Chuan was holding a gun. Don't shoot. The girl in the white skirt's voice trembled, but she still forced herself to speak. We mean no harm. We just spent the night here and came out when we heard sounds. What happened? Where's your vehicle? Wei Chuan opened the car door, climbed onto the footboard, using the door to shield himself, while keenly observing every movement of the 2 girls. From their appearance and clothing, this pair resembled a cheerful senior sister and a foolish rich girl. Hello, I am Lu Qingqing, and this is Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lingxu's car was stolen by someone she saved. I met her in the afternoon and let her ride on my motorcycle. Later, we encountered a pack of wolves and ran until we got here, but we ran out of gas, so we had to spend the night here, just managing to avoid the monsters last night. Her voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. So do you want to trade fuel with me? Wei Chuan understood. No wonder these 2 unfortunate souls had come out. They were clearly out of options. Lu Qingqing's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment as she whispered, Lingxu's supplies are all in the stolen car, and I still have 4 iron ingots I found here. Wei Chuan almost laughed out loud. What could 4 iron ingots be worth? It made sense if they had supplies, they would just go to the trading post to exchange. Why bother with him? Sorry, I can't help you. Wei Chuan's gaze scanned Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxu's faces back and forth, and in the end, he still shook his head, feeling no stir in his heart. Sympathy. Sympathy was a luxury in this world, and worse, it was poison. Zhu Lingxue was deceived, most likely because of sympathy. This was a ready-made cautionary tale. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's refusal, Zhu Lingxue trembled even more, her eyes filled with despair, while Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. But she still didn't give up. She wrapped her arms around Zhu Lingxue and stood up, reaching out and shouting, wait. We can form a team. My talent is clever life healing. Although it's not very strong, it can speed up wound healing and deal with minor infections. Lingxu's talent is Blevel Lux Favor, allowing her to intuitively find nearby supply boxes and resource points. It was she who led me to this resource point. She eagerly showcased her and Zhu Lingxu's value. Hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Wei Chuan halted his movement to get into the vehicle. Clever life healing. Blevel Lux Favor. One is a healer and the other is a treasure radar. Both talents are quite good. However, business can't be done like this, so Wei Chuan didn't respond, but put on a thoughtful expression. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt their hearts leap into their throats. As if a century had passed, Wei Chuan slowly raised his crossbow pistol, but did not retract it, his gaze landing on Lu Qingqing's face, his voice deep and slow. These 2 talents are quite good. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a glance, bursting into expressions of surprise. However, Wei Chuan's next words pierced like a sharp blade into their hearts. But my supplies did not come from the wind. Supporting 2 more people would put a lot of pressure on my resources. I don't support outsiders. If you want to get on my vehicle, everything of yours will belong to me. Lu Qingqing's body trembled violently, her face turning even paler. She understood the underlying message in Wei Chuan's words. Zhu Lingxue, on the other hand, showed no reaction. She secretly admired Wei Chuan's handsome face, feeling not only no resistance, but also a slight relaxation, her face turning a bit red. Lingxue, what do you think? Lu Qingqing's lips moved slightly, her eyes filled with struggle. She wanted to refuse, but recalling the terrifying reed monsters from the dark last night, and the mental torment that lasted all night, she had already made her decision. She quietly asked Zhu Lingxue, only to see a shy expression on Zhu Lingxue's face. Lu Qingqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Her hesitation and pain instantly disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief and relaxation. She nodded vigorously and looked at Wei Chuan, saying, "Okay." She could understand Zhu Lingxue's feelings for the man before her was indeed quite handsome. She had just been too nervous to notice it. Thinking back, this was already the best outcome. She could actually accept it in her heart. If it were a man who had completely abandoned his conscience, she and Zhu Lingxue might not even have the right to choose. I can too will listen to you in everything. At this moment, Zhu Lingxue also reacted, looking at Wei Chuan and nodding repeatedly. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan opened the rear door of the armored vehicle, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue pushed over the auto-fuel motorcycle. Under the puzzled gazes of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan placed his hand on the motorcycle. Immediately, the motorcycle began to rapidly disassemble, turning into a pile of scattered parts on the ground in just a few seconds. Zhu Lingxue exclaimed, "Superpower. This miraculous ability is like a superpower, definitely the rarest strength talent." Lu Qingqing was also dumbfounded. She suddenly realized that in that business deal just now, she and Zhu Lingxue had made a huge profit. In a world where many struggle to survive, with Wei Chuan's looks, the armored vehicle, and his formidable talent, he would never have to worry about a lack of women. This is my talent, strength mechanical control. I can freely modify all items related to machinery and can bind a talent vehicle. This vehicle is the talent vehicle I modified, and it can only be ignited when I am in it. Lingxue, your talent is suitable for leading the way, so from now on driving is your responsibility. If you get tired, let Qingqing take over. Looking at the astonished two women, Wei Chuan gently patted the vehicle. Vroom. With the thought command activating the ignition switch, the engine let out a deep rumble. Brother Chuan, you are amazing. Zhu Lingxue's eyes began to shine with excitement, both the vehicle and its owner giving her an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Qingqing nodded slightly. Zhu Lingxue couldn't tell, but she understood. Wei Chuan was reminding them, or rather warning them. However, she had no other thoughts. Her decision before getting on the vehicle was sincere, and she didn't care much about whether she could use it. She only hoped that Wei Chuan could get better and better so that he could provide a better life for her and Zhu Lingxue. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle set off. Zhu Lingxue was in charge of driving. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, and Wei Chuan rested in the rear compartment. Having a driver was great, allowing him to conserve energy, and he could also take turns driving when he had nothing to do at night. This was how in strength talent should live. Damn. Wei Chuan planned to make some daggers to sell, but when he searched the trading hall, cold weapons were in abundance. Daggers, butterfly knives, machetes, paring knives, axes, and even long weapons like spears were available, and they weren't secondhand junk, but newly crafted items made with formulas. The prices were low. The cheapest butterfly knife cost only 5 material ingots, and even the most expensive spear was just 10 material ingots. These guys are really hungry. Wei Chuan shook his head. The prices of cold weapons had plummeted. It was probably due to the inability to go out and gather supplies last night, forcing everyone to stay in the vehicle or shelter and trade. They'll just sell hand crossbows directly. Wei Chuan climbed out of bed and dove into the pile of junk at the back of the vehicle. While handcrafted cold weapons still had some profit, he was no longer interested in that small gain. He decided to sell hand crossbows directly, wanting to seize the opportunity to make a big score before remote weapons flooded the market to avoid encountering a price war. Wei Chuan, can you still make weapons? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Qingqing had been watching Wei Chuan. After noticing 5 hand crossbows and over 100 bolts at his feet, she couldn't help but ask. Wei Chuan nodded and said, "This is a branch ability of mechanical control. I can create mechanical weapons that I have touched. While no one is competing for business, I plan to gather more supplies and formulas. In a few days, I will make one for each of you for self-defense." Lu Qingqing responded somewhat bashfully. There were actually quite a few supplies in the vehicle, but they weren't enough for the 3 of them. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, "Brother Chuan, guns are also considered machinery, right? If you had a gun, could you sell arms?" "Yes, but that thing is hard to get. There's not even a shadow of it in the trading hall." A trace of anticipation and regret flickered across Wei Chuan's face. His understanding of firearms was limited to their appearance and power, and he was clueless about their principles and structure. Otherwise, he would have tried to make a homemade gun. Zhu Lingxue proudly said, "Brother Chuan, just watch me. My talent is best for searching for supplies. Just yesterday morning, I found 4 supply boxes and 3 resource points. As long as this road exists, I can find them without missing a single one. What did you find yesterday? Did you get any formulas? Hearing the number of supply boxes and resource points, Wei Chuan immediately became interested. Zhu Lingxue grimaced and said, no, just the lowest grade gray iron boxes. There was enough water and food for me to eat for 2 or 3 days, and there were also 2 big barrels of gasoline, all stored in the vehicle. Consider it a lesson learned, but 1 lesson is enough. Remember, unless it's a talent reminder or I speak, you are not allowed to stop for anything you see. Don't be kind in this cannibalistic world. Some people only prey on kindness. Qingqing Tua Lingxue meeting you is her good luck, and you meeting her is also your good luck. If it were someone else, your vehicle, clothes, or even your flesh and blood could be seen as supplies in their eyes. Wei Chuan emphasized this especially. He personally respected the kind-hearted saints, but lacked the ability to walk alongside them. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Lu Qingqing suddenly felt a bit scared, and then replied seriously. Zhu Lingxue grinned mischievously and asked, Brother Chuan, why did you let us get on the vehicle? Was it really just because of the talent? Nonsense, otherwise you would already be in bed now. Wei Chuan replied impatiently, while the small head was important, it could never be more important than the big head. Hearing this, Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing both thought of the fact that there was only one bed in the vehicle, their faces slightly reddening and their heartbeats quickening. The atmosphere in the vehicle became somewhat ambiguous. Wei Chuan noticed the flushed cheeks of the 2 women and felt a slight expectation in his heart, but he remained expressionless, clearing his throat to break the silence. All right, drive well, don't miss any resources. Not just resource points and supply boxes, even scrap metal is valuable. Zhu Lingxue quickly nodded, her eyes scanning the desolate landscape outside like radar, while Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, preparing to catch some sleep, to regain her energy ready to take over, when Zhu Lingxue got tired. Wei Chuan focused his attention on the pile of junk, continuing to tinker with the hand crossbow. Various materials flowed and shaped in his hands, producing faint clicking sounds, soon crafting another hand crossbow and 20 bolts. Almost done. Wei Chuan sat on the bed, gently rubbing his temples with both hands. He had made a total of 6 hand crossbows and 120 bolts, preparing to divide them into 6 sets to sell all. As for the price, it was still hard to determine. After all, he didn't know how rich the wealthy were. He'll post a purchase request on the forum, letting buyers quote their prices, and then I'll find an excuse to come back later. Whoever offers the highest price, he'll sell it to them. Wei Chuan smirked, quickly opening the trading hall. After posting, Wei Chuan licked his lips. The crossbow pistol was a divine weapon at this stage, and it would surely allow him to make a fortune. And indeed it did. As soon as the post was sent out, the social features lit up and remained active, clearly receiving a flood of private messages along with numerous direct transaction clicks. Damn, Wei Chuan cursed quietly and quickly turned off the allow transactions feature in the settings. Thankfully, the survival manual doesn't require internet access, or he would have been overwhelmed in no time. Sujia, brother, is it really that powerful? Lin Jinhua, a large bucket of clean stream water 11. 2 liters, want to trade. Guijia, handsome, can I trade something else? Zheng Xiaojun, bro, how about a recipe for unlimited flip-flops? This would sell well in the current weather. CMA, I have 22 packs of spicy beef noodles along with some rice and fruits. Let's negotiate the price after you reply. Gao Xiaoying, how to trade. Can I use iron ingots? Yang Jiqiang, brother, only 20 arrows. Feng Yu, is the crossbow pistol a small one? How powerful is it? How much are you planning to sell it for? Upon opening the private messages, most were just spectators, requiring him to sift through them slowly. Thus Wei Chuan checked each one individually. Ignoring those without price offers, he responded to the penny pinchers that it had already been sold, while raising the price for those offering high bids. After nearly half an hour of back and forth, he successfully sold all 6 crossbow pistols, obtaining 240 liters of diesel and 60 liters of gasoline. 22 packs of instant noodles, 10 jin of rice, 10 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water, and 3 jin of assorted fruits. 15 liters of bottled drinking water, 20 liters of gasoline, and a broken water dispenser. 15 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 lighters, a bag of green tea, a box of instant coffee, a bag of fruit candies, and some seasonings. A home medical kit, a recipe for a plastic container, and a pile of winter clothing. A recipe for a solar air water collector. These people asked Wei Chuan if he could make arrows, to which he confirmed he could. Eventually, they settled on a price of 1 arrow for 1 unit of material, allowing for long-term trade. Among the 6, Li Yongxing, who sold fuel, was a regular customer. He had bought Wei Chuan's dagger yesterday, and unexpectedly had 300 liters of fuel to trade today, also saying he could get various fuels and to contact him anytime for good stuff. This was already beyond the realm of good luck. Wei Chuan suspected this fellow's talent was related to fuel. CMA, who sold food, also claimed she could obtain food, suggesting her talent was linked to food. Wei Chuan added both resource dealers as friends. The other 4 vanished after completing their transactions, likely eager to test the crossbow pistols. Wei Chuan didn't pursue them with messages, since the most important business was already concluded. Chuan, go, are all these traded for crossbow pistols? Zhu Lingxue asked in surprise, seeing the increasing supplies in the trunk through the rearview mirror. Yes, you need to put in more effort too. Wei Chuan replied without turning his head while organizing the supplies. Zhu Lingxue pouted, if there are resources on the way, I definitely won't miss them. But if there aren't, no matter how good the talent is, it's useless. It's fine as long as we don't miss the nearby resources. Wei Chuan casually reassured her. This situation was already within his expectations, and after all, blessing of luck was a range-based passive talent. Whether it could be effective depended entirely on the road's response. Don't worry, we definitely won't miss anything nearby. Zhu Lingxue said confidently, secretly praying to find more supplies today to prove her value and importance to Wei Chuan. After organizing the supplies, Wei Chuan began to repair the water dispenser. The damage was not severe, only the outer shell was slightly damaged and the wires were a bit aged. Just adding some materials would suffice. Once the power issue was solved and a quick cleanup done, it could be used. Then came the most important recipes, totaling 2 sheets. Recipe: sealed plastic jar. Container for holding liquids, capacity 0. 5 liters with excellent high and low temperature resistance and high corrosion resistance. Production attempts. Materials needed for production: plastic 2. Recipe: solar air water collector. By condensing water vapor from the air, it filters and transforms it into safe drinking water, storing it in the cup. Under ideal conditions, it can generate 0.6 liters of water per hour. Production attempts: 33. Materials needed: plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1. Wei Chuan directly clicked to learn, mastering both recipes. The former had no limit, while the latter could be crafted 3 times. The solar air water collector was intended for personal use, and any excess water would be stored in plastic jars for sale. This was like a small water, well, definitely a money tree. However, the solar panels had never appeared in the trading post, and it was uncertain when they could be made. This was likely the main reason the other party was willing to trade. Nothing to do, I might as well rest. Wei Chuan lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, closing his eyes to relax. Once his energy was restored, he planned to extend the armored vehicle's body and make some minor modifications inside to fully utilize the space. The right side would be for the bed, making 2 bunk beds with a larger bottom and smaller top. The left side would hold storage shelves, creating a row of 3-tiered shelves fixed to the vehicle body, avoiding observation and shooting ports. Currently, there weren't enough materials or energy, so minor modifications would have to suffice for now. After creating a combined fuel-electric hybrid system, he would conduct a comprehensive overhaul of the armored vehicle, proportionately enlarging the body and dividing the rear compartment into a bedroom and storage. Chuan Gu. After an unknown period, Wei Chuan, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by Zhu Lingxue's exclamation, while Lu Qingqing was also stirred awake. Seeing the time was nearly noon, he realized he had slept for 4 hours. What did you find? Wei Chuan quickly jumped out of bed and walked to the driver's seat, scanning the windshield. There's a resource point over there. Zhu Lingxue pointed to the right front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing followed her gaze, spotting a 2-story wooden house with a low wooden house beside it resembling a firewood room or toilet. Let's go drive the car over. Oh, and don't rush to park, circle around the house to see if there are people or vehicles. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. A resource point with such a complete structure should contain plenty of supplies. Items like rice, oil, salt, pots, bowls, clothing, utensils, and household appliances. Even if there was nothing, dismantling some wooden boards would be good. He was in need of bedboards. All right. Zhu Lingxue replied, immediately turning the car's head towards the resource point. That's enough. Pull over behind the house. Slowly circling the resource site in their armored vehicle, Wei Chuan spotted no tire tracks or footprints, so he signaled Zhu Lingxue to halt. Had it been yesterday, he would have stopped immediately and entered a search. But this morning's unexpected appearances of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had served as a sobering reminder. Even a resource site could be a trap laid by others. Caution was paramount. Let's go, in together. Wei Chuan led the 2 women out of the vehicle and peered through the windows into the wooden cabin. The first room was a spacious hall, fully furnished with tables, chairs, and even 2 sofas. A kitchen occupied one corner, its walls hung with an array of cooking utensils. The abundance of supplies layered thick with dust confirmed that no one had visited this site for some time. As for the adjacent smaller cabin, it was neither a latrine nor a woodshed, only a layer of dried reeds carpeted its floor, suggesting it had once housed livestock. Go ahead, you handle the smaller items. With a single command, Wei Chuan shaped his will into malleable force, softening the hinges before removing both windows entirely. Later, once he acquired polycarbonate fiber, he planned to install a bulletproof skylight atop the armored vehicle to flood the interior with light and make it far more livable. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded in unison and set to work. Thanks to Wei Chuan's innate talent, nearly everything inside the cabin held value, even a scrap of rusted iron. 10 minutes later, the ground floor had been thoroughly scavenged. Everything portable, aside from the solid wood furniture, had been carried away. Pipes, door locks, hinges, all dismantled and loaded aboard. Their haul was substantial. And surprisingly valuable, a backpack, a full set of cookware, a complete dining set, assorted tools, a box of matches, a sack of sweet potatoes, spools of electrical wire, 3 incandescent bulbs, several articles of clothing, and a jumble of scrap metal. The backpack proved the most valuable item, a spatial storage artifact. Camouflage backpack, slightly worn, containing 15 discrete storage compartments. Let's head upstairs. Slung across his shoulders, the backpack lifted Wei Chuan's spirits. He led the 2 women up to the second floor, a single bedroom. Beside the bed stood 2 nightstands and a freestanding fan. Opposite atop a desk sat a bulky color television, a DVD player, and its matching remote control. Brother Chuan, these are all brand new. Zhu Lingxue swiftly stowed the fan in a storage compartment, then inspected the television and DVD player with practiced efficiency. New or not doesn't matter. I can repair anything with my ability. Just check for discs. If you find any once I secure solar panels, we'll finally watch them. Wei Chuan smiled as he spoke. Lu Qingqing paused thoughtfully and asked, electricity is vital. Shall I spend more time browsing trading boards and purchase requests? Search keywords solar photovoltaic silicon battery. Alert me immediately if you spot anything relevant. Post purchase requests at 7 p.m. That's when the greatest number of people are free. Wei Chuan nodded. Now each of them had clear tasks. Before long, the second floor too had been stripped bare. Though fewer in quantity than the first floor haul, these items were of superior quality: 1 electric fan, 1 large CRT television, 1 DVD player, 1 coil spring mattress, over a dozen DVDs, 1 set of bed linens, and several pieces of worn clothing. The discs were pristine, some still sealed in their original packaging. Both films and television series filled the collection, stirring deep longing in Wei Chuan's heart. He resolved to build a tri-hybrid power system as soon as possible. Watching television in this world would elevate life itself to pure luxury. Finally, they removed the bed frame and returned to the vehicle. Qingqing Lingxue, let's eat first. You're welcome to eat anything on board, just avoid waste. Glancing at the time, nearly noon, Wei Chuan called out to the 2 women who were busy sorting their spoils, proposing a brief rest here. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue chirped with delight, snatched an apple, flopped onto the nearby sofa, gave it a quick rub, and bit in eagerly. Lu Qingqing sat beside Wei Chuan and murmured softly, not hungry. I'm not particularly famished, just a light bite will do. We'll enjoy a proper hot meal tonight. Wei Chuan picked up 2 bananas and handed one to Lu Qingqing. She gave a slight nod. All right. Shall I wash the cookware and tableware this afternoon? Use whatever water you need. We'll replenish supplies tonight. Wei Chuan was deeply pleased by Lu Qingqing's thoughtfulness and gently placed his hand upon her smooth, pale thigh. A jolt shot through Lu Qingqing's body. Instinctively, she began to draw her leg away, but halted mid-motion, allowing Wei Chuan to continue. Her face flushed crimson as she quietly ate her banana. Observing her reaction, Wei Chuan remained outwardly composed, but inwardly his satisfaction deepened. His hands grew bolder, more assured. To ease the mounting tension, he shifted to conversation. Qingqing, where are you from? Still in school. I'm from Fujian province. I graduated this year and now assist at my family's private hospital. Her nervousness eased slightly, mingling with a quiet, inexplicable anticipation. Having never been in love, this was her first such experience. And yet even the lightest touch sent waves of weakness cascading through her limbs, leaving her strangely breathless. Your talent suits you well. My formal training is in management, but having grown up around my father's clinic, I've absorbed basic wound care and treatment for common ailments. That's already extraordinary. In this world, even a simple fever can prove fatal. To deepen their bond, Wei Chuan kept the conversation flowing, carefully steering toward topics that resonated with Lu Qingqing's interests. As he chatted, his hands never stilled, beginning with gentle leg massage, then gliding upward along her waist until at last he drew her fully into his arms, his fingers grazing the soft swell of her breast. At first, Lu Qingqing stiffened with shyness, but soon Wei Chuan's words swept her away, unnoticed by either. 10 minutes slipped past. Perhaps even Lu Qingqing herself hadn't realized how much warmer her demeanor had grown. Her arms now rested naturally around his waist. Wei Chuan glanced toward the sofa. Zhu Lingxue, having finished her apple, lay motionless, as if asleep. Seizing the moment, he gently lifted Lu Qingqing's porcelain chin with his fingertips and leaned in to kiss her. His tongue parted her lips, effortlessly tasting the faint sweet tang of banana. Lu Qingqing's cheeks blazed scarlet, her eyes flew wide open. Yet what flooded her heart was not embarrassment or resistance, but a warm, honeyed sweetness. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes and responded, tentative and tender. The kiss lingered, intermittent, deep, and unhurried, for several long minutes. When Wei Chuan finally drew back, her lips were softly swollen. Lu Qingqing said nothing, only pressed a firm, lingering kiss to his cheek, then nestled her head quietly against his shoulder. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the highway. Zhu Lingxue had fallen asleep, so it was now Lu Qingqing who was driving. Wei Chuan tossed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth and pressed his hand against the side of the vehicle. Having slept through the morning, his energy was fully restored, and he could begin the work of modifying the vehicle. The thought-formed shaping initiated, causing the metal materials stacked at the rear of the vehicle to melt and crawl up the body, like tentacles quickly merging into it. In that moment, the rear of the vehicle visibly extended backwards. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The armor plate, originally coated with white paint, appeared to be stretched and shaped by an invisible hand, adding a section of dark gray armor. Lu Qingqing looked at this miraculous scene through the central rearview mirror, her eyes filled with amazement. Wei Chuan's focused profile appeared exceptionally handsome in the dim light. She subconsciously bit her lip, as if still lingering with the warmth of a recent touch, her heart racing slightly. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan withdrew his hand with satisfaction, patting the newly extended body of the vehicle, which produced a dull thud. With the energy he had only extended the vehicle by 1 meter. However, the remaining 0.5 meters would be simple. He could modify it again in the afternoon. It consumes too many materials. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, his gaze casually sweeping over the pile of materials. To ensure the vehicle's defensive capabilities were not compromised, he maintained a thickness of 20 millimeters for the armor, which meant the materials from a van were simply insufficient, leaving him barely able to extend by 0.2 meters. Thus, he would need to go to the trading post to scavenge for more. This time he needed to gather more, as he would subsequently need to widen and heighten the vehicle, requiring even more materials. At 3 p.m., the modification of the armored vehicle was complete, now measuring 11.5 meters in length. Wei Chuan looked at the spacious rear compartment, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing, who was driving, turned around and shouted, "Look, there's a solar panel at the trading post." A solar panel? Wei Chuan was overjoyed and immediately opened the trading post to search for solar panels. Item name: solar panel. Quantity: 5. Price: 40 liters of gasoline. Stacking 5 together, it was clear they had been decomposed from a crafting station. Items scavenged from resource points could not stack. Damn greedy bastards. Seeing the price, Wei Chuan cursed under his breath, but still honestly took out 40 liters of gasoline to purchase the items. There was no choice. The solar panels were too important. Whether for the armored vehicle's hybrid system or the solar water collection cup, these were essential components. Next, he exchanged some bottled water for plastic and electronic components. After preparing the materials, he directly opened the crafting station. Plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1, crafting successful, obtained solar water collection cup 1, plastic 5, steel ingot 1, cable 1, electronic component 1, a solar panel 1, crafting successful, obtained solar. Wei Chuan used up all 3 crafting chances without any hesitation. Upon taking a look, the appearance was nothing special. It resembled a thermos with the body wrapped in a flexible solar panel that could directly harness sunlight for power, and the panel could also be detached and spread out for use. Collecting moisture from the humid air through cooling, the higher the temperature and humidity, the more efficient the water collection. Wei Chuan gazed at the item description, lost in thought. With such high temperatures, it was unbearable without air conditioning, but using air conditioning made it too dry to utilize the water collection cup. They'll place it outside for now. Wei Chuan took some scrap metal from the rear of the vehicle and then opened the shooting skylight on the roof. The scrap metal softened and reformed, creating 3 clasps on the roof to secure 3 water collection cups. Next, Wei Chuan made a mesh cover. In this world, sunlight was abundant and there was no need to spread out the solar panels. Instead, he had to worry that the harsh sun might ruin the cups, so some shade was necessary. Once everything was set, Wei Chuan retreated inside the vehicle and closed the shooting skylight. The climate of the desert was quite dry, and he was unsure of the water collection efficiency. He planned to test one for an afternoon. If the efficiency was high, he could mass-produce a batch of water collection cups and have Lu Qingqing sell water. If the efficiency was poor, he would keep these 3 for personal use and save his energy for making a crossbow. As for the water collection cups themselves, regardless of whether their efficiency was high or low, he had no intention of selling them. Fresh water was the most vital and expensive survival resource, and he wished to prevent the market price of fresh water from dropping, having the ability to exchange it for a large quantity at a low cost. Wei Chuan, can you make solar panels now? Once Wei Chuan finished his tasks, Lu Qingqing asked curiously. Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and said, most materials can be bought, we just lack silicon wafers and conductive glue. You can look for them when you have some free time. Okay, I got it. Lu Qingqing nodded, repeatedly aware of the importance of electricity. Wei Chuan opened a shooting hole, lit a cigarette, and contemplated the upcoming modification plans. The television, DVD player, and electric fan. These 3 appliances had a total power consumption of 0.4 kilowatt-hours per hour, which would amount to only 9.6 kilowatt-hours if used continuously for 24 hours. The solar panel's power output was 0.03 kilowatts, and with effective sunlight for 12 hours, the daily power generation was 0.36 kilowatt-hours. With 30 solar panels, the daily power output could reach 10.8 kilowatt-hours, completely satisfying the power needs of these 3 appliances. The surplus electricity could be used for light bulbs, preventing the armored vehicle from being pitch black as soon as the engine was turned off. Moving forward, once there were enough solar panels and batteries, In addition to the hybrid system for the armored vehicle, he could create an independent living system and collect daily appliances like refrigerators and induction cookers. He could also make one or even multiple large water collection cups to use as tanks on the roof. Damn, the more I think about it, the more ideas I have. Wei Chuan rubbed his temples and chuckled, wryly shaking his head. Indeed, plans could not keep up with changes. He originally intended to make a bed and storage shelf in the afternoon, but now he hadn't even started and had found new tasks, feeling overwhelmed. Though it was all good news, he genuinely felt too busy experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. Chuan, go, what time is it? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue woke up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the sofa. It's a bit past 3. Wei Chuan tossed the cigarette but out of the shooting hole and then handed Zhu Lingxue a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water to wake up. Ooh, I need you to do something. Zhu Lingxue took a couple of swigs and wiped her mouth, asking, Chuan, go, what is it? Do you want to watch television? Wei Chuan pointed to the television at his feet, smiling as he looked at Zhu Lingxue. I do. Hearing this, Zhu Lingxue perked up and quickly nodded. It's like this. Wei Chuan did not keep her in suspense and told Zhu Lingxue about the solar panels, asking her to hang around the trading post when she had free time. Unknowingly, the time reached 5:30 and Wei Chuan had completed the transformation of the vehicle. 2 double-decker iron bunk beds and a row of 3-tiered storage shelves were installed. Under the influence of the mind-shaping technique, these pieces of furniture were firmly fixed to the vehicle body and equipped with side rails, ensuring that nothing would fall off. After classifying the supplies and handing them over to Zhu Lingxue, Wei Chuan opened the shooting skylight to check the water collection cups. As expected, the water collection efficiency was very poor in the arid Gobi desert. All 3 water collection cups were the same. After 2 hours, they had only managed to collect about 100 milliliters of fresh water. Based on this efficiency, one water collection cup could only gather 600 milliliters of fresh water over 12 hours during the day, barely filling the bottle. Wei Chuan sighed. The drop from 0.6 liters in 1 hour to 0.6 liters in 12 hours was too drastic. Luckily, he wasn't relying on water to do business, or he would be spitting blood by now. Useless items out. A hand crossbow can easily trade for at least a dozen liters of fresh water, which is far more cost-effective than using water collection cups. What a scam, a waste of 3 battery panels. Wei Chuan took down all 3 water collection cups and gave one each to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Unless there is a change in climate and solar panels become free, he wouldn't make these again. The 3 he had left would just serve as toys. Brother Chuan, a business opportunity has come. Zhu Lingxue was sitting on the sofa waving at Wei Chuan. I posted a request to buy solar panels, and now 2 people have privately messaged me. What price can we offer? Whether it's junk or semi-finished products, I'll trade 1 bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water for it. Equivalent value in fuel and food is also acceptable, but no more than that. Wei Chuan directly sat beside Zhu Lingxue and wrapped his arm around her waist. A rosy hue quickly blossomed on Zhu Lingxue's face, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she smiled sweetly and leaned her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder. She was particularly enamored by Wei Chuan's looks and had decided in the morning to become his woman. This closeness was precisely what she desired, but felt too shy to initiate. Seeing Zhu Lingxue so obedient stirred something in Wei Chuan, and he began to indulge himself again. He wasn't an overly eager pervert, but as a normal, healthy 25-year-old man, he always found himself wanting to savor the flesh nearby. There was no need to pretend. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would always follow him, so being real was better for everyone. Zhu Lingxue felt the restless hand at her waist, her body slightly heated, but she snuggled closer to Wei Chuan while simultaneously replying to the seller. The first seller has 3 solar panels and wants to trade for 30 liters of gasoline. Zhu Lingxue reported softly, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Wei Chuan's right hand gently rubbed her waist, feeling the delicate skin beneath the fabric as he quickly calculated the market price of these supplies in his mind. The first one is fine, give him diesel, and let him trade for gasoline himself. As for the second one, is he trying to sell this as if it were a pancake? Reply to him a maximum of 3 liters. If he wants to trade, it's up to him. Wei Chuan scoffed, noting that 10 liters of water could easily be traded for 100 liters of diesel. All right. Zhu Lingxue quickly replied, sending the firm price. After sending the message, she turned her head, looking at Wei Chuan's side profile, her eyes slightly glistening, and softly asked, Brother Chuan, what if he doesn't sell? If he doesn't sell, then so be it. This thing isn't a necessity, not many people will need it. And we're not in a hurry. At worst, we can shout a bit louder. By the way, the request post has a limited number of times. Save the last 2 for tonight. The most people will be in the trading hall in the evening. Wei Chuan shook his head, his right hand slowly sliding down. The sensation was entirely different from Lu Qingqing. She was smooth and soft, while Zhu Lingxue was youthful and firm, which he quite liked. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Lingxue received a response from the seller. She opened it and revealed a surprised expression. This guy agreed. I thought he wouldn't accept such a low offer. That's called asking for an exorbitant price, then sitting back and waiting for payment. His expectation might have only been 1 to 2 liters, but we offered 3 liters. He might be laughing at us for being fools. Wei Chuan said with a smile. Let him laugh, or we're not short on water. Zhu Lingxue proudly lifted her chin, took some supplies from the storage shelf, and successfully traded all 8 solar panels. Buy as much as you can at this price. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, directly pulling Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, his hands becoming bolder, almost probing under her little black skirt. It's too late to charge now, but definitely by tomorrow night. Wei Chuan was interrupted by Lu Qingqing's voice, which carried a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Wei Chuan's hands paused for a moment, but he didn't withdraw them, he just slightly restrained his movements. Zhu Lingxue, like a startled rabbit, instinctively tried to sit up straight, but was firmly held by Wei Chuan's arm, leaving her blushing and slightly bowing her head, gently squeezing her legs together. There's a resource point. Lu Qingqing caught a glimpse of the two cuddling from the central rear view mirror. Her gaze barely lingered before she moved on, as if she hadn't seen anything. Hearing this, Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's perky bottom, unabashedly wrapping his arm around her slim waist as they approached the driver's seat. Look over there, I think I see the outline of a house. Lu Qingqing pointed to the right front. Wei Chuan looked closely and saw several sections of blurry low walls that indeed resembled a resource point, likely similar to the one from the morning, remnants of a building. As they got closer, the outline of the building became clearer. It was indeed a resource point, but it looked less impressive than the morning's, with only some walls and stone pillars remaining, quite reminiscent of an ancient style. Wei Chuan intended to ask Zhu Lingxue why she hadn't sensed this resource point, but upon seeing the flush on her face, he swallowed the words before they reached his lips. Alright, it was his fault. Soon the armored vehicle arrived at the resource point. This resource point was very close to the road, and up ahead they could see a 3-way junction. 2 of the roads were standard 8-lane, while one was so wide that it was impossible to count how many lanes there were. Saying it had 100 lanes might even be an understatement. The largest road on Earth wasn't half this size. Brother Chuan, that road is so big. Zhu Lingxue clung to Wei Chuan's arm, staring in amazement at the superhighway ahead. A road that's too big isn't necessarily a good thing. It's hard to keep an eye on everything, which can make one feel uneasy. It's better for us to take the smaller road, Wei Chuan said with a smile. With Zhu Lingxue's lucky favor, he didn't have to worry about missing supply boxes and resource points on the big road, but he still preferred the smaller path. After all, the hand crossbow recipe was found by taking the small road, and he had enough food and fuel that he wasn't inclined to switch to the big road. What if he lost his luck? After a brief chat, the 3 entered the resource point. The resource point was bright and spacious, with tall stone pillars standing silently on either side, guarding several stone platforms. As soon as they entered, they discovered a bottle of mineral water lying on the nearest stone platform. 300 milliliters, a good start, Wei Chuan said as he picked up the mineral water and placed it in his storage compartment, a smile spreading across his face. He could accept any amount of supplies as long as they weren't empty. The 3 continued forward, their feet crunching on the gravel, creating a soft rustling sound. As they passed by 2 stone platforms, Lu Qingqing suddenly stopped and pointed to a stone pillar on the left. That looks like a bag. A dusty little handbag was half buried in the rubble. Wei Chuan hurried forward, pulled out the handbag, and opened it to find it was filled with a large pack of sanitary napkins. Wei Chuan's excitement instantly deflated, and with a helpless expression, he handed the items over. Seeing his expression, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and burst into laughter, with the items ultimately being stored by Lu Qingqing. Following the sanitary napkins, the trio found a piece of compressed biscuit, a can of ham, and a box of 250 milliliters of milk. Not bad. The ham came at just the right time, providing an extra dish for the instant noodles in the evening. Just as Wei Chuan was about to head back, he noticed Zhu Lingxue staring blankly at a broken stone pillar that was just over 2 meters tall. Lingxue, what's wrong? Wei Chuan walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Brother Chuan, my talent is reminding me that there seems to be more supplies here, but I can't see anything at all. Zhu Lingxue was a bit uncertain, doubting whether her intuition was wrong. More. A glimmer of light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he circled around the stone pillar. While circling, he used his foot to clear away the rubble and sand, stepping firmly on the ground, finally directing his gaze to the top of the stone pillar and jumping lightly. Found it. Wei Chuan jumped again, reaching up to take a recipe from the broken edge of the stone pillar. Recipe: portable water purification filter to be installed on standard caliber containers, effectively filters most pollutants, producing safe drinking water, becomes saturated and ineffective after purifying 1,000 liters of water. Crafting times 55 materials required: activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3. Learn this recipe. Another non-sellable item for personal use. If this were sold, there would be a lot more clean drinking water on the market, causing water prices to drop. Brother Chuan, this must be a recipe, right? Zhu Lingxue immediately leaned in, saying that recipes in the trading post looked like this, although the size couldn't be discerned from the icon. Yes, it's the water purification filter recipe. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and handed the recipe to Zhu Lingxue. This should be quite important, right? If we can find a natural water source, we can use this to filter it and sell it right away. Zhu Lingxue fondled it lovingly before passing it to Lu Qingqing. This world indeed has natural water sources. There are people selling well water and stream water in the trading post, but some may cause diarrhea after drinking, and the prices are slightly lower than for clean water. Lu Qingqing only weighed it briefly before returning it to Wei Chuan while mentioning the information she knew. Let's keep it for now, hopefully it'll come in handy. Wei Chuan smiled, directly learning the recipe, and wrapped his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's waist, turning to head back. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue blushed and avoided looking at each other. As they walked, Zhu Lingxue suddenly remembered and turned to ask, "Brother Chuan, how did you know there was something on top of the pillar?" "Well, you see." Wei Chuan slid his hand down to pat Zhu Lingxue's rear, explaining, "If there's nothing on the pillar or on the ground, it must be up in the sky." "Oh, Brother Chuan, you're really clever." Zhu Lingxue suddenly understood, giggling as she wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm. Lu Qingqing smiled subtly to herself. This girl was not only infatuated, but also had a peculiar way of thinking, not even aware of the process of elimination. But this was good. If she were replaced by a green tea type, her future days would not be easy. Back in the vehicle, Wei Chuan handed over what they had just collected to Lu Qingqing. "It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's get ready. We need to finish dinner before dark. He'll drive. What do you want to eat?" "Just instant noodles. Let's see if there are any add-ons in the trading post. If they're not expensive, buy some. From now on, you can handle these arrangements, but don't strain too much. We are a family." "Okay, I'll call you when it's ready." Lu Qingqing's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she led Zhu Lingxue towards the storage rack. Wei Chuan started the armored vehicle, keeping the speed at 30 kilometers per hour so as not to jolt Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. 2 small roads flanked a larger one. He chose the right small road because there was a mountain range on the left skyline, while there was none on the right, providing a wider view. His gaze swept the sides of the road, hoping to find some additional resources. However, after 10 minutes, he saw nothing but monotonous gravel and the occasional withered grass. "Brother Chuan, the noodles are ready." Zhu Lingxue's crisp voice came from the rear compartment, full of excitement. The rich, spicy broth mixed with the aroma of ham and vegetables wafted through the cabin, making one's appetite awaken. "Coming." Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile as he slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The sight inside the rear compartment warmed his heart slightly. On a small wooden table were 3 bowls of steaming hot noodles, the dark brown broth soaking the curled noodles, topped with a circle of sliced ham and a few green vegetables scattered around. 1 large and 2 small. The large bowl contained more noodles and ingredients, even more than the 2 small bowls combined. Zhu Lingxue held 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the food, swallowing hard, as if she were already craving it. "Thanks for your hard work." Wei Chuan sat down on a small bamboo chair, accepting the chopsticks handed over by Zhu Lingxue. "Quick, taste it and see how it is." Lu Qingqing pushed the largest bowl in front of Wei Chuan, her eyes carrying a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. In one word, delicious. Wei Chuan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, exhaling deeply after chewing and swallowing. It was just ordinary instant noodles, but in this tense and desolate world, it was already a rare delicacy, exuding unparalleled charm. Hearing Wei Chuan's evaluation, both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue laughed. The 3 sat around the small wooden table, steam rising around them with only the sounds of slurping noodles and satisfied sighs. This dinner not only filled their stomachs, but also eased their tense nerves. None of them spoke, just ate heartily, feeling this precious warmth and sense of satisfaction. "Huh, Qingqing, your skills are really impressive. I initially thought you were the type to be a cool girl or a sunny girl, but it seems you are more of a virtuous wife type." Wei Chuan finished the last sip of soup and contentedly lit a cigarette. Lu Qingqing's face flushed slightly as she tidied up the dishes and said softly, "It's not as great as you say. Instant noodles taste just like this." She paused and her voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of hesitation. "Lingxue and I sweated a lot yesterday, and we want to wash up and buy a new set of clothes." The air in the car seemed to quiet for a moment. Wei Chuan's gaze fell upon Lu Qingqing. Her dress had some dust on it, but it wasn't dirty and there was no smell of sweat on her body. It actually didn't reach the point of needing a cleanup. He instantly understood the true meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words. This was not about wasting water, rather it was a hint about fulfilling a promise. Zhu Lingxue also paused her actions, looked at Wei Chuan's handsome face, recalled the whispers Lu Qingqing had just shared with her, and her cheeks turned crimson. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to adjust her skirt. "Then let's buy it." Wei Chuan understood without exposing the true intentions of the 2 women. He sat up straight, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he lightly patted Lu Qingqing's hand. "I said we are family. Such trivial matters don't need to be mentioned to me. You can tidy up as you wish, and Lingxue too." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue met his gaze, and upon seeing the warmth and smile in his eyes, their earlier unease dissipated, significantly replaced by a strong sense of security and determination. "I'm going to install the solar panels. It'll probably take a while." Wei Chuan checked the time. It was almost 6:30, so he left space for the 2 women. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and quickly took out the survival manual, opening the trading post to search for suitable clothing. Carrying the materials to the roof of the car, Wei Chuan took out the solar panels. In total, he had bought 13 panels, used 3, leaving exactly 10. If he could soak up a whole day's sun tomorrow, he would generate about 3.6 kilowatt-hours of electricity, enough for nighttime use, and he could continue buying in between. After pondering for a while, Wei Chuan decided to install them on the left side of the roof, right on top of the storage rack. He would secure the electrical devices to the storage rack to shorten the distance and save some wiring. The batteries were already prepared. Over the past 2 days, he had gathered 14 pieces, which he assembled into a battery pack that could store 35 kilowatt-hours of electricity, sufficient for now. With the thought-shaping technique in play, the installation and securing of the 10 solar panels were completed in under 3 minutes. However, Wei Chuan didn't rush back into the car. In such a short time, trading for supplies was feasible, but wiping down was definitely insufficient. He casually lit a cigarette, gazing towards the distant horizon. The sky gradually darkened, and the temperature slowly dropped, but there was still half an hour before it was completely dark. Area 50001675510000 people. Shinping brothers, it's going to get dark soon. Does anyone need a hammer? No matter what, night demon or not, one hit, and they'll behave. Shun Jiaming offering a bottle of wolf repellent spray for just 20 liters of gasoline. Zhang Qiongwen road bicycles are now in stock for just 10 liters of water. When the car runs out of gas, the bicycle can be a lifesaver if friends in need hurry up. Lin Hui, I just encountered a robbery. Luckily my car is fast. They were driving a van and a small truck. Everyone be careful. These people are Blackheart. Xiao, how damn, I encountered them today too. They damaged my trunk. There were 3 of them, and the leader is called Wang Biao. Wang Jun, damn, there are a few electric batons listed in the trading post. It's obvious they were made from formulas. How lucky are these bastards? Today during the day, the area lost just over 200 people. This is a normal phenomenon. As long as no new dangers arise, the death toll will only decrease day by day. After all, most of those who have survived until now are driving 4-wheel vehicles and are somewhat familiar with this world. Wei Chuan observed the area channel while using his ears to catch the sounds within the car. The sound of fabric rustling, the gentle splash of water being poured into the enamel basin, and the very low, indistinct conversation coming from the half-open shooting skylight. These sounds caressed his nerves like feathers. It should be soon. Wei Chuan couldn't help but curve his lips into an almost imperceptible smile before opening the trading post to search for the supplies he desired. Time passed second by second. Finally, at 6:50, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxu's call. Chuan, go, we're done. You're so slow, I would have finished in 3 minutes. Wei Chuan inwardly complained, and then smiled, returning to the car and locking the shooting skylight. Upon closer inspection, they looked great. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both wearing nightgowns, and they were summer nightgowns which used less fabric. The former wore a gray strapless short dress, while the latter wore a red deep V-strap dress with lace cutouts at the waist. You look great, but suits you perfectly. Wei Chuan's lips could hardly contain his smile, so he had to cover half his mouth with his right hand, pretending to evaluate seriously while nodding occasionally. Chuan, good, this was my selection, and your set is on the bed. Seeing Wei Chuan's satisfied expression, Zhu Lingxue proudly straightened her waist, while Lu Qingqing beside her shyly lowered her head. All right, I'll give you credit for this. Wei Chuan felt secretly delighted, sitting directly between the 2 women and wrapping his arms around their waists. Zhu Lingxue leaned her head on his shoulder and asked with a hint of expectation, Chuan, good, tonight Qingqing will sleep on the upper bunk. When do we rest? Hearing Zhu Lingxue's words, Wei Chuan understood that they had already discussed the order of things. Although he felt a bit regretful not being able to have them both at once, it was fine. After all, it was the first day, and who would finish all the good dishes right after a meal. Moreover, after spending the day together, he knew that both women came from strict families and had never dated. The first experience should indeed be exclusive. Lingxue, you make me feel like I'm losing out here. Wei Chuan laughed helplessly as he patted Zhu Lingxue's slim waist, his hand slowly resting on her skirt. There's no need to rush, it's like being a lustful woman. Lu Qingqing let out a laugh, as she hadn't expected that the sister she picked up on the road would be so infatuated. It seemed she had been too strictly controlled at home in the past, and now that she was free, she started to act crazy. Chuan, good. Zhu Lingxue playfully bumped her head against Wei Chuan's shoulder, her face slightly flushed. She wasn't a starved wolf, she was simply accepting this world thoroughly, while fortunately finding the most realistic and best choice. What woman doesn't like a handsome man who meets her aesthetic? Moreover, this handsome man is a super potential stock, with enough capability to become her support in the future. And, even though she is very grateful and fond of Lu Qingqing, she still needs to compete a little for what should be contested, even if it's just for a bit more intimacy. We won't be resting so soon, or I still have things to do. Do you know about the source crystals? Wei Chuan gently ruffled Zhu Lingxue's hair as he spoke. Yes, the ones hidden in the brains of the night demons. Many people in our district have been talking about it, claiming that source crystals will be the energy of the future. Zhu Lingxue replied immediately, with Lu Qingqing nodding in agreement. They had been terrified by the night demons the previous night, spending hours in the regional channel looking for solutions. As it turned out, they found one. As long as they remained quiet, they wouldn't disturb the night demons. However, achieving this was quite difficult, because when normal people see a night demon, regardless of what vehicle they are in, their first instinct is to run, which provokes the night demons into attacking. They were fortunate to have survived the previous night thanks to the pack of wolves in the afternoon, otherwise they would not have spent the night at the resource point. Right, so we need to gather more source crystals. Wei Chuan embraced the two girls and shared his speculations and plans with them. Lu Qingqing asked, "Are we going to crash into them with the vehicle?" Wei Chuan nodded yes. The night demons may look terrifying, but in reality a light crash with an armored vehicle can take them down. To avoid being slaughtered in the future, we need to gather more. Of course, there are major events happening in the next few days. We only need to gather about 100 of them. Just a bit of acceleration and we can finish it in an hour and a half. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit shy. The major event Wei Chuan mentioned involved them. The time is almost up. Check the storage rack and make sure nothing falls out. While I deal with the night demons, you can collect the goods. Wei Chuan lightly patted their waists, changed into the ice silk cartoon pajamas Zhu Lingxue had picked for him, and walked towards the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, the night fully enveloped the Gobi desert. In the dense, unyielding darkness, only the engine of the armored vehicle roared continuously, breaking the surrounding silence. Wei Chuan sat steadily in the driver's seat, his gaze sweeping through the night outside the windshield, searching for traces of the night demons. "It's time to start," he whispered to himself as he slammed down on the accelerator. The 10-wheel drive steel behemoth unleashed its formidable power, the headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the area where dozens of crimson eyes turned to look. Roar! Stimulated by the light and the sound of the engine, the night demons instantly erupted, howling as they pounced towards the armored vehicle. "The more the better, let me finish work early." Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc as he pressed the accelerator all the way down. The armored vehicle charged forward like a rampaging rhinoceros, its might capable of piercing through anything, crashing violently into the oncoming night demons. Bang! 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 The outcome was already predetermined. The night demons hit by the armored vehicle shattered like puppets in an instant, black blood and fragmented bodies splattering under the light. But that wasn't the end. After dealing with the night demons, Wei Chuan rolled over them again. Why bother digging them out? He just let them burst open. After all, source crystals wouldn't be damaged. He rampaged through the crowd of night demons, the solid body of the vehicle serving as the most terrifying meat grinder. This scene was a bit bloody and frenzied. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue initially found it bearable, feeling secure in the vehicle, but gradually they began to feel nauseous and retreated to the back compartment. Soon an hour had passed. Something's off. Wei Chuan looked at the 80 source crystals in his backpack, keenly sensing something unusual. The quantity. The night demons tonight were clearly more numerous than last night. Small groups of 3 or 2 were barely visible, mostly starting from 5. Last night he had collected 150 crystals in 3 hours, but tonight he had gathered 80 in just 1 hour. Although he had increased the vehicle's speed slightly, the main reason for the improved hunting efficiency was the increase in the number of night demons. Moreover, the movements of the night demons tonight seemed to be faster. Are these monsters leveling up? Wei Chuan felt a heaviness in his heart. He wasn't afraid of their numbers increasing, he was worried about their strength rising as well. Although this armored vehicle was powerful, if it encountered mutated creatures that had been enhanced, it would likely struggle. Forget it, there's no point in overthinking it. In the next few days, let's gather more scraps and quickly complete the vehicle's modifications. If 20 millimeters of armor won't hold, then let's go for 50 millimeters or even 100 millimeters. I refuse to believe that a creature made of flesh can turn the tables. A fierce glint flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes as he adjusted the direction and charged towards another area where red light was approaching. The armored vehicle roared, crushing all the night demons in its path. After another 20 minutes, when the number of source crystals in his backpack reached 122, Wei Chuan decisively stopped the hunt. That's enough for today. The most important battle is still waiting for him. He turned the vehicle around, saw that there were no night demons in sight, parked it, turned off the engine, and the world instantly fell silent. The back compartment was dimly lit, with only the faint moonlight streaming through the observation window. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were sitting on the sofa chatting idly and immediately stood up when they saw Wei Chuan approach. "What are you talking about?" Wei Chuan squeezed between the two girls and sat down, wrapping his arms around their waists. "Brother Chuan, we bought 5 solar panels, only spending 25 liters of diesel, and we also got a small bottle of conductive glue. Good'll make sure you can watch TV tomorrow." Wei Chuan tossed the items onto the opposite shelf and then planted a kiss on both Lu Qingqing's and Zhu Lingxue's lovely faces. "You two chat, I'm a bit tired and want to go to bed early." Lu Qingqing whispered something and quickly climbed onto the upper bunk of another iron-framed bed. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. Lu Qingqing smelled of liquor, clearly having drunk some white wine. The reason was probably to sleep more soundly and avoid the noise of cannon fire later. Brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue affectionately leaned her head against Wei Chuan's shoulder, her tone tinged with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Wait for me a moment, just 1 minute. Wei Chuan patted Zhu Lingxue's head, fetched some materials from the storage rack, and made 3 hand crossbows. The items could wait until tomorrow to sell, but the production had to be done tonight. After all, his energy was the resource, and not using it would be a waste. Although he had a big task ahead, Zhu Lingxue was still a novice and wouldn't require much of his energy. She might be exhausted after just 1 round. After tidying up the source crystals and hand crossbows, Wei Chuan sat back down on the bed, gently pulling Zhu Lingxue into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "It's getting late, shall we rest?" Zhu Lingxue obediently nestled in his arms, softly responding. Wei Chuan's lips curled upwards as he leaned down to kiss her cherry-like lips, his hands gradually sliding down to explore. Not to mention the suspender skirt was quite convenient. Their lips pressed tightly together, tongues entwining, and they separated only after a few steady minutes, their bodies naturally collapsing onto the bed. Creak. As the wooden planks made a soft sound, a suppressed moan escaped, which soon transformed into a clear melodious chirp, like a lark. On the upper bunk of another iron-frame bed, Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she silently covered her ears. She should have drunk a few more sips of white wine. The next day, Wei Chuan woke up from his sleep. He was holding Zhu Lingxue in his arms, her snow-white hair grasped in his hand. It was now 5:30 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. He had intended to catch some more sleep, but the light coming from the back of the car instantly roused him, and he quickly lifted his head to look. Qingqing. Just a glance made Wei Chuan relax. It was Lu Qingqing using a camping stove. After gently pulling his left arm out from under Zhu Lingxue's head, he got up, dressed, and walked over to Lu Qingqing. Wei Chuan. It's still early, you can sleep a bit longer. I'll wake you for breakfast at 7. Hearing the noise, Lu Qingqing glanced back and spoke in a lowered voice. Why are you cooking so early? Wei Chuan asked with a smile as he squatted down beside Lu Qingqing, also speaking softly. I'm making sweet potato porridge, wanting to finish it early and let it cool. There's half a can of last night's ham left, and a quick fry will make a good side dish. Lu Qingqing explained. Wei Chuan felt warmth in his heart and said softly, Qingqing, I have no dietary restrictions. Do I eat anything? In the future, just cook according to your taste and buy whatever you want to eat. Lu Qingqing replied softly, then lowered her head and fell silent. She still vividly remembered the sounds from last night, and thinking about it made her cheeks flush as tonight was her turn. Then you keep busy, they'll go install the solar panels on the roof of the car. Seeing Lu Qingqing not daring to look at him, Wei Chuan guessed what she was thinking, kissed her lightly on the cheek, and climbed to the roof with some materials. The wind outside was refreshing against his skin. In the distance, a few night demons were wandering, their red eyes like small lanterns, slightly eerie. He made minimal noise, so the night demons didn't come looking for trouble. Done. In no time, Wei Chuan had completed the installation of 5 solar panels. Now the total number of solar panels on the roof had reached 15, generating 5 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours, enough to power 3 appliances for 5 hours of continuous use. Awesome. Back in the car, Lu Qingqing was already sitting on the couch, her eyes still fixed on the camping stove and stainless steel pot. Wei Chuan connected the solar panel wires to the battery pack and then made 5 sets of crossbow pistols. Including the 3 sets made last night, he had a total of 8 sets available for sale. Then he opened the trading post and published a purchase request. Wanted 1 semi-automatic crossbow pistol with 20 bolts capable of firing 5 arrows in succession. I want food, fresh water, diesel, and recipes. Bring your own price. Only 1 is available, the highest bidder wins. As usual, he needed only the most essential basic supplies and recipes. After posting, he sat on the couch, pulled Lu Qingqing onto his lap, embraced her waist, and comforted his weary soul. Don't. Lu Qingqing felt a tingling sensation in front of her and couldn't help but push him away slightly. But thinking about Zhu Lingxue still being asleep, her embarrassment faded significantly. She quickly suppressed her resistance and quietly leaned against Wei Chuan, enjoying the warmth and tranquility. After a while of indulging, Wei Chuan opened the survival manual. His private messages had piled up, all wanting to trade for crossbow pistols. Perhaps it was still too early, as the wealthy hadn't woken up yet, and the offers were generally low. After some consideration, Wei Chuan decided to sell. The material cost of the crossbow pistols was very low, and since he could produce them in bulk, he should sell them hard when there was no market competition to reap resources. Only the resources in his pocket truly belonged to him. Moreover, the current generally low prices were only a comparison to yesterday's average, and in reality, they were still quite considerable. For 8 sets of crossbow pistols, he traded for 215 liters of gasoline, 180 liters of diesel, 39 liters of drinking water, 7 bottles of foreign wine, 1 small refrigerator, 4 boxes of tissues, 1 computer, and 1 recipe for a rapid base planting platform. There were also some extras, a small amount of seasonings, wine, utensils, materials, food, etc. The best was the recipe for the rapid base planting platform, which could be considered a significant windfall. Recipe 33-meter rapid base planting platform suitable for planting all crops, automatically adjusts temperature, no need for light, no need for watering, increases crop growth speed by 50, increases crop yield by 20, consumes source crystal 10 every 24 hours. Production times 55, materials needed: copper ingot 10, activated carbon 10, source crystal 10, plastic 10, humus 10. Learn this. Whether for production or use, it consumes source crystals, which are undoubtedly source items. The effects are particularly good, and once there is enough space in the vehicle, he can use the planting platform to create a greenhouse and achieve self-sufficiency in agricultural products. But he was unsure what humus was, as it couldn't be found in the trading post, so he could only wait slowly. Your talent is too overpowered. Seeing Wei Chuan continuously pulling out resources, Lu Qingqing exclaimed. These resources could drive most people in this world crazy, but to Wei Chuan it was just an ordinary transaction, which was quite exaggerated. One could only say that he truly deserved his unique level talent. Your talent is great too. In this world with night demons and wild beasts, a healer is incredibly important. Wei Chuan gently rubbed with his left hand and smiled, complimenting her. Don't wait until tonight. Lu Qingqing whimpered softly, nearly overcome by the tingling sensation from his touch, her body going limp in his embrace. The title of healer likely referred not only to her talent, but also to where his hand was currently placed. Hearing this, Wei Chuan gave Lu Qingqing a deep kiss and slowly stopped his movements. Now was indeed not the right time for such matters. Time was one aspect, and being half exhausted was another. He planned to handle trivial matters tonight, restore his energy, and then savor the moment. At 6 o'clock sharp, Wei Chuan withdrew his hand contentedly, his fingertips still lingering with a faint fragrance and soft sensation. He moved Lu Qingqing off his lap, planted a kiss on her cheek, and got up to organize the resources he had just acquired. The desktop computer and small refrigerator were both in good condition and could be used with a bit of repair. However, their power consumption was a bit high. Even with normal use, they would consume 4 kilowatt-hours in 12 hours. He definitely couldn't afford to run them in the coming days, so he would have to keep them for now. After organizing the resources, Wei Chuan opened his private messages again. He still had energy left. If he pushed it to the limit and got a headache, he could probably squeeze out 5 more sets of crossbow pistols and make a few more transactions. Wei Wenfa, do you want the big black star? If you can add some bolts and resources, I'll trade with you. Damn. Seeing one of the private messages, Wei Chuan's heart suddenly raced, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Many people might not know what the Big Black Star is, as it's just a nickname. Its real name is the Type 54 pistol. Wei Chuan immediately replied. He had heard of the Type 54 pistol, rumored to possess excellent combat performance with a long range, great power, and strong penetration. If he could exchange for this item, safety would be assured. Wei Wenfa, it's a bit rusty, but there are still 3 rounds left. The trigger is loose. If you disassemble it and fix it, it can be used. Seeing the other party's reply, Wei Chuan's forehead erupted with 3 question marks. What does it mean that it can be used after disassembling and fixing? No need to think, this gun definitely can't be used. Moreover, the problem isn't as simple as a loose trigger, otherwise this guy would have repaired it long ago instead of waiting until now. That makes sense. If it were a functional pistol, even if there was only 1 bullet, it wouldn't be offered for exchange, let alone 3. After some thought, Wei Chuan sent a message. Wei Chuan, brother, put it in the trading slot, and let me have a look. If it's not too badly damaged, I can keep it to bluff. If it's too exaggerated, then forget it. Wei Wenfa. Okay, you check for yourself. The appearance is definitely fine. Wei Chuan directly sent the trade request, and the other party accepted it immediately. Type 54 pistol, caliber 7. 62 millimeters, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 38 rounds, body rusted due to moisture, trigger and return spring broken, unable to fire. Alright. Seeing the item description, Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. In the face of glass mechanical control, such minor damages to parts were merely insignificant and could be repaired in the blink of an eye. If it were reduced to just a broken shell, it would truly be difficult to deduce the principles and structure. Wei Chuan, it looks fine. I'll give you 30 crossbow arrows. Wei Wenfa, add a bit more. Just give me some water. Wei Chuan, I can't add more, brother. This thing is fundamentally unrepairable. It can only be used for show. Wei Wenfa, if it could be repaired, it wouldn't be at this price. Once this thing is pulled out, anyone on the road can take it as they please. Wei Chuan, a pistol crossbow is fine too. If I didn't like it, this broken shell wouldn't even be worth a single crossbow arrow. Never mind, I'll keep it for trading resources. Wei Wenfa, alright fine, you can have it. Why can't I initiate the trade? Wei Chuan, too many useless private messages. I close the trade. Wait a moment, I'll contact you when I finish my task. In just a minute, Wei Chuan made another 5 sets of pistol crossbows. He didn't have a suitable storage box, so he directly tied the crossbows and arrows together with iron wire, 1 set equipped with 50 crossbow arrows. After completing these 5 sets of pistol crossbows, his energy was already depleted. His legs felt a bit weak and his head was spinning. He opened the trading function and exchanged for the Dahei Xing. After receiving the items, he didn't rush to check them, but first filtered through his private messages, exchanging the remaining 4 sets of pistol crossbows. 80 liters of diesel, 70 liters of gasoline, 30 liters of engine oil, 5 liters of drinking water, 1 box of 5-pound crispy noodles, 6 cans of fish, 1 5-pound watermelon, 5 bottles of soda, 1 folding electric bike, 1 handheld game console, and some miscellaneous items. The average price was even lower than the previous batch. However, this was actually carefully selected by Wei Chuan based on his preferences. He didn't lack resources now, but there was no need to always haggle over value. Enjoying life was the point, otherwise what was the meaning of getting rich? Looking at Wei Chuan beginning to organize resources again, Lu Qingqing had already become numb. Wei Chuan was accumulating resources too quickly, the three of them couldn't possibly use them all. At this rate, in less than 2 days the compartment would be bursting with supplies. With the second batch of supplies stored, Wei Chuan let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down on the sofa. He took out the brand new handheld game console, but stopped halfway and handed it to Lu Qingqing. Almost forgot the main point. What's wrong? Lu Qingqing took the box and asked with some confusion. Wei Chuan didn't answer, but simply gestured, and the Da He Xing instantly appeared in his hand. A pistolet. Lu Qingqing's pupils constricted, but she quickly realized something was off, and asked curiously, a pistol crossbow shouldn't be able to be exchanged for a pistol, right? Of course it shouldn't be able to be exchanged for one. Wei Chuan smirked, wrapping his arm around Lu Qingqing's fragrant shoulder. Lu Qingqing instantly reacted and couldn't help but feel excited, but your talent allows you to repair it and mass-produce it. Exactly. Wei Chuan said, the gun is easy to make, but the bullets are the challenge. Look for gunpowder and oxidizers. They might also be called propellant and detonating agents. If we can't find those, I'll go look for their scientific names later. As Wei Chuan spoke, he began to repair the Da He Xing. It might be more appropriate to call it reforging. The various parts had different degrees of damage and rust, requiring him to add materials for reshaping. Once reshaped, it would be a new gun. His dwindling energy was being consumed again, and the dizziness had transformed into a slight headache. However, looking at the brand new Da He Xing in his hand, all discomfort seemed to vanish. At this moment, one thought filled Wei Chuan's mind. What a thrill. It felt quite handy, weighing about 1.5 kilograms, and with a full magazine of bullets, it should weigh around 1.5 to 2 kilograms. What about making a larger version? Wei Chuan toyed with the Da He Xing, lost in thought. With the blueprint open, it was clear that he couldn't make a rifle due to structural differences, but a high-powered pistol wouldn't be difficult at all. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, as a high-powered pistol would also have significant recoil, and he knew he wouldn't be able to handle it. Scenes like the precise, continuous fire of Desert Eagles and M500s in the movies simply do not exist in reality. That would be more difficult than handling a Barrett. Firing a single powerful shot requires adjustment. It's better to fire a continuous burst of small ones for direct fire suppression and to avoid injury. Found it. Do we have smokeless powder and primer? Can they be used? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, quietly shaking Wei Chuan's arm. Of course. Wei Chuan immediately opened the trading hall to check for smokeless powder and primer. Item name: smokeless powder. Quantity 5. Price: 10 liters of engine oil. Item name: primer. Quantity 10. Price: 300 milliliters of fresh water. Smokeless powder, a type of smokeless white powder that can be used as a propellant. It is non-explosive and completely different from explosives mainly used for propelling firearms in combat. Primer, a crystalline substance that can be used as an oxidizer, highly sensitive to external forces and fundamentally different from explosives mainly used to ignite the propellant. These are not raw materials, but semi-finished props. The appearance of these two props indicates that a formula for firearms must exist. However, Wei Chuan wasn't too worried. With glass mechanical control and an armored vehicle, his fear of firearms was minimal. Moreover, encountering people on the highway was difficult, let alone those with firearms. No more hesitation, buy it. Directly purchasing semi-finished products can save a lot of time, avoiding the tedious process of raw material mixing and experimentation. As 7 o'clock approached, the sky gradually brightened. Lu Qingqing cautiously placed the steaming stainless steel pot on the small wooden table and brought out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The freshly fried ham sizzled, its edges a crispy golden brown, emanating a rich aroma. It smells wonderful. Qingqing Jia, what delicious food have you prepared? At that moment, Zhu Lingxue rubbed her eyes and sat up, still groggy, as she mumbled. She yawned. The strap that Wei Chuan had loosened last night, sliding down, instantly revealing her snowy upper body. Her face turned slightly red as she hurriedly adjusted the strap back onto her shoulder. Sweet potato porridge and fried ham, come and eat. Lu Qingqing pretended not to see and also brought the open pressure cooker to the table, serving each person a full bowl. The sweet potato porridge had cooled, displaying an enticing orange-yellow hue. The rice grains soaked up the soup, and the sweet potato chunks were tender and fragrant, a subtle sweetness wafting through the cabin. Qingqing Jia, where's Chuan Gu? Zhu Lingxue sat at the edge of the table, puzzled. Lu Qingqing pointed to the rear of the vehicle, where Wei Chuan squatted in a corner facing away from them, making no sound at all, almost invisible unless one looked closely. Chuan Gu, what are you doing? Zhu Lingxue bent down and walked over, directly hugging him from behind. Doing something big. Wei Chuan let out a long breath, holding up a plate that neatly displayed 6 magazines along with several golden bullets. He couldn't use his mind to shape gunpowder, so he had to fill the cartridges by hand one by one, making the production efficiency very low. These 55 bullets were the entire result of nearly an hour's work. Bullets. Zhu Lingxue was instantly stunned, a guess forming in her mind. Before she could ask, Wei Chuan directly pulled out the Dahei Xing from the storage compartment. A handgun. Zhu Lingxu's gaze fell on the Dahei Xing, her eyes filled with delight. With this, who would dare to trouble them? Want to give it a try? Wei Chuan loaded a magazine into the Dahei Xing, lightly brushing his finger over it, rendering the firing pin and trigger inoperable, then handed it to Zhu Lingxue. Yes, this is a gun. Zhu Lingxue excitedly accepted the gun, unable to put it down, even aiming at various spots in the cabin. However, she did not touch the trigger, nor aimed it at Wei Chuan or Lu Qingqing. After playing with it for a while, she returned the gun to Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan tidied up the ammunition and led Zhu Lingxue back to the table, then handed the gun to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing had little interest in firearms, merely weighing it before letting it go, urging Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue to eat breakfast. Wei Chuan calmly restored the firing pin and trigger, putting it back in the storage compartment. The cooled sweet potato porridge was delicious, with soft and glutinous rice mingling with the sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, and the ham was savory, perfectly complementing one another. While eating, Wei Chuan browsed the trading post. The main items he sought were gunpowder and solar panels, followed by recipes and various items of personal interest. In just over 10 minutes at breakfast, he managed to acquire quite a few good items. He obtained enough gunpowder for 200 rounds, 7 solar panels, 4 boxes of Nirexberry milk, 250 milliliters, each over 3 pounds of assorted fruits, a recipe for a massage chair usable 10 times, and some scrap metal. Buying directly from the trading post resulted in higher prices compared to negotiating through purchase requests. However, Wei Chuan had already achieved material freedom, and he wouldn't even blink while spending. After installing the 7 solar panels, Wei Chuan announced their departure. He needed to continue making bullets, while Zhu Lingxue intended to clean up the traces left from last night and tidy the bed, leaving Lu Qingqing in charge of driving for the time being. The luck this morning was quite good. Although they hadn't spotted any resource points or supply boxes, the haul from the trading post was substantial. 3 solar panels, 3 reparable kitchen appliances, a case of 24 bottles of 330 milliliters beer, a bulletproof vest, a recipe for a gasoline-powered saw usable 5 times, and a pack of unopened cigarettes. These were just Wei Chuan's favorite and most practical items. He also bought many things that were not practical, but inexpensive, mostly unlimited use recipes. There were recipes for sports shoes, shirts, bikinis, kipeos, down jackets, black silk stockings, scarves, and more. These recipes appeared on the first day, and many were listed in the trading post. Due to their price and practicality, they had not been sold. When Wei Chuan scrolled through, he found that they had all been discounted, so he activated his cash ability and bought over 20 different recipes in one go. They might not be useful now, but who knows about the future? Some were bought for enjoyment, and there was a chance they would be used every night. All these items combined, Wei Chuan only paid with the materials obtained by trading 4 sets of pistol crossbows, while he had made a total of 15 sets of pistol crossbows that morning. Now, the storage rack in the vehicle was already bursting, and even the space under the bed was filled with supplies. After completely solving daily living issues, it was time to prioritize the most important main plan: a complete overhaul of the armored vehicle. Frantically acquiring solar panels to develop a hybrid system of gasoline, electricity, and solar power, while proportionally expanding the vehicle's body. Otherwise, the current vehicle space is truly insufficient. At 12:30 in the afternoon, the armored vehicle stopped by the roadside. Lunch was already prepared once again by Lu Qingqing. This southern girl had a great passion for cooking and took the initiative to handle the meals for the foreseeable future: white rice, yellow flour vegetable, and pork rib soup, stir-fried greens, and spicy meat. The meat was wolf meat traded for with 10 liters of water. The other party was also in District 50001, and Wei Chuan noticed them while they were shouting. However, the highlight of today's lunch was not the food itself. Ladies, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Wei Chuan stood in front of the storage rack, gently pressing the power button on the DVD player with his right thumb, then inserting a movie disc. The screen of the big screen television flickered with snowflakes before suddenly revealing a brilliant blue earth. A line of letters circled around the earth and finally settled steadily in the center of the screen. 3 seconds later, the earth burst forth with dazzling light, swiftly transforming into the sun. This sun slowly descended onto the tip of a pyramid, and the camera panned down to reveal the pyramid surrounded by a stone city as the voiceover began. At the same time, surprised smiles appeared on the faces of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. They were actually watching a movie in this barren world. Wei Chuan first looked at the expressions of the 2 women, then back at the television screen, feeling particularly satisfied. He now had a total of 25 solar panels generating 9 kilowatt-hours a day. If he devoted all of that to the television and DVD player, they could run continuously for 24 hours. Chuanga, this movie is quite good. Zhu Lingxue said while shoveling food into her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qingqing was also fixated on the screen, not daring to blink, afraid of missing a single plot point. Wei Chuan smiled and asked Mummy One, "This is an old film, it used to be quite popular. Haven't you seen it?" Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both shook their heads. They preferred romantic films and comedies. They never even thought about such old horror and fantasy movies. An hour later, lunch had ended and Wei Chuan was sitting on the sofa with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. On the screen, the male lead rescued the female lead from the mummy, fleeing with a group of teammates through the dark corridors of ancient ruins. Zhu Lingxue nervously clutched Wei Chuan's waist, while Lu Qingqing leaned forward, fully engrossed. To enjoy this leisurely afternoon, Wei Chuan planned to finish the movie before heading out. After achieving resource freedom, it no longer mattered whether they could find supply boxes and resource points. Moving forward was just to avoid being caught by the sandstorm without the need to push themselves as hard as they did in the past few days. Chuan, do we have enough electricity now? Can we still watch after sunset? Or should we watch it tonight instead? Zhu Lingxue suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Lu Qingqing also perked up her ears to listen. Once you've tasted the benefits of electricity, it's hard to accept the pitch-black nights. If the power goes out at night, it would be better to endure a bit now and save the electricity for later. Don't worry, we'll have enough to last until evening. Just keep an eye on the solar panels this afternoon. As long as we collect another 20 or 30 blocks, I'll install the remaining appliances, and we can use them freely for 24 hours. Wei Chuan said, casually reassuring the two girls. Great. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded, instinctively taking out the survival manual while watching the movie and browsing the trading market. At that moment, Wei Chuan's mechanical perception went into overdrive, alerting him to malice from outside the vehicle. Almost instantly, a roar of engines approached from a distance, violently shattering the atmosphere of the movie-watching experience inside the vehicle. The sound was chaotic and loud, as if multiple vehicles were racing towards them. Prepare to drive. Wei Chuan barked, suddenly springing up from the comfortable sofa. He dashed to the shooting hatch in the vehicle's center, unlocked the latch, and without hesitation leaned his upper body out. In his line of sight, 3 vehicles shrouded in swirling yellow sand were careening down the road towards them, targeting their massive armored vehicle. Leading the charge was a small sedan, closely followed by a van and a small truck. They showed no intention of slowing down, charging forward with a fierce momentum, clearly hostile. Looking for death, Wei Chuan's gaze turned cold as the Dahei Xing appeared in his hand, murderously intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled a nearby table to use as a footrest and aimed directly at the driver's seat of the sedan. Bang! 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 The speeding sedan's windshield instantly shattered like a spider's web. Following that, the sedan began to lose control, its front end swerving violently to the right, spinning crazily, as if it were drunk, before finally flipping over and coming to a stop. This sudden barrage of firepower was like a blow to the head. The truck and van following closely behind the sedan reacted almost simultaneously, sharply turning around, clearly scared out of their wits. Charge at the car while facing bullets. No way. They only wanted to escape this deadly place as quickly as possible, the engines howling as they kicked up even more dust than before. Little punk, how's that for enjoyment? Wei Chuan coldly smirked, quickly reloading a magazine and continuing his fire. Bang! Bang! With 8 consecutive shots fired, one of the rear tires of the van exploded, causing it to drastically slow down, ultimately getting stuck in the sand. As for the small truck, by the time Wei Chuan aimed, it had already run far away. In a hurry, should have waited to shoot. Wei Chuan watched the small truck disappear into the dust, his expression unperturbed, retracting his head back inside the vehicle and shouted chase after it. Lu Qingqing, sitting in the driver's seat, wasted no words and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Meanwhile, the van's driver had already jumped out and was fleeing in the direction they had come from, wielding a machete. Bang! Bang! As the armored vehicle passed by, Wei Chuan fired 2 shots to send the driver packing. Sister Qingqing, someone named Wang Biao is cursing us. He said we were robbing everywhere in this armored vehicle and that we robbed them just now, also revealing that we were armed. Zhu Lingxue said with displeasure while monitoring the communication channel. He's still free to slander us. It seems that there's more than one person in that small truck. He's not the driver. Lu Qingqing firmly controlled the steering wheel, her expression serious as she stared at the small truck not far away. The small truck's full speed would not be slower than the armored vehicle, and it might even be faster, but this was not a smooth road, it was a stony desert. A minute later, the armored vehicle caught up with the van. Lu Qingqing, worried that a collision might affect Wei Chuan, controlled the speed to stay on the left side of the small truck, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan initiated with an American-style draw, emptying the entire magazine. The window of the small truck shattered instantly, with the young driver being shot in the head, collapsing onto the steering wheel. With no driver, the small truck immediately lost control, crashing headlong into a rock about half a person high, sliding a dozen meters before coming to a stop. Lu Qingqing slowed down and parked the armored vehicle in front of the right side of the small truck. The windshield was already cracked, but there weren't too many cracks, allowing a view of a bald, middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat, who looked quite robust. This guy seemed to be in decent shape. The rollover didn't seem to have hurt him, and he was waving his hand. Bro, don't shoot. We just want to team up with you, no other intentions. If you're lacking supplies, I can deliver some to you. Save some bullets for self-defense. The bald, middle-aged man shook his slightly dizzy head, unbuckled his seatbelt, climbed to the driver's seat, and poked his head out to shout loudly at Wei Chuan. Hey, come on, man, you're being too polite. I can take care of it myself. Wei Chuan's lips curled into a cold arc as he pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the forehead of the bald, middle-aged man, who slumped down weakly. Next life, be more clever. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't exactly a bad one either. He wouldn't initiate violence against others, but if someone targeted him, he wouldn't hold back. After taking down the balding, middle-aged man, Wei Chuan called Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to get out of the car. Not bad. This can save us a lot of resources. Wei Chuan touched the car body, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had been thinking about a complete overhaul of the armored vehicle since the morning, but he didn't expect the materials to arrive so quickly. Brother Chuan, that bald guy just smeared us in the district. Zhu Lingxue said, hands on her hips, quite displeased with Wang Biao's behavior of accusing others while being guilty himself. Lu Qingqing patted Zhu Lingxue's arm. There's no need to be angry, though everyone knows what kind of person he is. No one will speak up for him, and he is already dead. Everyone knows him. Wei Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Qingqing nodded. Many people know. On the first day, someone was tricked by him into losing their vehicle, and when he spoke, someone recognized him as Wang Biao. Wang Biao. Hearing that name, Wei Chuan recalled something. Yesterday afternoon, someone was cursing Wang Biao, saying they almost got robbed by him, and exposed that Wang Biao's convoy had 2 vehicles and 3 people. Things are developing quite fast. They already gathered 3 vehicles by the 3rd day. There are at least 4 people, 2 here, 1 van, and 1 sedan. Lingxue, be polite. My good brother worked hard to bring me 3 vehicles, and possibly a lot of supplies, so I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Wei Chuan smiled and ruffled Zhu Lingxue's hair, making it messy. Then let's get started quickly. Zhu Lingxue's anger diminished significantly, and she eagerly grabbed Wei Chuan's hand, heading towards the back of the vehicle. The back door had a padlock, and Wei Chuan directly used his mind to shape and remove it. Bang! With a muffled sound, half of the door crashed to the ground, revealing a chaotic pile of supplies inside. These guys had quite a harvest. Inside were a battery-powered bike, 3 bicycles, several wooden boards that seemed to be used as beds, a pile of clothing, several empty burlap sacks, and 3 gray iron boxes. One of the gray iron boxes had its lid open, rolling out several bottles of mineral water. Hurry up, we have 3 vehicles to deal with. Wei Chuan squatted down to enter the compartment, with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue closely following. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Chuan, at the cost of exhausting his energy and feeling dizzy, managed to process the 3 vehicles just before the sandstorm engulfed the land. With storage compartments available, the transportation work was effortless, but the energy consumed in dismantling the vehicle was substantial. Half of the 2 hours was spent resting. Listening to the howling wind outside and the sound of gravel hitting the vehicle, Wei Chuan dragged his weary body onto the sofa. It was exhausting, but the rewards were immense. He wasted nothing from the 3 vehicles, and the metal materials he obtained were measured in tons, sufficient for a complete vehicle overhaul. Fortunately, there were many storage compartments, otherwise the armored vehicle would struggle to carry the load. The 3 of them had 30 storage compartments, 30 trading post consignment slots, 15 storage compartments in backpacks, 10 material slots at the crafting station, and 40 material slots at the crafting station for 4 bicycles. These 125 compartments contained most of this haul. Is it all right? Do you want to drink some water to refresh yourself? Lu Qingqing squatted beside the sofa, holding a newly opened bottle of mineral water, her voice filled with concern. There's no big problem, just feeling a bit drained. Wei Chuan took the water, sat up, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The icy water flowed down his throat, slightly dispersing the chaos in his mind. He wiped his face and glanced at the burlap sacks and gray iron boxes under the dining table, asking, what good stuff did my good brother leave for me? The time was too tight. I didn't count carefully. Conservatively speaking, there's 80 liters of fuel, 10 liters of mineral water, 15 pounds of potatoes, 3 pounds of snacks, 3 pounds of fruits, 10 pounds of rice and flour, around 100 units of materials, along with some spare parts and tools. Lu Qingqing said slowly. That's quite rich. Who knows how many dirty deeds were done to acquire them? Wei Chuan sighed. These supplies were a drop in the bucket for him, but for an ordinary person, it was already a small fortune. There must be quite a lot. A hint of disgust appeared on Lu Qingqing's face, as she had been cursed by people since the first day, likely because he robbed anyone he encountered, and the extent of his misdeeds depended on how many people he met. Let's not talk about them. There's nothing to say about the dead. My head hurts a bit. Help me massage it. Wei Chuan shifted on the sofa and gently patted it. Lu Qingqing's face turned slightly red as she sat next to Wei Chuan. Just as she thought Wei Chuan wanted her lap to rest on, he suddenly fell over, lying directly in her arms, his head resting right in front of her. The warm touch and heavy weight transmitted through the thin fabric made her breath momentarily halt. Is this pressure all right? However, she quickly relaxed and gently massaged Wei Chuan's temples. After these 2 days of intimate contact, even unprotected massages, without fabric barriers, had happened now. This was nothing, she just didn't react in time. Good. Wei Chuan let out a comfortable sigh, the frown on his brows finally easing a bit, and his whole body sank deeper into Lu Qingqing's embrace. He even unconsciously rubbed against her, finding a more comfortable position. As the armored vehicle continued to advance, the sandstorm was gradually left behind. Wei Chuan's consciousness amidst Lu Qingqing's gentle comfort and the fading noise slowly sank into the dark ocean of sleep. Lu Qingqing looked down at his sleeping profile, a faint smile gracing her lips. That seemingly warm, yet always alert, handsome face now revealed a rare fragility and fatigue. Holding her man whom she would possess tonight, a vague and indescribable softness spread in her heart. Zhu Lingxue glanced through the rearview mirror, her lips curling into a slight smile. Time flowed silently. Wei Chuan's eyelids trembled slightly as his consciousness slowly surfaced from deep slumber. A familiar faint body scent lingered at the tip of his nose and the soft warmth underneath his cheek. A slight wetness. He opened his eyes somewhat, dazed, his vision still blurry. What came into view was Lu Qingqing gently watching him with her head lowered and a wet spot on the edge of his sleeping gown. What the heck did I drool? Wei Chuan instantly woke up significantly, sitting up abruptly, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth. Awake. Seeing Wei Chuan's embarrassing state, Lu Qingqing didn't care about the wetness in front of her, biting her lip to stifle her laughter. I drank too much soup at noon. Wei Chuan cleared his somewhat dry throat, got up from Lu Qingqing's arms, and then pulled her back into his embrace. His temples still throbbed a bit, but the mental fatigue had vanished and his body was filled with strength, feeling better than ever. What do you want to eat tonight? Lu Qingqing gently kissed Wei Chuan on the corner of his mouth and asked tenderly. Wei Chuan returned a light kiss. For some reason, after waking up, he felt that his relationship with Lu Qingqing had deepened significantly. It was that special feeling of mutual understanding and heartfelt connection. Then let's have rice. You consumed too much this afternoon and kanji will make you hungry too quickly. By the way, Ling Shui and I bought 12 solar panels, all here with me. We could have bought more, but others were buying as well, and by the time we clicked to purchase, they were already sold out. Lu Qingqing rested her head on Wei Chuan's shoulder, talking about the gains of the afternoon. If we can buy it, let's buy it. If not, then forget it. Wei Chuan closed his eyes and gently patted her waist. Today marks the 3rd day, and many people's lives have already stabilized. Solar panels, which can generate electricity, will only become more sought after. However, it's not a big problem. He acted quickly, and with these 12 panels, he already has 37 in total. They generate 32 degrees of electricity a day, which adds up to nearly 400 degrees in a month. As long as he doesn't waste it, this electricity is enough to support all the electrical appliances in the car for daily needs. The warmth of their embrace did not last long. Wei Chuan pressed a kiss on Lu Qingqing's forehead, took the 12 solar panels, and stood up briskly. It was 5:30 now. While the sun had not yet set, the new power station had to get to work quickly to generate some electricity. Ling Shui stopped for a moment. I need to go outside to install the solar panels. He shouted towards the front of the car and then opened the sunroof. The wind outside was strong and the air was filled with the scent of dust while the scorching sun incessantly lashed everything on the ground. In the distance, another road could be seen, but there were no cars on it. Once the armored vehicle came to a stop, Wei Chuan climbed onto the roof with the materials and skillfully installed the deep blue solar panels in place. 37 solar panels were neatly arranged, covering the left side of the vehicle's roof with a layer of blue trim. Wei Chuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, feeling the solid reassurance brought by the increased power. Back inside the car, he asked Zhu Lingxue to slow down for a bit longer, then connected the wires to the battery pack powering the refrigerator and placed some drinks, beverages, and fruits inside. In the morning, he switched to a watermelon, and he was going to finish it soon. Now he needed to make some bullets. The consumption from the skirmish at noon was not small. He had only 30 bullets left from 55, which made him feel insecure. Sitting in the corner at the back of the car, Wei Chuan organized the materials and entered a state of intense focus. He shaped the primer and shell, filled them with primer powder and propellant, carefully pressed in the bullet head, and finally secured the shell mouth. For safety, the structure cannot be too large or too small, and the gunpowder cannot be too much or too little. Every step must be executed meticulously. Time passed monotonously, with only the occasional sound of bullets sliding in the cabin. An hour later, dinner is ready. Lu Qingqing's melodious voice rang out. Wei Chuan had just pressed the last bright yellow bullet into the magazine, producing a crisp click. There were 6 new magazines neatly arranged at his feet, making a total of 7 with the one in his hand. He had made 56 bullets in an hour with efficiency similar to that of the morning. With the leftover from noon, the total number of bullets reached 86. There were quite a few magazines. He had prepared 20 in total, and every time there were bullets he pressed them in right away for immediate use. Alright, I'll finish the rest tomorrow. After organizing the ammunition, Wei Chuan let out a long breath. The dullness and tension instantly vanished, replaced by a complete sense of relief. Chuan, go hurry up. Zhu Lingsu's urging voice came from behind. I'm coming. Wei Chuan replied, and saw that both Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had not put down their chopsticks, momentarily pausing. A warm feeling surged in his heart. After hesitating for a second, he took some materials from the storage rack and made 2 large black stars fully loaded with magazines and gently placed them in front of the 2 girls. Chuan, go, is this for us? Zhu Lingsu's eyes lit up instantly, but upon seeing the bullets inside, she dared not touch them. Yes, we might encounter people like Wang Biao in the future. Keep it for self-defense. I've already turned off the insurance, so put it away for now. They'll teach you how to use it after dinner. Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively in response to the 2 girls' eager gazes. Chuan, go, I love you to death. Zhu Lingxue cheered and immediately stowed the large black star into the storage compartment, then leaned forward and gave Wei Chuan a hard kiss on the cheek. Feeling the warmth on his face, Wei Chuan grinned and looked at Lu Qingqing. Alright, let's eat. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing smiled gently and kissed him on the other cheek. Both girls were particularly happy, not because they possessed a handgun, but because of Wei Chuan's trust in them. He dared to face their guns with his back. After the affectionate moments, the 3 began to enjoy dinner. The meal was simple: white rice, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, beef and radish, canned food, fruits and beverages. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Lingxue suddenly put down her chopsticks and looked at Wei Chuan. Chuan, go, let me handle the killing of the night demons from now on. Wei Chuan paused for a moment while picking up his food and looked up at her. Zhu Lingxue continued, saying, I can drive over and crash into them, then go out to collect the source crystals. I can handle such small matters, you just need to rest well. Her tone was calm, yet serious, and a hint of determination shone through her clear, naive eyes. We can take turns, 1 person a day. At this moment, Lu Qingqing also paused her chopsticks, her eyes filled with agreement. Although she had not yet fully committed to Wei Chuan, she had already recognized him and wanted to help him share some burdens. Wei Chuan hesitated for a few seconds, glancing between Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, before finally nodding. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Since they had said it to this extent, he didn't have much to be pretentious about. Driving during the day saved 1 portion of energy, and killing the night demons at night saved another portion. The energy saved could allow him to do a lot more. Chuanga, don't you want to thank us? Zhu Lingxue leaned over in front of Wei Chuan, pointing to her exquisite face. They'll pay you some interest first, and he'll thank you properly tomorrow night. Wei Chuan laughed heartily, leaned over to give her a kiss, followed by Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, both smiling with their lips pursed. The former's smile was a bit shy, while the latter's was sweet. Dinner continued in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wei Chuan looked at the lively Zhu Lingxue, then at the gentle Lu Qingqing, and the heavy feeling of survival in his heart was greatly alleviated. After finishing dinner, Wei Chuan taught the 2 girls how to use the handgun. It was actually quite simple, with no barriers at all. Many people have heard of it to some extent, even if they hadn't. Seeing it once would be enough to learn. At 7 o'clock sharp, night fell. Zhu Lingxue ignited the armored vehicle, using the deep rumble of the engine to attract the surrounding night demons. Lu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, while Wei Chuan stood behind the driver's seat, softly reminding Lingxue, there's only one key point, don't be afraid. This is a bulletproof armored vehicle, so just step on the accelerator and drive straight through. By the way, remember to switch to 8-wheel drive mode. The button is this yellow one. Don't worry, brother Chuan. Zhu Lingxue exhaled onto her palm and slapped it on the steering wheel, simultaneously pressing down on the accelerator. Bang, bang, thud. A muffled sound of collision echoed, accompanied by the painful crunch of bones as the night demons rushing toward the armored vehicle were instantly crushed. Wei Chuan watched for 2 minutes, and seeing Zhu Lingxue driving steadily, he slowly retreated to the back compartment. He picked up a backpack and approached the crafting table. First, he dealt with the seats from the 3 vehicles from earlier, totaling 13A, and threw them in for disassembly. Disassembly successful. Obtained aluminum ingots, 4 copper ingots, 4 rubber, 3 plastic, 3 leather, 3. Disassembly successful. Obtained aluminum ingots, 3 copper ingots, 3 rubber, 3 plastic, 2 leather, 2. A total of 43 aluminum ingots, 43 copper ingots, 39 rubber, 30 plastics, and 30 leather. Wei Chuan was not in need of the first 4 materials. This disassembly was mainly for the leather. Making massage chairs required leather, and each chair needed 6 pieces. The leather in the trading hall was scarce. He only received 10 pieces in a day, and he wanted to make 3 massage chairs, so he thought of disassembling himself, which would also free up some storage space. Disassembling directly wasn't a loss. After all, he had already liberated basic materials, and the minimal materials from the seats were not worth his effort to recover. Once the leather was in hand, Wei Chuan clicked on the massage chair recipe. Aluminum ingots 10, copper ingots 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, leather 6, cables 3, electronic components 1. Manufacturing successful. Obtained full-body multifunctional zero-gravity massage. Chair 1, aluminum ingots 10, copper ingots 10, rubber 8, plastic 6, a leather 6, cables 3, electronic components 1. A total of 3 were made, 1 for each person. Wei Chuan tidied up the right compartment and placed them side by side between the sofa and the bed. He connected the power and sat down to try it out. The feeling was excellent. He sank into the chair with every part of his body receiving kneading and pressing, and his body automatically relaxed, feeling particularly comfortable. If he lay down on it when completely exhausted, it would definitely be exhilarating. The only downside was the high power consumption. Using it for 1 hour required 1 kilowatt-hours, which he couldn't afford right now, but a few minutes of kneading occasionally was still acceptable. After finishing the massage chairs, Wei Chuan turned his gaze to the shooting sunroof on the roof of the vehicle. The height of the compartment was 1.6 meters, which was fine for peering out, but shooting was not very convenient, especially when the target was close, requiring support from the ground. He immediately got to work, creating a tubular hanging ladder on the edge of the sunroof frame with steel. The ladder connected to the chassis, allowing him to stand securely when stepping on it. This is much more convenient. Wei Chuan tested it by stepping on it, and was very satisfied. While Zhu Lingxue was still clearing the night demons, he took the opportunity to stroll around the trading hall. Solar panels were still in high demand, with only a batch at exorbitant prices that no one was buying, nearly reaching 3 times the normal market price. Wei Chuan, being wealthy, didn't hesitate to buy them immediately. Indeed, it was a bit expensive, but this amount of resources was trivial for him. A total of 8 pieces. Adding to the original 37 pieces, he now had an astonishing 45 solar panels capable of generating 16.2 kilowatt-hours per day. Freedom from power was not far away. Just as he completed the transaction and stored the newly bought solar panels in the storage compartment, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop. The headlights were still on, illuminating the chaotic scene ahead. The road was stained black with the blood and remains of night demons scattered across the ground. "Brother Chuan, we need to go down to find the source crystal." Zhu Lingxue turned back and shouted, her voice filled with excitement. "They'll go with you." Walking from the back, Wei Chuan showed no hesitation, grasping the Dahei Xing and bending down to walk toward the back door. Although the night demons on this stretch of road had been cleared, many still lurked in the dark Gobi, and he was not at ease letting the 2 young women get out alone. The heavy door of the vehicle slowly descended, bringing in a warm breeze filled with a strong stench. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing followed behind Wei Chuan, each holding a pair of pliers to collect the source crystals. "Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you." Wei Chuan lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze scanning the surrounding deep darkness. The 2 young women needed to build their courage, so he didn't plan to help, just ensuring their safety. A glint of reassurance flashed in Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's eyes. They immediately sprang into action, quickly moving among the debris on the ground and using the pliers to pick up the source crystals that emitted a faint glow. Area 50001605510000 people. Zhengkai, have you all noticed that there are more and more vehicles on the road? Wang Ersuo, I feel the same way. I encountered 4 vehicles today, and it seems like the destinations of these roads are the same. The further I go, the more people I meet. Yangping, so annoying, there are too many night demons tonight. It's practically impossible to kill them. I almost got blocked. Li Haihuan, emergency. Does anyone have some water to spare? He Shulin, damn. This lion pack is incredibly strong, directly pressing the night demons to the ground. Soon, we'll be able to collect source crystals easily. Majin vehicle repair kits are now available. Super awesome. Jia Lu, haha, I found a small stream while running away. I'm about to strike it rich. Lu Wenming, bro, I have the tooth cup recipe. Should we collaborate? While scouting, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel to take a look. He hadn't checked in a day and night, and he was unaware of the situation in the district. The population had dropped by a full 700, which wasn't too many nor too few. Vehicle repair kit. Wei Chuan felt a bit curious and immediately opened the trading hall to search. Vehicle repair kit can be used by sticking it on a stationary vehicle, can repair any damage and malfunction of the vehicle. Repair attempts 11. Repairs required depending on the degree of damage and malfunction of the vehicle. Good stuff, Wei Chuan exclaimed, then closed the survival manual. It was somewhat similar to the modification template, but the functionality was much stronger. For those who couldn't repair vehicles, this item was indeed a lifesaver, invaluable in critical moments. If thought deeply, this item could even transform scrap vehicle frames into new ones. Without discussing cost, this item was indeed somewhat over the top. Unfortunately, it was a mechanical item and he had no use for it. At exactly 9 p.m., the heavy armored door slowly closed, completely isolating the cold night outside, laden with a foul stench. Inside the vehicle, bright lights dispelled the darkness, and the electric fan buzzed, dissipating the faint odors and warmth surrounding the 3 individuals. Finally done. Zhu Lingxu sighed in relief, placing the bucket filled with source crystals on the dining table while stretching her slightly sore wrists and neck. Killing the night demons hadn't taken much effort, but the subsequent bending and searching was quite tiring. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Chuan stored the large black star away in a compartment, walked to the refrigerator, retrieved 3 bottles of chilled beer, opened the caps, and shared them with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, then took a big gulp himself. The cold beer with a hint of bitterness washed away all fatigue. Ah, so comfortable. Zhu Lingxue took a sip as well, letting out a satisfied murmur before turning on the television and DVD player to continue watching the movie they hadn't finished at noon. As the images and sounds emerged, a semblance of warmth was added to the steel cabin. The 3 gathered around the dining table watching the movie while tallying their harvest from the past 2 hours. 1 luminous source crystal after another was extracted with pliers and transferred into a silver box designated for storing source crystals. 1020. 5100. Lu Qingqing counted carefully, while Wei Chuan and Zhu Lingxue verified from the side, ultimately landing on a total of 155 pieces. Tisk, we got more again. Wei Chuan compared this with yesterday's earnings, raising an eyebrow. Yesterday they had gathered 115 pieces in an hour and a half. Today it took 2 hours to collect 155 pieces, averaging 38 pieces every half hour. However, tonight it was Zhu Lingxue driving, and it was not as smooth as last night. The fact that they managed to gather so many source crystals only indicated that there were more night demons tonight. What had merely been a guess last night was now confirmed. The number of night demons would only increase and their mobility would become stronger. However, as long as the method of attack remained unchanged, the danger posed by the night demons wouldn't increase. If they could fight, they would. If not, they would simply lay low. Half an hour later, the movie ended. Brother Chuan's sister, Qingqing, I'm off to bed. Oh, I still have to drive tomorrow. Zhu Lingxue placed the second empty beer bottle down, stretched, and let out a small yawn. She nimbly climbed up to the upper bunk of the second bed, leaving the space below for Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing. The atmosphere suddenly turned subtly ambiguous. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she sat down on Wei Chuan's lap. Wei Chuan naturally wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fragrant lips. The kiss carried a hint of the beer's bitterness and a sense of relaxed comfort, gradually deepening and becoming lingering as tender emotions erupted between them. In just 1 day, their distance had closed with an indescribable intimacy. After a long while, their lips parted, their foreheads touched, and their breaths became somewhat hurried. At this moment, no more words were needed. Wei Chuan pulled Lu Qingqing back, sitting on the lower bunk of the first bed, which was relatively spacious. In each other's breaths and body warmth, the 2 figures gradually melded together. The next morning at 6 a.m., the biological clock promptly awakened Wei Chuan. Lu Qingqing in his arms also opened her eyes, almost simultaneously exchanging a smile filled with understanding. They embraced warmly for a few minutes before getting out of bed together. Lu Qingqing got up to grab a bottle of mineral water from the storage rack, preparing to simply wipe down her body, tidy the bed, and then cook. Wei Chuan sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the ceiling of the vehicle. Last night, he had raised the cabin by 10 centimeters. Today, the goal was to raise it another 30 centimeters, increasing the cabin height to 200 centimeters. 2 meters wasn't particularly high, but it allowed him to stand up straight comfortably. Bending over every day was unsustainable. Just as he focused entirely on shaping the materials and fusing them into the vehicle, the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Private chat. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, temporarily setting aside his work to open the survival manual. Li Yongxing, bro, are you awake? I just spotted a group of wild donkeys by the roadside and want to get some donkey meat to taste, but I don't have enough crossbows. Wei Chuan just woke up, why not use the vehicle to ram them? Li Yongxing, dude, him from the north and have seen wild donkeys. These things run incredibly fast when they're desperate, and a small vehicle can't catch up once they hit the Gobi Desert. I want to shoot a few arrows first. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll get you 50, and if you can spare me some meat, especially the triad of tail, egg, and kidney, I'll make you a pistol crossbow as backup later. Li Yongxing, bro, didn't you say there was only one left? Wei Chuan, I'll handle lunch today. Rice, 3 yang stew, spicy, stir-fried donkey meat, stir-fried greens, chilled beer, chilled fruits. Awaken, any problems? Li Yongxing, when my brother speaks, I'll get it done immediately. The dialogue quickly ended, and Wei Chuan prepared 50 crossbow arrows to send over. Communication among the wealthy was this simple, unlike normal transactions that were so troublesome. Even small items required haggling. Putting away the survival manual, Wei Chuan refocused on the modifications. With a thought, a multitude of materials softened and melted like a tidal wave of parasitism continuously crawling up the vehicle's body. This full-force modification was much clearer than last night, with a large quantity of materials beginning to melt, combine, and reshape under the influence of his mental shaping. Standing in the center of the cabin, Wei Chuan could distinctly feel the roof slowly rising. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters. 5 centimeters, his field of vision gradually heightening as the external scenery outside the window began to sink little by little. Corresponding to this miraculous process was the rapid consumption of his energy. Beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead, his temples throbbed, and his legs began to weaken. 8 centimeters. 10 centimeters. When the cabin height was forcibly raised to 180 centimeters, Wei Chuan felt a strong wave of dizziness and his vision even momentarily darkened. Damn it. If only I didn't have to expend energy. Wei Chuan groaned, immediately halting the modifications and collapsing onto the sofa. At this moment, the armored vehicle had clearly become taller and grander, giving a sense of freedom and comfort, completely eliminating the feeling of oppression. Wei Chuan, what's wrong? Lu Qingqing, just as she put the rice into the pot, noticed Wei Chuan's pale face and was startled, rushing over to check. Same as usual, feeling exhausted. Wei Chuan waved his hand, and in the concerned gaze of Lu Qingqing, he joked, "Qingqing, isn't it inappropriate to call me directly by my name? Hubby, is that all right?" Lu Qingqing looked at Wei Chuan, who appeared exhausted, feeling both exasperated and amused, but ultimately acquiesced, softly calling out to him and gently pinching his cheek. "Next time don't push yourself so hard. If it doesn't work once, try again. The materials won't run away." Wei Chuan responded satisfactorily, resting his hands behind his head. As 7 o'clock approached, a rustling sound came from the upper bunk. Zhu Lingxue, with her somewhat messy short hair, poked her head out and yawned sleepily. "Qingqing Jie, good morning, let me help you." She tidied her hair while speaking and climbed down the ladder. "It's already done, go wash up." Lu Qingqing smiled as she turned off the gas canister, flipped the potato pancakes in the pan with a spatula, and naturally exclaimed, "Husband, it's time to eat." As soon as the words left her mouth, the car cabin fell into a subtle silence, with only the sizzling sound of the potato pancakes in the hot oil. Lu Qingqing froze her hand, holding the spatula, stiffening as her ears turned visibly red. How did she just call him that in front of Lingxue? Although it was true Lingxue, the love-struck girl, didn't call him that, making it quite embarrassing. Wei Chuan, who had already regained much of his energy and was squatting at the back of the car making bullets, couldn't help but smile, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. "Coming," he replied, tidying up the bullets and materials before sitting down to wait for the meal. Zhu Lingxue blinked, glancing at the smug Wei Chuan, and then at the blushing Lu Qingqing, a sour feeling inexplicably rising in her heart. Clearly she was the one who started it. She pouted and directly sat on Wei Chuan's lap, deliberately using a sickly sweet voice to say, "Husband, I dreamed about you last night." She intentionally elongated her tone, laced with obvious teasing and a hint of defiance. Wei Chuan was elated by the husband coming from both sides, feeling his energy recovery speed up significantly, and he suppressed his laughter to say, "He'll make sure to reward you well tonight. Who knows, you might dream about a piece of it." Zhu Lingxue gave him a fierce kiss on the cheek, then proudly tilted her chin towards Lu Qingqing, as if to say, "He is my husband." Lu Qingqing's face turned even redder as she quickly lowered her head to plate the potato pancakes. This little girl truly had no shame. Just as the atmosphere turned funny, yet slightly ambiguous, Wei Chuan's survival manual lit up again. "Li Yongsheng," Wei Chuan muttered, picking up the survival manual to check the information. Indeed, it was Li Yongsheng. "Li Yongsheng crossbow, bro, let's trade. I caught one, and am bringing it to you now." "Wei Chuan, it's already been half an hour. I thought you let it run away." "Li Yongsheng, it almost got away. It took me over 10 minutes to deal with it after it got shot in the legs and belly, and I almost got intercepted by a night demon in the middle." "Wei Chuan, you're amazing, brother." Wei Chuan immediately opened the trade and exchanged items. Li Yongsheng was quite generous, giving a whole donkey leg, a whole donkey ear, a whole donkey rack, as well as a set of 3 for men. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged knowing glances and quickly diverted their eyes. Although they hadn't eaten it before they had heard of it, it was clearly a symbol of some male animal said to enhance potency, which is why men love to eat it. Wei Chuan organized the freezer and placed the donkey meat inside. This freezer was specially used for wine, containing only a refrigeration box without a freezer compartment. He could get one with freezing capability later. After the trade, Li Yongsheng sent another message. "Li Yongsheng crossbow, bro, are your wine and fruits stored in ice? You haven't started using electricity, have you? Did you think I had a refrigerator recipe?" Wei Chuan replied with a faint smile, clearly knowing what this guy was thinking. The storage compartment could store food, but had no preservation function. The passage of time was the same as the outside world. The car's air conditioning alone could not keep food, which was also why he didn't hoard a large amount of food. Thinking about Li Yongsheng, a fuel tycoon, Wei Chuan contemplated deepening their cooperative relationship. "Wei Chuan, big guys should speak directly. Don't say I'm not taking care of you. Get a fridge and gather some batteries and solar panels. I can help you modify a solar fridge, whatever works." By sending this message, he subtly revealed some of his capabilities. As long as Li Yongsheng wasn't foolish, he would realize what such abilities meant. As for whether it would make solar panels more sought after, how many solar panels does it take to make a solar appliance? Isn't that up to the manufacturers? "Li Yongsheng crossbow, bro, you're truly my brother. I just happen to have some solar panels. I dismantled several yesterday afternoon, and he'll go take them down right away." Li Yongsheng, damn, they got bought. I listed them at 3 times the price. That idiot ruined me, and now I don't know how long it will take to get more. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan was instantly stunned. He felt his cheeks flush as if something red was about to grow on his nose. Wei Chuan was it for 8 pieces, all exchanged for fresh water. "Li Yongsheng crossbow, bro, how did you know?" Those 8 pieces were not from you. Wei Chuan know it was a friend of mine who told me. He said there was an idiot who sold such treasures as solar panels and got a lucky break. Li Yongxing am the idiot. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold them. Crossbow bro, should I save up first? Wei Chuan, see how it goes. Modifying the appliances is quite troublesome. I might not have time these days. Li Yongxing, don't bro, I'm begging you. Can I collect more solar panels? I'll give you all the excess. After chatting with Li Yongxing for a bit, Wei Chuan turned his attention back to the dining table. Ching, these things are from a friend of mine who sells fuel. He isn't in good health, and right now he doesn't have the conditions to cook, so I can only help him with it. When you have time in the morning, look up some ingredients like goji berries and ginseng, make a good meal for lunch, and he'll send him a portion. The rest will be ours. All right, Lu Qingqing replied, drinking her porridge with a slightly flushed face. Zhu Lingxue was still sitting on Wei Chuan's lap, lifted her head to give him a kiss, and timidly said, "Husband, you're already very amazing. If you get any better, I won't be able to handle it. Please let me off." Nonsense. Wei Chuan gently patted Zhu Lingxue's waist and said seriously, "I certainly don't need it, but my friend does. Not every man is like me, and he doesn't have a fridge, so he can't store meat like this. In an unknown situation, he certainly has confidence. But his goal is 1 against 2, and it's a long-term 1 against 2, so he must prepare in advance. These days, besides basic nourishment, he also needs to squeeze out some energy for training. He can't wait until the last moment to find out he's not strong enough. Just thinking about it is super embarrassing. He'd rather dig a hole to hide in." After a brief interlude, Wei Chuan and the others continued their meal. However, before they could take another sip of porridge, a series of clear mechanical prompts interrupted their breakfast. Survivors, congratulations on enduring the relatively safe first 3 days. The true survival now officially begins. You have entered the first phase of survival, day and night division. The dust storm season has passed, and sandstorms no longer appear. The night demons are continuously evolving their bodies, generating a large number of infectious bacteria, contaminating most water sources, and causing mutations in flora and fauna, turning them into terrifying predators. The mutated creatures hold little malice towards humans, but they possess a strong territorial awareness and will attack any intruding beings only active during the day. The evolved night demons take on countless forms. They are filled with hostility towards humans, tracking and hunting them only active at night. To combat the mutated creatures and night demons, the human treasure has already manifested. Please find the key to activate it. Good luck, survivors. What the hell? We just got out of the newbie village. Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. The first 3 days had already been quite tough for most people, and he didn't expect it to be merely the simplest novice experience period. The next version will increase the difficulty for players. The next moment, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and quickly looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Go to the trading post in exchange for water. Just large bottles, exchange as much as possible. Skip the first page and jump to the later pages. The price of water is about to skyrocket. While many people are still asleep or inactive, he needed to stockpile fresh water in large quantities. It doesn't necessarily have to be resold, but he must gather enough for the 3 of them to use freely to avoid being taken advantage of later when buying water. Okay. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were both quick-witted. As soon as Wei Chuan reminded them, they immediately understood and opened the trading post to shop. Transaction successful. Gasoline 180 liters received 45 L drinking water. Transaction failed. Item has been sold. Transaction successful. 50 G compressed biscuits 10 O received 16 L drinking water. Transaction successful. Diesel 130 liters received 114 8 L drinking water. Transaction failed. Item has been sold. Transaction successful. Sweet potato 1.5 kilograms received 118 9 L drinking water. Wei Chuan was also busy. His speed was the fastest. He specifically targeted bottled water purchases. Bottled water had a higher total price, and few people could afford it, making it sell more slowly, so the average price per liter was more cost-effective than small bottles, perfect for stockpiling. While gathering, Wei Chuan encountered a few invalid purchases. It was when he clicked to buy that an alert indicated the item had been sold. This situation was anticipated. Those who had already woken up and were not short on supplies would definitely not miss this good opportunity to stock up on water, and he jumped to the later pages to reduce the chances of encountering sold-out items. After a minute, Wei Chuan and the others stopped. They had exchanged a total of 505 liters of drinking water. Combined with what they originally had, they now had approximately 700 liters of drinking water, if not more. The reason they stopped was not because they didn't want to exchange anymore, but because they ran out of supplies. Wei Chuan had only kept some essentials and his favorites from the supplies obtained from selling the crossbow and exchanged the rest. Honey, we should be able to make a lot of money this time, right? Zhu Lingxue asked happily, looking at the shelves filled with drinking water. Definitely most of the water in the trading post comes from the wild. Once this water source is cut off, the supplies from the resource boxes and points will absolutely not be enough. The price is likely to triple. However, we're not exchanging water to sell to others, but to avoid buying from them. I will make a few sets of crossbows this afternoon to earn back what we exchanged. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile. He then opened the survival manual and sent a message to Li Yongsheng and CMA. Wei Chuan, the price of water is about to surge. Hurry and stock up. Wei Chuan made Jia, are you awake? The price of water is going up, or if you can stock up a bit, do it quickly. Regardless of whether the other party realizes this point, a reminder doesn't hurt, and it might gain some favorability. One is a fuel merchant, the other is a food merchant. Both are extremely important partners. Li Yongsheng did not reply, likely busy buying water, while CMA solemnly thanked him and sent Wei Chuan 2 bags of colorful butterfly pasta. At 7:30, the armored vehicle set off. The driver was still Zhu Lingxue, while Wei Chuan sat in the passenger seat and Lu Qingqing sat on his lap. From now on, be cautious when encountering resource points and supply boxes. Stay a bit further away and drive in circles. Wei Chuan gently caressed Lu Qingqing's slender waist, giving a reminder. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Do you think the territory of the mutated creatures is near the resource points and supply boxes, or perhaps the mutated creatures are the guardians of the resource points and supply boxes? Exactly. If it's in the Gobi Desert, then there's no need to give a warning. But there's no need to worry too much. The mutated creatures shouldn't be very strong, at least not at the beginning. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes, gazing at the boundless Gobi Desert. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt slightly reassured, but their minds remained tense, not daring to relax for a moment. The relatively safe first 3 days, the impact of this phrase was enormous. 4,000 people had died in 3 days. How many more days could the remaining 6,000 last? Although they were doing well, now just the thought that they might never see living people again in the future sent a chill down their spines. Zhu Lingxue turned her head and asked, Honey, what about the night demons at night? Do we need to keep watch? No need, we absolutely cannot skimp on rest time. This afternoon I will reinforce the armor and make a fence on the roof. If something wakes us up at night, we will go to the roof to deal with it. Don't think too much. If we can't withstand it, then not many people can. Just live normally. If the sky falls, ill support it. Wei Chuan shook his head, speaking lightly. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled. Having someone to rely on felt good. However, soon Lu Qingqing's smile faded, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, mixed with a sense of half-heartedness. Don't wait until tonight. Her conscience was gripped. A warm and tingling sensation rushed to her head, making her soul tremble, leaning weakly against Wei Chuan's embrace. Zhu Lingxue in the driver's seat saw this scene and pouted sourly. What does wait until tonight mean? Tonight is clearly hers. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan, who was honing his touch, fell into contemplation as he gazed out the window. Human treasure. The ability to combat mutated creatures and night demons. This should be the ability he has been yearning for. It's just that he didn't know what the key to activate it was. He needed to pay more attention to the communication channel today to avoid missing important intelligence. By the way, do night demons have source crystals? What about mutated creatures? The armored vehicle was cruising leisurely along the Gobi Highway. Although the 3 people inside claimed they could go on with their lives as usual, their vigilance had been heightened to the maximum after the morning's update announcement. Wei Chuan appeared to be casually playing with Lu Qingqing's snowball, yet his gaze swept outside like a radar, scanning the seemingly tranquil scenery. Hubby, there's a resource point. Within an hour of departure, Zhu Lingxue suddenly pointed towards the left front. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked in the indicated direction and saw several rooftops of single-story tile houses peeking out from behind a low dirt slope. This is a resource point, and it looks quite substantial. Don't slow down, go around it. Wei Chuan's eye sharpened as he patted Lu Qingqing's perky bottom, signaling her to get up. He then moved to the center of the vehicle and opened the shooting hatch, leaning out. Zhu Lingxue stepped on the accelerator, increasing the speed as she maneuvered the tall armored vehicle around the area of the tile houses. 1 lap, 2 laps. Just as they completed the 3rd lap, an unexpected change occurred. Creak. A wooden window of one of the tile houses shattered, and a slick black shadow darted out at high speed, lunging directly at the armored vehicle. The creature's size far exceeded common recognition, its length definitely over 1 meter. It had a distinctive flattened oval body, long tentacles, and 6 rapidly crawling appendages covered in spikes. This was a giant cockroach magnified 100 times. Its shell reflected a nauseating dark brown sheen in the sunlight, with cruel red light flickering in its compound eyes, and it emitted a chilling clicking sound as its mandibles opened and closed. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing were both startled, their screams reaching Wei Chuan's ears. Damn it, so this is the mutation. Wei Chuan was also taken aback. Such a large cockroach was indeed disgusting. After regaining his composure, he immediately fired with the Dahei Xing. The size mutation was not a problem. No matter how big it was just an insect merely possessing stronger melee capabilities and thicker armor. It was worlds apart from the psychic beasts he feared. Zhu Lingxue slammed the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, trying to shake off the giant cockroach. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Chuan calmly fired in succession, the bullets striking the giant cockroach's shell, splattering green viscous fluid. The creature's shell was very hard. Even an entire magazine didn't kill it, only creating several dents in its forehead. It let out a sharp screech and charged at them even more frenziedly. Almost forgot the bloodline of a little strong is particularly thick. Wei Chuan quickly swapped out a magazine, steadied his breath, and continued to aim at the giant cockroach's already cracked head. Bang, bang, bang. Another magazine was fired and the giant cockroach's head was thoroughly smashed to pieces. Although it was still alive, its massive body had lost balance and was rolling around in place. Wei Chuan worried that its self-healing ability was strong, so he fired another magazine. This time the giant cockroach finally couldn't hold on any longer, twitching a few times before falling still. Damn it, I was scared by it. Something that could be taken down by a 54-style weapon and the armored vehicle just runs over it to explode. I wasted 24 bullets. Wei Chuan withdrew into the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and his expression eased slightly. Although it looked exaggerated, the combat capability was still within the range manageable by conventional weapons and the armored vehicle, which was good news. That scared me. This cockroach is way too big. Zhu Lingxue patted her chest, her heart still racing. If it weren't big, it wouldn't be called a mutation. But if it's only to this extent, we can easily handle it with the armored vehicle. There may be more than one here, let's circle around a couple more times. Wei Chuan reached over to pat Zhu Lingxue's head, speaking in a serious tone. Oh. Zhu Lingxue nodded, circling around the tilehouse area for 2 more laps. No sounds were heard, suggesting that there was only one. Wei Chuan relaxed quite a bit and started assigning tasks. Lingxue, you keep watch on the roof. Qingqing, follow me inside to search, stay close to me. Okay, be careful. Zhu Lingxue cautiously parked the armored vehicle beside the nearest tile house. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing quickly exited the vehicle, keeping their guns trained ahead and covering each other as they entered the several tile houses. The search process was quick. There were few supplies, only a small bag of 5 pounds of rice found in the earthen stove room, along with less than a pound of fruit. We struck gold, Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Although the quantity was not much, both the rice and the fruit were good items that could be kept for their own consumption. It's not over yet. Wei Chuan's gaze was drawn to an old-fashioned water pump in the corner of the yard. He quickly walked over and gently pressed down on the rusty pump a few times. Sure enough, murky water with a slight yellow tinge flowed from the spout, accompanied by a faint, indescribable stench. Hubby, this should be contaminated water. Lu Qingqing sniffed lightly and immediately frowned. We can try filtering it. Wei Chuan nodded, taking Lu Qingqing's hand as they walked back. Back in the vehicle, he opened the crafting table and created all the portable water purification filters. Activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3, crafting successful, obtained portable water purification filter 1, activated carbon 1, copper ingot 1, zinc ingot 1, plastic 3, rubber 3, crafting successful, obtained portable. A total of 5 were made, and they looked quite different from what he had imagined. He originally thought they would be water faucet-type purifiers, but was surprised to find they were funnel-shaped filters. The head was relatively large, about 10 centimeters in diameter, while the spout was only about 2 centimeters. Not bad, simple, and effective. This was much more useful than a water faucet purifier. Next, Wei Chuan made 10 sealed plastic containers with lids and called Zhu Lingxue to head to the water source together. During heavy rains, he placed the water purification filter on top of the plastic container. The water that came out was still slightly yellow and had a stench, but after being filtered through the purifier, the water poured into the plastic container was crystal clear and odorless. It worked, Lu Qingqing exclaimed with joy. Not so fast, let's double-check. Wei Chuan patted Lu Qingqing's waist, sealing the plastic containers that held 2 types of water and placing them on the trading table. Water container, sealed plastic container holding 489 milliliters of clean well water. Water container, sealed plastic container holding 492 milliliters of contaminated water. Direct consumption may infect with the night demon virus. It's done. A glint flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. The purification ability of this water filter was truly powerful, managing to handle even the infection virus. Now it was a real windfall. 5 water purification filters could purify a total of 5,000 liters of water. As long as there were no sandstorms, they had enough time to collect well water. They just didn't know how much water was hidden underground. If there was too much water, he could also handcraft a batch of water purification filters. He just wasn't sure if the handmade ones would work, as these 5 were special natural tools. Let's go get some big barrels. We'll first use them to store the water, and once we finish the water here, we'll slowly divide it up. Wei Chuan immediately pulled the 2 women back. What was hidden underground was not merely a well, it was clearly a gold mine. The plastic on the vehicle was running low, so Wei Chuan went directly to the trading post to exchange for a batch of clean water buckets made using a special formula. They were all 20-liter and 25-liter covered buckets, very similar to portable fuel containers and not overly expensive, averaging only 8 units of materials per bucket. Once the containers were in hand, the 3 immediately got to work. Wei Chuan, being the strongest, was responsible for pumping water, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue handled filtering and collecting water. They worked tirelessly for an hour and a half until no more water could be pumped from the spout, leaving them reluctantly returning to the vehicle. One water filter can purify 1000 liters, and it took a full hour to reach saturation. The second filter was only half an hour old and had processed about 500 liters. It was estimated that they had collected around 1500 liters of water. Looking at the vehicle filled to the brim with buckets, although they were dripping with sweat, their faces radiated excitement. Now they had truly struck gold. Wei Chuan twisted open a bottle of ice-cold beer and gulped down a big mouthful. The refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, instantly dispelling the fatigue from an hour and a half of hard work. He wiped his mouth and quickly assigned tasks. Qingqing Lingxue, gather all the empty bottles we've collected over the past few days to hold water. Go to the trading post and exchange for some plastic, whether it's scrap or specialized materials, as long as it's plastic. Lu Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel and asked, are we making plastic containers? Yes, more water means higher prices, and they won't be easy to sell. Just prepare the plastic for me. How to sell will depend on the stability of water prices. I need to go check the mutated cockroaches and see if there's any source crystal. With that, Wei Chuan pulled out his retired machete from under the bed and got out of the vehicle. The corpse of the mutated cockroach still lay there, emanating an indescribable odor. It wasn't foul, but it had a strong, oily smell. Wei Chuan endured the discomfort and cautiously flipped over the mutated cockroach with the machete. Its shell wasn't too hard and could be punctured with a little force. He carefully examined the mouthpart's head and abdomen. Apart from the sticky dark green liquid, there was nothing particularly remarkable. He also cut off a leg to take to the trading post, which displayed that it was inedible. Mutated cockroach leg. The hind leg of a mutated cockroach consumption may lead to infection by the night demon virus. It was a bit of a pity if it were edible. Even if it tasted terrible, it would definitely fetch a good price at this stage. Just as he was about to head back, the machete seemed to strike something hard within the soft tissue connecting the head and thorax of the mutated cockroach. Found something. Wei Chuan felt a stir within him as he pried open the shell and flesh with force, revealing a faint blue glow emanating from beneath the disgusting blood and flesh. He held his breath and carefully extracted the object with the machete, brushing off the blood that clung to it. It was about the size of a pinky finger, shaped irregularly like a polyhedron, and exhibited a nearly transparent blue hue. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. It was just an ordinary source crystal. However, when he picked it up, the description of the item was completely different from that of a source crystal. Evolution crystal, a crystalline entity containing faint source energy, the power source for mutated creatures. Swallowing it may slightly enhance physical and mental strength, with a very small probability of awakening a second talent. Holy cow! The moment he saw the item information, Wei Chuan's pupils contracted sharply and his breath quickened. An item that enhances physical and mental strength. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Although it only said slight enhancement, any direct improvement was priceless. What made his heart race even more was the last line. There was a very small probability of awakening a second talent. A second talent. With no unpleasant odor, this was the ability to combat mutated creatures and night demons, most likely a supernatural power. So that's how it works. The night demons produce source crystals, and the mutated creatures yield evolution crystals. A tremendous surprise coursed through Wei Chuan like an electric current, causing his hand, holding the crystal, to tremble slightly. He tightly gripped the pale blue crystal, feeling its cool touch as an unprecedented heat erupted in his gaze. Mutated creatures aren't hard to kill. If they truly are the guardians of supply boxes and resource points, many people should have already obtained evolution crystals by now. These people might have good vehicles and weapons, but food and water are not guaranteed. There will always be unfortunate souls who can't afford to eat, and if the price is right, perhaps I can buy some. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and hurried back. In the vehicle, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had already gathered a considerable amount of plastic, both scrap and specialized materials, and were now sorting through it. Honey, did you find anything? As soon as Zhu Lingxue saw Wei Chuan return, she rushed over to hug his arm. Yes, take a look at this. Wei Chuan opened his right hand, revealing the evolution crystal resting in his palm. Source crystal? Zhu Lingxue said uncertainly. The color of this crystal was slightly lighter than that of a source crystal, but it looked exactly like one. No, look at the item information. Wei Chuan extended his hand, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Hearing his words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue curiously picked up the evolution crystal to inspect it closely. In the next moment, both women gasped in astonishment, their beautiful eyes widening as disbelief washed over their faces. It can enhance physical and mental strength, and there's a chance to awaken a second talent. This thing will become the most valuable item at this stage. Lu Qingqing clutched the evolution crystal, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely. From now on, we have to reserve our purchase posts for it, posting every hour, taking turns. If anyone asks for a price, we can quote high up to 50 liters of water for one. 50 liters. Zhu Lingxue exclaimed. That was more than the 330 milliliters of mineral water in 6 boxes of 24 bottles. In the morning, these waters could be exchanged for over 4 pounds of food, and now, just half a morning and the price had risen to 6 pounds of food. And this was just the first morning, of prices were likely to rise even further. It's a maximum of 50 liters, and we can start quoting from 5 liters. Even without mentioning the awakening of a second talent, just being able to enhance physical and mental strength is worth it. Once my energy limit and recovery speed improve, I can easily make over a dozen sets of pistol crossbows, and the resources spent on evolution crystals can be earned back in no time. Seeing the look of pain on Zhu Lingxiu's face, Wei Chuan chuckled and ruffled her hair. Got it. Zhu Lingxiu nodded earnestly and immediately opened the trading post to post a purchase request. All right, let's try the effect. Lu Qingqing handed the washed evolution crystal to Wei Chuan. MHM. Wei Chuan took the evolution crystal and tossed it directly into his mouth. Initially, he worried he wouldn't be able to swallow it, but to his surprise, the crystal dissolved as soon as it entered, tasting somewhat like chilled goji berry juice. Sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness, not bad at all. About 5 seconds later, a gentle warmth gradually spread from his stomach to his limbs. This warmth was not intense, but the overall sensation was very comfortable, akin to sipping a hot soup in the cold winter, driving away fatigue from within. Wei Chuan could clearly feel that the muscles in his body seemed to tighten slightly, and a vague sense of strength began to emerge. He tried to lift a 25-liter water bucket, finding it somewhat easier than before. His strength had indeed increased. An even more marvelous change occurred on a mental level. The mental fatigue from an hour and a half of hard work was swept away, and his mind became exceptionally clear, with all the sounds and changes around him seeming distinctly discernible. A refreshing sensation that he had never experienced before enveloped him, as if he had undergone a subtle refinement, feeling as though he had been reborn. The effect is surprisingly obvious. Wei Chuan looked down at his open palm, astonished. He had expected a slight enhancement, yet he felt that both his physique and mental strength had increased by at least 10%. He was completely captivated by this intuitive sense of becoming stronger, and his assessment of the value of evolution crystals rose to a new level, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Such a wonderful item, I want as many as I can get. Just then the survival manual on the dining table lit up. Upon opening it, he saw another private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, bro, I got it. 23 solar panels, 1 small refrigerator, and 9 batteries. The fridge and batteries are broken, but not severely. Li Yongsheng, is it convenient for you now? I want to charge it up soon, and I'll give you all the extra panels for your friends. Even from a distance, he could sense Li Yongsheng's excitement and urgency through the text. So many. Wei Chuan was somewhat surprised. Solar panels were in high demand. Wei Chuan, did you raise the price that quickly? Li Yongsheng, no, there were many sellers today, especially for things they want used temporarily. I traded water for them. I only posted once in the marketplace and managed to get this much. Let me know if it's enough, and if not, I can gather more. But I'd like you to help me charge these up first for tonight. Seeing Li Yongsheng's reply, Wei Chuan understood. Today's version update meant that anyone with a bit of background was selling goods and hoarding water. As long as one was willing to spend time in the trading market, they could indeed acquire plenty of good items. Enabling the trading feature, Wei Chuan replied to Li Yongsheng. Wei Chuan, alright, I'll first help you make a solar power system. It charges for 12 hours a day, enough for you to add 2 small appliances. Li Yongsheng, thank you, bro. Li Yongsheng replied almost instantly, trading the items over, also sending 5 barrels of 20 liters of diesel. My little brother is quite reliable. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with resourceful people was indeed refreshing. Qingqing Lingxue, I'm going to help my partner make a power system. You two take a break and keep an eye on the evolution crystals. I'll cook in half an hour. He greeted the 2 girls and then walked to the back of the vehicle. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan traded the finished products to Li Yongsheng. He kept 8 solar panels and 2 batteries as his reward, making the rest into solar power systems. For ease of use, he designed it to be modular. A large flexible solar panel, battery pack, connectors, and electrical appliances could all be used separately. Even a child could manage it. It could generate 4 degrees of electricity a day, which was sufficient for Li Yongsheng. Any more wouldn't be used. Li Yongsheng drove a van and couldn't fit too many appliances, and additional ones could be added when needed later. Wei Chuan, charge it for 2 hours before using it, otherwise the power won't keep up. The solar panel needs to be fixed on the roof. Oh, can you handle that? Li Yongsheng, definitely, there are tools in the trading market. Wei Chuan, okay. Closing the private message window, Wei Chuan put away the survival manual, climbed onto the roof, and installed the 8 solar panels. In total, 53 panels. Looking at the increasingly rich, deep blue on the roof, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Generating 19 degrees of electricity a day barely achieved home appliance freedom. The next step was to install hundreds of panels covering the entire roof to create a hybrid power system. However, this was not urgent, as solar panels were not easy to buy, and he could only gather them slowly. The immediate core tasks were to modify the vehicle and collect evolution crystals. He dusted off his hands and returned to the vehicle, closing the sunroof. Just as he returned inside and hadn't even had a chance to speak, a figure rushed in with the wind crashing into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Hubby. Zhu Lingsu's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, even bouncing a couple of times cheering, I got them. Still two of them. One hand still around Wei Chuan's neck, the other hand eagerly opened to reveal two light blue evolution crystals resting in her palm. 2. Wei Chuan's heart leaped with surprise. A wave of immense joy surged through him. Where did you buy them? Just bought them from the trading market. One cost 30 liters of water and the other cost 10 liters. I was afraid of being snatched, so I bought them immediately. Zhu Lingxue spoke rapidly, her face flushed with excitement. 40 liters of water for 2 evolution crystals. This is simply a windfall. Overjoyed, Wei Chuan cupped Zhu Lingxue's face and planted a heavy kiss on her cherry lips. Lingxue, you've done a great job. Hee, I was lucky. I posted a request, but no one was selling. I didn't expect to find them in the trading market. Seeing Wei Chuan's surprised expression, Zhu Lingxue was also particularly happy. She took Wei Chuan's right hand and placed the 2 evolution crystals in his palm. After the initial joy, Wei Chuan thought of a very realistic issue. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to swallow them immediately, looking at Zhu Lingxue in his arms, and Lu Qingqing on the sofa, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Lingxue, Qingqing, you both know the effects of the evolution crystals. They are too important for my talent. In the next few days, the evolution crystals might. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Zhu Lingxue stood on tiptoe, pressing her soft red lips deeply against his. It was an incredibly passionate kiss, filled with love and trust. The kiss concluded. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan with burning eyes and firmly said, Hubby, don't say silly things. You are the pillar for both me and Qingqing. Everything in the vehicle is yours. Lu Qingqing teased. Lingxue, don't mind him, or just eat it yourself. This gentleman said yesterday that we are family, but now he's being polite. The words of a man. My fault. Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, pulling Zhu Lingxue to sit on the sofa, bringing Lu Qingqing over as well. Embracing the 2 soft bodies and feeling their unwavering trust, Wei Chuan's heart surged with warmth. He tightened his hold on Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, planting a kiss on each of their faces. After a brief moment of quiet warmth, Wei Chuan calmed his joyful heart, no longer hesitating, and placed the 2 precious evolution crystals into his mouth together. The crystals transformed into a cool stream, once again flowing into his body. Consuming both at once, the warmth was significantly more pronounced than the first time. Gentle waves washed over his body, muscles subtly wriggling and stretching, becoming more resilient, while even his bones tingled as if their density was increasing. The growth of his mental strength also progressed, simultaneously elevating to a new level, just like his physical constitution. The effects are too obvious. Wei Chuan felt invigorated, his gaze sweeping across the cabin before landing on a 25-liter plastic bucket filled with water. He walked over and grasped the handle with one hand, exerting a bit of force. The bucket was effortlessly lifted, his arms steady as a rock, as if he were hoisting not 25 kilograms, but merely a small bag of fruit. Previously, he could lift it with ease, but it required a bit of effort. At this rate of growth, if I consume another 10 or so evolution crystals, flipping a small car would be a cinch. Wei Chuan excitedly estimated. This newfound strength stemming from within possessed an irresistible allure that could not be measured by mere material goods. By the time he adapted to the newfound strength and mental power, it was nearing 11 a.m. And Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began preparing lunch. He'll handle the meat. Wei Chuan stepped forward to help, whispering, You might not be able to manage this, and you may not know how to process it. I've seen it a few times while having barbecue. He was of course referring to the 3 essentials for a man. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's faces flushed at his words, but they didn't object, as they truly didn't know how to deal with those things. Wei Chuan took out the 3 essentials and, using the sporadic methods he had seen before, carefully cut, resliced, cleaned, and blanched. Though not very professional, he made up for it with meticulousness, ensuring everything was cleaner. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were busy washing rice, cooking, cleaning vegetables, and cutting donkey leg meat. The 3 of them busied themselves in the cramped kitchen of the cabin, the clanging of pots and pans intertwining, filling the air with a comforting sense of life. They worked until nearly noon. Finally, an extremely sumptuous lunch was ready. A large pot of steaming, fragrant sanyang stew with some goji berries and red dates added. A plate of spicy and appetizing stir-fried donkey leg meat adorned with green chili peppers. A plate of fresh and succulent stir-fried broccoli. A large pot of plump, fragrant white rice with 5 small sweet potatoes resting on top. Also included were chilled fruits, chilled beer, and chilled carbonated drinks as heavyweight guests. This lunch's standard was truly luxurious in a post-apocalyptic setting. It smells amazing. Zhu Lingxue's eyes sparkled. Even the cool and composed Lu Qingqing couldn't help but lean forward to take a sniff, a slight smile gracing her lips. Seeing this scene, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Wei Chuan. From the first day until now, he had worked hard, often pushing himself to the point of dizziness, all for the sake of enjoying meals like this in the future. Qingqing, Lingxue, you eat first, I'll take a portion to my partner. He thought for a moment, prepared several sealed plastic containers, putting a bit of each dish in them along with a portion of chilled fruits and beer. One portion each for Li Yongsheng and Xia Mei. This little favor should not be forgotten. Upon receiving it, Li Yongsheng was very excited, sending Wei Chuan a donkey leg in return, saying he wanted to share dinner, which Wei Chuan agreed to. Xia Mei was more practical, simply saying thank you, then sending a 5-kilogram bag of rice. These two resource collectors were not lacking in supplies. However, at this stage their capabilities were limited, and they couldn't enjoy it. A warm feast like this was far beyond the mere resources that continued to increase. After delivering lunch, Wei Chuan opened a bottle of chilled beer and gently raised it. To my wives for a better life and a brighter future, cheers. To the future. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also smiled and raised their drinks. After lunch the three watched a movie for a while before heading into the resource point again. Wei Chuan, who grew up in the county welfare home, knew from the old well there that as long as the underground water did not diminish, the well water could gradually fill up, so he thought about getting some water before setting out. To his surprise, he managed to collect about 200 liters of water. Now his supply of clean drinking water had reached 2,300 liters, an absolute water resource magnate. Back on the vehicle, Zhu Lingxue appeared slightly excited. Honey, there's no sandstorm now, or should we stop here a bit longer and collect more water? Forget it, it's not worth it. Wei Chuan felt a bit tempted, but after thinking it over he shook his head. We have enough water. Next we need to find more resource points and supply boxes. Evolution crystals are hard to come by, and we'll have to rely on ourselves to find them. Evolution crystals are different from formulas, they have no entry threshold. Anyone can just pop them into their mouth, so there aren't that many leftovers to pick up. Plus, after the version update, more and better formulas might be refreshed, and I want to try my luck. He'll drive this afternoon. Lu Qingqing kissed Wei Chuan on the cheek and stood up from the sofa. You've worked hard. Wei Chuan nodded and gently squeezed Lu Qingqing's hand. He was very satisfied with his two little wives. They didn't cause any trouble and were very proactive, saving him a lot of trouble. Honey, I worked hard this morning too. Zhu Lingxue wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's waist, pouting playfully. All right, you worked hard too. Wei Chuan chuckled, helplessly kissing Zhu Lingxue's lips and lifting her onto his lap, playfully admiring her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Zhu Lingxue's lips curled into a smile as she picked up the remote for the DVD player and pressed it lightly to continue the movie. Luck in the afternoon seemed to have been exhausted by the morning's water source. At the trading post, whether it was the trading booths or purchase posts, they waited until 6 p.m. without encountering any evolution crystals. The process of searching for mutated creatures was equally unfruitful. They encountered not a single resource point, only 2 gray iron boxes. However, these 2 supply boxes had no mutated creatures nearby, indicating that only resource points were the territory of mutated creatures. This was bad news, as it reduced one avenue for acquiring evolution crystals. The only consolation was that while waiting for evolution crystals, he stumbled upon quite a few good items. A total of 20 solar panels, 1 blueprint for unlimited matches, 3 templates for bulletproof window modifications, 1 blueprint for unlimited traps, and a large quantity of snacks and drinks. The sellers were all asking for water, and the prices were not low, but Wei Chuan was currently the least lacking in water, so he directly bought what he wanted. Finally, the armored vehicle modifications were proceeding rapidly. The cabin height had already been raised to 220 centimeters, and the vehicle's armor had been thickened to 25 millimeters. Initially, he intended to raise the cabin height to 200 centimeters, but the appearance of evolution crystals invigorated him, prompting him to accomplish much more. Night hung low as the last sliver of daylight was swallowed by darkness. On the Gobi, a sudden gust rose, sand and dust whipped into the air with a keening rustle. After a hurried dinner, Wei Chuan's unease steadily grew. It was the first night after the version update. He had no idea what form the evolved night demons might take. Qingqing, come up to the roof with me and keep watch for a while. Lingxue, take the driver's seat and be ready to start the engine at a moment's notice. Wei Chuan drew a long breath, pulled a Dehixing from the storage compartment, and checked its magazine. He had been making ammunition every day and now had 20 spare magazines in reserve. All right, be careful, he warned. Zhu Lingxue said nothing more. She slid into the driver's seat, hands on the wheel, eyes sweeping the darkness through the windshield. Move. Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing exchanged a nod, climbed the ladder to the roof, and used the metal railing they had bolted on that afternoon as cover. One after the other, they scanned the surroundings with guarded vigilance. The moon was thin and visibility was poor. Even the headlights could not reach far. Light seemed to be devoured by the night itself, perhaps one of the new difficulties introduced by the update. This is unnerving. Wei Chuan tightened his grip on the cold Dehixing, his palms damp with sweat, as 100 conjectures flitted through his mind. The notice had warned that the evolved night demons assume myriad forms, which meant they were no longer exclusively humanoid. Ferocious beasts or even winged creatures could appear. And they harbor malice toward humans. Tracking and hunting them meant they would actively seek out people, so they had to be ready to meet them head on. Although he did not expect an absurd boss on the very first night after the update, the unfamiliarity still set his nerves on edge. Time drifted away with the wind and sands keening. Each second seemed to stretch every patch of darkness, promising some writhing omen. Just as Wei Chuan's thoughts were spiraling and sweat soaked his brow, Lu Qingqing behind him abruptly lowered her voice and hissed urgently, "Honey, turn the front left. There's something. Is it here?" Wei Chuan's heart clenched, and he swung his gaze to the left, front eyes locked on that direction. In the darkness, a faint flash of light appeared. He squinted to adjust his vision and suddenly saw a pair of red dots. Those were the eyes of a night demon. "It's here. Wait, those eyes are so low as if it's crawling along the ground. Could it be a reptile?" Wei Chuan guessed and felt a small measure of relief. In any case, this night demon moved slowly, judging by the size of its eyes it seemed small, and its combat strength should not be great. However, as the creature drew nearer and Wei Chuan's eyes began to resolve its shape, his relief evaporated. He felt as if his scalp had been struck by a thunderclap, a cold dread shot from his coccyx to the crown of his head, and his blood seemed to half freeze. It was nothing like a reptile. It was a monster that defied description. It roughly took the form of a spider twisted to the point of madness, but its constituent parts sent Wei Chuan's sanity plummeting. Its body looked like a human torso, cruelly elongated limbs so thin they were barely limbs at all, pale and contorted. Its limbs supported the body with every joint bending the wrong way, the belly turned skyward and the back toward the ground. Most terrifying of all, its face was upright. The features were grotesquely distorted, the mouth gaped at an impossible angle, and two blood-red eyes stared directly at Wei Chuan. He felt his soul nearly tear-free, his stomach churned, and the nape of his neck tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Is this really a night demon? Has it wandered onto the wrong set? He had only ever seen such things in horror films and games. On the roof, time seemed to freeze. Not only Wei Chuan, but Lu Qingqing was pale with fright. "Honey, what is that thing?" She instinctively took 2 quick steps back and slipped behind Wei Chuan, her left hand cold as ice wrapping around his waist, as her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Whatever it is, if it comes closer, we'll feed it bullets." Though panic churned in his chest, Wei Chuan felt his wife's fear and forced his heartbeat down, raising the Daixing with his right hand. Lu Qingqing relaxed a fraction, let go of his waist, stepped aside, and gripped her weapon with both hands. The upside-down humanoid spider seemed to notice them and pushed off with its limbs suddenly breaking into a run. 50 meters. 30 meters, 20 meters. Fire! Wei Chuan snarled and was the first to squeeze the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Qingqing fired almost in unison, her Daixing spitting tongues of flame. The crisp gunfire tore the night silence. Bullets whistled into the humanoid spider, rending its pale hide and spraying a viscous black-green ichor. To their surprise, this terrifying-looking night demon's reflexes were mediocre. If it had any evasive speed at all, it showed none. It simply stared rigidly, facing the hail of bullets. 16 rounds from 2 magazines were fired, and almost all struck true. Holes opened across the creature's body, most of them in the head. Dark green blood gushed out, freezing its crawling motion instantly. The 4 reverse-jointed limbs twitched a few times, then the twisted body collapsed with a thud. The scarlet eyes flickered and quickly dimmed, no longer moving. "Huh." On the roof, Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing, having just reloaded, stared at each other in astonishment. "Honey, is it dead?" Lu Qingqing's voice trembled with lingering shock. Her face registered disbelief that such a horrific creature could die so easily. "Hard to say. This is too simple." Wei Chuan's brow furrowed. His unease had not abated. After a second's thought, he did not hesitate. He squeezed the trigger again and emptied another magazine into the prone humanoid spider. Better to be sure, if it wasn't dead, then head finish it. Secret technique. Daixing wave dash rapid fire. Flesh and blood splattered, yet the thing remained unresponsive. Apparently, it was truly dead. Only then did Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing allow themselves to breathe, but their puzzlement deepened. The creature's combat power seemed absurdly weak. It ought not merely to drop under handgun fire without at least thrashing about. At that moment, Lu Qingqing suddenly slapped her forehead. "I know. Honey, remember the notice. The first 3 days are the easiest, like a newbie grace period in a game. There are many night demons, but they won't directly attack people, and their physical capabilities aren't superior to humans. It's probably meant to give survivors a chance to collect yuanjing." Her words rushed out faster, and her eyes brightened. Now the newbie period is over. Night demon numbers drop, their combat power rises, and they will actively attack humans. Yuanjing yields fall sharply. This must be the main difficulty. Wei Chuan's face cleared. It made sense. Increased difficulty to acquire supplies, more evolution crystals, higher risk to obtain them. This was likely the core of the update. If that's true, we need to start collecting yuanjing. While few people realize it, I have to seize the opportunity. Even if I gamble and fail, it's still energy stored for yuanqi ahead of time. Wei Chuan looked at the humanoid spider's corpse, and his eyes gradually brightened with determination. The sharp blade of the spearhead pierced precisely into the head of the humanoid spider, stirring the blade, producing a faint scratching sound. Wei Chuan searched carefully for a moment, and the tip of the knife finally touched a hard object. With a flick of his wrist, a light blue crystal covered in dark green slime was dislodged and tumbled on the ground. Source crystal, a crystalline substance containing weak source energy, the power source of the night demon, and the core energy of source tools. Upon seeing the item information, it was just an ordinary source crystal. Sigh. Wei Chuan couldn't help but let out a light sigh, his tone tinged with obvious disappointment. He had hoped to dig up evolution crystals, higher-grade source crystals, or multiple source crystals, but in the end, he could only unearth a single ordinary source crystal. He never expected it to be the lowest grade. Looking around, the darkness remained, and there were no other pairs of crimson eyes appearing. It seemed that this was the only unwelcome guest nearby. However, this did not bring him any relief. Instead, it further confirmed Lu Qingqing's guess. The yield of source crystals had significantly decreased. We must buy. Wei Chuan firmly reinforced this idea in his mind. Otherwise, once everyone reacted, the price of source crystals would surely soar. He did not linger any longer, putting away the spear and the source crystal, quickly returning to the vehicle. How did it go? Lu Qingqing, who was on guard atop the car, also returned inside, asking curiously. Just one source crystal, what a loss. Wei Chuan replied succinctly, and then with a serious expression looked at the two women. Qingqing, Lingxue, it's confirmed that the yield of source crystals has plummeted, and the price will definitely skyrocket. While the source crystals at the trading house are still available at original prices, we need to rush and conduct a large-scale acquisition. All right. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also realized the importance of the matter. Without any hesitation, they took the bottled water prepared at noon to exchange for source crystals at the trading house. Wei Chuan made another batch of plastic cans, as the ones made at noon were not enough. After handing the plastic cans to the two women, he took out the last batch of metal materials at hand and thickened the vehicle's armor from 25 millimeters to 30 millimeters. Dong, dong. He gently tapped with his finger, and a dull, yet solid echo resonated, giving a sense of immense reassurance. That's about right. Wei Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding in satisfaction. Now, no matter how weak the night demon was, not even an AK could penetrate at close range. He could sleep soundly at night. In Area 5000155341000 people. Ding Tsung, damn it, the night demon turned into a snake person. It nearly scared me to death. Zhao Baojia, I've already encountered the new night demon. It's very fierce, but its defense remains the same. It can be killed with 2 strikes. Just ram it with the vehicle. Xia Yujian, what the hell, why did I encounter a headhunting owl? This is impossible to fight. It keeps grabbing onto my car's roof. Anyone willing to lend me a bow? Guixiu, is there only one night demon tonight? Jian Lingxia, not just one. Ew, I just encountered 2. Let's be cautious tonight and not let the night demon touch us. Kai Xi, in this damn place, I can't stand it anymore. My vehicle is a blue trident of friends who want to team up. Honk when you spot me. Qian Wenqi, laughing to death. Now you're thinking about teaming up. Our convoy already has 7 people. Before starting the shopping, Wei Chuan opened the communication channel for a glance. Inside, the discussion was lively. The vast majority of comments were about the night demon. It wasn't just him and Lu Qingqing who were frightened by the new form of the night demon. There were no comments about a second ability, which was good news. If someone awakened a second ability just after the update, he would be extremely envious. Time flew quickly amid busyness and anticipation. 2 hours later, Wei Chuan and the others celebrated with 3 bottles of beer, looking slightly tired, yet exceptionally excited. On the side table, there was a gray iron box emitting a soft blue light containing nearly 100 source crystals. 428 of them were accumulated from killing night demons over the past 4 nights, while the shopping just 2 hours ago netted a staggering 9310 crystals. In total, there were 9738. This quantity far exceeded Wei Chuan's expectations. He had originally thought that collecting 2,000 to 3,000 would be satisfactory. When he went to search for source crystals, he realized that they had become so abundant that they were flooding the market with tens of thousands of pages listed. Thus, the price was relatively low. 9310 crystals cost only about 300 liters of water. 1 liter of water could be exchanged for 31 source crystals. This price was simply a bargain, almost like picking them up for free. Thinking it over, it was quite normal. There had been so many night demons in the first 3 days, making them easy to kill. People with big vehicles could easily acquire 2 to 3 source crystals with a simple press of the accelerator. Unfortunately, this price did not last long. 10 minutes ago, the phenomenon of rising source crystal prices swept across the entire trading area like the wind. Those who were still hesitating or had not reacted suddenly seemed to be energized, either removing their listings to repost at higher prices or hoarding in a frenzy. The new price of source crystals could be described as sky-high, directly multiplying 5 or 6 times the original. Wei Chuan could guess with his toes that it was definitely someone boasting about their discoveries in the communication channel, accelerating the spread of information and market volatility. However, receiving 9310 source crystals before the price surged was already an extremely successful investment. Not too many, not too few, but it was good to take profits. Honey, everyone in the district is buying source crystals. They say there are only 1 or 2 night demons a day now, and source crystals will become increasingly scarce. Should we continue buying? No need, we already have enough. We will consider it later when we need to use a source tool. Wei Chuan looked at the gray iron box, maintaining a very calm mindset. Those who were frantically recommending others to buy source crystals were either selling them themselves or were unable to afford them and wanted to drive the price up to make it unaffordable for others, merely a joke to observe. Those who genuinely wanted to hoard source crystals wouldn't make things difficult for themselves. All right then, let's not buy any more. Zhu Lingxue nodded, then cheerfully wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's arm, her eyes crescent-shaped, reminding him, honey, it's almost 9:30. When are we resting? Lu Qingqing laughed out loud. Oh no, Lingxue has turned into a little glutton. Zhu Lingxue stuck out her tongue, snuggling closer to Wei Chuan's sister. Qingqing, if you're not tempted, how about letting me have tomorrow? I'm a bit tired. Oh, I'll take a shower and sleep. Lu Qingqing directly muted her mic, suddenly stood up from the sofa, and quickly walked towards the back of the car. Having tasted forbidden fruit, she knew the flavor well. She felt a bit tempted too, but she wouldn't be as proactive as Zhu Lingxue in voicing it. That would be too embarrassing. Seeing this, Wei Chuan smiled, lifting Zhu Lingxue onto his lap, pinching her cheek, and whispering in her ear, we've sweated quite a bit too. Want to wash up later? Zhu Lingxue did not answer directly, but instead offered a passionate kiss. At 6 a.m., the biological clock woke Wei Chuan on time. The carriage was dimly lit, with only 4 car windows and 10 small observation windows letting in a slight glimmer of light. He carefully shifted Zhu Lingxue, who was still asleep, on his shoulder, and tucked her blanket in snugly. Only then did he quietly get out of bed and sit down on the sofa beside him. Wei Chuan stretched and twisted his neck. He had rested quite well last night. Aside from a humanoid spider causing trouble at midnight, the latter half of the night was unexpectedly peaceful, allowing him to enjoy a sound sleep. He habitually took out the survival manual and browsed the communication channels. 50001 area, 511910000 people. Zhang Xiaofu, damn it, the sky is about to brighten, yet here it comes smashing my car window. It nearly cost me my life. Hanzalong, here's a tip for you all: sleep during the day and drive at night. The resource points and supply boxes won't run away, and you can also avoid the night demons. Luoyo, I came across a vehicle, and the owner was left with only half a body. Gao Yingying, is anyone in need of anti-stab suits? I only want food that can be stored long-term. Wu Jun, haha, unlimited barbecue recipe. I'm getting rich, DM me if you have tobacco. A night passed, and the number of people in the area decreased by over 400. TSK. Wei Chuan shook his head, not surprised by this result. Not everyone had a high-defense blood cow like him. There would definitely be others who were successfully ambushed by various forms of night demons while sleeping. If they didn't want to come up with countermeasures, the death toll each night would remain high. After briefly scanning, Wei Chuan exited the communication channel. The apocalypse presents countless scenarios every day. He just needed to take care of himself and his 2 little wives. He then entered the trading hall, starting to search for desired goods. Luck was on his side. As soon as he entered Evolution Crystal and clicked search, his eyes lit up. Item name: Evolution Crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 350 liters of gasoline. Item name: Evolution Crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 330 liters of diesel. Item name: Evolution Crystal. Quantity: 1. Price: 20 liters of fresh water. Damn, there are actually 3. Wei Chuan was overjoyed, almost reflexively snatching up the last 2, fearing that if he hesitated even a second, someone else would take them. He didn't have gasoline on hand, but he could trade for it with water. After a brief delay, he successfully made the purchase. It seemed the asking price was too high, and those who could afford it hadn't woken up yet. Awesome. Wei Chuan held the 3 evolution crystals, not rushing to consume them, but continuing to search, purchasing a number of good items. 16 solar panels, 1 unlimited bandage recipe, 1 unlimited thermos recipe, and a large pile of winter quilts and winter clothing. The thermos and winter supplies were prepared for cooling down. Since the version would be updated, future seasons could change from summer to winter. In his eyes, it was all a bargain, better to be prepared than to suffer. Looking at the gains from just a few minutes, Wei Chuan was in high spirits, cleaning the 3 evolution crystals and swallowing them one by one. The familiar warmth swept over him once again, and he could distinctly feel the enhancement in his physique and mental power. His muscles became firmer, his senses sharper, and his thoughts more agile. Unfortunately, I still haven't awakened a second talent. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed. That extremely low probability was indeed no joke. He had consumed 6 evolution crystals without any reaction, and he had no idea how many more he would need. He shook his head, casting aside this regret from his mind. The stable enhancement of his physique and mental power was already a tremendous gain. The second talent could come slowly. Next, he posted a purchase request. This time the target was metal materials. Looking to purchase various scrap metal materials in exchange for clean freshwater, bring your own price. The metal materials he had previously accumulated were nearly exhausted, leaving him with only 3 bicycles and 1 electric bicycle. The materials from these 4 vehicles were very useful and could not be disassembled. His upcoming modification plan required a massive amount of metal materials, so he chose to post a purchase request directly aiming to acquire 10 to 20 tons at once. His next goal was clear: to transform the armored vehicle into a true land armored beast. The total length would be increased to 15 meters, height to 4.5 meters, and width to 6 meters. It would feature a design similar to wide-body racing cars from animated series, strikingly impactful and stable without any obvious weaknesses. The 3 bulletproof window modification templates he acquired yesterday were purchased for this modification. He planned to divide the rear compartment into 5 main areas: driver's cabin, entertainment lounge, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, kitchen, storage room. For now, he would divide it this way and first construct the main framework. The bathroom and other details could be postponed. This was a massive project that required a vast amount of metal materials and energy. It might take several days to complete. Around 6:30 m, there was gradually some movement in the carriage. Lu Qingqing woke up yawning sleepily. Upon seeing Wei Chuan sitting on the sofa, she lazily greeted him with a good morning before getting up to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was simple, just heating up milk and bread. This was agreed upon during last night's dinner. For these few days, the meals could be simpler to save time and look for resource points and mutated creatures. After a few minutes, Zhu Lingxue also woke up. She made much more noise than Lu Qingqing shouting for Wei Chuan to give her a kiss. "Lingxue, we've run out of metal materials. You're in charge of collecting them this morning until our storage is full." Wei Chuan pulled Zhu Lingxue into his arms, kissed her twice on the cheeks, and assigned her a task. In the past half hour, he had only collected about 1.5 tons of scrap metal, which was far from enough. "All right," Zhu Lingxue responded earnestly. After freeing his hands, Wei Chuan took out the bullet materials and began making today's batch of bullets. Although there was still quite a bit in stock, these things consumed quickly. Each time he used one was at least 1 or 2 magazines, if not more. He had to make them whenever he had the chance. At the same time, he also made 5 sets of pistol crossbows to hang up in the trading hall. He chose to sell them in exchange for items, offering 1 set of pistol crossbows for 1 evolution crystal. He wasn't sure if he could trade them away, but he thought he might as well try his luck. At 7:20 m, the 3 of them finished breakfast and began their new day of searching. Since Zhu Lingxue was in charge of collecting metal materials, Lu Qingqing drove in the morning while Wei Chuan continued making bullets. The modified armored vehicle was still very stable, especially while cruising smoothly. After driving for about an hour, the vehicle entered a more vibrant area with many dead trees lining the roadside. Suddenly, Zhu Lingxue, who was lying on the sofa, lifted her head and shouted, "Sister Qingqing." My talent reacted. "There should be resource points or supply boxes nearby, but I can't see them." "All right." Lu Qingqing immediately slowed down the vehicle. "I'll go on the roof." Wei Chuan set aside his work, climbed up through the sunroof, and carefully searched for signs of supplies around. The withered trees, wind-eroded rocks, gravel, and yellow sand. Wei Chuan's gaze scanned each detail meticulously like a scanner. Suddenly his sight froze on a gigantic, completely dead poplar tree ahead to the right. There was a distinct metallic sheen behind it. As the armored vehicle drew closer, he saw a box half buried in piles of yellow sand behind the dead poplar tree. The color of that box reflected a dazzling and noble, golden hue. Holy cow! A golden box! Wei Chuan almost shouted, his heart racing instantly. If a silver box could yield a handgun and crossbow recipe, what treasures lay within a golden box? A recipe for a source item. "Honey, did you find something?" Zhu Lingxue called out from below. "I found it. It's a golden box." Wei Chuan's voice rose with excitement as he quickly returned to the vehicle, yelling to Lu Qingqing, "Qingqing, the poplar tree ahead to the right." Soon the vehicle stopped by the roadside. Wei Chuan did not rush over, but climbed up to the roof to observe for a while, confirming there were no signs of life, before carefully jogging toward the poplar tree, holding the Dahei Xing. The closer he got, the clearer the golden box became. It seemed to be crafted from pure gold, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns emanating an alluring glow. Suppressing his heart that was nearly leaping out of his chest, Wei Chuan used the gun barrel to pry open the lock. Damn! At the moment he saw the items inside the box, he was so excited that his eyes went wide, his breath suddenly halted. The bottom of the golden box was lined with a piece of black cloth, and at the center of that cloth lay a powerful shotgun. The gun was long and sleek, the cold metal barrel glinting with a deadly light. Beside the shotgun, 5 boxes of red cartridges were neatly stacked, each stamped with the number 12. Remington M870 shotgun, long barrel type, effective range of 40 meters, magazine capacity of 77 rounds, fires 12-gauge shells. I've hit the jackpot. This time it's the real deal. Wei Chuan was nearly bouncing with joy. This was a killing machine. One shot could blast the current night demons apart, far surpassing the Dahei Xing. The mutated creatures were no match. Even at close range, they were nothing. Opening the cartridge box, one box contained 10 rounds with 5 boxes totaling 50 rounds plus the 7 in the magazine, making 57 rounds. Wei Chuan gripped the shotgun, a surge of immense joy coursing through him like electricity. Awesome. He caressed the gun's body. Even though he already had the Dai Xing, the power of these two guns was not even in the same dimension. In the midst of this extreme excitement, a thought that had been suppressed before flickered like a spark in his mind. Right? Why not enhance the power of the Dai Xing? When he first obtained the Dai Xing, he had considered making a handgun with a larger caliber and greater power. He had given up then because he knew his physical condition couldn't handle such recoil and it might even injure him. But now it was different. He had already taken 6 evolution crystals and his physical condition had significantly improved. Not to exaggerate, but 7 millimeters should be no problem. Wei Chuan excitedly returned to the vehicle, his heart racing again with new possibilities. Honey, what kind of gun is this? Seeing the long gun in Wei Chuan's hands, Zhu Lingxue asked excitedly, is it a shotgun? It's the one I mentioned before, with many small pellets in the shell, a large impact area, not very precise, but with great power. Here you can try the feel, just don't touch the safety, and trigger shotguns are too dangerous. Wei Chuan handed the shotgun directly to Zhu Lingxue. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, Zhu Lingxue quickly waved her hand in refusal. No, I don't want it. He'll wait until I learn before playing with it. Alright, I'll teach you during lunch break. Oh, I have something to do now. Wei Chuan nodded, put the shotgun away in the storage compartment, then grabbed some metal materials from the shelf and crawled to the rear of the vehicle. Seeing this, Zhu Lingxue knew Wei Chuan was busy, so she sat in the passenger seat and shared the recent haul with Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later, in Wei Chuan's hands appeared a finely crafted silver handgun. It measured 27 centimeters in length with a caliber of 7 millimeters. It featured an all-metal structure, a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, and weighed 5 pounds when fully loaded. It's done. Wei Chuan aimed a few times at the observation window, a satisfied smile growing on his face. Now it had truly become the Big Hei Xing. This was a large handgun he constructed using a blueprint akin to a Desert Eagle. Although it had yet to be tested for power, judging by the caliber and amount of gunpowder, taking down a wild donkey with one shot would definitely not be a problem. With the shotgun added, his close-range firepower was instantly maxed out, reaching an entirely new level. I'm truly a genius. Wei Chuan lay back on the sofa, ready to relax his excited nerves for a bit. However, he had barely settled when Zhu Lingxue, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back and shouted, Honey, there's a resource point. A resource point. Wei Chuan instantly sprang up, rushing over to the passenger seat beside her, following the direction Zhu Lingxue pointed. Not far from the left side of the road, he spotted an abandoned farmhouse, a small sihiyuan, with most of the courtyard wall collapsed, though the structures of the 3 rooms were still intact. Qingqing, lure them out. Right, stop when you see them. I want to test the gun. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up as he gently squeezed Lu Qingqing's shoulder. Today's luck was too good. They had just set out for less than an hour and a half. He was eager to test the power of the 2 new guns, hoping the mutated creatures in this resource point would be fierce, at least with thicker health bars. All right, Lu Qingqing replied, skillfully maneuvering the armored vehicle, gradually approaching the resource point. When they were about 30 meters from the courtyard wall, she began to maintain distance while circling around. This distance provided enough reaction time while ensuring the shooting range of the firearms. Wei Chuan climbed back up through the shooting hatch to the roof, holding the new handgun, crouching down. The armored vehicle quickly circled the resource point twice, but there was no movement inside, still eerily quiet. As they made the 3rd loop, passing a pile of collapsed bricks. Whoosh! A gray-black shadow suddenly dashed out from behind the pile of bricks, moving swiftly, lunging at the moving armored vehicle. Here it comes. Wei Chuan instantly raised his right arm and pulled the trigger. He saw clearly what it was, a gigantic rat, its fur a shiny gray-black, with eyes gleaming with green light. Its 2 front teeth resembled rusted chisels. Without counting its tail, it was just over a meter long, slightly smaller than the mutated cockroach from yesterday. A loud bang erupted, far surpassing the sound of an ordinary handgun, resembling the roar of a cannon. A tremendous recoil jolted through him. Even with Wei Chuan's enhanced physique, he felt his wrist twist sharply and his entire arm shook. Impressive, Wei Chuan thought to himself, quickly lowering the gun barrel and aiming again. The mutated rat was incredibly agile, and the first shot whizzed by its ear, striking the ground behind it and kicking up a cloud of dust. It emitted a shrill squeak, and its pouncing movements accelerated. Bang! Wei Chuan's second shot was prepared, aiming at a position ahead. The heavy 7 millimeters bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy, precisely hit the bridge of the mutated rat's nose. Puff! Gee! Like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, the entire snout of the mutated rat exploded, scattering shattered bones and flesh, creating a horrific blood hole the size of a fist. Gee! The mutated rat let out a chilling wail, its pouncing action suddenly froze, and then it collapsed to the ground, thrashing violently. Dark red blood gushed from the wound, clearly suffering severe injury. Beautiful. Wei Chuan was extremely satisfied with the power of this handgun. This was merely a hit to the nose. Had it struck the head directly, it likely would have shattered the mutated rat's skull. Putting away the handgun, he switched to a more powerful shotgun. Brother Rat, it's time to send you on your way. Wei Chuan coldly gazed at the mutated rat still writhing in its pool of blood, slightly lowering the gun's muzzle to aim at its bloodied head. His finger squeezed the trigger. Boom. A sound more pronounced and deeper than that of the handgun rang out. The shotgun fired multiple lead pellets, surged forth like a torrential storm, instantly enveloping the rat's head. The massive rat's head exploded in an instant, a splash of matter mixing blood, flesh, shattered bones, and brain tissue sprayed across the surrounding ground. The mutated rat's violently thrashing body froze, then completely slumped down, no longer moving. This is the feeling. Wei Chuan felt a surge of satisfaction. The shotgun's power had indeed not disappointed him. It was a divine weapon in close combat. The key was that it excelled at taking down large foes. He jumped off the vehicle, enduring the stench, and used a machete to search through the ruined head of the mutated rat, extracting an evolution crystal. Returning to the vehicle, he skillfully cleaned it and swallowed it. The familiar warmth surged again. Although he still hadn't awakened a second talent, the steady improvement of his base attributes was reassuring. Let's go in and take a look. Wei Chuan called out, leading Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue into the courtyard. The yard was small, with only 3 low houses. The 2 on the sides had no doors or windows and were empty inside. Only the middle and largest room was relatively intact, its wooden door hanging crookedly. Bang! Wei Chuan kicked open the door, and a musty scent rushed out. The light inside was dim, dust and spider webs everywhere, but upon seeing the furnishings inside, the 3 were pleasantly surprised. It appeared to be a village grocery store. The shelves were askew and various scraps were scattered on the floor, yet a good amount of supplies could still be seen. Various staples like rice, oil, salt, and tea were present, although the packaging was damaged. Careful searching revealed some well-sealed items. In the corner, a few cardboard boxes contained daily necessities like toothpaste, soap, and toilet paper. The counter had the most supplies, mainly snacks and beverages, with some cigarettes and alcohol as well. What pleased Wei Chuan the most was finding several small bags of vegetable seeds, including tomatoes, bok choy, and cauliflower in a tin box. Though not many, their significance was immense. Once he made a quick seedbed planting station, these seeds would become highly useful. A self-sufficient food source is as important as weaponry. Lucky indeed. Wei Chuan nodded secretly. A few days ago, he had traded for a good amount of supplies using a handgun crossbow, and it seemed these items were found in such supply points. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue excitedly began to take inventory. These supplies were quite suitable for leisure and relaxation, significantly enhancing their quality of life. The 3 meticulously scavenged all usable supplies, making 2 trips before they returned to the vehicle fully satisfied and continued their journey. However, their luck seemed to have run out. Until noon, with the sun at its zenith, they found only a lonely gray iron box yielding 2 bottles of bland mineral water. Stopping the vehicle beside a relatively wind-sheltered dirt mound, Lu Qingqing began preparing lunch, while Zhu Lingxue exchanged the metal materials received in the morning with Wei Chuan. At that moment, a faint engine sound approached from afar, quickly drawing near. Vroom. Vroom. Someone. Lu Qingqing reacted swiftly, immediately shutting off the stove and dropping the spatula, leaping into the driver's seat, hands gripping the steering wheel, ready to step on the gas. Wei Chuan also climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, looking out. He saw 3 cars kicking up dust on the Gobi to their side, awkwardly making their way towards their location. All 3 vehicles were compact cars, but the rear compartments were somewhat large, resembling shorter vans, likely modified from car templates. As Wei Chuan was about to fire, the other party slowed down one car, even honking its horn. Beep, beep. The horn echoed across the vast desert, seemingly a reminder to those in the armored vehicle. Then a male voice amplified through a loudspeaker, filled with tension and excitement. Brother, can you hear me? No misunderstandings, we mean no harm. We just wanted to ask if you want to team up. We can look out for each other together. The voice repeatedly shouted, sounding as if there was no intent to attack. But Wei Chuan's gaze remained cold. In this damned world, trusting others often led to the swiftest demise. Ignoring the shouts from the other party, he raised his big black star and fired a shot towards the 3 cars. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out like thunder, instantly overpowering the sounds of the engine and the shouting as the bullet struck the gravel of the desert, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The effect of the equality of all beings was immediate. The 3 compact cars simultaneously slammed on their brakes, tires screeching against the gravel. Brother, don't shoot. We truly mean no harm, we're leaving right now. They abruptly swerved, speeding up to the maximum, kicking up even more dust, clearly terrified by this merciless warning, still shouting with the horn as they fled. Tisk, still too kind-hearted, they're missing out on some fine materials. Once the 3 cars disappeared from sight, Wei Chuan put away his gun and returned to the vehicle. Darling, should we chase them? Lu Qingqing asked from the driver's seat, her eyes sharp. With the off-road capabilities of the armored vehicle and the firepower they possessed, it would be easy to catch up and deal with those 3 cars. Wei Chuan shook his head, saying no need. These people are not like that brother Biao from last time. Their speed isn't fast, and they don't seem intent on surrounding us. They probably just want to recruit people for a team. He paused for a moment and added, if we encounter anyone charging directly at us, don't ask me, we'll just crash into them and then shoot. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue nodded in agreement, putting away their handguns. Although no battle had occurred, this little incident had made the three of them more alert. 2 days ago, someone mentioned that the number of people encountered on the road was increasing. They hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now it seemed necessary to monitor the situation closely. They were not the only ones who could encounter golden boxes, nor were they the only ones who could obtain firearms. Those with good luck could come across even better supply boxes and acquire stronger firearms. In the future, whenever they encountered vehicles, they must issue a warning at first sight, and if the other party did not comply, they would have to take decisive action. In any case, they could not allow the opposing side to approach. An hour later, the simple lunch and nap came to an end. Just as Wei Chuan was about to announce their departure, Lu Qingqing, reclining in the massage chair, suddenly spoke softly, "Darling, can we move the massage chair to the driver's seat?" The original driver's seat of the armored vehicle was too hard. Sitting for a long time made her back uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and rubbed her lower back. How did I not think of that? Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities that he completely neglected the importance of seating comfort, since he rarely drove. We must change it. Both the driver and passenger seats must be swapped. Wei Chuan said as he took action, immediately removing the original seats and installing 2 massage chairs, instead connecting them to the power supply. Zhu Lingxue sat down to try it out, activating the massage function. A comfortable vibration coursed through her, and she instantly squinted her eyes in delight. Now driving has become a pleasure. It's my turn in the afternoon, Qingqing Jianmua. I was just thinking about that. Lu Qingqing, who had been driving all morning, sighed helplessly. This is my fault. I should have thought of that when making the massage chairs. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. We shouldn't shortchange ourselves. Wei Chuan smiled, as well quietly reminding himself that this was the limitation of one's perspective. It was impossible to consider everything. He would have to encourage them to voice their opinions more. After chatting for a bit, the vehicle started moving again. Wei Chuan sat at the dining table preparing to make bullets. After acquiring 2 new guns, he distributed all the previous ammunition of the large black star to the 2 women. He needed to hurry and produce the reserve ammunition for the new guns. After about an hour of work, the survival manual he had set aside emitted a soft glow, signaling that there was new information. Li Yongsheng is looking for me. Wei Chuan instinctively thought it was the fuel tycoon he had been in frequent contact with these days, and casually clicked on it. However, the notification was not from social, but from trading. The item you consigned, semi-auto Falcon handgun crossbow set, has been successfully sold. You have received Evolution Crystal X1. Please click to claim it in my items. You have received Evolution Crystal X1. It's sold. Wei Chuan was first stunned, then overjoyed, surprised that someone actually made a trade. He immediately extracted the Evolution Crystal, washed it, and then put it in his mouth. He still didn't awaken a second talent, but the gradual enhancement was still intoxicating. Not bad, this method works. Wei Chuan felt elated and took down the other 4 crossbow sets, adding 20 more crossbow bolts before returning to the bullet-making task. Time passed, and it was around 4 in the afternoon. Zhu Lingxue, who was driving, suddenly exclaimed, "Darling, Qingqing Jia, look around quickly, are those cars?" Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing immediately looked out through the observation window upon hearing this. The window was too small to see clearly. They could only make out many dark shapes and clouds of dust in the distance. It must be cars, and many of them. Are they crazy? Wei Chuan was startled and immediately climbed to the top of the vehicle, crouching by the railing to observe. He saw that the once desolate road where only their vehicle had been traveling was now filled with a multitude of cars. These vehicles were traversing the intricately connected roads like a spider web, all heading in a general direction. This sight made his pupils contract sharply. From all directions, near and far, there were at least 50 or 60 different vehicles. From tricycles, sedans, vans to trucks, there were even several uniquely modified vehicles with strange appearances. These cars spread across various roads like a migrating herd. What the hell? Wei Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just an hour ago, when he looked outside, there were only 2 or 3 roads in this area, but now it had turned into dozens or even hundreds. With so many cars gathered together, it meant that the probability of friction and even conflict would rise dramatically. And indeed, things were unfolding just as he had anticipated. Before he could observe the situation in detail, signs of chaos began to emerge. To the right front, 2 small trucks driving side by side on the gravel began to seem to reach a certain understanding and suddenly swerved simultaneously. They did not return to the main road, but accelerated towards another road. Their target seemed to be a solitary van on that road. Their intentions were clear. Almost at the same time, Wei Chuan felt that their armored vehicle was also being targeted. A modified large pickup truck with a pair of sharp spikes welded to its front suddenly darted out from the side road behind the armored vehicle, charging directly at them. Trailing behind were two vans with protective nets on their windows accelerating as if they were companions of the pickup. What the hell? I'm driving an armored vehicle. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, right? Wei Chuan's expression instantly turned cold in fierce surprise that someone was coming after him. The allure of the armored vehicle was truly significant. He leaned out and shouted inside the vehicle, Lingxue, we're being targeted. Slow down and let them come closer. Understood. Zhu Lingxue instantly understood Wei Chuan's meaning and gently eased off the gas. Lu Qingqing then joined her on the roof, kneeling beside Wei Chuan while hiding her right hand holding the handgun behind her back. Qingqing, as soon as I fire you follow up and shoot to kill. Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the three rapidly approaching vehicles, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was in need of metal materials, and unexpectedly good brothers were delivering to his door. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world. As the three vehicles began to approach, Zhu Lingxue also started to accelerate. However, Zhu Lingxue did not accelerate with full force. She merely increased her speed just enough to give the impression that the prey had sensed danger and was about to flee, luring them to come closer. Upon seeing this, the opponents indeed reacted like sharks, sensing blood, their engines roaring even louder as the distance rapidly diminished. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Entering effective range. On the roof of the vehicle, Wei Chuan's gaze was icy as he firmly grasped the great black star, aiming first at the pickup truck in the lead, which was equipped with a ram. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the 12.7mm bullets shot out at a terrifying speed, easily tearing through the air and instantly piercing the pickup truck's windshield. With a whoosh, at the sharp sound of shattering glass, the bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy, continued forward, directly hitting the driver's chest. The snowflakes exploded violently. The driver couldn't even let out a scream, his upper body nearly torn apart by the barrage, blood and flesh splattering throughout the cockpit. The out-of-control pickup truck swerved violently, crashing off the road and slamming into a high weathered rock. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing also leaned out from behind Wei Chuan and began shooting. She aimed at the two vans behind. Although her shooting skills weren't great, the close range and direct line of fire made her aim sufficient. A magazine with 8 bullets all hit the windshield and engine hood of the right side van. Bang! The bullets penetrated the metal, striking the engine with a dull thud, black smoke rising the next moment, causing the van's speed to drop sharply, eventually coming to rest by the roadside. It was unclear whether the driver was dead or alive. The windshield hadn't shattered, only a few small holes were made, obscuring the interior's condition. The driver of the last van witnessed the gruesome fate of the two vehicles ahead and was terrified to the point of losing his mind. He slammed on the brakes while frantically turning the steering wheel to the left, attempting to escape this road. Now you want to run. It's too late. Wei Chuan snorted coldly, swiftly changing the magazine. If you want to shoot, shoot. If you want to run, where's the such easy deal in this world? Bang, bang, bang. The reloaded handgun roared again, due to the inability to hit the driver's seat. Wei Chuan aimed at the rear tires of the van. The heavy bullets struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The last 2 shots hit the tire, producing a muffled pop, causing the van's right rear tire to deflate, suddenly the rim grinding against the gravel, creating a piercing scream. The van instantly lost its balance, sliding forward for several meters under the influence of inertia, and then became completely stuck, unable to move an inch. Qingqing, have Lingxue get closer. Wei Chuan ordered in a low voice, switching to a shotgun with a click as he chambered around. Okay. Lu Qingqing replied seriously, quickly returning to the cabin to instruct Zhu Lingxue to drive. As they approached the van, without waiting for the armored vehicle to come to a stop, Wei Chuan fired without any hesitation. Bang! Bang! Both the driver and the passenger of the van were inside. They had already opened the car doors and made it a short distance away, but Wei Chuan shot 2 rounds, causing blood to spray from their backs as they collapsed to the ground. Without pausing, Wei Chuan fired 2 more rounds at the van's windows. The left 2 windows exploded entirely, revealing that the vehicle was empty. All done. Wei Chuan sighed in relief, calling into the cabin for Zhu Lingxue to go back and search the other 2 vehicles. Inside the other 2 vehicles, chaos reigned, filled with bullet holes and bloodstains, with only one driver remaining, who was now definitely dead. Only 4 people left after all this. Not as good as my brother Biao. Wei Chuan carefully checked around, confirming there was no threat before putting away the shotgun. Honey, are we going to collect materials now? Lu Qingqing climbed onto the ladder, leaning out from the roof of the vehicle to ask. Yeah, you guys search the supplies of the 3rd vehicle, and remember to finish off those 2. They'll dismantle these 2 first. Wei Chuan jumped directly down from the roof, striding quickly toward the nearest pickup truck. This truck had provided him with a lot of inspiration. He could also add a bunch of sharp rams to the armored vehicle to increase its impact power. The wheels could also be reinforced with a layer of armor. Although they were military-grade anti-explosive tires, stronger defense was always better. As Wei Chuan and the others began to clean the battlefield, this vast expanse of desert fell into a deadly silence. The vehicles that had originally been driving in a spiderweb-like pattern across the road were all scared away by the sudden, terrifying gunfire. Regardless of whether they had witnessed part of the incident or merely heard the sounds, everyone made the most instinctual choice: escape. They either accelerated or turned around, all distancing themselves from the area where the gunfire had erupted. In just a minute or two, as far as the eye could see, only 4 vehicles remained. 1 armored vehicle and 3 spoils. No other vehicles could be seen, as if the earlier scene had been nothing but an illusion. However, the calm of the real world was in stark contrast to the chaos in the communication channel. Area 50001, 5098, 10000 people. Zhang Liang, what the hell? That was gunfire, right? It scared the hell out of me. It happened right next to me. I heard it. I've played with quite a few guns abroad. That was definitely not an ordinary pistol. It should be 2 kinds of shotguns. Meng Tao, I saw it. It's a huge armored vehicle. They took down 3 cars. Li Yuyu, is that true? Is there an armored vehicle? Meng Tao, absolutely. It's camouflaged with silver. It must have been modified. They struck first, and as soon as the gunfire erupted, they emptied their magazines. They're definitely ruthless. Huang Liqin, I saw it too. It's bigger than a 100-ton king. Everyone be careful. If you see it, make sure to take a detour. Chen Longquan, how is this different from bandits? How did such people get their hands on an armored vehicle? The messages in the channel were scrolling rapidly. Almost everyone was discussing the recent gunfight. Most people initially thought that it was Wei Chuan armed with guns and an armored vehicle who had actively attacked the other 3 vehicles. Sounds of panic, condemnation, and curses filled the air. Zhu Lingxue, who was helping Wei Chuan transport materials, glanced at the communication channel. Seeing a wave of accusations, her delicate face suddenly filled with anger. Nonsense. Those 3 vehicles charged at us first. Zhu Lingxue gritted her teeth in anger, her fingers tapping on the survival manual a few times, seemingly wanting to retort. It felt like playing a game, being falsely accused and feeling stifled, unable to feel any relief without shooting back a few horns. Lingxue, let it go, it's unnecessary. Wei Chuan's voice came calmly as he smiled and shook his head. Husband, should we not care about them? Zhu Lingxue paused, looking at him in confusion. Wei Chuan wrapped his arms around Zhu Lingxue's slender waist, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think they care about the truth? What they care about is that we have armored vehicles and guns, while they do not. Speaking now will only let them know our appearance and name, and soon they will curse us by our faces and names. It's better to ignore them. He pointed to the empty Gobi desert around them. It's much better this way. Those with a little sense won't dare to approach us, saving us a lot of trouble. Well, all right. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan's unconcerned profile, then glanced at the furious communications channel, her frustration gradually easing. She took a deep breath and put away the survival manual. Indeed, they were just a bunch of sour grapes. Let them stew in their jealousy. Rather than wasting time on a war of words, it would be better to gather more materials to make the armored vehicle larger, so that next time we meet we can infuriate those sour grapes. Half an hour later, the heavy armored vehicle drove onto the highway. The 3 vehicles from earlier had already been dismantled and recycled by Wei Chuan. The abundant spiritual energy from the 8 evolution crystals allowed him to utilize his abilities with ease, taking only a brief rest for a few minutes. Several vehicles passed by, but when they saw the armored vehicle, they all pressed the gas pedal and fled at the fastest speed, fearing that if they were slow by even a moment, they would be targeted by the armored vehicle bandits. Wei Chuan's notorious name had already spread throughout the 50001 area. The vehicles set off again, and the scenes before them became increasingly breathtaking. As they drove further, the originally spiderweb-like scattered roads began to converge at a visibly accelerating pace. 100 roads became 50 and 50 became 25. Ultimately, after traveling for about 10 minutes in front of their view, hundreds of roads from different directions fully merged into a superhighway that was challenging to describe in words. This highway was extraordinarily wide, visibly exceeding a kilometer, and its surface material was not ordinary cement, but a kind of metallic-like composite material. At the end of this superhighway, a massive building complex gradually came into view. Holy crap, is there a city? Wei Chuan's pupils shrank suddenly, as he immediately climbed onto the roof of the vehicle to observe. It seemed to be a small town, but the style was somewhat antiquated. From a distance, there were no modern skyscrapers typical of urban areas, but rather clusters of low, dense, and haphazardly arranged single-story buildings. Moreover, most of these buildings were constructed from wood, rocks, and even mixed materials like iron sheets and loam with no planning whatsoever. Some were even directly transformed from scrap cars and containers, giving off a chaotic patchwork bankrupt punk vibe. On the outskirts of the town, there were several parking lots surrounded by rough wooden stakes containing over 100 parked vehicles. One could faintly see shadows moving within the town. Strange. Wei Chuan became increasingly surprised. This place looked like a safe zone. As the armored vehicle approached the town, just as the wheels rolled over a green line, 3 clear and cold prompt sounds abruptly echoed in the minds of Wei Chuan and his companions. Survivor, welcome to the service area. The service area will refresh randomly and exist for 24 hours each time. Combat and plundering are not allowed in the service area. Talents cannot be used, and only trading functions are supported. You can use source crystals to purchase items in the shop. As the prompt finished, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. It really is a safe zone. Wei Chuan holstered his pistol and leisurely climbed back into the vehicle. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingshui also relaxed, their faces revealing expressions of relief. Since it was absolutely safe, there was nothing to worry about. Zhu Lingshui directly drove the armored vehicle following the metallic sign by the roadside into parking lot number 3, which already had over 10 vehicles parked. It was quite user-friendly. Each parking space was as big as a basketball court, and entry into occupied spaces was prohibited, thoroughly preventing malicious incidents, making even traffic jams impossible. After changing clothes, the three of them got out of the vehicle. As soon as they got out, they noticed a huge translucent countdown floating in the air, emitting a soft green glow. 222511. This should be the remaining time for the service area. Wei Chuan glanced at it, and then turned his gaze away, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He had brought exactly 2,000 source crystals, not stored in compartments, but directly in the backpack itself. He wanted to see what could be bought. If there were good items in the shop, he could also return to bring more source crystals. According to the sign, the three entered the street of the service area. Though called a street, it was more like a passageway through a junkyard flanked by various crooked, shabby buildings assembled from rough materials. The signs were varied, including restaurants and clinics. Many people hurriedly moved about, most with curious and alert expressions, some even covering their faces, exuding a heavy sense of secrecy. Wei Chuan casually chose a restaurant and walked in. It was very simple inside, without any decoration. The walls were just rusted iron sheets, and there were no tables and chairs. Only two brand new vending machines, which seemed out of place and emitted a soft blue light, were lined up in front of the counter. Is this where we buy things? Zhu Lingshui leaned in with curiosity. This seems to be the only option. Wei Chuan approached to operate it. Surprisingly, it was a touchscreen. When the screen lit up, a list of products appeared: mineral water, 500 milliliters, 5 source crystals; coffee, 350 milliliters, 4 source crystals; apple cider, 1L, 12 source crystals. This vending machine sold water, while the one beside it sold food. These prices are a bit more expensive than at the trading post. Lu Qingqing compared and found it somewhat unworthwhile. That's normal. Wei Chuan didn't find it surprising, smiling as he said, if you could buy things here at low prices, then resource points and supply crates would be meaningless. However, some things are indeed worth buying. After saying this, Wei Chuan still made a purchase, buying 2 cases of drinks and 2 cases of beer along with various snacks, totaling exactly 500 source crystals. This amount of source crystals was a drop in the bucket for his current wealth. He believed that those who similarly did not lack source crystals would, like him, not care about this minor premium and would buy some supplies that were hard to find at the trading post. Perhaps to prevent survivors from taking away the items, the purchased supplies existed in card form, which could only be retrieved by clicking to use them, with a validity period of 24 hours. After putting the supply cards in the storage compartment, the three left the restaurant and continued to navigate through the street. Wei Chuan's sharp gaze searched, excluding restaurants and inns. He wanted to buy some items that could not be found in the trading post, but that he needed, such as source devices, large television, storage tools, and so forth. 3 minutes later, on the second street, Wei Chuan's eyes caught sight of a sign featuring a gun, a weapons store. Wow, they even have guns. He felt a surge of excitement and immediately took the 2 women inside. The interior of the shop was equally shabby, but some firearms hung on the display racks on the walls, and there were empty shell casings piled in the corner. Strangely, the store was empty, with only a vending machine present. Why is the gun shop doing so poorly? Wei Chuan wondered, quickly walking to the vending machine. However, as the screen lit up and the product list appeared, he understood why there was no one here. Refined iron ingot unit, 1 source crystal. Refined steel ingot unit, 1 source crystal. Standard primer unit, 1 source crystal. Standard propellant unit, 1 source crystal. Magazines, various models available, 10 source crystals. This store does not sell finished firearms. It mainly sells the standard materials required for gun formulas, with the only firearm part being the magazine. No wonder no one comes here with such a limited selection. Even a firearms expert couldn't craft a gun. Next door. Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed as he left the gun shop with the 2 women. With no way to utilize his talent, he didn't even bother to touch the guns on the display racks. The only useful item in the whole shop was gunpowder, but the quantity of formula materials was too small, making the cost-effectiveness too low. He didn't want to be a fool. As he turned a corner ready to switch streets, Wei Chuan's steps suddenly halted. He saw 2 shops side by side on the other side of the corner. One had a twisted sign made of discarded circuit boards hanging at the entrance, an electronics store. The other displayed a wrench and tire sign, an auto repair shop. Great, great, great. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy, temporarily putting aside his disappointment from the gun shop, and stepped into the electronics store first. Inside the store there were 3 vending machines, 2 of which had people in front of them, while Wei Chuan walked to the empty third one. As the product list popped up, his eyes lit up, instantly sweeping away his earlier disappointment. The items on the list were dazzling and far exceeded his expectations. Mini induction cooker, 15 source crystals. Handheld vacuum cleaner, 20 source crystals. Multifunction charger, 10 source crystals. Mini electric fan, 18 source crystals. These were just the appetizers. Flipping further down revealed more rare items that were hardly found or completely absent in trading posts. Smoke-free grill, 50 source crystals. Storage water heater, 80 source crystals. Fast electric kettle, 35 source crystals. Fully automatic sterilizing washing machine, 100 source crystals. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that the description fields for most appliances clearly labeled consumes source crystals every 24 hours of use, only counting down during usage, which was much cheaper than the continuous 24-hour operation of the seed in the rapid base planning system. It was like single purchases versus monthly subscriptions in music software. Buy. This is exactly what the service area should have. Wei Chuan did not hesitate and directly spent 825 source crystals to purchase 25 types of source appliances, ending up with a thick stack of supply cards. In his view, the electricity cost for these appliances was very cheap. Even for the most consuming washing machine, continuous use for 24 hours only required 5 source crystals. Combined, the 25 source appliances would normally consume perhaps not even 100 source crystals in a month. The usage cost was quite similar to regular appliances that took a long time for the electricity cost to catch up to the actual price of the appliances, with the expensive part being the purchase, not the use. This perfectly solved the current problem of having enough electricity but not being limitless. Today, he would replace the appliances that consumed electricity and then create the hybrid system of wood, gas, and electricity. The hybrid system he desired was not about 3 types of energy systems competing, but rather each energy system driving a specific area of the transmission system. The fastest electric motor would be responsible for the rear, the most powerful diesel engine for the front, and the gasoline engine for the middle section, allowing for any combination of driving modes. This would prevent the armored vehicle from becoming so large that fueling would take a considerable amount of time. Awesome. Even if I don't find anything good later, this trip is already a huge profit. Wei Chuan happily stuffed the supply cards into his backpack and left the electronics store with the 2 women entering the neighboring auto repair shop. As soon as he stepped in, several gazes turned towards him. There were 4 people in the store, 2 men and 2 women. They all appeared to be around 30 years old and seemed to be a small team gathered together discussing in low voices, with the 2 women each holding a supply card. The arrival of Wei Chuan and the 2 women, especially beauties Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, instantly caught their attention. However, their gazes were restrained, lingering only briefly before they pulled back and left together. Wei Chuan ignored them, his focus solely on the vending machine. As expected, similar to the gun shop next door, the auto repair shop sold various vehicle parts, formula materials, and specialized repair tools. Refined steel ingot unit, 1 source crystal. Bulletproof tires, each 80 source crystals. Vehicle toolbox, basic advanced, 50 source crystals. Suspension reinforcement kit, 40 source crystals. Mechanical supercharger, various models available, 10 source crystals. Although these items were practical, most of them could be crafted by Wei Chuan himself. He browsed through the pages, carefully considering what could not be crafted by hand and what was worth purchasing that wasn't available in trading posts. Damn! As the product list scrolled to the last few pages, Wei Chuan's breath hitched and his eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. It was a source engine. Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template, output power, approximately 7,500 horsepower, extreme power, very high torque, stable, and continuous, consumes source crystals 35 per 100 kilometers. Hunter 24-cylinder engine modification template, output power, approximately 3,200 horsepower, strong and adaptable, relatively steady, consumes source crystals 25 per 100 kilometers. Silent Storm 16-cylinder engine modification template, output power, approximately 1,600 horsepower, ultra-quiet, efficient performance, relatively steady, consumes source crystals 15 per 100 kilometers. Barbarian King 12-cylinder engine modification template. Only 4 units available. The prices were 3,000, 1,500, 1,800. From the dimensions given in the product images, these 4 engines were not overly large and would not look out of place once installed in the armored vehicle. Hiss! Wei Chuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his heart racing, blood rushing to his head. Such fantastic items available on the 5th day of the game's launch. He had set his sights on the strongest Mammoth 64 cylinders, 7,500 horsepower, powered by source crystals. Compared to this Mammoth 64-cylinder source engine, his previously planned hybrid system was nothing but trash. How many Star Destroyers could one of these match against a 2nd Lieutenant's artillery piece? We're not even in the same dimension oldly. Imagine a colossal mining vehicle towering 2 or 3 stories high, with an engine that can handle hundreds of tons in weight. What terrifying power could be unleashed when such an engine is mounted on his little guy, which weighs no more than 35 tons, even when fully loaded? With everything at maximum capacity, the power would be unmatched. At least for the coming months, no matter how the armored vehicle is modified, this mammoth will keep up fundamentally, solving a major issue. Buy. It must be bought. A frenzied thought instantly occupied Wei Chuan's mind. Although the price of 3,000 source crystals made him wince, the importance of this item was truly too high. If he missed this opportunity, who knows when he would encounter a service area again, or if such a high-grade source crystal engine would appear once more. If this was indeed the only chance to buy, he would certainly regret it. As for the consumption of source crystals, that was not an issue. The mammoth consumes 35 source crystals for every 100 kilometers, and the real-time market price for 35 source crystals is equivalent to 3 liters of water or 66 liters if calculated with diesel prices. Consuming 66 liters per 100 kilometers isn't much, especially since the armored vehicle's fuel consumption is already 55 liters per 100 kilometers. An extra 11 liters can easily be offset by selling a batch of pistol crossbows for a month. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Chuan staring at the vending machine with red eyes for quite some time, Zhu Lingxue quietly asked and gently tugged at his hand. Good news. You all wait for me here, I'll get the source crystals from the car. No, let's go back together. Wei Chuan initially wanted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to wait for him, but considering the mixed crowd in the service area, he decided to return together. Not being able to act doesn't mean he can't talk. He didn't want his wife to be bothered by chatter. Okay. Seeing Wei Chuan so anxious, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked no questions and nodded eagerly. The short 5-minute journey felt exceptionally long. Wei Chuan quickly returned to the parking lot with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and after getting enough source crystals, he immediately headed back to the street. Upon re-entering the car repair shop, his heartbeat was still difficult to calm. A few people were gathered at the entrance chatting, and upon seeing Wei Chuan and the two women purposefully heading towards the vending machine, they couldn't help but cast curious glances. Wei Chuan ignored all the gazes, took a deep breath, and stood before the vending machine. He firmly pressed the purchase option. Please confirm the payment of 3,000 source crystals to purchase the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template. Yes, no transaction. Successful. Source crystals 3,000. Gained Mammoth 64-cylinder engine template, perhaps due to the large amount of confirmation was required during the purchase. Wei Chuan naturally did not hesitate and directly selected yes. A faint buzzing sound emanated from inside the vending machine, and the dispensing slot lit up with a green glow. A special material card, black and gold with an engine pattern shimmering on its surface, slowly emerged. High-end goods are indeed different. Even the card looks so exquisite. Wei Chuan grasped the card in his hand. Its cold touch felt incredibly hot, and a surge of immense joy and anticipation nearly overflowed. He had already thought of what to do next. After changing the engine, how to replace the appliances, and utilize the solar panels, countless ideas surfaced in his mind. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue behind him also had smiles in their eyes. Although they had no direct concept of vehicle engines, anything that made Wei Chuan willing to spend 3,000 source crystals must be extraordinary. Let's go, we'll take you shopping. Wei Chuan suppressed the urge to head straight home, stored the material card in his inventory, and turned to smile at the two women. It was rare to have a safe area to relax, so they could stay a little longer. The three continued to stroll the streets of the service area. However, it seemed that all their luck had been spent on encountering that source engine for the Mammoth, as they did not come across any desired source devices again. Nevertheless, Wei Chuan still made large purchases of supplies. He bought several sets of beautiful clothes for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, as well as a batch of cosmetics, which made the two women ecstatic. There were also many daily necessities such as inflatable beds, soft pillows, and shampoo, anything that could improve their quality of life. Wei Chuan bought. In total, he spent another 300 source crystals. Counting this 300 source crystals, the total expenditure for this outing had reached 4,625 source crystals. The spending was exorbitant. However, for Wei Chuan, who still held nearly 1,800 liters of fresh water and 5,114 source crystals, this was completely within an acceptable range. By the time they finished shopping and returned to the parking lot, it was already 5 p.m. As they approached the parking area, Wei Chuan sensed that something was off. At the edge of the parking lot, a sparse group of about a dozen people were squatting or standing, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the armored vehicle as they whispered among themselves. When Wei Chuan and the two women appeared and walked straight towards the armored vehicle, all those gazes instantly converged on them. Their expressions were complex, filled with curiosity, awe, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Are they talking bad about me again? At the same time, Wei Chuan noticed several people looking down, their fingers tapping rapidly, presumably using the survival manual. Area 5001508710000 people. Shun Longkoan, I see them. This armored vehicle is a 3-person team, 1 man and 2 women, all looking quite young. When Kai, if I ever run into them, I'll teach them a lesson with a grenade. Meng Tao, damn, a dragon and 2 phoenixes. I wish I had an armored vehicle. Zheng Liqing, are they still in parking lot 3? When I passed by earlier, they didn't attack me. Is there a chance someone else wants to rob them? Huang Zhongyun TSK Tisk, the little fairy wants to get close. Zhou Jia TSK Tisk, soft guy has broken down. Zhao Baojia, everyone don't worry, regardless of whether they are good or bad, the big vehicle's speed won't be fast. As long as we don't approach them, they will have a hard time catching up to us. Wei Chuan opened the communication channel and took a glance, instantly feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all this time, it turned out these guys were just recognizing people here. Really, shouldn't they take a break and relax instead of just sitting around? Honey, what should we do? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at and instinctively moved closer to Wei Chuan. They're just onlookers and we don't need to pay them any mind. Following the direction indicated by the parking lot sign, Zhu Lingxue slowly drove the armored vehicle out of the safe zone. Both the exit and entrance featured an impressively wide superhighway. As they left the service area, Wei Chuan deliberately cracked open the back door, cautiously peeking outside. Damn it. There were two cars behind them, unsure if they intended to leave the service area or to switch to motorcycles. Wei Chuan immediately became alert, but just 5 minutes later, when a fork in the road appeared, the two cars swiftly turned and soon vanished from sight. Just simple fellow travelers, a false alarm. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle drove onto a 4-lane road where the terrain was relatively open, providing a good line of sight. Lingxue pulled over to the side. Wei Chuan stood up from the sofa. This area was relatively safe and suitable for a long rest. After the armored vehicle came to a stop, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan and asked, "Honey, do you need our help?" "No need." Wei Chuan shook his head, excitement flashing in his eyes. "This modification is quite special, and all components may utilize my talent. Just help me unplug the wires from the old appliances." "All right." The two women complied while Wei Chuan grabbed a shotgun and exited the vehicle. He quickly approached the front of the vehicle, took out the Mammoth 64-cylinder engine modification template from the storage compartment, clicked to use it, and then affixed the blueprint-like modification template onto the engine cover. In an instant, a modification blueprint illuminated the front of the armored vehicle. The blueprint clearly displayed the structure of the modified front. The originally flat front of the armored vehicle was shown in the blueprint to have a prominent protrusion at the front, forming a design similar to that of Optimus Prime's truck. The energy box was next to the armrest box. You just open the lid and insert the source crystal, allowing for easy replenishment during travel. Simultaneously, a line of prompt information appeared. Materials required for modification: steel ingots 200, aluminum ingots 50. Please place the materials near the template. Not bad, not too much. Wei Chuan had anticipated this. All modification templates required supplementary materials. He immediately returned to the cabin, exchanged a batch of steel and aluminum ingots for some canned water, and brought some scrap metal and plastic, transporting all these materials to the front of the vehicle to click to start the modification. Vroom. A low humming sound emanated from the front of the armored vehicle, and the metal ingots on the ground instantly vanished. The armor plates at the front began to move, extend, and morph like living creatures, emitting a series of metallic clashing and embedding sounds. It was somewhat reminiscent of mental shaping, but with the added sound of transformation, lending a stronger sense of science fiction. This process lasted nearly a minute. When the modification blueprint disappeared, the front of the armored vehicle had undergone a complete transformation. A robust and powerful-looking protruding front replaced the original flat front, making the overall appearance much more imposing. Beautiful. Wei Chuan nodded in approval, marveling at the sight, while his hands continued to work. He utilized mental shaping to thicken the new front's armor to 30 millimeters and added 2 rows of sharp glimmering spikes. At the level of mutated cockroaches and mutated rats, one encounter would be fatal. Collisions would also be effective. Only top-tier modified vehicles could withstand such impacts. Next, he began to reclaim excess components. The Mammoth 64-cylinder engine had been perfectly installed, and the transmission and piping were seamlessly integrated into the new engine system by the template. Thus, the armored vehicle's main and auxiliary diesel tanks, as well as the gasoline engine and gasoline tank installed on the first night, all became independent parts and could be reclaimed directly. In the freed space, he crafted several large water tanks with a total capacity of 1,000 liters. Pulling the water pipes up to the roof, he began to create a large rainwater collection system. A total of 89 solar panels. 9 would continue to charge the battery pack for lighting fixtures that could not acquire source devices, while 80 would be used for the water collection system, theoretically capable of producing 80 liters of water per day. After connecting the water collection device to the water pipes, the external modifications were complete. Wei Chuan returned to the cabin, taking out the source devices one by one, his gaze falling on the ordinary appliances. He planned to attempt a talent skill he had never had the chance to use. Concept fusion, capable of conceptually adapting and merging seemingly unrelated mechanical principles and products of different technologies. Looking at those ordinary appliances that were about to be eliminated, Wei Chuan placed them together with the source devices and activated the concept fusion. Vroom. A familiar translucent blue modification blueprint reappeared simultaneously enveloping both groups of appliances. The blueprint lines swiftly flowed, dismantling and reorganizing the structures of both. Indeed feasible. The blueprint indicated that the source devices and ordinary appliances could merge. However, upon seeing the preview model of the merged source appliance, Wei Chuan's brow furrowed. The merged source appliance had become exceedingly bulky. The originally fine 60-inch source TV, after merging with a 21-inch bulky TV, produced a blueprint for a 70-inch bulky source TV. The screen size increased, and the source crystal consumption did not rise. Yet that incredibly heavy cheap plastic rear made Wei Chuan's eyes twitch. A 70-inch bulky TV? Are you serious? The same applied to other appliances. The basic parameters only increased slightly, but the aesthetic appearance and interior space had to be sacrificed. Does old stuff drag down good stuff? Wei Chuan realized the issue. Concept fusion was not omnipotent. It would integrate the characteristics of the fused items, yielding an average or combined value, and outdated technology would lower the overall quality. Forget it, no fusion then. Wei Chuan shook his head, halting the concept fusion attempt. This deal wasn't worth it. It was better to use the source devices directly. As for the ordinary appliances, dismantling them for materials was too costly. Selling them wouldn't yield much, and keeping them as reserves could allow them to be given as gifts when needed. However, this failed attempt did not disappoint him. At least he had grasped some limitations and patterns of concept fusion. Perhaps in the future, when he found more suitable materials or tools, this talent skill could unleash its true power. He selected positions for the source devices, secured them, opened the energy boxes to insert 10 source crystals, connected the necessary water pipes, and gathered the discarded ordinary appliances. At this point, the costly modification was concluded. Now this is the kind of vehicle a master should have. Looking at the completely transformed interior, Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Honey, with these source devices appearing, won't fuel and solar panels drop in price? Once Wei Chuan finished his tasks, Lu Qingqing raised her question. Of course. Not possible. Not everyone can afford source devices. Oil and electricity will still be mainstream energy sources, and prices will remain as they are, so don't hoard it. Wei Chuan shook his head. Excluding the water collection system, this modification would result in a substantial loss, and the losses would only increase. Only top-tier resource magnates could play like he did. There might not even be 10 such individuals in the entire server. After discussing with the two women the potential chain reactions triggered by the emergence of service zones, Wei Chuan could hardly wait and swiftly took his seat at the driver's position. The driver's seat, now upgraded to a massage chair, offered exceptional comfort and enveloping support. Yet his attention was instantly captivated by the completely revamped dashboard. The once ordinary dashboard now featured additional indicator lights, exuding a distinctly futuristic aura. The speedometer scale had grown remarkably dense, clearly demarcating several distinct velocity ranges. In the lower right quadrant gleamed a staggering figure, 580 km/h. FF, 580. Wei Chuan instinctively swallowed hard, wondering if his eyes had deceived him. A top speed of 580 km/h. Was this truly an armored vehicle? Even the world's fastest hypercars couldn't match such velocity. Qingqing Lingxue, squeeze into the front passenger seat. I'm about to test the raw power of 3,000 source crystals. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Wei Chuan's voice carried a thrilling undercurrent of exhilaration. Once the two women had nestled tightly together in the front passenger seat and securely fastened their seatbelts, Wei Chuan opened the energy compartment beside the center console and inserted several dozen source crystals. A faint hum resonated from the energy compartment, and all display indicators in the driver's zone flickered momentarily. Wei Chuan drew a deep breath, shifted the gear lever into drive mode, and gently pressed the accelerator. There was no roar of a combustion engine, only a deep resonant thrum emanating from the vehicle's front, followed by a sudden powerful shudder, as though a slumbering leviathan had just awakened. In the next instant, an indescribable ferocious surge of thrust slammed violently into his back. Exhilarating. Wei Chuan was pinned firmly against the plush backrest of the massage chair, the world outside blurred into streaks, racing backward at blinding speed, overwhelming his senses so intensely that dizziness flickered at the edges of his vision. Powerful. A brilliant spark ignited in Wei Chuan's eyes, and an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. A perfect fusion of shock and unbridled euphoria. Instinctively, he glanced at the speedometer. The needle spun rightward with the frantic urgency of an accelerated clock secondhand. 60 kilometers, 100, the century sprint passed in the blink of an eye. 150. 200. The Gobi desert landscape outside had already begun to dissolve into hazy streaks. 300. 400. When the needle surged past the 500 mark, Wei Chuan could no longer discern any distinct features in his field of view. Only elongated amber-brown earth flashed relentlessly backward on either side. Ahead, nothing but the endless ribbon of highway stretching toward the horizon. Pinned immovably by immense inertia, his body flooded with adrenaline, delivering a transcendent rush, so intense it vibrated through his very soul. Exhilarating. Absolutely fucking exhilarating. As the needle swept past 550, Wei Chuan burst into unrestrained laughter. Was 3,000 source crystals truly expensive? Could one not afford it? 5 days had already passed since launch. Had one diligently scavenged resources by day or hunted night demons by night? Sometimes one simply needed to look inward for answers. The sole regret was that the insight into essence ability could not unveil source artifact formulas, an omission that would have elevated the thrill even further. After several minutes of high-speed exhilaration, Wei Chuan finally satisfied his craving. Though still tingling with lingering excitement, he feared pushing himself to cardiac arrest and promptly relinquished the driver's seat. Ching Lingxue, you try next. Get accustomed to the handling. He smiled at the two women whose eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. This 4-lane highway stretched straight and unobstructed, offering panoramic visibility across a vast, desolate expanse, an ideal, perfectly safe testing ground where one could drive blindfolded without peril. I'll go first. Zhu Lingxue, brimming with impatience, immediately swapped places with Wei Chuan and cheered aloud the moment her foot touched the accelerator. Yet this burst of velocity proved short-lived. Roughly 10 minutes later, after Lu Qingqing had also taken her turn, Wei Chuan signaled her to halt. It was nearly 6:30 p.m. They needed to prepare dinner promptly and finish eating before night demons arrived. While the two women cooked, Wei Chuan disembarked with metallic materials to begin modifying the vehicle's chassis. He would reinforce the undercarriage first, then the body, ensuring optimal synergy with the mammoth's immense powertrain. Hardly had he begun work when his survival manual glowed faintly in his pocket. Opening it revealed yet another message from Li Yongsheng, who sent over a dozen daily. Li Yongsheng, brother, are you there? Are you there? Haha, I found a service zone and scored something fascinating. His exuberance practically leapt from the text. Li Yongsheng, I spent 800 source crystals on a 12-cylinder engine. Guess what? It propels a minivan to 250 kilometers per hour. Huh, hypercar speed. Li Yongsheng, those source crystal consumption is steep. It's a sourcey artifact guzzling 10 crystals per 100 kilometers. That's roughly 19 liters of gasoline, more than double the previous rate. Sigh. Barbarian King. Wei Chuan chuckled softly, reading the message. This young man claimed the cost was burdensome, yet every word dripped with smug pride. Li Yongsheng's innate talent revolved around fuel, of which he possessed an inexhaustible supply, making source crystal expenditure trivial by comparison. His act is far too transparent. A mischievous smile curled Wei Chuan's lips as his fingers flew across the screen. Wei Chuan, Barbarian King. Barbarian King, not bad. Wei Chuan, still I prefer the mammoth. Even at 580 kilometers per hour, it delivers formidable punch. After all, nothing superior exists. Wei Chuan, should difficulties arise, just say the word. If funds run low, I can lend you some. Don't stint yourself. Sigh. The moment the message sent, silence erupted on the other end. A full 15 seconds elapsed before Li Yongsheng replied with a single bewildered. Immediately afterward, messages exploded across the screen like fireworks. Li Yongsheng, holy shit. Li Yongsheng, the mammoth. The 64-cylinder one. You actually bought it. 3,000 source crystals. Li Yongsheng, 580 kilometers per hour. Is this even a vehicle? Through the screen, Wei Chuan could vividly picture Li Yongsheng's speechless, flustered, ear-scratching disbelief. After firing off over a dozen frenzied messages, Li Yongsheng finally regained composure and sent a comparatively composed line. Li Yongsheng, brother Chuan. This is utterly outrageous. How many source crystals have you gathered these past 2 days? At that question, Wei Chuan paused, genuinely startled. How many source crystals? Instinctively, he tallied his wallet. Upon exiting the service zone, he'd held over 5,100 source crystals, but those were reserved exclusively as power sources for future source artifacts. As for fresh water, he possessed over 1,800 liters drawn from pristine wells. At current market rates, 12 source crystals per liter, 1,800 liters translated to 21,600 source crystals. Damn, am I really this wealthy? The calculation left Wei Chuan genuinely stunned, then swiftly flooded with profound satisfaction. Truly worthy of me. After some thought, Wei Chuan replied, not much left, just around 20 to 30,000. It's all from trading water. I reminded you to stock up on water right away. Don't tell me you didn't, buddy. That's really disappointing. At such a distance, there was no need for excessive precautions. It would be better to flex our muscles once more and eliminate the little brother. Li Yongsheng, bro, I trust you, but I only have a little over 1,000 after changing all the oil. I was planning to make more oil the next day, but the source crystal price surged that night. My talent has limitations. What can I do? Wei Chuan, making oil. You seem to have all kinds of fuel, right? Class talent. Li Yongsheng, any fuel I've touched can be processed into oil using standard materials, but it's not class, just in a class fuel expert. Li Yongsheng, by the way, bro, I'm using the source device fridge now. Those solar panels are ready to be taken down. Do you still want this thing? Wei Chuan, yes. The solar panels are still quite important. One can only power one small water collection device, so having more is never a bad thing. As he replied, Wei Chuan thought of another issue. The moisture around the armored vehicle is limited and the upper limit is set at a certain value. It's not that more water collection devices will produce more water, the efficiency calculated earlier might need to be adjusted. Forget it, free water is still water. Wei Chuan shook his head, not feeling disappointed, and took the materials to the roof to craft another 15 small water collection devices. Now there are a total of 95 small water collection devices. It's getting dark today, not much water can be produced, so let's see how the collection efficiency is tomorrow after a full day. Back in the cabin, just after washing his hands, Wei Chuan heard Zhu Lingxue calling out, "Hubby, come take a look." Zhu Lingxue was holding a dish in one hand and her survival manual in the other, her brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Wei Chuan walked over. Zhu Lingxue handed him the survival manual, pointing to the top of the page. "Look, our area code has changed. It used to be District 50,001, now it's changed to District 89, and the population is now exactly 10,000. Other people's survival manuals can't be viewed." Wei Chuan paused for a moment, took out his own survival manual, opened the communication channel, and took a closer look. District 89, 10,000 people. Li Wenwei, damn, I opened it and saw District 89, it scared me. Did we merge? Lin Wenwen, it must be, otherwise where did all these people come from? Lu Changdong, damn, this district has foreigners. That idiot even has a bow and arrow, almost shot me in the head. Adam, buddy, you're also a foreigner to me. Rodriguez, damn, there's at least a 3-meter turtle elephant at this resource point. I think I'll have to abandon this place. Xiao Xian recipe kerosene lighter, now available only 10 liters of water. Li Beeching, brothers, what a missed opportunity. Now I think about it, the service area was for us to gather people and team up. It'll be hard to team up after we leave. Sure enough, his interface had also changed to District 89. The channel was in an uproar, countless messages flooding the screen, almost all discussing the merging of districts. He quickly browsed through, noticing that messages of confusion, inquiries, and searches for former district companions occupied the majority. Just then, he noticed 2 icons next to the speaking box that he had never seen before, one resembling a camera and the other resembling a small package. New features. Wei Chuan curiously clicked on the camera, activating the lens of the survival manual, allowing him to take photos and upload them directly. Next was the small package, which prompted him to select an item and send out the information about it. Interesting. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, instantly understanding the significance of these 2 features. The photo function allows for more intuitive communication, such as sharing terrain, monster forms, or showing off. Of course, it can also be used to expose certain people and issues more effectively. The item information sharing function is even more substantial, greatly enhancing the convenience and credibility of transactions. Previously, buying and selling relied solely on verbal communication, often encountering time-wasting individuals. These 2 functions were not available in the service area, so they were a small update after leaving the service area due to the merging of districts. Quite practical. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 women. Fortunately, the photo function was released late, otherwise we would have been bullied by images long ago. Zhu Lingxue chuckled lightly, tapping his arm with the dish. "Hubby, and Qingqing might not be happy. You probably don't care, right? If it really comes to insults, I could at least insult them 800 times. Besides, I have the top-tier class talent, driving an armored vehicle that can withstand bullets, sleeping with the 2 most beautiful women in the world, and my pockets are filled with either money or guns. It's only right that they curse a bit." Wei Chuan waved his hand proudly, believing that as long as one isn't shameless, one can live happily. Hearing his words, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue both smiled. At exactly 7 p.m., night fell. The darkness completely enveloped the desolate earth, yet the cabin was refreshingly bright. A simple dinner of crispy potato pancakes and refreshing vegetable salad had been finished, and the tableware was cleaned up. Wei Chuan comfortably nestled on the sofa, embraced by the 2 women. Facing them was the 60-inch source device television bought from the service area, playing an old movie. The picture quality was exceptionally clear, the colors vibrant, and the sound effects emanating from the built-in speakers of the television provided an almost perfect viewing experience. The source device air conditioning operated silently, maintaining a perfect temperature inside the vehicle, creating 2 distinct worlds from the oppressive heat outside. This is life. Wei Chuan sighed contentedly, his left hand resting on Lu Qingqing's thigh and his right hand on Zhu Lingxue's, feeling the delicate warmth. With a powerful vehicle, a comfortable environment, ample supplies, and trustworthy women, this was simply a celestial life, filling him with immense satisfaction and security. "Hubby, it's completely dark outside. Should I go up with you to check it?" Lu Qingqing leaned on Wei Chuan's shoulder, her heart sweet, yet slightly worried about the situation outside, quietly asking. In the past, they would be prepared for battle at this time. However, Wei Chuan didn't even change his posture, instead playfully giving her a squeeze, saying casually, "No need, let's save effort where we can from now on." He raised his chin, gesturing to the thick armor plates around them. This 30mm composite armor wasn't made for show. Those weaklings wouldn't even scratch it. From now on, let's just relax in the vehicle and wait for them to come crashing in head first. Going out for reconnaissance is exhausting. It always ends up with him drenched in sweat. If there were no conditions, and it was just after an update, that would be understandable, but now that conditions are met, they should enjoy themselves properly, no longer being overly alert. I'll listen to you. Lu Qingqing nodded obediently, relaxing her body and snuggling closer into Wei Chuan's embrace. She exchanged a glance with Zhu Lingxue, both seeing a strong sense of security in each other's eyes. Inside the cabin, only the movie's dialogue, the melodious soundtrack, and the three of them chatting remained, completely isolating them from the darkness and danger outside. The warm movie time lasted about half an hour, and the atmosphere in the carriage was relaxed and pleasant. However, this tranquility was suddenly shattered by a strange noise coming from the front of the vehicle. It sounded as if the windshield had been smashed. Wei Chuan and the others turned their heads simultaneously to see a humanoid spider clinging to the front windshield, its crimson eyes staring intently at the three people inside the carriage. This thing was too disgusting. Every time he saw it, it sent chills down his spine. "He'll be right back." Wei Chuan withdrew his hands from the waist of the two women, took out a shotgun from the storage compartment, and climbed out through the shooting skylight. The mechanical perception was very useful. He had sensed the malicious intent a few seconds earlier. He was now confident enough not to be as tense as he had been a few days ago. Let it come. If it doesn't, so be it. It's just a matter of a few bullets. Hiss. The humanoid spider noticed Wei Chuan's movement through the windshield and let out a sharp screech. With a powerful push of its reverse-jointed limbs, it leaped off the hood of the car, directly pouncing at Wei Chuan, who had just climbed onto the roof. However, what awaited it was the dark and cold muzzle of the shotgun. Bang! The deafening gunfire exploded in the night sky. At such a close range, aiming was unnecessary. Multiple lead pellets formed a deadly metal storm, instantly engulfing the charging humanoid spider. With a clear, piercing sound, the spider's upside-down head was blasted into a sieve, dark green slime, and shattered bones splattering everywhere. Its pouncing action suddenly stopped, and its body fell heavily onto the roof of the car. A bit faster, but just a little. Wei Chuan remained expressionless, quickly reloaded the gun, and fired 2 more shots at the still twitching corpse to ensure it was completely dead. Then he took out a machete, skillfully scraped off the rotten flesh, and extracted a source crystal. Combat experience 1, Oi source crystal 1. He murmured to himself, then disdainfully kicked the disgusting corpse off the roof. After finishing all this, he habitually turned his head, warily surveying the dark wasteland around him. Upon closer inspection, he indeed made a discovery. About 100 meters away, a pair of familiar, chilling crimson lights appeared, quickly approaching. Then another pair lit up to the right front. The number of night demons has increased. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, but did not take it to heart. The combat power of the night demons hadn't changed. A 1 or 3 made no difference to him. He switched to his pistol and stood in place waiting. The two newly appeared humanoid spiders were very fast. They seemed to be attracted by the death of their companion and the gunfire, letting out sharp hissing sounds as they quickly crawled from 2 directions. When they entered shooting range, Wei Chuan wasted no time and raised his pistol. Bang! Bang! 8 gunshots rang out with a clear rhythm, and the 2 humanoid spiders didn't even touch the armored vehicle's shadow before they followed in the footsteps of the first one, all having their heads blown apart. With just 2 source crystals, Wei Chuan couldn't be bothered to go collect them and directly returned to the cool carriage. Done. He sat between the 2 women and said to the slightly tense pair, "There are a few more than last night, 3 in total, but their combat power is still the same. No need to worry, I'll let them scratch for a night, it's fine." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were reassured by Wei Chuan's confidence. An hour later, the movie ended. Zhu Lingxue naturally leaned over, giving Wei Chuan a brief but deep kiss softly, saying good night, before climbing up to the upper bunk of the adjacent bed to rest. Wei Chuan smiled as he looked at Lu Qingqing, who was still sitting next to him, patting his solid thigh. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently turned and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wei Chuan embraced her waist, and with the other hand slipped into the neck of her nightgown, gently feeling her heartbeat as he massaged. As the rhythmic breathing from the upper bunk of the adjacent bed started, Wei Chuan picked up Lu Qingqing in a horizontal embrace, heading towards the spacious and soft double-air mattress. "Let's try the new bed, it should feel quite nice." He gently placed Lu Qingqing on the bed and leaned down, entering smoothly. The soft mattress was indeed much more comfortable than the previously wooden bed, covered only with a blanket especially for him, who needed to exert force on his knees. The next morning at 5:30, Wei Chuan was awakened by a pressing need to urinate. He carefully moved Lu Qingqing, who was entangled around him like an octopus dressed, and got out to take care of personal matters. Survivor Wei Chuan, Talent S-Class, Mechanical Control, Time 0533, Weather clear, Temperature 25°C. It was the coldest time of the day, and the cool morning breeze helped him wake up a bit. After relieving himself, he immediately returned to the car, picked up the survival manual, which was slightly glowing on the sofa, and wanted to see what news had come in during the night. There were no private messages, only notifications from the trading post. The item you consigned, the semi-automatic Falcon pistol crossbow set, has been successfully sold. You have obtained Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to collect in my items. The item you consigned, the semi-automatic Falcon pistol crossbow set, has been successfully sold. You have obtained Evolution Crystal 1. Please click to collect in my items. The item you consigned, the semi-automatic. Damn. Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, instantly wide awake. 4 sets of pistol crossbows hanging in the trading post had actually sold 3 overnight, earning him 3 precious evolution crystals. This is just too great. A huge wave of excitement surged in Wei Chuan's heart. A new day began with the harvest of evolution crystals, and this feeling couldn't be better. He happily took out the 3 evolution crystals, feeling their icy touch in his palm, as if he could already envision a future of becoming a superhuman. After carefully cleaning them, the 3 evolution crystals were swallowed in succession. A gentle warmth swept through his body once again, and both his physical strength and spirit power received a distinctly perceptible boost of feeling that was intoxicating. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor the pleasure of his power increase. However, just when the warmth within him reached its peak and began to gradually dissipate, he thought this enhancement would end as smoothly as the previous times. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, Wei Chuan felt a darkness envelop his eyes. All light in his vision was suddenly stripped away, and a slight dizziness washed over his brain, causing him to feel as if his bones had been pulled away, collapsing softly into the sofa. What the hell, didn't I wash it clean? This sudden weakness startled Wei Chuan. But strangely, aside from feeling weak all over and having blurry vision, he felt no pain or discomfort. Before long, his vision gradually returned. Blurred hues coalesced once more into the interior of the vehicle, and a distinctly warmer, far more potent current surged forth from the very depths of his being. This warmth was no longer gentle immersion. It erupted like a breached dam, torrential and overwhelming. He felt weightless, each cell within him jubilant and ravenous, voraciously absorbing this sudden colossal influx of energy. His physical constitution and spiritual strength began soaring at an unprecedented rate, far surpassing the effects of any prior evolution crystal. Damn, this sensation, it's not right. Wei Chuan froze for a heartbeat. Then a chilling, electrifying suspicion flashed through his mind, shaking his very soul. Could it be? Had he finally struck that infinitesimal probability? After consuming 11 evolution crystals and exhausting every ounce of accumulated fortune, was he truly awakening his second innate ability? The thought ignited an explosion of elation so fierce he nearly leapt to his feet. Steady, stay steady. He forcibly suppressed the tempest within and focused every shred of his consciousness on the subtlest shifts unfolding inside his body. That surging energy did more than merely strengthen. It seemed to scour and awaken something deeper, something hitherto unknown, dormant cells, or perhaps latent potential itself. His vision had fully restored, and now sharpened beyond measure. He could see every detail in the cabin without light, even minuscule gunpowder particles clinging to the rear bumper 6 meters away. The lingering weakness receded, replaced by an indescribable lightness and crystalline clarity. This extraordinary sensation told him unequivocally this enhancement was far more profound than mere stat augmentation. It's real, eh? Fists clenched tight, Wei Chuan's eyes blazed with incandescent brilliance as he settled quietly onto the sofa, waiting for the transformation to conclude. Roughly 1 minute later, the thunderous tide of energy finally subsided, its last ripple absorbed entirely into his being, now inseparable from his own power. At the precise moment the enhancement ceased, Wei Chuan jolted violently, a wholly unprecedented awareness blooming deep within his consciousness. He sensed as if he now possessed countless invisible hands, an emergent force coiled and eager within him, capable of extending outward and influencing everything around him. Simultaneously, a brief, frost-cold chime echoed in his mind. Survivor, congratulations. You have successfully awakened your second innate ability, Psychokinesis. It's real, eh? Though he'd suspected it moments before, confirmation flooded him with such overwhelming euphoria that his face broke into an uncontrollable radiant grin. If there's a notification, it should also appear in the logbook. Eagerly, he opened his survival manual and turned to the first page, the basic profile screen. Survivor Wei Chuan. Innate abilities: S rank, mechanical mastery, psychokinesis. Time 0537. Weather clear. Temperature 26°C. Psychokinesis. Is that telekinesis? Wei Chuan stared intently at his newly acquired ability, only to notice it bore no rank designation. Clearly, second-tier abilities were unranked. He focused his will and tapped into the detailed description of psychokinesis. Psychokinesis, a faculty enabling direct mental intervention upon physical systems. Its use consumes spiritual energy The magnitude, precision, range, and duration of its effects are all directly governed by the user's spiritual energy reserves. The description was stark and uncompromising. No ornamental branches, no subskills. Just one pure, essential core conscious intent. So it is telekinesis. This is incredible. His heart hammered wildly. He knew this power intimately. From science fiction films and anime to countless novels, telekinesis stood among the most formidable and versatile superhuman abilities. Levitation, object manipulation, barrier generation, even disintegration of adversaries. The applications were boundless, its potential limitless. If forced to assign it a tier, it would unquestionably be S rank. Pity, it has steep prerequisites. After the initial euphoria faded, Wei Chuan noticed the critical limitation embedded in the description and rubbed his chin, feeling a faint twinge of dismay. It mirrored mechanical mastery too closely. Both were voracious consumers of spiritual energy. Right, evolution crystals can't stop now. He let out a wry chuckle, but his gaze burned with fierce intensity. Room for growth was a blessing. Just envisioning the sublime applications awaiting mastery at higher tiers made this cost utterly negligible. He couldn't wait to test it. His eyes swept across the cabin, then settled upon the refrigerator. You're first. Concentrating deeply, Wei Chuan reached out with that nascent invisible force, slowly, deliberately, toward the refrigerator. When his psychokinetic field brushed against the cold metal door, an astonishing feedback resonated in his mind. Not tactile, yet profoundly real. He had touched something. It was as if an ethereal hand had extended, able to discern shape, texture, and temperature with perfect fidelity. Incredible. Awe swelled in his heart, indescribable, ineffable. With a mere thought, he gently pulled. A soft click echoed. The refrigerator door swung open. Success. Calmly recentering himself, Wei Chuan guided his psychokinesis deeper into the fridge, carefully enveloping a chilled beer bottle, and lifted it out with deliberate grace. The bottle hovered unsteadily midair, cradled by an unseen hand gliding smoothly toward the sofa. Wei Chuan extended a finger and tapped it lightly. The icy chill confirmed it, utterly real. Pop. He even attempted to mimic hands, one holding the beer, the other gripping a lighter, precisely prying open the metal cap with pure telekinetic finesse. Catching the bottle, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. The cold liquid cascaded down his throat, yet ignited his already blazing spirit, flooding him with pure, unadulterated exhilaration. Ah, exhilarating. He exhaled a long, misty breath, eyes alight with unrestrained triumph. This telekinesis was absolutely fucking glorious. Success on the first try bolstered his confidence immensely. For the next several minutes, he played like a child with a dazzling new toy, effortlessly manipulating every small object in the cabin. Remote controls, fruit daggers, even a handgun, floated, spun, and darted through the air with seamless obedience, evoking a sublime, intoxicating sense of total command. Once sated with smaller items, Wei Chuan turned his attention to testing psychokinesis' true limits, fixing his gaze upon the massage chair beside the sofa. This high-end model weighed heavily, nearly 300 Gene. He concentrated all his spirit, and the invisible telekinetic force surged forth like a roaring undercurrent, instantly enveloping the heavy massage chair. Wei Chuan silently recited within his temples, even showing veins from exerting himself fully. Suddenly the massage chair trembled violently and began to sway slowly, lifting off the ground and hovering in midair. 300 pounds. Goodness. Wei Chuan gazed at the floating chair, his eyes bursting with astonishment. The power of this telekinesis was already comparable to the strength of his body. After multiple enhancements, the two levels seemed to be equal. This meant that he could now engage in combat directly using telekinesis. He slowly set the massage chair down, trying not to make too much noise to wake the two women still in deep slumber, but the excitement in his heart surged like a tsunami. The consumption of mental energy was not too great, roughly equivalent to the physical exertion from exercise. This was good news, as long as it wasn't used continuously or to the maximum. A single effort could last a long time. I can create skills myself. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands together, and countless ideas instantly sprang to mind. At the beginning, he could keep it simple, like a straightforward telekinetic punch or telekinetic shockwave. Later on, he could try more complex forms of telekinesis, such as telekinetic cones, telekinetic guns, or precisely controlling sharp metal objects like flying knives. He could even manipulate a large number of firearms simultaneously with telekinesis, creating absolute firepower coverage. There were many stronger applications to consider, drawing from movies, anime, and novels. Thinking of that scene made Wei Chuan's blood boil. Eat. I must consume evolution crystals like crazy. Wei Chuan reaffirmed this belief and immediately went to the storage rack to select materials, preparing 9 sets of pistol crossbows for auction, filling 10 stalls. The strength of mental power directly determined the power of telekinesis. Evolution crystals must not stop. He needed to post a purchase request, but it was still early and most people had not woken up yet. It would be best to post it around lunchtime. With 3 people and 9 attempts, he could post continuously until 9 in the evening. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue woke up one after another, started washing up, and prepared breakfast. Wei Chuan leisurely sat on the sofa watching the busy and graceful figures of the two women, unable to suppress a mischievous smile. With a slight shift of his thoughts, the newly awakened telekinesis quietly extended. This force felt like two invisible hands gently patting each of them on the shoulder. My. The two women turned their heads in confusion, almost simultaneously looking at each other. Zhu Lingxue softly asked, "Sister Qingqing, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? Didn't you just pat me?" Lu Qingqing looked equally puzzled. The two exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Just then, smack, smack, two extremely soft slapping sounds rang out, and both women felt a light tap on their bottoms at the same time. Ah! The two women nearly screamed in unison, jumping back a step, instantly covered in goosebumps. There were only the three of them in the vehicle, with Wei Chuan still sitting on the sofa, unmoving. "Husband, something's wrong in the car." Zhu Lingxue immediately ran to Wei Chuan's side, tightly gripping his arm. "Something invisible is tapping us." Lu Qingqing also leaned over her cold face, carrying a hint of uncertainty, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Something? Where is it?" Wei Chuan was nearly laughing inside, but he maintained a serious and alert expression on his face, scanning the interior of the car with piercing eyes. He casually waved his right hand. In the next moment, the handgun that was sitting on the dining table nearby seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, smoothly flying into his hand. This scene instantly stunned the previously tense Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Their beautiful eyes widened and their mouths slightly agape, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. After a brief silence, the two women almost shouted in unison, "A second talent!" "Ha ha!" Wei Chuan could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter, and he embraced both women, kissing their fragrant cheeks one after the other. "That's right, at Awaken when I got up. After consuming 11 evolution crystals, I finally managed to bring this second talent to fruition." "Is it telekinesis? Is it telekinesis?" Zhu Lingxue excitedly shook his arm. She had seen enough modern sci-fi films. That scene of picking up something from a distance was clearly telekinesis. "You got it right." Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, briefly introducing the concept of telekinesis to the two women, and then revealed his speculation about the second talent. Without distinguishing levels, the strength depended entirely on the evolution crystals, and the potential was enormous. Hearing Wei Chuan's affirmative response, both women were filled with joy, genuinely happy for him. Wei Chuan was their absolute support and reliance, and they naturally hoped for him to become stronger. Lu Qingqing wrapped her arms around Wei Chuan's, her cold eyes shimmering with light. "Husband, no one has mentioned a second talent in the communication channel. You might be the first." "The first? That's unlikely," Wei Chuan replied, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "Awakening depends on luck. Some people might awaken after consuming just one evolution crystal. They simply kept it low-key and didn't speak of it. Second talents should all be strong. We must be more cautious when encountering others in the future. Perhaps someone's talent is related to magnetism, which could counter our vehicle and guns." Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, both women became alert. After chatting for a few more minutes about the second talent, they returned to the kitchen area to prepare breakfast, but their smiles never faded. Wei Chuan took this time to make some bullets. Half an hour later, the three of them, well-fed and satisfied, drove the armored vehicle towards the horizon. Zhu Lingxue continued to drive, while Wei Chuan sat in the passenger seat, and Lu Qingqing clung to him like a sloth. About an hour later, the scenery outside began to change significantly. The vast, desolate wasteland, once only yellow sand and gravel, gradually faded away, replaced by an endless, lowlying gray-yellow grassland. The grass blades were dry and thin, with bare soil, presenting an overall sense of desolation due to lack of moisture. This is a dry grassland, a type of grassland seen only in arid regions filled with drought-resistant plants. Lu Qingqing identified the scenery outside the window. "Looks like we've changed maps." Wei Chuan observed the rapidly passing landscape, his tone infused with a hint of novelty and delight. This was good news for him. Although it appeared just as lifeless, lacking greenery, it was still a grassland landscape. No matter how low the air humidity was, it was better than the wasteland. The 95 small water collection devices on the roof should yield a good amount of water today. The monotonous journey continued for over half an hour, the unchanging gray-yellow expanse of dry grassland outside the window lulling one into drowsiness. At that moment, Zhu Lingxue suddenly spoke up. "Husband, Sister Qingqing, there's a resource point ahead." Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing perked up immediately and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a substantial ruin appearing about 200 to 300 meters off the right side of the road. Unlike the previously encountered resource points, this ruin was a true ruin in every sense. At a glance, it was filled with collapsed walls, broken beams, and shattered concrete blocks, as if it had endured a fierce bombardment, leaving it a scene of devastation. However, based on the remnants of the surrounding walls, one could faintly discern that there had once been a cluster of buildings here, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. This time I don't even need to say it right. Wei Chuan smiled at Zhu Lingxue. No problem at all. Zhu Lingxue nodded, slightly skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel as she steered the armored vehicle off the road and toward the direction of the ruins. As she approached about 50 to 60 meters from the edge of the ruins, she began to drive in circles, occasionally pressing the accelerator. Due to the thick armor and chassis, the interior of the vehicle was relatively quiet, but outside it was quite noisy. The mammoth engine roared loudly, echoing across the grassland like a provocation. The effect of this maneuver was remarkable. Before completing a full circle, 2 wild howls echoed from deep within the ruins. A woo! Immediately after, 2 massive gray shapes charged out from the broken walls like lightning, directly giving chase. They were 2 enormous gray wolves. Normally the shoulder height of a gray wolf is at most around 80 centimeters, but theirs easily exceeded 1 meter, reaching the size of a tiger. Their fur was filthy and matted, muscles rippling, drool dripping from their mouths, and their wolf eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity, exuding a powerful pressure. What the hell? 2 at once. Wei Chuan was initially stunned at the sight of the approaching mutated creatures, but then he burst into laughter. This was a good thing, but meant they could obtain an extra evolution crystal. He remained completely unfazed, directly pushing open the back door of the vehicle, grabbing a shotgun and calmly aiming. Bang! Bang! A series of dull gunshots almost merged into one as a multitude of pellets sprayed out in a fan shape, accurately covering the charging paths of the 2 mutated wolves. At a distance of just a few meters, the power of the shotgun was unleashed to its fullest. Blood erupted from the bodies of the 2 mutated wolves, letting out a chilling wail as their charge was abruptly halted, rolling over and struggling on the ground, unable to rise for the moment. Stop the car! Wei Chuan called out as he turned around, and Zhu Lingxue immediately slammed on the brakes. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Wei Chuan jumped out of the back door and walked over to each wolf's head, finishing them off with a bullet from his handgun to end their suffering. He skillfully used a machete to split open the wolf's head, collecting 2 bloodied evolution crystals. At that moment, Lu Qinxin walked over and, looking at the massive wolf corpses on the ground, said with a hint of regret, "What a shame for such large wolves." "Not necessarily. Compared to cockroaches and rats, wolves are relatively clean," Wei Chuan replied, feeling a bit unwilling. With a mindset of giving it a try, he chopped off the thickest back leg of the wolf and hung it up for appraisal at the trading post. The item information appeared swiftly. Mutated wolf leg. The hind limb of a mutated gray wolf has a very high probability of contracting the night demon virus if consumed. It looked perfectly normal, but unexpectedly, it was more dangerous than cockroach legs. The cockroach leg merely stated may contract the night demon virus upon use, while the wolf leg said has a very high probability of contracting the night demon virus if consumed. It seems it really can't be eaten if it's not about the species, but as long as it's a mutated creature, the meat is contaminated. Wei Chuan shook his head helplessly after seeing the prompt. If only he could encounter normal animals by the roadside. He had never truly hunted. Most of the meat he ate was bought from others. Although it doesn't cost much in resources, hunting is definitely more satisfying than buying meat. After cleaning and storing the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan prepared to take the 2 women into the resource point for a thorough search. However, just as they were about to step forward, that cold system notification sound suddenly echoed in their minds. Once again, survivors, hello. As you awaken your second ability, more and more source power is seeping from the shadow realm into the light realm. This source power causes certain resource points to undergo mutations, turning them into extremely rich, but also highly dangerous perilous places. Information about perilous places will automatically appear when you approach. Please assess cautiously and enter according to your capabilities. Good luck, survivors. After the notification sound ended, Wei Chuan was taken aback. A perilous place rich in resources, but also extremely dangerous with prompts when approaching. Wasn't this just a dungeon? He immediately thought of the earlier prompt, at the same time you awaken. Perhaps it was triggered when a certain number of people awakened their second abilities, or perhaps someone had already encountered a perilous place, thus triggering this small update and formally unlocking the dungeon feature. He instinctively looked at the ruins before him, but no special prompt information appeared. Is it just an ordinary resource point? Wei Chuan stroked his chin, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was too interesting. Even dungeons had appeared. How rich was exceptionally rich. To others this might be a huge pit, and once you step in it would be hard to get out, but for him it was a great advantage. Because he had the answers to the version, shotgun, enhanced handgun, telekinesis. 20 minutes later, the 3 returned to the vehicle with the materials they had searched for. Each of their faces bore a hint of joyful harvest. A large area makes a difference, Lu Qinxin said, while counting the supplies on the ground, expressing her admiration. This time they had quite a haul. The rice and flour combined weighed over 20 gene. The fruits and vegetables added up to about 4 gene, along with a pile of miscellaneous items, the best of which were 2 recipes. Unlimited use binoculars recipe. Unlimited use curtain recipe. The curtain isn't worth much, but the binoculars are quite precious. In the vast Gobi and dry grasslands, binoculars are reconnaissance tools. Wei Chuan had always wanted them, but they were not sold at the trading post or service area. He never expected to find an unlimited use recipe today. This thing would definitely sell well at the trading post. As soon as he got back in the vehicle, Wei Chuan made 3 of them, one for each person to use. As Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue sorted the supplies, Wei Chuan took out the 2 evolution crystals he had obtained from the mutated wolves. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly presented the evolution crystals to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Here, one for each of you, Wei Chuan said with a smile. Perhaps you will be the next lucky ones awakening with just 1 crystal. However, both women looked at the precious evolution crystals and simultaneously shook their heads. Lu Qingqing was the first to speak. You should take it instead. Your psychic power has just awakened, and it is crucial to enhance your mental strength as soon as possible. Growing your psychic power is the most important thing. Zhu Lingxue also nodded earnestly. Qingqing is right. Your strength is our strength. You should take it. This is called raising pigs. But I want to eat off the fat. Wei Chuan felt warmth in his heart, insisting on placing the evolution crystals into the hands of the 2 women. Listen, take it. My mental strength doesn't rely on these 2 crystals. Oh, what if you're lucky? Even if you cannot awaken, enhancing your physique and mental strength is still beneficial. The greater your strength, the more items you can store in your storage space. Alright, just this 1 crystal. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances, no longer refusing, and took the evolution crystal to swallow it down. The cabin fell silent as Wei Chuan looked at the 2 women expectantly, hoping for a miracle. However, a few seconds later, both women felt the changes within their bodies, revealing a hint of disappointment on their faces as they shook their heads at Wei Chuan. Both their physiques and mental strengths had been enhanced, a change distinctly felt. But that was all. Their bodies felt no strange sensations, nor did they hear any awakening prompts. Although Wei Chuan felt a bit disappointed, he quickly let it go. If the probability is extremely low, would it not be a stroke of bad luck if I awakened after consuming 11 crystals? It's alright, we can accumulate slowly. He hugged the 2 women. Little by little we can raise the probability. Let's leave here first and see if we can find a dungeon while charging with guns. Upon hearing dungeon, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also filled with anticipation. The vehicle started up again, continuing along the endless road towards the unknown ahead. The small water collection devices connected in groups and scattered across the vehicle's roof trembled slightly in the winds of the grasslands, quietly gathering the precious moisture from the air. The morning's good fortune seemed to have been exhausted by that unlimited use telescope formula. The armored vehicle continued to drive until noon, and no second resource point appeared in sight, not even a shadow of a gray iron box. As lunchtime approached, Wei Chuan asked Zhu Lingxue to stop the vehicle, deciding to eat and rest before continuing in an hour. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began to bustle in the makeshift kitchen area preparing lunch. Seizing this break, Wei Chuan opened the trading post once again. He deliberated over his wording and posted a purchase request. Wanted purchasing evolution crystals and thermal weapons. Broken thermal weapons are also acceptable. I will exchange with handguns, crossbows, and source crystals. Water is also fine. Sincere buyers welcome. This time he avoided the commonly used terms large quantities needed, high price paid, and self-priced. On one hand, he wanted to avoid giving the impression of being a wealthy target for exploitation. On the other hand, he actively lowered his stance. He was well aware that both evolution crystals and thermal weapons were extremely scarce high-end goods at this stage, and few people would be willing to sell them. Being too boastful or having too high of an attitude might cause some potential sellers to abandon the sale or inflate their prices, resulting in missed trading opportunities. After posting the request, he casually opened the communication channel to check. Region 89,992,310,000 people. Hu Taishao, ha 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 ha. After taking an evolution crystal, all the lipomas on me disappeared. Gustav, Formula Glass Ashtray, where is the elegant gentleman? You deserve it. Hallie, hey, does anyone know how to tackle the tunnel dungeon? Pan Xiaodong, damn, at this church dungeon there are more than a dozen night demons and they're almost scared me to pee. Li Jing, I just saw a convoy, a total of 6 vehicles, one of which is a large truck. They have bows and arrows. Everyone be careful. Betty, I succeeded. The dungeon has no concept of completion. You can exit at any time. I recommend running as soon as you find supplies. Gao Shujuan, I didn't expect to find wild fruits by the roadside picture. The region was bustling, with many sharing valuable information related to the dungeons. From the names of the dungeons alone, it was clear that they were not the same. After browsing through some useful comments, Wei Chuan's gaze fell upon the regional population. In the merged Region 89, after nearly a day's time, the total population had only decreased by a few dozen. However, with the appearance of dungeons, the death toll would likely begin to rise sharply. After all, those who could survive to the second stage of the version update were likely to possess some skills and luck, and their ambitions and aspirations were naturally considerable. Faced with dungeons abundant in resources, there would always be some who entered to expand their advantages or reverse their fates. The outcomes were predictable. While the successful would certainly not be few, the failures would only be more, and the cost of failure would likely be death. An hour of lunch break quickly passed. In the afternoon, the driver was changed from Zhu Lingxue to Lu Qingqing. Not knowing if the change brought good luck, just half an hour after the armored vehicle set off, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "There's a resource point right by the roadside, and it's enormous." Enormous. Wei Chuan immediately looked over. He saw a massive outline of buildings appearing on the horizon to the left front. Taking the binoculars hanging from his neck, the details of the building complex gradually became clearer. A red cross appeared among the buildings that seemed to be an abandoned hospital. There were several large buildings inside. Although the outer walls were mottled and some windows were broken, the overall structure still appeared relatively intact, exuding a sense of antiquity and deathly silence. If it's truly a hospital, then we'd hit the jackpot. Wei Chuan became excited. The medicines he had procured earlier could only address common mild ailments like colds and fevers. But there might be more valuable medical equipment and rare medicines in the hospital. If things went well, the hospital could even refresh serums that could eliminate the night demon virus. Qingqing, speed up a bit. Wei Chuan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lu Qingqing maneuvered the armored vehicle off the road, rolling over a patch of dry grassland, slowly approaching the silent hospital complex. The rusted hospital doors creaked open at an angle, and the square inside was strewn with abandoned gurneys, hospital beds, and some medical waste. However, just as the armored vehicle came to a steady stop at the dilapidated hospital entrance, several rows of semi-transparent gray text unexpectedly floated into view above the hospital doors like a prompt interface in a game. Survivor, welcome to the Shadowlight Hospital. The Shadowlight Hospital stores a large number of scarce medical supplies and special items, but please note it has been occupied by night demons and mutated creatures. Proceed at your own risk. Danger level: bronze level. Access time 30 minutes. Existence time 115180 minutes. The danger levels range from low to high: gray, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, shadow source crystal. Dungeon. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with surprise. The dungeon that was just updated in the morning unexpectedly appeared before them so soon. Zhu Lingxue looked at Wei Chuan, her tone tense as she asked, "Honey, should we go in?" The hospital before them was eerily silent, its darkened windows seeming to conceal countless scarlet gazes. "Of course we should go in," Wei Chuan replied without any hesitation, his gaze sharp and resolute. The presence of mutated creatures inside capable of producing evolution crystals is reason enough to venture, and not to mention the medical supplies and special items available. He understood that the two women were somewhat afraid, so he paused and analyzed softly. Moreover, look, the difficulty of this dungeon is bronze level, only one level higher than the simplest black iron level. Regardless of whether this level applies to everyone or just to us, it is within our capacity to handle. Of course, we must be fully prepared before entering. Although he claimed it wasn't difficult, Wei Chuan was not careless in action. He glanced at the dungeon's remaining time and estimated, this dungeon will still exist for 114 minutes. We can spend 30 minutes inside, leaving us with 84 minutes for preparation. We need to stock up on ammunition. All right. Hearing Wei Chuan say this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue relaxed. Thus, the three immediately took action, clearing the dining table to transform it into a temporary factory. Wei Chuan was responsible for the core steps, shaping the bullet casings, installing the primers, and pressing in the bullets. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue assisted with the work. Wei Chuan used a few small scoops. When full, it would be one portion of propellant, while they used the small scoops to fill the bullet casings with the propellant. Though it was only one less task, it saved Wei Chuan a lot of time. Inside the vehicle, only the faint sounds of metal clashing and the unique scent of gunpowder remained. The three worked together seamlessly and with high efficiency. In just 1 hour, there were neatly stacked 100 bright yellow bullets in a nearby dish. There were shotguns, large bullets, and small bullets, all 3 types. They also made 2 spare enhanced big black stars and shotguns. The quantity was not large, but it would definitely be sufficient for a bronze-level dungeon. They were still just at the stage of leaving the novice village. What low-level dungeon could have hundreds of monsters? Done. Wei Chuan exhaled deeply, twisting his slightly stiff neck, producing 2 cracking sounds. He counted the current ammunition supply. There were 69 shotgun shells, 76 large bullets, and 180 small bullets. In total, there were 325 rounds. Only 100 rounds were made today, while the remaining 225 were from previous reserves. Looking at the glimmering ammunition, Wei Chuan felt a surge of confidence. A bronze-level dungeon would definitely not be too difficult. These bullets would absolutely suffice, even the remainder might be enough. The reason for making so many was still due to a fear of insufficient firepower. One must strike hard. That's about it. To load all these bullets into the magazines. Later we'll take all the magazines with us. If the storage slots can't hold them, we'll put them in the waste pouch. They are available for purchase in the trading hall. Wei Chuan said while assembling the magazines. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue began to organize the bullets with serious expressions. 5 minutes later, the preparations were complete. Wei Chuan parked the armored vehicle in the parking lot, and then got out with Lu Qingqing and the 2 women. Like the service area, there was also a dedicated parking lot at the dungeon entrance with one vehicle per person, so there was no need to worry about theft. After checking the weapons, Wei Chuan led the two women to the entrance of the hospital. Danger zone access time 30 minutes, danger zone existence time 46180 minutes. Damn. Upon seeing the time limit again, Wei Chuan realized an issue. The dungeon only limits time, not attempts. It's not necessary to stay for a full 30 minutes at once, but rather this 30 minutes can be used separately. Forget it, it's just a small dungeon, how big of a deal can it be? However, in the future, when encountering higher difficulty dungeons, we can take it slow first, spend a few minutes exploring to avoid falling into a trap. Wei Chuan took a deep breath and was the first to step through the dilapidated entrance. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue followed closely, the three forming a simple triangular formation, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The first thing that came into view was a vast square. The ground was strewn with a large number of discarded papers, broken medicine bottles, overturned chairs, and various unidentifiable trash. At the end of the square were several interconnected main buildings. Most of the glass shattered, the dark windows resembling the eye sockets of a giant, somewhat eerie. The square seemed safe, Wei Chuan said softly, his gaze sharply scanning every corner. After looking around, he found nothing. There were neither the expected supplies nor any immediate attacks from night demons, only a ground full of trash. Honey, there are lots of metals and plastics that can be recycled. Lu Qingqing pointed out some discarded metal frames and broken chair parts. Let's not bother with those. Wei Chuan shook his head. The hospital is too large. We only have half an hour for searching. The time is tight, and the task is heavy. We cannot waste time on these scraps. The goal of this trip is medical supplies and hunting mutated creatures for evolution crystals. His gaze shifted toward the largest main building at the end of the square. Without rashly approaching, he picked up a few larger stones from the ground, exerting his arm strength to swing them and throw them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several stones flew like cannonballs, precisely smashing into a few still relatively intact windows of the main building. Crash. The harsh sound of shattering glass echoed in the desolate environment, sounding especially jarring. This deliberately created noise was like stones thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the silence of the hospital. Roar, hiss. Almost immediately after the glass shattered, several fierce roars echoed from deep within the main building. Following that, three twisted figures charged out at high speed from two windows on the first floor and the main entrance. The first was a familiar humanoid spider. The second resembled a bloated monster stitched together from multiple corpses. The third was the most bizarre, appearing as a floating sack dripping with slime covered in pale eyes. Three grotesque night demons, each with a different form, quickly lunged toward Wei Chuan and the two women. Come on. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Without any hesitation, he drew two handguns from his lower back. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled gunshots erupted in the square. With his physique enhanced through 11 rounds of strengthening, he could fully handle the recoil of the enhanced big black star, almost hitting where he aimed. The heads of the humanoid spider and the stitched monster exploded directly. The multi-eyed night demon was forced to retreat, repeatedly, slime splattering everywhere, before finally collapsing to the ground. Wei Chuan calmly approached with his rifle, firing a few more shots. The three night demons were completely defeated, their bodies beginning to dissipate rapidly, leaving only 3 dull source crystals. Got it, a good start. Wei Chuan skillfully collected the source crystals, his tone relaxed. The bronze-level dungeon's minor monsters were indeed not very strong, and the monsters inside would automatically drop items, saving the time of digging. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue did not fire their guns throughout. Their task was to provide cover and vigilance, saving all ammunition for when Wei Chuan faced an overwhelming situation. After dealing with the welcoming party in the square, the three carefully entered the outpatient building. The interior of the hall was dimly lit, with only sporadic light filtering through the broken windows, and the air was thick with dust and a foul odor. The registration window was in disarray, with large amounts of broken glass scattered on the floor. Just like the square, there was nothing of value in sight. In a normal hospital, the pharmacy is generally located in areas least frequented by patients, like the basement or corners of operating rooms, and some important departments are usually on higher floors where it is quieter. Lu Qingqing analyzed based on her knowledge. All right, let's search the first floor first, stay alert. Wei Chuan felt that the resource refresh points in the dungeon wouldn't follow real-world logic, but since he was not familiar with the hospital structure, having a search direction was better than stumbling around like a headless fly. The structure of the outpatient hall was complex, with corridors crisscrossing and many room doors blocked. Without a map, the three could only advance along the navigable paths, moving deeper inside. During this time, night demons constantly sprang from dark corners behind broken doors, and even from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling. Sometimes it was a single one, and sometimes 2 or 3 appeared simultaneously. Their forms were increasingly bizarre, some resembling elongated humans, others like animals fused with humans, and some twisted beyond description. However, their combat power was not strong. Overall, they were equivalent to slightly stronger humans. Wei Chuan could easily deal with them using his handgun without needing Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to intervene. They pushed forward while fighting. In just 10 short minutes since entering, they had already taken down 12 night demons and obtained 12 source crystals. The ammunition consumption was low and supplies remained sufficient. Finally, after passing through a dim corridor marked Administrative Management Department, Wei Chuan saw a different door. It was a heavy double iron door, the sign on it long gone unlatched and slightly ajar. Through the gap, he could see many cardboard boxes and shelves piled inside. Found it should be the warehouse. Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. After 10 minutes, he finally discovered a decent target. With so many boxes, there should be some rewards. He signaled the two women to remain vigilant, while he cautiously approached the slightly ajar iron door, preparing to push it open. But just as his fingers were about to touch the cold door panel, click, click, click. A series of extremely faint yet remarkably clear sounds like numerous hard objects rapidly striking the ground emanated from the door gap. This sound. No way. Wei Chuan's movements instantly froze, a chill running down his spine as a wave of icy dread surged through him. He was all too familiar with this sound. Or rather, it was the sound he dreaded hearing the most, bar none. It was the sound produced by arthropods, specifically the rapid movement of multi-legged arthropods as their legs struck the ground or walls. Disgusting. It's a centipede. Wei Chuan's face instantly turned pale, and he nearly retreated with gritted teeth. He had been bitten by a centipede when he was a child, suffering for several days, and thus developed a severe physiological fear and aversion to them, almost turning into a psychological shadow. It is no exaggeration to say that just seeing a centipede would make him jump. Even hearing the sound of a centipede's footsteps in his dreams would wake him up instantly. Centipede. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately tensed up, slowly retreating with their guns aimed at the slightly ajar iron door. They were not afraid of normal centipedes, but the centipedes here were mutated ones. Click, click. It seemed that the centipedes in the warehouse had also noticed the three outside. The footsteps became even clearer, as if approaching the door. Get ready, shoot at what you see, shoot to kill. Wei Chuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort and chill in his heart. No matter what mutated creature was hiding inside, they were already here, and there was no reason to return empty-handed. He gestured to the two women to prepare cover fire. Then he directly used his mental power, employing no techniques, just the simplest energy blast, and struck the iron door. Bang! The iron door was violently smashed open by the mental force, crashing heavily against the interior wall, producing a tremendous sound. Light instantly flooded into the warehouse. When the three saw the scene inside the warehouse, even though Wei Chuan had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his stomach churning and his legs felt weak. The interior space of the pharmacy warehouse was vast, filled with towering shelves, and many cardboard medicine boxes were scattered across the floor. And on top of these shelves, on the ground, and even on the walls and ceiling, were densely populated with numerous centipedes. These centipedes were far larger than normal ones, each at least half a meter long, their bodies exhibiting a glossy, eerie dark red color, with countless pairs of legs moving like waves, producing a chilling click. Their sharp jaws opened and closed, emitting a hissing threat. Their compound eyes reflected faint glimmers in the light, filled with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. And at the farthest end of the warehouse, a particularly large centipede, nearly 2 meters long and comparable to a door panel, coiled atop the tallest shelf. Its carapace was a deeper color, almost blackered, with 2 long antennae on its head whipping like whips, its menacing mouthparts constantly dripping transparent venom, evidently the leader of this group of mutated centipedes. Damn! Wei Chuan felt his scalp tingle, his limbs weak as sweat began to pour down, as if all his strength had been drained away. Is this really a bronze-level dungeon? Is this a joke? Husband! Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue instinctively called out to Wei Chuan, their voices trembling with uncontrollable fear. They were also horrified by the massive, glistening dark red centipedes in the warehouse, nearly succumbing to their fear of dense crowds. The sheer number and size sent chills down their spines just by looking at them. A slightly frightened Zhu Lingxue quietly suggested, "These creatures look tough to handle, and they're numerous. How about we retreat for now and think of a plan?" Hearing the words numerous made Wei Chuan, who was already disgusted by the centipedes, freeze for a moment. Many mutated centipedes. Many. Doesn't that mean there will be a lot of evolution crystals? This thought injected a rush of adrenaline into his heart. Fear and disgust retreated like a tide, replaced by an indescribable excitement and greed. These mutated centipedes were walking treasures. Right here, Wei Chuan's previously weakened body surged with energy. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. The corridor is small, which is our greatest advantage. If we let them out, we'll be in trouble. Before he finished speaking, his movements were as swift as lightning. He directly retrieved the spare firearms from the storage compartment, 2 enhanced Black Stars and 3 M870 shotguns, throwing them at his feet, including the 2 enhanced Black Stars he held. In the next moment, a powerful telekinetic force surged forth. The 7 guns seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, instantly floating up and aiming at the door of the pharmaceutical warehouse. 7 guns hovered in the air, forming an array filled with sci-fi and aesthetic violence. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back into action. Indeed, what was there to fear? The mutated creatures weren't strong enough to withstand bullets. There were many of them, but could they possibly outnumber the bullets? The fear in the hearts of the 2 women was instantly replaced by excitement, and they no longer hesitated, raising their own black stars. At that moment, the leader centipede perched atop the shelves seemed to be issuing orders, letting out a sharp, piercing hiss, while its thick antennae thrashed wildly. Dozens of centipedes, each 100 meters long, surged forward like a torrent of dark red water, crowding and rushing out of the warehouse, directly charging at Wei Chuan and the 2 women in the corridor. The cacophony of countless legs striking the ground created a nauseating noise. Fire! Wei Chuan barked coldly, his hands, which were held in the air, suddenly clenched. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Simultaneously, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue opened fire. In an instant, 9 firearms unleashed deadly flames, bullets pouring out like a torrential rain, forming a nearly impenetrable barrage of metal that engulfed the first few mutated centipedes charging ahead. Puff! Puff! The bullets effortlessly tore through the seemingly tough dark red shells of the mutated centipedes' green fluid and shattered limbs, splattering everywhere. The first few did not even manage to run 2 meters before being turned into a sieve by the dense firepower, collapsing on the ground and thrashing about violently. Seeing that the defensive power of the mutated centipedes was not high and could not withstand the penetration of bullets, Wei Chuan's last shred of worry vanished, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, bronze-level dungeons don't have tough challenges. He felt reassured, as long as these mutated centipedes couldn't withstand bullets, no matter how many there were, they were merely moving evolution crystals. Shoot them to death, not a single one should escape. Wei Chuan reminded again, while retrieving magazines from his backpack and swapping them out with telekinesis. The intense gunfire echoed like firecrackers in the hospital corridor, shell casings clattering to the ground. Just 1 round of suppressive fire was enough to incapacitate dozens of slightly smaller mutated centipedes. However, their vitality was somewhat tenacious. They twitched, but showed no signs of dying. Hiss! Seeing his little brothers fall like wheat being cut, the leader centipede finally couldn't contain itself and let out an extremely shrill, angry hiss. Its massive body suddenly leaped down from the top of the shelf, the tunterlong dark red body, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a dull thud. A nauseating stench accompanied by a chill of murderous intent rushed towards them. Its countless legs frantically moved, as if a runaway vehicle rumbling into the narrow corridor, charging at Wei Chuan and the 2 women. The massive size and violent momentum made Wei Chuan and the others tense up, instinctively feeling a bit panicked. This was too exaggerated. Don't be afraid. We have enough firepower. Aim for its head. Wei Chuan suppressed the stirring in his heart and shouted to encourage himself and the 2 women. Thinking of the firepower and ammunition they had brought, he gritted his teeth and directly faced the incredibly hideous and terrifying insect face, frantically pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 All the guns once again spat flames, bullets pouring down on the leader centipede. Puff! 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 The sound of bullets piercing repeatedly rang out, causing the leader centipede's charge to suddenly stall, numerous bullet holes instantly appearing on its dark red, tough, shell green fluid spraying out like a fountain. Indeed, its defensive power was significantly stronger than that of the smaller centipedes. But against such overwhelming firepower, it still fell short, especially its head, which was directly in front of the gun muzzles, becoming the primary target. Countless bullets surged forth, quickly blasting half of its head apart, revealing a horrifying large pit, even showing the twitching internal organs within. Hiss! Hiss! The leader centipede emitted a strange sound. Its massive body began to uncontrollably twist and convulse. Its head and tail flailed like 2 massive whips, wildly striking and colliding in the not-so-wide corridor, causing loud bangs against the walls and floor. Retreat! Be careful of it charging at us. Seeing this, Wei Chuan immediately controlled his telekinesis to quickly retract the 7 floating guns, leaving only 1 shotgun in his hands. As he loaded the shotgun, he signaled Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to withdraw, avoiding the uncontrolled rolling giant insect body. The 3 kept their eyes on the struggling leader centipede, with their guns always aimed at it, ready to shoot as soon as it showed any signs of approaching. After waiting for nearly a minute, the sounds of its frantic thrashing and collisions gradually subsided. The leader centipede's massive body slumped in the middle of the corridor, completely motionless. However, Wei Chuan immediately sensed something was off. The bodies of the dead little centipedes had long turned into shadows, leaving only evolution crystals on the ground with no physical corpses remaining. Are you fishing here, little brother? Wei Chuan snorted coldly, raising his loaded shotgun and blasting another round into the limp, massive insect body. Boom, boom, boom. The shotgun hit the giant centipede with precision, causing its battered body to convulse violently. Finally, after the 5th round of pellets struck its body, the giant centipede began to dissipate, like smoke, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. All that remained was a slightly larger and darker evolution crystal, which fell to the ground with a clink. Done. Wei Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He switched to his handgun and cautiously moved forward, finishing off the stilt-witching little centipedes on the ground to ensure nothing was overlooked. Only after all the centipede corpses began to dissipate did he start to collect his spoils. 135. When he picked up all the evolution crystals scattered in the corridor, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. 14 evolution crystals in total. This was a windfall. Moreover, the evolution crystal dropped by the giant centipede was of the 2nd tier. 2nd tier evolution crystal, a crystal containing weak source energy, the source of power for mutated creatures. Consuming it can slightly enhance physical and mental attributes with a small chance of awakening a 2nd talent. This large one is 2nd tier, while the normal smaller ones should be considered 1st tier. The item information for the 2nd tier evolution crystal is similar to that of the 1st tier. It just removed the extremely small probability from the description, so the chance of awakening a 2nd talent is slightly higher after consumption. However, Wei Chuan believed that the effects of the 2nd tier evolution crystal on enhancing physical and mental attributes would undoubtedly surpass those of the 1st tier. After all, it was significantly larger, containing much more source energy. Perhaps it was just that the disparity in source energy hadn't reached a certain threshold, which is why the item information hadn't changed. It's like New Year. He carefully packed the 14 evolution crystals into his backpack, feeling his heart race with excitement. This trip was definitely worth it. Even if he found nothing else afterward, he wouldn't feel the slightest regret. Let's go check the warehouse. With so many mutated centipedes guarding this place, there must be good stuff. Wei Chuan gathered his spirits and called out to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, officially stepping into the medicine warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was even more chaotic than it appeared from the entrance, with shelves leaning this way, and that many medicine bottles shattered and their contents strewn across the floor, covered in a thick layer of dust. Just a few steps into the warehouse, Wei Chuan's eyes were drawn to a shelf on his left. On that shelf was a brand new silver-white metal suitcase, starkly contrasting with the surrounding decay. He quickly walked over and picked up the suitcase. It was unlocked. He gently pressed the latch and the lid popped open. Inside, it was lined with 2 pieces of black cushioning foam, neatly holding 5 syringes. The syringes resembled insulin needles with transparent plastic shells that clearly revealed the pale yellow liquid inside the needle tips, sealed with protective caps. A potion. Wei Chuan's heart stirred as he picked one up for a closer look. When he saw the item information for the potion appear, his breath caught in his throat. Antiviral serum administered within 1 hour of infection by the night demon virus. It can completely eliminate the virus from the body. If administered after 1 hour, 3 consecutive injections are required to completely clear the virus, and it is ineffective against the mutated stage. Good stuff. This is truly a lifesaver. A look of delight burst forth in Wei Chuan's eyes as he quickly closed the lid and placed the entire suitcase into his storage compartment. Such treasures must be kept safe. Although he didn't believe he would get infected, having the medicine as a backup was always good. This way he wouldn't hesitate when facing the night demon, leading to a mishap. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also found something behind a pile of cardboard boxes, running over with 2 recipe sheets in hand. Honey, look what I found. Wei Chuan looked and realized that both recipe sheets were exceptional recipes. Recipe primary adrenaline injection after injection enhance physical strength and mental strength by 50 within 5 minutes, significantly reducing pain perception. After the effect ends, fall into a state of weakness for 100 minutes. Crafting limit 100100 materials required evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1 recipe. Primary medical injection after injection can quickly heal non-lethal external injuries. Crafting limit 100100 materials required evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, plastic 3, steel ingot 1. Aren't these just buff potions and healing potions? Wei Chuan understood at a glance that these 2 potions were for combat and survival. Unfortunately, they were limited recipes, and each one crafted required an evolution crystal, which he couldn't really afford with his current financial situation. No rush, I'll wait until I have more evolution crystals in the future to make a few as trump cards. Wei Chuan directly clicked to learn using both recipe sheets. Meanwhile, Zhu Lingxue also had a find if she dug out a new medicine box from a relatively intact cardboard box in the corner containing 24 bottles of solution in small plastic containers. These were not conventional medicines, but item potions. Source power glucose oral solution. Drinking it can quickly restore a large amount of physical and mental energy, with effects diminishing as physical and mental strength increase. Now we have blue potions too. Wei Chuan smiled and also collected the box of restorative blue potions. There wasn't much else to find. These were the only truly valuable resources in the entire warehouse. Those cardboard boxes that seemed to contain a lot of goods were either empty or contained items that had long since rotted and spoiled, rendering them worthless. However, Wei Chuan was already very satisfied. 5 syringes of antiviral serum recipes for red potions and buff potions, 24 bottles of blue potions, and those 14 evolution crystals. The haul had exceeded expectations. He glanced at the time. It had been 18 minutes since he entered the hospital, leaving only 12 minutes until the exit time. He had to search quickly and leave the hospital before time ran out. He didn't want to know the consequences of exceeding the time limit. Let's go search other areas, move fast. Wei Chuan didn't dare to delay. He immediately led the 2 women out of the warehouse and ran down another corridor toward the stairs leading to the second floor. As Wei Chuan ran and scouted, he reflected in his heart. A mere bronze-level dungeon can yield antiviral serum and special potion recipes. Oh, what treasures must the higher-tier silver, gold, or even source crystal-level dungeons hold? Machine guns, automated turrets, mechs, genetic evolution serums. As he thought of this, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened, but simultaneously a thought also surfaced. The overall combat power level of this world should be quite high. Perhaps after a few more updates, there will be men capable of demolishing a car with a single punch, or even stronger firearms or energy weapons. In the remaining 12 minutes, Wei Chuan and his companions searched at a sprinting pace. They rapidly swept through the remaining areas of the main building and then dashed into the adjacent hospital building. Logically, completing a rough search of one building in 12 minutes is barely feasible, let alone 2. However, the actual situation turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. In these 2 buildings, aside from the first floor of the main building, the other floors were almost entirely empty, yielding very few valuable items. Along the way, they encountered no dangers apart from 2 or 3 night demons. The search process became exceptionally simple. They only needed to run through the corridors while quickly scanning the rooms with their eyes. Their haul was meager. There were only some scalpels, suturing needles, and other basic surgical tools, as well as a few blood glucose meters and small respiratory machines. Although the value was not insignificant, it was still far from comparable to the rewards from the warehouse. Wei Chuan believed that the warehouse guarded by the mutated centipedes was the core area of this hospital dungeon, and that other locations had hardly refreshed any supplies. Therefore, even though there were still 3 buildings left unsearched, he felt no regret. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. Acquiring the most essential rewards was already sufficient. When the time reached the 27th minute after they entered the dungeon, Wei Chuan decisively led Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to evacuate. He did not want to leave at the last moment. If they were caught up in any unexpected situation, it would be a huge problem. The 3 quickly retreated along the path they had come, bursting out of the outpatient hall, crossing the desolate square, and directly stepping out of the hospital's main door. Just as they stepped beyond the threshold of the door, the scene before them suddenly blurred, as if they had passed through a layer of light film. The dim, oppressive, and dead atmosphere within the hospital vanished in an instant, replaced by the relatively bright outdoor light, and the sound of the wind on the grass reached their ears once again. They had exited the dungeon. Wei Chuan instinctively looked around and found that besides their armored vehicle, there was an unfamiliar modified van in the parking lot. It was quite well modified, an ordinary wooling van, its size almost rivaling that of a heavy-duty truck. There was no one in the vehicle and no one around. It seems others have also found this dungeon, Wei Chuan said quietly to the 2 girls. We didn't encounter anyone while we were inside. Either they avoided us or the dungeon operates as an independent space. Not encountering anyone was naturally a good thing, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and troubles. Let's talk in the car first. Back inside the sturdy armored vehicle, they locked the doors, and only then did the 3 truly breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Chuan eagerly took out everything they had gathered this time, focusing naturally on the 14 evolution crystals. He placed the evolution crystals on the table and began to consider how to distribute them. Lu Qingqing immediately spoke up. Hubby, you take more Lingxue, and I will just take 1 or 2 to test our luck. After the dungeon appears, every team needs a main combat force. The stronger you are, the higher our safety will be in the dungeon. Zhu Lingxue nodded seriously in agreement. Qingqing is right, just let the strong lead us. Wei Chuan looked at the sincere gazes of the 2 girls, feeling warmth in his heart. He thought for a moment, and indeed this was the most reasonable and quickest way to enhance the overall strength of the team. All right. Wei Chuan was not one to be overly sentimental. He immediately nodded in agreement. Let's do it this way for these 2 days. Once I enhance my strength a bit more, I'll concentrate the evolution crystals to help you awaken. In the end, he decided to keep 10 first-tier evolution crystals for himself. The remaining 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier evolution crystals would be given to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Each of you gets 2. The second-tier one has a slightly higher awakening probability, so let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Wei Chuan pushed the 4 evolution crystals over. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged glances and promptly extended their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. In a single round, Zhu Lingxue won against Lu Qingqing's paper with scissors. Yage, Zhu Lingxue revealed a hint of smugness and cautiously picked up the second-tier evolution crystal. Lu Qingqing smiled and congratulated her, urging her to try her luck. Although this batch of evolution crystals was very clean and had not been contaminated with any mutated centipede's blood, the three still felt a bit uneasy and decided to wash them all before consuming. A familiar warm current surged, enhancing their physical constitution and mental strength. After consuming the 10 first-tier evolution crystals together, Wei Chuan's strength had increased significantly. He could now lift 500 pounds with his telekinesis, and his arm strength was about the same. If this power could be concentrated, it would be nearly equivalent to the force of a bullet, making it ideal for dealing with larger mutated creatures. Next, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with developing his telekinesis. Unfortunately, neither Lu Qingqing nor Zhu Lingxue awakened. However, they were not disappointed. Instead, they believed that Wei Chuan managing to awaken with 11 attempts was already extremely lucky. After a brief rest of a few minutes, the vehicle started up again. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding a handheld game console, playing the classic Contra game. Zhu Lingxue sat quietly beside him, engrossed in reading a book. Lu Qingqing was responsible for driving, and the atmosphere in the vehicle was tranquil and relaxed. While he was still on a life in the game, the survival manual on the adjacent dining table suddenly emitted a faint glow. Did the handgun crossbow sell again? Wei Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately put down the game console to check the survival manual. He was particularly sensitive to information prompts now, as every single one could represent an evolution crystal added to their account. However, upon opening it, it was another private message from Li Yongsheng. It's this guy again, always blabbering everywhere, really idle. Wei Chuan chuckled and shook his head, opening the private chat interface. Li Yongsheng, bro, are you there? Something big happened. I encountered a dungeon and got a lot of good stuff, we can share dungeon experiences. Seeing the words dungeon and good stuff, Wei Chuan immediately became interested. Wei Chuan, what good stuff? Send it over to take a look. The reply came back extremely quickly, as if he was right there in front of the manual. Li Yongsheng source energy glucose oral solution and beginner adrenaline injection, super awesome. One boosts mana, the other boosts combat power. Wei Chuan looked at the names of the two familiar items, momentarily stunned, then his expression became somewhat strange. Isn't this just a buff potion and a mana potion? Wei Chuan, you must have entered a hospital-themed dungeon, right? Li Yongsheng, yeah, a broken hospital, it's dark and eerie inside, and I even ran into some competitors. The ground is littered with shell casings, and there are gunshots coming from the building. I was so scared I couldn't go deeper, had to just circle around to the little corner building to pick up some scraps. Otherwise there wouldn't be just this. Li Yongsheng, those competitors were too well equipped. They had guns and an armored vehicle that was ridiculously huge, even bigger than a 100-ton truck, super fierce. The ground was littered with shell casings and gunfire echoed within the building. Was that an armored vehicle larger than a 100-ton behemoth? Wei Chuan's hand gripping the survival manual suddenly stiffened as a guess sprang to mind, and the expression on his face gradually froze. That guy Li Yongsheng indeed drove a van, and it had been heavily modified multiple times with a transformation template. What the hell? Wei Chuan couldn't help but curse softly, feeling a bit dazed. In other words, they had entered the same instance. While they were fighting the night demon or the mutated centipede, did Li Yongsheng sneak around to pick up the scraps? Could this really happen? Wei Chuan found it both amusing and surprising, feeling quite peculiar. Wei Chuan bronze level hospital instance in area 89. Li Yongsheng, yeah. What the hell could that comrade be, you brother? Wei Chuan, if you're talking about an armored vehicle with 10 wheels, then that's me. They'll give you credit for being smart. If I encounter anyone in the instance, they'll definitely unleash my shotgun. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before new messages arrived. Li Yongsheng, that's awesome. I was so scared earlier that I walked on tiptoes. I didn't expect it to be you, brother. Immediately after, another message followed, suddenly shifting to a tone full of flattery. Li Yongsheng, brother. Dear brother, you're not on the wrong path, are you? Wait for me, shall we form a convoy? It'll cover all the living expenses, you just protect me. Seeing that Li Yongsheng was not scared off, but instead wanted to team up, Wei Chuan was taken aback for a moment. After some thought, he realized it wasn't such a bad idea. Having Li Yongsheng, this resource guy, around could come in handy if they encountered urgent situations requiring a lot of supplies. Moreover, through these days of interaction, he had noticed that Li Yongsheng was quite straightforward, not overly complicated, a bit like a wealthy otaku, in reality somewhat trustworthy. Most importantly, Wei Chuan had absolute confidence in his own strength and wasn't afraid of his underlings turning against him. However, teaming up was not a trivial matter, as certain things had to be made clear up front. Wei Chuan, I have 2 wives, so teaming up isn't very convenient. You know the rules of this world. If you follow me, you won't get resource points or supplies. Only the instance can take care of you. Would you still want to team up? It was essential to clarify potential issues to avoid conflicts later. After sending the message, Wei Chuan patiently waited for a while. Soon Li Yongsheng's reply came, his attitude unusually resolute. Li Yongsheng, boss, please take me along. I don't want the resource points or supply boxes. I sell fuel, so I'm not short on that, and safety is more important than anything else. Just let me have a bit of the soup when we go into the instance. Li Yongxing, I understand the rules. If you don't give the word, I absolutely won't wander around outside the vehicle. When I get out, I definitely won't have anything in hand. He'll walk in front of you in the instance. We're bros, I trust you. Seeing himself transform from a brother to a boss, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile. This kid was quite perceptive. In truth, Li Yongxing was also quite anxious, worried about Wei Chuan's gun and armored vehicle, but it was also Wei Chuan's gun and armored vehicle that made him resolute. He didn't believe that someone as successful as Wei Chuan would covet his meager possessions. His entire net worth was probably less than what Wei Chuan could casually acquire from a single instance. After all, he could find treasures just by scavenging. So someone like Wei Chuan who could rampage through the instance was definitely rolling in wealth. Sticking with such a big shot guaranteed personal safety and teaming up in the instance meant he could benefit a bit. It was far better than going solo. Wei Chuan, alright, it's all in my heart, no need to say more. You drive straight ahead. When you exit the instance, there are no side paths. I'll wait for you on the road. Li Yongxing, I'll charge into the fire for you, boss. Closing the survival manual, Wei Chuan called out to Lu Qingqing in the driver's seat. Qingqing, pull over. Lu Qingqing obediently parked the armored vehicle slowly by the roadside. Wei Chuan got up from the sofa, went to the storage rack, and crafted a handgun crossbow and a full set of 100 crossbow bolts. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, Hubby, did you switch to evolution crystals again? No. Wei Chuan shook his head and smiled. It's from a friend who delivered donkey meat. He's right behind us, and will be joining us soon. This is a small gift for him. That guy's selling oil. Is he reliable? Zhu Lingxue frowned slightly, asking cautiously. Wei Chuan smiled confidently. Most likely reliable. I met him on the first day. That kid isn't complicated, and... He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With the strength of my current mental power, I could crush someone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also walked over. Lingxue, did you discover something? It's not about Lingxue, it's my issue. Wei Chuan shook his head and briefly explained the teaming situation. To ease Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's concerns, he particularly emphasized the nature of their team. They would be in the same team, but in different vehicles, each driving their own car. They could park together and go into instances together at night, providing mutual support while their daily routines would remain unaffected. After hearing this, both women felt it was quite good and nodded in agreement. Having a neighbor in such an open and dangerous area would make sleeping at night a bit more reassuring. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wei Chuan, standing on top of the vehicle and scanning the surroundings, finally spotted a small black in the distance on the road rapidly approaching. It was Li Yongxing's van, which had undergone multiple modifications. Wei Chuan stood up and waved towards the approaching vehicle. Li Yongxing, who was driving, clearly also saw the imposing armored monster ahead and the figure atop it. The speed of the vehicle gradually decreased, finally coming to a steady stop about 10 meters away from the armored vehicle. This distance indicated respect while providing a safety buffer. Boss, it's me, Li Yongxing. The car door opened and a young man in his 20s briskly stepped out. A warm smile spread across his face as he vigorously waved his arms. Wei Chuan observed him. He appeared a bit chubby compared to his photo, especially his belly, which looked like it was hiding a football, making his t-shirt bulge. Seeing this, Wei Chuan leapt down from the 3.6-meter-high roof and landed steadily. He didn't approach immediately. Instead, he smiled and raised his right index finger, gently beckoning. In the next moment, to Li Yongxing's astonished gaze, a handgun crossbow and a large bundle of crossbow bolts lifted by an invisible force slowly descended from the roof of the armored vehicle, hovering steadily before him. Wei Chuan initially intended to keep his mental power as a trump card, but ultimately decided against it. Never test human nature, especially that of teammates. Is this telekinesis? Li Yongxing gasped, his eyes wide like copper bells, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, his brain nearly ceasing to function. Telekinesis. Mind control. This is entirely like the concept of telekinesis from science fiction. After the tremendous shock, a wave of ecstasy and overwhelming relief washed over him. This boss truly found the right path. Having this golden thigh to lean on, he could really relax and enjoy life from now on. Li Yongxing looked at the crossbow arrow floating in front of him, then at Wei Chuan, who wore a faint smile, his voice trembling with excitement. Boss, this is telekinesis, right? Is it a primary talent or a secondary talent? Telekinesis, secondary talent. Wei Chuan smiled, and with a thought, the hand crossbow and arrow gently landed in Li Yongxing's embrace. From what I've gathered so far, the initial talents are all related to survival, manufacturing, and support, while secondary talents are not tiered and lean more towards combat. Their strength depends entirely on how many evolution crystals one has consumed. He explained a bit to satisfy his little brother's curiosity. Upon hearing that secondary talents lean more towards combat, Li Yongxing's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. A combat-oriented talent means real abilities. Besides telekinesis, there might also be powers like fire, ice, or physical metallization, of which man could resist such temptation. Boss, how many evolution crystals did you consume to awaken? Li Yongxing clutched the crossbow arrow, eagerly pressing for an answer. Wei Chuan did not hide anything directly stating 11 crystals. To gamble on that extremely small probability, I can't be sure if it was good luck or bad luck. No one talks about such things. 11 huh? Li Yongsheng mumbled to himself, firmly etching this number into his mind. He had already consumed 3 evolution crystals. Although he might not awaken at 11, at least he had a preliminary goal. At this moment, he seemed to envision himself awakening a powerful talent wreaking havoc all around. Alright, enough about that for now. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, interrupting his daydreaming. While there's still time, let's see if we can find another dungeon or resource point. After it gets dark and we stop the vehicle, we can chat slowly. He paused for a moment and added with a smile, come over for dinner tonight and try your sister-in-law's cooking. Li Yongsheng nodded eagerly like a garlic pounder. Alright, thank you, boss. He'll follow right behind you. Just call me if you need anything, I'll be at your service. He was now determined to cling tightly to this sturdy thigh, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Alright, let's go, buddies. Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, turned, and opened the back door to return to the vehicle. Soon the armored vehicle emitted a deep and powerful rumble, slowly starting up. Li Yongsheng hurriedly hugged the gift Wei Chuan gave him, running back to his van, with a spring in his step, quickly starting the engine, and obediently following behind the armored vehicle, beginning his psychic career. With a powerful backing, Li Yongsheng felt that his survival path had suddenly become wide and bright. He gripped the steering wheel, occasionally chuckling foolishly, already looking forward to the dinner that night, and the days of awakening his powerful talent in the future. The next 3 hours were fairly lucky. The armored vehicle traveled along the road, encountering 3 gray iron boxes and 1 bronze box. The gray iron boxes contained mineral water, compressed biscuits, and small batteries, while the bronze box held a recipe for unlimited garbage bags. These were all quite ordinary basic supplies. For Wei Chuan, who had already achieved basic material freedom, these items could only be considered a meager supplement, hardly causing any emotional fluctuations. What Wei Chuan yearned for most now was evolution crystals that could enhance his strength. At exactly 6 p.m., the brightness of the sunlight gradually diminished. Wei Chuan gestured for Lu Qingqing to stop the armored vehicle by the roadside, and the following van immediately stopped as well. Qingqing, Lingxue cooked something nice tonight. I'm planning to treat Li Yongsheng to a meal. Wei Chuan instructed the 2 women. Okay. Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, beginning to select ingredients from the source refrigerator. Zhu Lingxue also nodded, starting to help with the preparations. Wei Chuan opened the back door and got out, walking towards the van behind. Li Yongsheng also got out almost simultaneously. Seeing Wei Chuan approaching, he hurriedly welcomed him with enthusiasm, a broad smile on his face. Boss, I'm here to check out your vehicle, Wei Chuan said with a smile. Boss, feel free to take a look. Li Yongsheng quickly stepped aside and opened the side sliding door of the van, inviting Wei Chuan to enter. Wei Chuan bent down and climbed in, and his eyes brightened immediately. This van did not look impressive from the outside, just larger and somewhat shabby, but the interior was quite extraordinary. The space was utilized extremely well, with a single bed fixed on the left and a row of source appliances compactly arranged on the right. Although cramped, the basic living facilities were all present. Though small, it has everything, Wei Chuan exclaimed, noting that this renovation style clearly showed thought and effort. Li Yongsheng chuckled, taking out 2 cans of chilled beer from the small refrigerator, handing one to Wei Chuan, and somewhat smugly asked, Boss, how about it? Isn't my vehicle not bad? It was all traded for supplies bit by bit using fuel before. It's quite good. Your talent is excellent. To put it bluntly, supporting a whole convoy shouldn't be a problem. Wei Chuan took the cold beer, opened it, took a sip, and nodded. Hearing the words convoy, Li Yongsheng's smile instantly faded, turning into a bitter laugh. Boss, forming a team isn't that simple. I thought about forming a team on the first day to find someone to cover me or to lead a team myself, but it's too difficult. Those I encountered on the road were either so poor that they relied entirely on me to support them, or they tried to rob me right away. If it weren't for that hand crossbow, I would have been eaten clean down to the bones. He patted the bed, his tone becoming fortunate and satisfied. It's best the way it is now, with a powerful boss covering me, who I don't have to worry about safety. I also lack for nothing in terms of resources, and tonight, I can finally sleep soundly. His words conveyed a sense of relief. Clearly, the previous solitary life had placed a tremendous psychological burden on him. Now that he had found a reliable support, it was far more gratifying for him than simply finding a few resource boxes. That's true. Wei Chuan nodded in agreement. I've also encountered several attempts at robbery, and while I'm not afraid of them, it's still genuinely nerve-wracking. In this world where order has collapsed, if a lone wolf lacks a bit of skill and luck, it can indeed be very hard to survive, and one might easily fall into a ditch. Wei Chuan looked at Li Yongsheng, his expression turning serious. Now that you've joined, you'll be one of us. I can't promise anything else, but I will definitely not let you be bullied. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's face immediately displayed a look of gratitude and relief upon hearing this. Wei Chuan shifted the topic and continued, moreover, I won't let you follow me for free. I'll assign you a task. As long as you can get this done, I will arrange for you to have a gun, which will make up for the loss of the resource point and supply box. A gun. Boss, whatever you command, I will accomplish it, even if it means climbing a mountain or walking through fire. Li Yongxing straightened his back, his eyes wide with excitement as he spoke. For him, who could only use a pistol crossbow, the temptation of a real gun was too great. Wei Chuan smiled and said, "Forget about climbing mountains and walking through fire. This task isn't too difficult. It's just about collecting some hard-to-obtain goods." "What kind of goods, eh?" "Guns. Nobody would sell good guns or their blueprints, so what I need are defective guns, but they must come with bullets. Even one bullet is fine." Wei Chuan elaborated on the requirements. The designs for rifle and pistol bullets are quite different, and he wasn't sure if he could handcraft them directly, so it's best to collect them together with the bullets. Even broken ones will do. Li Yongxing froze for a moment upon hearing this, his face showing shock. He clearly remembered that Wei Chuan had the ability to repair and modify home appliances, and now it seemed that his skills extended beyond just that. Having a talent applicable to firearms isn't that akin to a weapons factory. However, he quickly suppressed his shock and didn't ask about the specifics. Instead, he patted his chest, proclaiming, "Boss, you can count on me for this. I am a professional businessman." "Good." Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. "We can offer a higher price, whether it be water source crystals or pistol crossbows. If the seller demands more, just let me know. I could even provide him with a pistol and a shotgun." "Understood." Li Yongxing nodded repeatedly, quickly calculating how to proceed in his mind. In essence, the core strategy is recover defective firearms. When encountering sellers, stabilize them first, the price is negotiable, and buy as much as possible. The two discussed the details of the procurement for over 10 minutes. It was only when all potential issues during the collection process were clarified that Wei Chuan prepared to leave. As he got out of the car, Wei Chuan turned back to remind Li Yongxing, "While you're at the trading post, also gather some scrap metal, preferably steel. In a few days, I'll help you modify the chassis and body of your vehicle to turn it into a bulletproof car." After saying this, Wei Chuan patted his shoulder, turned, and walked towards the armored vehicle. What a stroke of luck. Li Yongxing stood there watching Wei Chuan's silhouette and touched his beloved, then feeling warm inside. He felt he had truly latched onto a thick, golden thigh, and the future looked promising. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Nonsense. In this man-eating world, only by following those who have the ability to eat people can one hope to become the next capable individual, gaining access to resources and opportunities previously unattainable. As evening approached 7 p.m., only a remnant of orangerd remained in the sky. The armored vehicle was brightly lit inside, cool as autumn, with the air filled with the enticing aroma of food. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. 3 dishes and a soup. A plate of fragrant braised wolf meat, a plate of stir-fried cauliflower, a plate of luncheon, meat with eggs, a steaming bowl of seaweed and cucumber soup, and a stack of sliced fruit. After setting the table, the two women exchanged knowing glances and walked to the rear corner of the vehicle, opening the refrigerator door for cover. They usually dressed casually in the vehicle, often just wearing a comfortable nightgown, and sometimes even opted for no undergarments to relax, occasionally adding stockings based on Wei Chuan's preferences. But since Li Yongxing was coming over for dinner, they naturally couldn't be so casual. They quickly changed into sports pants and long-sleeve t-shirts, which, although still failing to hide their graceful figures, appeared much more appropriate. Once the two women changed their clothes, Wei Chuan got out of the vehicle to call Li Yongxing. "Boss, I estimate the night demons will be here soon. Shouldn't we eat after we deal with the first wave?" As Li Yongxing got out of the car, the time had just hit 7 p.m., and the sky darkened instantly, the sunlight completely swallowed, leaving only a sliver of moonlight. He nervously glanced around, rubbing his hands as he asked. At this stage, he wasn't afraid of the night demons. Even without mentioning using the vehicle to ram them or firing the pistol crossbow in quick succession, he could handle them with a slightly longer cold weapon. But if the night demons gathered in large numbers, that would be troublesome. No need. Wei Chuan shook his head decisively, his tone filled with absolute confidence. "Don't worry about eating. With my 30mm thick composite armor, let them shoot all they want. If they leave even a scratch, that would be impressive. Let's go, or the food will get cold." Hearing this, Li Yongxing immediately felt at ease. Looking at the steel behemoth gleaming with a cold sheen, he was filled with boundless anticipation for the promised modifications to his van. Once his van also had bulletproof level defenses, he could sleep soundly at night. What pesky night demons. Let them cause a ruckus outside. Wow. As he followed Wei Chuan onto the armored vehicle, it was Li Yongxing's first time inside, and he was instantly amazed by the spacious interior and complete facilities. Especially upon seeing the fully equipped source appliances, he felt envy beyond measure. At the same time, he also spotted the two sisters-in-law, both rare beauties. However, he was well aware of the taboos and interactions between men, so he didn't linger or scrutinize. He merely politely bowed slightly and said, "Hello, sisters-in-law, I am Li Yongxing." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue smiled and nodded in response. "Hello, please sit down, don't be polite." The four of them gathered around the dining table and began to eat. At first, Li Yongxing was a bit reserved, even struggling to pick up dishes. But under Wei Chuan's influence, after drinking 2 bottles of cold beer, he opened up completely. Perhaps he had been suppressing himself for too long, but now finding security in the presence of a strong ally made this guy unable to stop talking. He shared various amusing incidents and strokes of luck from the past few days, lamenting on his misfortunes and bizarre people he had encountered. Wei Chuan and the others listened with great interest. Their journey thus far had been smooth sailing, relying on the highly fortified armored vehicle and increasingly powerful firepower, rarely experiencing the kind of harrowing encounters described by Li Yongxing, making the tales sound particularly intriguing. A meal lasted over half an hour with a warm and lively atmosphere. It was not until the sound of thud, thud, thud from outside the vehicle along with the faint roar of the night demon that Li Yongxing reluctantly stopped the conversation. "Boss, thank you for the hospitality. I will head back now, and you all should rest early." Li Yongxing downed the remaining wine from the bottle in one gulp and hurriedly stood up to bid farewell. "They'll see you off." Wei Chuan nodded, leading him out through the back door of the vehicle. As soon as they got out, they spotted a humanoid lizard night demon slamming against the rear right wheel of the armored vehicle. The proximity startled Li Yongxing, causing him to shrink back. However, Wei Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even draw his gun, instead raising his right hand, focusing his mind, and instantly condensing invisible psychic energy into a fist that slammed fiercely at the night demon. Bang! With a muffled sound, the humanoid lizard was struck as if by a massive boulder. Its head instantly shattered into pieces with broken flesh and slime splattered everywhere. Li Yongxing stared in shock, his mouth agape, deeply shaken once again by this supernatural power. The unease he felt because of the night demon evaporated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of security. "Awesome!" Li Yongxing exclaimed, his voice slightly changing with excitement, and he patted his chest vigorously, assuring, "Boss, I will definitely handle the gun situation well." "All right, go back now. Bring the vehicle closed, just sleep tonight. If there are night demons, I will take action," Wei Chuan said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Okay." Li Yongxing practically bounced back to his van, feeling incredibly reassured. After sending Li Yongxing off, Wei Chuan walked around the armored vehicle, checking the water tank. The combined water tanks held about 65 liters of water. 65 liters was enough for 3 people's daily use, and they could even take a quick shower. Although it did not reach the maximum efficiency of 95 small water collection devices, Wei Chuan was quite satisfied with this result, considering the limited water vapor available. After carefully inspecting the water collection device, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle, closed the shooting hatch, and completely isolated himself from the outside world. "Honey, my relatives are here. Why don't you go find Qingqing tonight?" Zhu Lingxue, now in her nightgown, gently pulled Wei Chuan to the sofa, leaning close to his ear and whispering apologetically. "Relatives?" Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, pinching her cheek. "I'm not a cow. How can I plow fields every day? Having relatives here is just a break for me. TCH, I didn't say you had to work every day." Upon hearing Wei Chuan's teasing words, Zhu Lingxue's face flushed with 2 rosy hues, feeling sweet inside, and she giggled as she leaned in to peck him on the cheek. "Then I'll give you a few more days off, though I'll be coming over in a couple of days too." Lu Qingqing laughed as she sat on the other side of Wei Chuan, resting her head on his shoulder. "What if I get angry?" Wei Chuan raised a brow, wrapping his arm around Lu Qingqing's slender waist, his gaze falling on her cherry lips. Sensing Wei Chuan's gaze and thoughts, Lu Qingqing said nothing, merely turning her blushing face toward the television. Wei Chuan already had his answer, with a grin almost reaching his ears. Beside them, Zhu Lingxue took in the secret conversation between the two, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she decided to take the initiative. The first time must be hers. After their chat, the 3 cuddled together and found a light-hearted comedy to watch. During this time, another rude humanoid spider knight demon approached to slam the vehicle, easily dealt with by Wei Chuan's invisible psychic fist. After the movie ended, the 3 of them turned off the lights and rested. Just as Wei Chuan was about to drift into slumber with the fragrant Zhu Lingxue in his arms, she suddenly left his embrace. Before he could reach out to pull her back, his half-body defense was lifted. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to look up. But a wave of intense softness and warmth emanated from his dignity, transforming into an indescribable pleasure that spread throughout his body, as if his very soul had been elevated. "This? Mischievous." Wei Chuan instantly understood Zhu Lingxue's intentions. This girl always wanted the first bite, and if she didn't get it, she would be sulky. Faced with such a lemon essence, all he could say was, "Bring it on." The next morning, Wei Chuan still woke up very early. The first thing he did was pick up the survival manual from the bedside, skillfully opening the trading interface to check on the sale of the handgun crossbow. There were some gains, but not many. After a night, only 1 set had been sold, exchanging for a solitary evolution crystal. "That's fine, even mosquito legs are meat." Wei Chuan was in a good mood, casually taking out the evolution crystal to store it. He habitually browsed the trading hall again to see if there was anything new or any opportunities to seize. He thought it would be another fruitless search, but unexpectedly, as soon as he clicked to search for gun, a piece of information actually popped up. Item name: PPSH-41 submachine gun, quantity 1, price 50 liters of diesel. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. "Isn't this the old Soviet PPSH?" The price was very low, and upon clicking the item information it turned out to be a broken gun. The seller wasn't foolish. PPSH 41 submachine gun, caliber 7. 62 mm, effective range 150 meters, drum capacity 1671 rounds, barrel severely bent, unable to fire. Big treasure, he'll take it. Wei Chuan was overjoyed, and after trading fresh water for diesel clicked to purchase without hesitation. Transaction successful. Diesel 50 liters obtained. PPSH 41 submachine gun 1. Wei Chuan excitedly rubbed his hands together and took the gun out from his storage compartment. The barrel was bent severely, and there were several twists along its length. It seemed the seller had tried to straighten it himself, but it only got worse, which is why he decided to sell it. Awesome. Wei Chuan couldn't put it down as he caressed the PPSH, almost wanting to kiss it. Last night he had asked Li Yongsheng to keep an eye out for guns, and unexpectedly he stumbled upon one today. His luck was truly remarkable. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the model of the gun. Although he didn't know much about firearms, he was quite familiar with the classic PPSH submachine gun. This weapon had fierce firepower and used a drum magazine, making handguns and shotguns obsolete. However, the downside of the submachine gun's powerful firepower was its rapid ammunition consumption, or just a slight pull of the trigger could fire several rounds, making it impractical for everyday use, so he could only reserve the ammo for crucial moments. Walking to the storage rack, Wei Chuan picked out some suitable metal materials, wiped off the rust and scratches from the PPSH, and finally repaired the deformed barrel. Looking at the nearly brand new PPSH submachine gun, Wei Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he could make use of an automatic firearm. Next, I should make some bullets. At least I need to fill one drum. For a whole hour afterward, Wei Chuan was immersed in the repetitive yet meticulous task of crafting bullets for the Bobo Shah submachine gun. The process of creating the 2,625mm bullets was slightly more complicated than that of the Dehiexing bullets and shotguns, and he felt somewhat unskilled on his first attempt. Fortunately, with the talent, skill, insight into essence at his disposal and ample materials, he managed to complete a drum holding 71 rounds within an hour. During this time, when he went to the trading post to buy gunpowder, he also exchanged water for an evolution crystal, which he consumed along with another he had eaten that morning. The continuous growth of his physique and mental strength brought him great joy. Now he had consumed a total of 23 evolution crystals of the first tier. After 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue gradually woke up and the atmosphere in the carriage became lively. Wei Chuan finished crafting the bullets and stored the entire gun in his storage compartment. He did not rest, but instead took out the remaining metal materials to continue modifying the armored vehicle. In his plans, the next phase of this mobile fortress would be 15 meters long, 5 meters high, and 6 meters wide. Currently, it had been modified to a length of 13.5 meters, a height of 4 meters, and a width of 4 meters, which was not far from the target. I should be able to finish the modifications by tomorrow. After integrating this batch of metal materials into the vehicle, Wei Chuan estimated the progress. In fact, with his now vastly improved physical and mental abilities, the efficiency of the modifications could have been increased 2 to 3 times. He could have completed it yesterday. However, in order to cope with resource points and dungeons that could emerge at any moment, he preserved about half of his energy during each modification to handle unexpected situations, which made the progress appear somewhat slow. After all, safety was always the top priority. He did not want to exhaust himself like he did at the beginning, putting himself in a state of weakness every time. As it approached 7 a.m., the sky was only dimly lit, but the temperature had already risen. The survival manual on the table lit up with a message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, have you woken up? I got some breakfast milk. You and sister-in-law should go have some. Wei Chuan smiled and replied, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. There might be night demons outside. Be careful, I'll go get it myself. He took 2 packets of the best cigarettes from the storage rack and got out of the back door. Li Yongsheng's van was parked just a few steps away, and the guy was leaning against the car door munching on an apple, living quite comfortably. Boss, here, have some calcium. Upon seeing Wei Chuan approach, Li Yongsheng turned around and brought out an entire box of well-packaged breakfast milk from the car. Thanks. Wei Chuan took the box of breakfast milk, casually stowed it in his storage compartment, and naturally pulled out 2 packets of cigarettes, handing them over. Frog Fun Huazi, great cigarettes. Li Yongsheng happily accepted them, but then lowered his voice, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Boss, it's not easy to buy guns. You can't find them at the trading post, and no one responds to purchase requests. It might take a few days. It's normal for them to be hard to find. If they were that easy to get, I would have become an arms dealer long ago. It's precisely because they are extremely scarce that I keep a close watch every day. After chatting with Li Yongsheng for a bit, Wei Chuan returned to the armored vehicle, where Lu Qingqing handed him a cup of heated milk and some bread. While eating the simple breakfast, he habitually opened the communication channel. Area 8988011000 people. Li Yongsheng, a dungeon suddenly appeared by the roadside, scared me. A gray iron level kindergarten, that name sounds like a horror dungeon. Someone in the trading post is selling bows and arrows. Victor, I don't recommend entering danger zones too quickly. Trust me, even if it's just a gray iron level danger zone, it requires teamwork. I almost died yesterday. As long as I can survive, that's enough for me. A spear recipe can last a lifetime. There's no need to risk going into those dungeons. I also encountered a dungeon, here a bronze level mine. As soon as I entered, I saw a giant python as thick as a water barrel. The difficulty was too high. The first thing that caught his eye was the number of people in the area, causing him to frown slightly. In less than 20 hours, the number of people in the area had dropped from 9923 to 8801, a loss of 1122 people, which was a terrifyingly high death rate. As expected, once the dungeon system was introduced, it would certainly claim many lives. Gray iron level dungeons might not be difficult. With a bit more courage and better equipment, one could possibly solo them. But for bronze level dungeons, the difficulty increases exponentially. Just look at the mutated centipedes from yesterday's hospital. Those couldn't be dealt with using cold weapons alone. You either need powerful firearms, a large group to work together, or a strong second talent. Otherwise, you absolutely won't come out alive once you go in. He continued scrolling through the rolling information. There was nothing of value. All the dungeons encountered so far were gray iron level and bronze level, and no one had encountered dungeons of a higher difficulty. After quickly finishing breakfast, Wei Chuan closed the communication channel. The sky outside was already bright. It was time to set off. This morning's luck was really quite poor. The armored vehicle had driven all morning, and the view was nothing but blue skies and dry grasslands. He had not seen a single supply box, resource point, or dungeon. Wei Chuan occasionally stopped by the trading post hoping to find something, but the results were equally disappointing. Nothing piqued his interest. The entire morning passed in this dull and tedious driving and waiting, which made the atmosphere in the carriage somewhat oppressive. Just as Wei Chuan was about to announce a stop for a lunch break, creak, Zhu Lingxue suddenly began to slow down, causing everything inside the vehicle to shake slightly due to the lack of much cushioning. What's wrong, Lingxue? Wei Chuan immediately became alert, quickly walking to the side of the hanging ladder, pulling out his handgun from the storage compartment. Honey, my talent has sensed something. Zhu Lingxue turned back, waving her hand, her tone excited and certain. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan immediately looked towards the observation window. As far as the eye could see, besides the vast dry grassland and a few rolling low hills, there were no signs of any buildings. Not a resource point, not a dungeon. It had to be a supply box. You two stay alert. Oh, I'll go take a look. Wei Chuan quickly assessed the situation, instructing the two women to stay in the vehicle while he opened the back door and jumped out. On this stretch of road, the dry grass was knee-high, obstructing his view. He could only part the grass step by step to search. Boss is at a supply crate. Upon seeing Wei Chuan get out of the car, Li Yongxing followed suit and shouted from the roadside. After 3 hours of walking and stopping yesterday afternoon, he already knew that one of his sister-in-law's initial talents resembled a supply radar. Without needing Wei Chuan to say anything, he could guess why they had stopped ahead. Yes, you go over there. Wei Chuan nodded, pointing to the other side of the road. Thus another person joined the bushes. After searching for about 2 to 3 minutes, Wei Chuan spotted a dazzling golden object in a patch of low, dense grass. A golden crate. This was the second golden crate he had encountered. Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, his heart racing as he quickly walked over to inspect. The last golden crate had yielded a shotgun and ammunition, so this one should also be promising. He was certain it would contain something good. So hard to find, let it be a big haul. He suppressed his excitement, rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and unlatched the crate. However, the expected scrolls and equipment did not appear. The crate was empty save for 3 identical, already unfolded blueprints lying quietly on the black cloth at the bottom, their surfaces patterned somewhat like lightning. Huh, is this it? Wei Chuan was momentarily dumbfounded. He was very familiar with such items. These were modification templates. Every modification template looked like this. Wait, the modification templates from a golden crate should be much better than common roadside goods. With a sliver of hope, he picked up the 3 modification templates. Intelligent Voice Control System Modification Template. After modification, commands can be issued to the vehicle via voice, controlling all energy devices on board, achieving features such as intelligent unmanned driving device switches and cruise control. Consumes source crystal 10 every 24 hours. Modification attempts 11 materials required for modification electronic components 5, copper ingots 10, cables 10, glass 10, plastic 10. Please place the materials near the template. Damn. The moment he saw the template information, Wei Chuan's eyes widened, unable to suppress a curse. Wasn't this vehicle-mounted AI? This was a good item. He had never seen a similar item in the trading hall. Being able to fully free his hands while traveling normally was simply a godsend for a lone wolf. Moreover, this vehicle-mounted AI complemented his mechanical perception and Zhu Lingxue's blessing of luck. Relying on mechanical perception during bad times and on the blessing of luck during good times meant no one needed to be at the driver's seat. This is awesome. Wei Chuan put away the 3 precious modification templates and almost flew back with quick steps. He currently had only one thought in his mind. Immediately right now to create this vehicle-mounted AI. Back on the road, he saw Li Yongxing still with his, but in the bushes on the other side of the road digging away. Yongxing, I found it, come back. Wei Chuan shouted. Upon hearing this, Li Yongsheng straightened up, brushed off the grass from his body, and jogged over. You found it, boss. What good stuff is it? What good stuff? Wei Chuan looked into his foolish yet somewhat expectant eyes, feeling a bit hesitant. This intelligent voice control system modification template was indeed a bit precious, giving away even one would hurt him. But then he thought, a sensible little brother is also a rare resource in this world. Now during the pioneering initial stage, many people had not yet completely turned cold and shrewd. It was the perfect time to cultivate his own people. Missing this stage would make it difficult to find reliable teammates once everyone became seasoned. This was precisely why he let Li Yongsheng join. Moreover, it wasn't like there was only one template. He had a total of 3, so giving away one wasn't a big deal. With the vehicle-mounted AI, driving will be a lot easier in the future. Thinking of this, Wei Chuan no longer hesitated and tossed one to Li Yongsheng. AI. Li Yongsheng clumsily caught the card and instinctively focused to check it. Upon seeing the effects of this template, he gasped in shock, completely frozen, as if struck by lightning. What the hell, unmanned driving? Li Yongsheng repeated the template information, a wave of immense surprise crashing into his brain. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, pushing the template back to Wei Chuan, his eyes filled with envy. Boss, next time you find something like this, don't forget about your little brother. What? You don't want it? Wei Chuan wore a natural smile, pulling out another from his storage compartment. Boss is awesome. In the next moment, Li Yongsheng let out an excited scream, throwing his arms wide like a meat missile towards Wei Chuan. Get lost. Wei Chuan was quick-witted and raised a hand, accurately stopping his attack against his round belly with a laugh. Hurry up and load the stuff. If you slow me down, I won't spare you. Yes, sir. Li Yongsheng stood up straight with a silly grin, giving Wei Chuan a somewhat comical salute while shouting. After saying this, he tightly clutched the template like a treasure and dashed toward his van, as if taking even a second longer would be a crime. He's quite sensible. Wei Chuan chuckled and returned to the armored vehicle. Hubby, what did you find? Zhu Lingxue asked curiously. Good stuff. I won't need to drive every day anymore. Wei Chuan teased, and after buying some standard materials in the trading hall, he eagerly took the driver's seat. What? Upon hearing they wouldn't need to drive, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue became very interested and gathered around. Watch closely, the treasure is about to come out. Wei Chuan softly chanted, placing all the materials at his feet, then stuck the intelligent voice control system modification template onto the center console and clicked to start the modification. Virum. The familiar humming sound rang out as all the materials piled at his feet instantly vanished, absorbed by the modification template. Immediately, the center console seemed to come alive, rapidly transforming and expanding as various materials flowed and reorganized, with a glass screen extending out from the console. In just a dozen seconds, the originally somewhat shabby center console area had grown a clear, technologically advanced 31-inch vehicle-mounted display screen. The energy box was also next to the armrest box. After inserting the source crystal, the screen lit up the next moment. A blue cartoonish lightning-shaped logo appeared in the center of the screen, followed by a gentle electronic synthesized voice. Hello, Commander. I am your exclusive driving assistant. Lightning system initialization is complete. Before using the system, please input your fingerprint and voice for binding according to the screen display. Driving assistant. The moment the electronic voice sounded, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue simultaneously exclaimed, their eyes bursting with disbelief and joy. They understood perfectly what this meant. With this, they could finally liberate themselves from the role of the driver. So what do you think? Isn't it a good thing? Wei Chuan crossed his arms, looking at the two women with pride, his face filled with a praise-me expression. Hubby, you're amazing. Zhu Lingxue pounced on Wei Chuan, planting a hasty kiss on his face. It's a perfect utility. Lu Qingqing nodded vigorously, her gentle eyes filled with laughter. Wei Chuan chuckled heartily and immediately began setting it up. He first entered his own fingerprint and voice print as the highest authority, then recorded Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue's fingerprints and voice prints into the system, granting them control permissions. The two permissions were actually quite similar, except that after every shutdown, the ignition could only be activated using the highest authority. Then he eagerly tested the intelligence system. Lightning drive, but slow down. Yes, Commander, the speed is set at 30 kilometers per hour. Please call me anytime if you need to adjust the speed. The armored vehicle slowly started moving. Lightning, activate the driver's seat massage function set to medium intensity. Yes, Commander, the command has been executed. The massage chair beneath him immediately began to work, sending a comfortable vibration. Lightning, lower the air conditioning temperature. Yes, Commander, the air conditioning temperature has been set to cooling mode at 18 degrees. Lightning, open the windows. Sorry, Commander, your windows are integrated bulletproof windows and cannot be opened. The test results left Wei Chuan immensely satisfied. This system could not only perfectly execute driving commands, but also accurately control the onboard devices and appliances through voice commands, maximizing convenience. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue eagerly tried various commands, quickly familiarizing themselves with the system, filling the cabin with laughter and joy. An hour later, the lunch break ended. Wei Chuan sent a private message to Li Yongsheng. Have you finished? Li Yongsheng replied almost instantly, "Done, boss. This AI is incredible. I really love you." Wei Chuan smiled and replied, "All right, enough chatter. You drive ahead at 50 kilometers per hour. Keep an eye out for the copy honk if you see anything." Li Yongsheng received. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The van slowly started up and overtook the armored vehicle from the side rear. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa and said, "Lightning, you can drive now. Maintain a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Yes, Commander, cruise mode has been activated." The electronic voice sounded, and the armored vehicle smoothly started up automatically, gradually accelerating and following behind Li Yongsheng's van. This is what life is all about. Wei Chuan wrapped his left arm around Lu Qingqing and held Zhu Lingxue with his right, happily watching a movie playing on the 60-inch source device. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The road survival had somehow transformed into a camper van experience. However, this pleasant atmosphere was shattered half an hour later. A roar of engines, clearly not belonging to the armored vehicle or the van, approached violently from a distance. Wei Chuan immediately became alert. Although the mechanical perception had not been triggered, indicating no malice outside the vehicle, he still did not dare to be careless. Qingqing Lingxue drive manually. He gestured for the two women to prepare in the driver's seat, while he quickly took out a handgun and climbed onto the roof through the shooting skylight. Standing on the roof and looking out, he saw a parallel road about 100 meters to the right. A chase was unfolding on that road. There were 4 modified vehicles, 3 of which were sedans, crazily chasing a large pickup truck. Both sides' engines roared, especially the fleeing pickup truck, its exhaust pipe sputtering black smoke seemingly under heavy load. Looking ahead, Li Yongsheng also heard the commotion. He had already rolled down the driver's side window, holding a pistol crossbow ready to shoot at any moment. However, this chase did not involve them. The speed of the pickup truck was fast, and the driver's skills were quite impressive, swerving left and right, never allowing the 3 sedans behind to overtake. As the angle between the 2 roads widened and the distance increased, the fierce engine sounds gradually faded into the wind. Lone wolves are finding it harder to survive. Wei Chuan sighed in relief and came down from the roof, feeling somewhat emotional. As service areas appeared, the number of vehicles in the convoy increased, as service areas not only offered good supplies, but also allowed many people to find teammates. Scenes of a single vehicle being chased by multiple vehicles would probably become common in the future. After this little incident, the convoy continued to travel steadily for another half hour. Suddenly, Li Yongsheng, leading the way, began honking wildly. Lightning, slowed down. Wei Chuan immediately ran to the driver's seat to check, only to see a lonely little peak appearing on the right side of the road, surrounded by lush greenery. At the foot of the little peak, there was a pitch-black tunnel entrance with a row of empty, oversized parking spaces on either side. As they drove into the parking space, several rows of familiar gray text floated above the tunnel entrance. "Survivors, welcome to the mountain tunnel." The mountain tunnel was captured by the night demons before its construction was completed and has now become their lair. Some supplies were left behind by the engineering teams that hastily retreated. Please explore with caution. Survival difficulty level gray iron level. Entry time for the danger zone 6,060 minutes. Danger zone existence time 222,300 minutes. A sudden appearance of a vibrant little peak. It was indeed a copy, though the difficulty was not high, just the lowest gray iron level. The time limits were different from the hospital copy encountered yesterday. Perhaps each copy has its own variations. "Boss." Li Yongsheng, who had parked the vehicle, ran to the front of the armored vehicle and waved. "Get ready, we'll go in 5 minutes." Wei Chuan opened the door and replied, then tidied up his equipment at the storage rack. The gray iron level copy can be used to train mental strength. There's no need to bring too many firearms and ammunition. Just keep the bubble tea submachine gun on you and bring 1 handgun and 3 magazines. However, just before they set off, Wei Chuan had Zhu Lingxue stay in the vehicle. Since they encountered Li Yongsheng yesterday, they might run into other people today, as someone needed to keep an eye on the entrance to prevent being caught off guard. By the way, it would definitely be very dark inside the tunnel. He needed to buy some lighting equipment. Once everything was ready, Wei Chuan brought Lu Qingqing and Li Yongsheng to the entrance of the deep tunnel. "Hey, are you guys going to wait for me? Should I go back to the car to buy a flashlight?" Li Yongsheng looked at the flashlights in Wei Chuan and Lu Qingqing's hands, then touched his empty hands, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Didn't I tell you to prepare?" Wei Chuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and swiftly pulled out a brand new flashlight of the same model from his backpack, tossing it over. He had already considered various situations and bought 10 of the same flashlight. When there was nothing going on, he could carry one, and in special situations he could use it as a thrown light source to prevent any accidents. Life is precious. He never fought wars without preparation. "I prepared it, but I didn't expect this, thanks to the boss." Li Yongsheng clumsily caught the flashlight, a look of admiration and relief on his face. Soon the 3 turned on their flashlights and stepped into the pitch-black tunnel. As soon as they entered the instance area, the light instantly became extremely dim, with only 3 beams of light swaying in the dust and musty air. The front section of the tunnel looked no different from an ordinary tunnel, long, wide, and dark. The difference was that it was filled with numerous abandoned vehicles rusted to the point of only having their frames remaining piled up to form an iron graveyard. After taking only a few steps, a hoarse howl came from behind the wreckage of an abandoned small truck ahead. Huh. A night demon wearing ragged work clothes and seemingly mutated from a worker pounced over with claws outstretched. There's a monster. Li Yongsheng was a bit cowardly, or rather too nervous. Without waiting for the night demon to approach, he repeatedly pulled the trigger, several crossbow bolts whistling through the air. Although his aim was average, the sheer number was overwhelming. One bolt happened to pierce the night demon's eye, instantly killing it and making it dissipate. Damn, that startled me. Li Yongsheng let out a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow as he hurried to reload his crossbow. Wei Chuan was already used to it. With this kind of tactic where the arrows were shot before the monsters even arrived, it was no wonder that this guy had come to him every day to buy crossbow bolts. But this tactic was quite reliable. He could learn some essence from it. The three-member team continued deeper. There were no forks in the tunnel, but the abandoned vehicles and construction obstacles greatly slowed their progress. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they had only encountered 3 night demons without even coming across a single mutated creature. This gray iron level instance is too easy. Wei Chuan shook his head in disappointment. It was good that the instance was simple, but it was annoying not to encounter any mutated creatures. He wanted to find evolution crystals. However, they did find quite a few other supplies. They found many protective suits, goggles, searchlights, various tools, and standard materials in some abandoned construction vehicles and toolboxes, even some water and food. These were not very useful, but it could be considered a harvest. After walking for another 10 minutes, the three finally reached the end of the tunnel. Ahead was a rock face that had not yet been excavated, clearly indicating that construction had been interrupted here. Under the flashlight's beam, several skeletons long since turned to bones lay scattered at the end, their clothing having rotted away. Amidst those bones, a pair of eerie green eyes suddenly lit up. Screech. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream, an enormous mutated rat comparable in size to a full-grown Alaskan Malamute suddenly stood upright. Its fur was filthy and greasy, with its front teeth resembling 2 gigantic chisels, exuding a foul odor, moving incredibly fast as it charged towards Wei Chuan and the others. "He'll handle this," Wei Chuan whispered, stopping Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing, who were ready to shoot. He wanted to test the effectiveness of telekinesis against mutated creatures. As he focused his thoughts, a powerful mental force surged forth. An invisible telekinetic hand quickly gathered in front of him, slamming down on the charging mutated rat. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fearsome, mutated rat seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Its momentum abruptly halted, as its entire body was pressed firmly against the dusty ground by an immense force. It struggled frantically with its limbs, but could not break free. Wei Chuan assessed the strength of its struggle and felt reassured. With a change of thought, he transformed the invisible telekinetic hand from a press into a grasp, tightly holding the mutated rat's plump body, lifting it high into the air before crashing it down onto the ground. Bang! The mutated rat let out a painful wail, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, clearly injured from the fall. Wei Chuan excitedly tested several applications of telekinesis, hammering, pressing, and tearing. Initially, the mutated rat could still struggle wildly, but as its injuries worsened, it soon could only emit feeble whimpers before finally going limp. Seeing that it couldn't hold on any longer, Wei Chuan concentrated his thoughts, extending his right hand to grasp the air. Pop! The mutated rat's enormous pointy head exploded as if crushed by a hydraulic press. The body quickly dissipated, leaving behind a dim evolution crystal. "Boss, that was too cool," Li Yongxing exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy, nearly drooling. He didn't expect to awaken such a heaven-defying talent himself. As long as he could have half of that telekinesis power and coolness, he would be satisfied. "There's no road ahead. This rat should be the lord of this area," Lu Qingqing remarked, looking at the dissipating corpse. "It seems so. This gray iron level instance is much simpler than I initially thought. Let's begin searching this area carefully." Wei Chuan nodded, bent down to pick up the evolution crystal. "All right." Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing nodded, using their flashlights to illuminate the surroundings and start collecting supplies. It was a mess here, piled high with various construction tools, wooden boxes, oil drums, and even a small transport cart lying on its side. The visible supplies were far more plentiful than in the middle section of the tunnel. "We found the finishing materials for the renovation." This small transport cart was the best preserved vehicle in the tunnel, hardly rusted at all, not needing any effort for refurbishment. The materials were very solid, mostly steel with lots of plastic and wires. Most of the materials throughout the car were useful. With his current strength, he could nearly carry away all these useful materials. If organized properly, he could free up 20 slots, with each slot holding 500 pounds of material, allowing him to carry a total of 1,000 pounds. 20 minutes later, Wei Chuan and his companions emerged from the tunnel laden with bountiful rewards. Each person's storage compartment was full and their backpacks were bulging. This trip was incredibly easy, ending without a shot fired. A total of 7 night demons were all taken down by Li Yongsheng with his hand crossbow, while Wei Chuan only killed one mutated rat as effortless as a stroll through a supermarket. Danger zone, entry time 860 minutes. Wei Chuan rubbed his chin, noting that there were still 8 minutes left to enter, and he couldn't waste time. He instructed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to organize the basic supplies while he took out all the metal materials and tossed them onto the ground, clearing his storage compartment before rushing back into the tunnel. This time the target was the abandoned vehicles at the tunnel entrance. Before time was up, Wei Chuan retrieved 2 more cars. Done. Wei Chuan clapped his hands, looking at the pile of metal next to the armored vehicle, feeling quite satisfied. Metal materials are always in demand, but whatever is not used in this round can be used in the next, so he made sure to gather as much as possible. I need to find a way to get more storage compartments. As he transported the metal materials to the vehicle, Wei Chuan couldn't help but frown. His current storage method was very primitive. Underneath 2 iron-framed beds, he had stuffed 3 bicycles and 1 electric bicycle, leaving only the main frames, while 4 production tables could provide 40 material slots. These 40 material slots were his current materials warehouse. However, this method was not a long-term solution, it took up space and was inconvenient for access, requiring him to crawl under the bed each time. Storage tools. Let's see. Wei Chuan opened the trading post and posted a request. Wanted various storage tools exchanged for water and source crystals. Sincere purchase. Please provide your price. He initially thought that such relatively obscure rare materials would take a while to find a seller, but to his surprise, shortly after posting, his survival manual lit up. Several people messaged him simultaneously. Zhang Fan brother, do you want a nightstand? It has 15 storage slots. How about 10 liters of water? Feng Yi, a backpack with 5 slots, firm price of 45 source crystals. Sean buddy, check out this fine iron storage cabinet. It's compact, but has an astonishing 20 storage slots, only requires 15 liters of water or equivalent materials. Huang Lihua, I have a climbing backpack with 10 slots. Wei Chuan quickly browsed through the messages and quotes, finding that the prices were all quite similar. On average, 1 storage slot costs about 1.5 liters of water. He hadn't bought storage tools before, so he didn't know if this price was high or low, but with so many people selling at this price, it should be the normal market rate. And to him, it was just a small expense. He'll take them all. Without any hesitation, Wei Chuan activated the Allow Trading feature and quickly completed the transactions. 125 items. As more storage tools piled up beside the sofa, including nightstands, cabinets, wardrobes, climbing backpacks, and bags. That's enough. Wei Chuan looked at the eclectic array of storage tools, feeling very pleased. This haul boosted the number of storage slots into the triple digits, definitely more than enough in the short term. Some of the furniture could double as backpacks, usable both inside and outside the vehicle. After organizing these storage tools, he immediately set to work pulling out the bicycles and electric bicycle from under the bed. Now you can retire. Wei Chuan chuckled, activating his thought formation to convert the 4 two-wheeled vehicles into materials. Out. Cleanup complete. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off, heading into the unknown. This departure felt particularly slow and uneventful. From 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., they had collected nothing, not even encountering any other vehicles. It felt as if the entire world consisted only of their 2 cars traveling in solitude. A simple night passed, and the 8th day of survival had arrived. Upon waking, Wei Chuan habitually picked up the survival manual to check. Survivor Wei Chuan, talent S-class, mechanical control, telekinesis, time 0605, weather clear, temperature 30 cm. Upon seeing the temperature reading, Wei Chuan instinctively frowned, sensing something was off. 30 degrees this early. In the past, the temperature at this time usually hovered between 25 and 27 degrees. While not cool, it certainly wasn't hot. During the hottest part of the afternoon, around 2 or 3, the temperature would soar to 39 degrees, never having breached the 40-degree threshold. But today it was already 30 degrees before dawn. What would the maximum temperature reach in the afternoon? Surely it would likely surpass 40 degrees, or even higher. Ridiculous, and no notification or anything. Wei Chuan muttered, then thought of a positive reality. Water prices were about to rise. High temperatures would inevitably lead to increased water consumption, making the water he had on hand more valuable. He'll check again in the afternoon. He shook his head, closed the survival manual, and prepared to start a new day of modifying the armored vehicle. However, just as he turned to grab the materials, a flicker of movement caught his eye through the observation window of the vehicle, illuminated by the remaining moonlight outside. A slender, tall shadow was swaying slightly. What the hell? A chill raced down Wei Chuan's spine, and almost reflexively the Bobosha submachine gun appeared in his hand. He held his breath, focusing intently. The swaying black shadow outside seemed somewhat familiar, and it looked like it could be a tree. Where did a tree come from on the dry prairie? It wasn't there last night. Could it be a roadside spawn? Wei Chuan quickly opened a flashlight, nimbly climbed up to the roof through the shooting hatch, and pointed the beam of light sharply at the right side of the road. Holy crap! The next second his pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Just a few meters away from the road, a vibrant patch of green appeared, contrasting sharply with the surrounding desolation. It was a small oasis resource point. Not particularly large, about 500 square meters, but it stood out like a paradise amidst the dead grassland. Several tall and straight coconut trees grew in the oasis, their canopies lush, adorned with heavy clusters of green coconuts. The ground was no longer sand and dry grass, but lush green grass interspersed with various wildflowers. He could even faintly see some low shrubs bearing round watermelons. What excited Wei Chuan the most was that in the very center of this little oasis there was a box he was incredibly familiar with, faintly glowing with a golden light under the illumination. A golden box. I've hit the jackpot these past 2 days. Wei Chuan felt an overwhelming wave of joy surge through him, nearly tossing his flashlight aside in excitement. An oasis rich in fruit resources, a golden chest that is bound to yield treasures. This place is simply paradise. No wait, add in 1 evolution crystal. Resource points are guarded by mutated creatures. That's the rule. Ling Shui Qingqing, wake up now. Wei Chuan immediately began packing his gear while calling out towards the beds. Taking advantage of the dim light and mild temperature, he planned to head out and clear this oasis resource point right away. Honey, what's wrong? Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were startled awake by Wei Chuan's shout, sitting up groggily in bed, looking at Wei Chuan by the storage rack in confusion. Get up quickly. Outside there's an oasis-type resource point with plenty of fruit and a golden chest. Wei Chuan spoke rapidly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Fruit and a golden chest. These 2 words were like a stimulant, instantly banishing the remnants of sleep from the 2 women. Fruit might seem like just ordinary snacks to them now, but the experience of picking fruit in an oasis is an extravagant enjoyment in this world. Moreover, there's a golden chest. Yesterday's smart AI came from a golden chest, and this time they might open something good. The 2 women quickly got out of bed, changed into their sportswear, and checked their weapons and ammunition. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan adjusted the position of the armored vehicle, directing the 2 extremely bright high beams toward the oasis, instantly dispelling the darkness in that area and revealing many details. After preparing their gear, Wei Chuan jumped out of the vehicle fully armed with the 2 women. Passing by Li Yongsheng's van, he knocked on the door twice, saying, "Yongsheng, there's something good, get up fast." Boss. A sleepy voice from inside the vehicle responded. "Get up quickly, we're going to pick fruit." Hearing the response, Wei Chuan didn't wait any longer, leading Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue toward the oasis. Under the strong light, the coconut trees, poplar trees, grass, flowers, and fruits in the oasis appeared even clearer and more enticing. The angular golden chest emitted a mesmerizing glow. However, what was strange was the eerie silence surrounding this resource point. At a glance, there were no signs of any mutated creatures moving about. "Be careful," Wei Chuan quietly reminded, clapping his hands loudly to create a noticeable noise, attempting to lure out any hidden mutated creatures. However, the oasis remained eerily silent, with only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. Just as Wei Chuan's hands began to ache from clapping, he even considered firing a shot as a test. "Boss, it's the trees." Li Yongsheng's tense shout suddenly came from behind. He had just finished packing his gear and came over, witnessing a shocking scene. Almost simultaneously, Wei Chuan also detected movement to the side. He saw that the 2 seemingly ordinary stout poplar trees in the left foreground had suddenly come to life. Their thick trunks twisted eerily like giant pythons, and their gnarled branches whipped through the air like powerful whips, creating a howling sound as they swept toward Wei Chuan and the 2 women with astonishing speed and force. No wonder they didn't attract any mutated creatures. The guardians of this resource point were actually 2 mutated trees. Dodge! Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, and without time to think, his mental power erupted. Invisible forces grasped the back collars of Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, tugging them backward, while he himself executed a skill and dove to the right. Whoosh! The massive wooden whip barely grazed past their bodies, the gust of wind stinging their faces. If they were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, I was careless. At the time of the update, it stated that it would cause mutations in plants and animals. But in the past 2 days, the resource points and dungeons they encountered had all involved mutated animals, leading Wei Chuan to mistakenly believe that only animals would mutate, almost causing a disaster. At this moment, Li Yongsheng rushed over as well. He quickly raised his crossbow, shooting several arrows at the trunk of one of the mutated poplar trees. However, the mutated poplar tree reacted extremely quickly, its slender branches dancing like thin arms, accurately swatting all the incoming crossbow bolts away. Damn! Li Yongsheng cursed under his breath, his face slightly pale. This mutated plant was far more difficult to deal with than mutated animals. It even knew how to defend and block. Bang! 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 At this moment, Wei Chuan had steadied himself and unhesitatingly pulled out a shotgun from the storage compartment, unleashing a barrage at the mutated poplar tree that was swinging its branches. "You can block arrows, but let's see how you handle buckshot." A storm of metal formed from numerous lead pellets instantly enveloped a large area. Although most were blocked by branches sending with chips and leaves flying, several still penetrated the defenses and struck the trunk hard. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who had gotten up from the ground, were both shocked and furious, immediately aiming their handguns at another mutated poplar tree and firing vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the trunk and branches of the poplar tree, exploding into viscous liquid that was red and green, resembling both juice and blood, appearing extremely bizarre and disgusting. Creak. The two poplar trees seemed to feel the intense pain, letting out sharp cries akin to wood breaking, completely falling into madness. Their trunks and branches began to twist and whip without order, trying to destroy everything around them. Of course, Wei Chuan and the others had already distanced themselves thoroughly. They retreated outside the oasis, attacking from a distance with firearms and hand crossbows. The power of the mutated poplar trees was terrifying, but they could not move beyond their root range, making all their attacks futile, only able to hurt flowers and air. They had become targets. Don't waste ammunition, aim before shooting, start with the left tree. Wei Chuan calmly issued orders, switching from the shotgun to the handgun, continuously firing at the trunk of one of the mutated poplar trees. The other three immediately adjusted their aim, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets and crossbow bolts. Under the dense firepower, the wounds on the poplar tree's trunk multiplied, with red and green liquid gushing out, and the whipping branches gradually grew weaker. What a waste! Wei Chuan stared at the shells at his feet, nearly spitting blood in pain. His current mental power had an attack range of only about 25 meters, so he could only use a gun. If this ammunition were used on normal mutated creatures, it could probably kill 5, but this mutated poplar tree was barely injured. This is the strongest point of plants, terrifying vitality. Fortunately, their inability to move is a weakness, otherwise they would be truly difficult to deal with. On this trip back, I must create some throwing weapons like spears to specifically deal with these hard-to-kill mutated plants. Change to another tree. Wei Chuan turned the gun and aimed at another mutated poplar tree that was still thrashing about, unleashing a barrage of fire, while Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue immediately followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. With another person firing several rounds, the second mutated poplar tree was also hit, its sap splattering everywhere, and its waving branches visibly slowed down and fell limp. Yongxing, it's up to you to finish it. Wei Chuan, not wanting to waste any more precious bullets, said to Li Yongsheng. Got it, boss. Li Yongsheng immediately loaded the crossbow bolts and aimed at the two lifeless mutated poplar trees, unleashing a flurry of shots, the bolts embedding deeply into their trunks. After emptying 2 clips, the 2 mutated poplar trees seemed to have their life force instantly drained. Their branches and leaves rapidly withered, shrank, and blackened at an observable speed, ultimately becoming like charred wood, completely losing any sign of life. Clearly, they were dead beyond recovery. That's quite a lot of flesh. Wei Chuan sighed in relief, unable to refrain from expressing his feelings. The defensive and life force of these 2 mutated poplar trees far exceeded all the mutated creatures he had encountered before. Even the mutated centipedes were no match. If a team without ranged firepower were to come, they definitely wouldn't be able to take them down. However, upon further reflection, it wasn't absolutely necessary to fight. These 2 mutated poplar trees couldn't move, as long as they avoided being ambushed, they could easily bypass them and head straight for the gold chest and fruit. Of course, he definitely wouldn't take a detour. Wei Chuan smiled at the 2 dead trees. The evolution crystals were treasures not to be missed. After tidying up his clothes and pants that were covered in dust from hiding, Wei Chuan approached the 2 dead mutated poplar trees with the 3 others. The dead mutated poplar trees had become extremely fragile. Their trunks were as brittle as sun-dried plastic, and a gentle poke could create a large hole. Wei Chuan rummaged inside their main trunks and quickly unearthed 2 evolution crystals. Second-tier evolution crystal, a crystal containing faint source energy, the source of power for mutated organisms. Swallowing it can slightly enhance physical fitness and mental strength, with a small probability of awakening a second talent. No wonder it's so substantial, it turns out to be second tier. Wei Chuan weighed it lightly before placing it in his pocket. Then he looked at Li Yongsheng and said, Yongxing, I have use for the second tier one. After we finish searching this resource point, I'll give you the first tier one that the mutated rats dropped earlier. If it hadn't been for Li Yongsheng's timely shout, they might have been ambushed and injured. This credit must be recognized. Li Yongsheng hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, boss, you should keep it for yourself. Just give it to me later when there are more. I can rely on you. Besides, if it weren't for you and the 2 sisters' fierce firepower, I wouldn't have been able to handle a boss of this level. You take it, and keep searching. This area isn't small. Let's try to finish before the sun comes up. Wei Chuan smiled and patted Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. After saying that, he eagerly led the way into the oasis, with his first target naturally being the gold chest located at the center of the oasis. Facing the gold chest once more, he felt the same anticipation and made the same move. Let's have some black technology. Wei Chuan squinted his eyes and quietly murmured. Ever since the AI transformation template appeared, he had completely fallen in love with this type of black technology source device with special abilities. With a strong push, the lid of the box swiftly collapsed backward. 2. Recipes. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. There were no finished products in the chest, but 2 light yellow scrolls tied with white ribbons lay quietly inside. He directly picked up the 2 recipes, untying the ribbons one after another and unfolding the recipes. When he saw the item information provided by the recipes, he nearly popped his eyes out. Recipe SCAR Standard Assault Rifle Description: a modular assault rifle with excellent shooting performance, effective range of 300 meters using 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle cartridges, magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Production times 55 materials required: refined steel ingots 5, refined aluminum ingots 5, engineering plastics 5, engineering rubber 5. Recipe 7.62 by 51 millimeters rifle cartridge. Description: a fully powered rifle cartridge with a copper-clad lead core structure, relatively lightweight, commonly used in standard rifles and light machine guns. Production times materials required: standard primer 1, standard propellant 1, a refined copper ingots 1. Damn it. Wei Chuan was overjoyed, unable to resist throwing a powerful punch. This was actually a complete set of manufacturing recipes for an assault rifle, and its ammunition, with the rifle recipe able to be made 5 times, while the ammunition recipe had no limit. This truly struck a chord with him. If it were just a simple rifle recipe, or a finished rifle, honestly, it wouldn't have much use for him right now. After all, he already had the PPSH submachine gun, with firepower completely overflowing at close range. A rifle with a magazine capacity of only 20 rounds, no matter how accurate or powerful, couldn't compete with a submachine gun that could hold 71 rounds in its drum during close quarters combat. However, the unlimited ammunition recipe had a completely different significance. With his financial resources, he could easily achieve bullet freedom, firing 1 round and discarding 1 round without worry about ammunition. Damn it, this is really taking off. Wei Chuan directly used the 2 recipes, a smile of immense satisfaction spreading across his face. Although he felt a bit regretful for not obtaining a black technology item, this set of unlimited bullet rifle recipes was incredibly enticing. Honey, what good stuff did you get? Show me. Zhu Lingxue had been paying attention to Wei Chuan's movements, and upon seeing him open the gold chest, she immediately jogged over, curious and expectant. It's a surprise, we'll tell you later. Wei Chuan was in a great mood, and seeing Zhu Lingxue's eager expression, he intentionally teased her with a smile. How long is later? Seeing Wei Chuan's mysterious and clearly excited demeanor, Zhu Lingxue felt a tickle in her heart, as if it had been scratched by a little kitten. She immediately took advantage of her charms, pressing her soft body close, wrapping her arms tightly around Wei Chuan's arm, and gently shaking it, using a sweet and soft voice to act cute, saying, "Honey, just tell me, okay? Come on, tell me." What a treasure. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and the sweet voice beside his ear, Wei Chuan nearly lost his composure. However, he still forced himself to suppress his pride, extending his index finger to gently scratch Zhu Lingxue's delicate and perky nose, insisting, "I said it's a surprise, spoiling it in advance is pointless. You'll find out soon enough." Stingy. Seeing her cute act fail, Zhu Lingxue immediately changed her expression, pouting in annoyance as she released her grip and playfully pinched the soft flesh at Wei Chuan's waist. "Ouch!" Wei Chuan exclaimed in response. "I won't help you tonight." Zhu Lingxue, seemingly unsatisfied after pinching, suddenly stood on her tiptoes, leaned in close to Wei Chuan's cheek, opened her little mouth, and gently bit down with her snow-white teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark and a moist trace. After doing all this, she triumphantly lifted her chin, let out a light hum, and skipped away to pick fruit. "It's not me who's greedy." Wei Chuan touched the spot on his face where he had been bitten, watching Zhu Lingxue's graceful and cheerful figure, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. This girl is truly becoming increasingly adept at teasing him. Wei Chuan's mood at this moment was like this oasis, brimming with vitality and vigor. He looked around, temporarily suppressing his immense joy deep within. Coconuts hanging from the branches, watermelons and cantaloupes hidden among the leaves, and even some fruits whose names he could not recall were all waiting for his harvest. The 4 of them dispersed eagerly, beginning their collection. Some fruits were more troublesome. For instance, coconuts had to be cut down from the trees before they could be picked, while sea buckthorn and goji berries had to be picked one by one. They spent over half an hour picking until around 7 a.m. when the sky brightened, just managing to gather all the edible fruits from the oasis. The more time they spent, the richer the harvest. The total weight of the fruits combined had already exceeded 200 gen. Most of it consisted of large fruits like coconuts, watermelons, and cantaloupes, while a smaller portion included figs, sea buckthorn, goji berries, ginseng fruits, and pomegranates. This harvesting trip was truly exhilarating. Although the fruits were not precious treasures to them, the satisfaction of personally gathering them from the branches and fields was immensely enjoyable, and everyone was thoroughly engaged in picking. This labor, though time-consuming and labor-intensive, allowed them a rare moment of relaxation. "If only there were a small lake here," Wei Chuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow and tossing a few goji berries into his mouth, feeling exceptionally pleased. However, just as he was about to call his wife and younger brother to wrap things up for the final push, boom! A sudden dense and violent roar of engines came from behind the road, indicating that there were many vehicles approaching quickly. Back to the car. Wei Chuan's expression changed, and he immediately drew his handgun while shouting a warning. But just as they started to run, several arrows shot through the air with a sharp whistling sound, landing in a pile of grass not far from them after losing their momentum. Clearly the other side had bows, but they were too far away to pose any real threat. Damn it, seeking death. Wei Chuan was instantly furious. If they were just passing by, a slight avoidance would have sufficed. But it was evident that they were coming for them, likely having spotted them from afar and deliberately waiting until they had gathered their resources before attacking. Want to play the waiting game? Give it a try. A glint of cold light flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Don't shoot. Lure them over. Li Yongxing, get on the roof with me. Wei Chuan immediately halted Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who had raised their guns ready to retaliate, while pulling out a handgun from his storage compartment and tossing it to Li Yongxing. Don't worry, boss. I will take them down. Li Yongxing caught the handgun, his heart racing with excitement. He understood that this meant Wei Chuan truly regarded him as one of their own. He tightly gripped the handgun, cautiously aiming it at the ground, and quickly followed Wei Chuan toward the armored vehicle. The short distance of 30 or 40 meters was covered in the blink of an eye for those with enhanced physiques. The attackers soon came into view. It was a large convoy of 7 modified vehicles led by a seemingly heavy-duty truck with 6 vans and cars following closely behind. People leaned out from the rooftops or windows wielding a variety of weapons, primarily bows and machetes. The lead truck seemed to intend to ram directly into them. The 6 cars behind were accelerating from the sides, clearly trying to encircle them and block their 2 vehicles on the road. Next time, be smarter. As the convoy approached within 100 meters, Wei Chuan had already climbed onto the roof of the car. He sneered, retrieving his PPSH submachine gun from the storage compartment and aiming directly at the driver's seat of the truck. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The firepower from the 71-round drum erupted instantly, and a dense rain of bullets poured out. The seemingly sturdy windshield of the truck shattered into countless fragments in an instant, and the driver in the cabin didn't even have time to scream before being turned into a sieve along with the seat. The out-of-control truck immediately skidded, and just as it was about to collide with Li Yongxing's van, it thundered off the road and crashed into a patch of grass, producing a dull thud as it overturned and ceased to move. Awesome. Li Yongxing's eyes widened as he watched Wei Chuan pull out the PPSH submachine gun. In the next moment, he also reacted, gripping the handgun tightly with both hands and firing repeatedly at the window of a nearby van that was trying to flank them. His marksmanship was poor. After a full magazine, he didn't even know where the bullets had gone. But by sheer luck, it seemed that his bullets hit a tire or startled the driver, causing the van's front end to jerk violently and crash into another car that had come to assist. The 2 vehicles immediately tangled together, coming to a halt in the patch of grass. Inside the car, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also busy using the shooting holes in the compartment to target the 2 colliding vehicles with their handguns. Rat-a-tat, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the gunfire erupted across the hayfields, thoroughly shattering the tranquility of the morning. In just one encounter, this seemingly formidable convoy of 7 vehicles was instantly reduced to only 4 that could still move. The people in those 4 vehicles were so frightened by the terrifying firepower that they didn't even bother to check on their teammates' situation. They couldn't even turn around in time, quickly engaging reverse gear and attempting to flee. Now you want to run. It's too late. Wei Chuan leaped down from the roof, holding the PPSH with less than half a magazine of bullets, charging forward like a cheetah. As he ran at high speed, he adeptly fired short bursts. The enhancements from consuming 23 evolution crystals were fully displayed at this moment. His speed was astonishing, covering 100 meters in just 5 or 6 seconds, even faster than those cars that had just begun to reverse. He kept his gun raised, firing a series of precise shots that struck the driver's side windows of 2 cars on the left roadside, instantly splattering blood across the driver's seats. As the PPSH ran out of bullets, Wei Chuan wasted no time in stowing it away and switching to the enhanced Da Hei Xing to continue attacking the cars on the road. Bang, bang. The last 2 cars had already reversed a short distance. Wei Chuan emptied the last 3 magazines, and one car had both of its front tires shot out, producing sparks as the rims scraped along the road, coming to a lopsided stop. The other car continued to reverse, but its front end swayed as if the driver had been shot. It barely managed to escape around 200 meters, but ultimately stalled in the middle of the road. Wei Chuan hurriedly chased after switching his handgun for a shotgun, approaching the first vehicle with caution. The driver in the driver's seat was completely drained of blood, but appeared to be in decent condition, gripping a bow with an arrow already knocked, aiming at the window, waiting to retaliate when Wei Chuan approached. Bang, bang, bang. But Wei Chuan would not give him the chance. Before he even reached the rear of the car, he fired 3 shots at the driver's position, instantly eliminating the driver. After handling this vehicle, Wei Chuan continued to pursue forward. The second vehicle was similar, Before he got close, he unleashed a barrage of shotgun fire. 2 people were seated in this vehicle, both the driver and passenger covered in blood, thoroughly riddled with bullets. Just then, from the direction of the armored vehicle behind, a series of rapid gunshots rang out. It was the unmistakable sound of standard Black Star firearms, suggesting that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were firing. Are there still survivors? Wei Chuan's heart tightened as he immediately turned around and rushed back at top speed. However, by the time he returned to the armored vehicle, he discovered that the battle here had already concluded. Indeed, there were survivors, but they were not struggling in desperation. Rather, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were systematically eliminating them. Among the 7 vehicles, there were a total of 10 individuals. Wei Chuan had eliminated 3 individuals from those 2 vehicles. There were still 7 people left among the remaining 5 vehicles, 3 of whom were fortunate enough not to have been killed outright. After the vehicles were shot to a stop, they attempted to escape, but were spotted by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, each receiving a few bullets, all taken down. Li Yongsheng was even more ruthless. Regardless of whether the individuals were dead or not, he was not reassured, using his handgun to repeatedly shoot at the bodies until they resembled hedgehogs. Seeing Wei Chuan return, Li Yongsheng proudly patted his chest. He triumphantly declared, "Boss, don't worry with my intervention. Even if these bastards have the talent for rapid regeneration, they definitely won't survive." At first, Wei Chuan felt somewhat speechless, thinking that this kid might be overly anxious. But then he reflected that in this bizarre world, all sorts of strange abilities could potentially exist. Although Li Yongsheng's approach seemed wasteful, it was precisely the most prudent and secure. Well done, let's continue this way in the future. Wei Chuan's initial expression of bewilderment instantly turned serious as he appreciatively patted Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. Truly the soldier of General Wei. At this moment, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also approached, handguns in hand. Both women's faces were slightly pale, and their breathing was somewhat rapid. It was their first time personally engaging in direct combat, and killing. Both the physiological and psychological discomfort required time to adapt. However, they were acutely aware of the survival rules of this world, and when they acted earlier, there was no hesitation whatsoever, ceasing fire only when their targets were undeniably dead. All right, everyone, listen to me. Wei Chuan clapped his hands to draw the attention of the 3. Now let's organize the storage compartments and scour all the supplies from these 7 vehicles, while keep the vehicles themselves for me to retrieve personally. He quickly assigned tasks. Yongxing, take care of those 2 vehicles further away, a drive over directly. Qingqing and Lingxue handle the nearby ones, and if any other vehicles approach, open fire immediately. At this point, Wei Chuan paused for a moment. He took out 2 shotguns, tossing one to Li Yongsheng and handing the other to Lu Qingqing. This is the last of the ammunition. You guys search first. I'll go back to the vehicle to craft some bullets and help you shortly. Boss, rest assured, I will guard it and no one will get close. Li Yongxing, holding the shotgun, was immensely touched, feeling greatly trusted, and immediately hurried back to his van. Then we'll head out first. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue each hugged Wei Chuan before heading towards the nearest large truck. This damn survival. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette at the original spot, watching Li Yongsheng ignite the engine before he turned and returned to the vehicle. The interior of the vehicle was very quiet. He sat on the sofa for 2 minutes, suppressing the emotional turmoil caused by the recent intense slaughter, then got up and approached the crafting table. Restocking ammunition was the first task. No one knew when the next wave of danger would arrive. Damn, all high-grade materials. Wei Chuan realized that the materials required for the Scar rifle and ammunition were all high-grade standard materials as he opened the crafting table. Previously, the gun shop at the service area had them for sale, but he hadn't purchased any. However, these materials were also in the supply box. He had seen many times that they could be easily bought in the trading market. Transaction successful. Source Crystal 5. Acquired refined steel ingot 6. Transaction successful. Source Crystal 5. Acquired refined copper ingot 5. Transaction successful. Source Crystal 9. Acquired standard propellant 10. The prices were slightly cheaper than those at the gun shop, and Wei Chuan proceeded to buy in bulk, using up 4 crafting attempts. Refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful. Acquired Scar standard assault rifle 1. Refined steel ingot 5, refined aluminum ingot 5, engineering plastic 5, engineering rubber 5. Crafting successful. Acquired Scar. These bullets are a bit pricey. As he crafted bullets, Wei Chuan calculated carefully, realizing that the cost for 1 batch of bullets was nearly 3 source crystals, meaning that 1 liter of water could only be exchanged for 4 batches of bullets. If each batch contained only 1 bullet, that would truly be burning money. Standard primer 1, OI standard propellant 1, a refined copper ingot 1. Crafting successful. 7. 62 by 51 mm rifle rounds 5. Luckily, after crafting, each batch yielded 5 rounds, meaning 1 liter of water could fill a full magazine of 20 rounds of bullets, a price he could accept. Thus, Wei Chuan purchased another batch of materials, crafting a total of 400 rounds of ammunition in one go. 400 rounds of ammunition meant 20 magazines. He kept 11 for himself, while distributing the remaining 9 equally to his 2 wives and 1 younger brother, giving each 3 magazines. Indeed, he planned to include Li Yongsheng as well. Li Yongsheng's performance since joining the team had already earned his trust. In fact, every time Li Yongsheng had a gun in hand, Wei Chuan secretly prepared his mental power, but Li Yongsheng always gave up the chance to grow strong and powerful. Although he wouldn't let his guard down completely, because of this trust was genuine. In the end, Wei Chuan crafted another batch of metal magazines. After manually pressing 4 magazines for 4 guns, he divided some from the remaining magazines and bullets into plastic bags. Pressing bullets was too troublesome. He could help with his wife's, but Li Yongsheng would have to handle his own. A bit too relaxed. Before getting out of the car, Wei Chuan hesitated in his steps. He looked down at his t-shirt, shorts, and slippers, feeling that his outfit was somewhat lacking, as if he were going to collect rent. So he opened the trading hall again and searched carefully. Transaction successful. Origin Crystal 12, obtained Desert Camouflage Combat Suit. Set 1 transaction successful. 500 milliliters water can 1. Obtain Multifunctional Tactical Vest 1 transaction successful. Origin Crystal 7, obtain Marine Combat Boots 1 transaction successful. Compressed Biscuits 1, obtain Tactical Goggles 1 transaction successful. 5 minutes later, Wei Chuan finished this round of procurement. His identity had transformed from rent collector to Special Forces soldier. He changed into a combat suit that exuded a strong, individual soldier vibe. Wearing a police anti-explosion helmet with tactical goggles on his face, a tactical vest strapped on several magazines, hanging from it a pistol holster attached to his outer thigh with a pistol inside, and camouflage combat boots on his feet. He also had knee and elbow pads. He bought everything available in the trading hall. Although half of it was second-hand goods produced from resource points, it did not diminish the prestige and deterrent effect of this equipment. Because the gun in his hand was real. To enhance his shooting accuracy, he searched for a scope. Fortunately, he found a scope called Advanced Combat Optical Sight, which could perform basic holographic aiming and had a maximum magnification of 4x. He couldn't find a grip, so Wei Chuan planned to make one himself. The bulletproof vest and helmet he wanted the most were also not available. He couldn't craft those, but he could try posting a purchase request later. In short, everything that could be maximized should be maximized, and for what couldn't be maximized, he would find a way to maximize it too. Damn, it's so hot. As he got out of the car, Wei Chuan couldn't help but squint his eyes, but when he noticed gazes directed at him from around, he straightened his back and put on a cool expression. Li Yongsheng happened to drive a sedan that could still start from a distance and parked it beside the armored vehicle. As he got out of the car, he immediately noticed the sleek new gun in Wei Chuan's hand, and a string of exclamations escaped his lips. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the heck? Boss, this new gun of yours is too awesome. Where did you get it? It's just average, do you know it? Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, tapping the cold, hard surface of the gun in his hand, maintaining a hint of arrogance in his tone. Of course I know the Death Grip is a famous gun. The recoil is not heavy, very controllable. It feels better than the M4 and 94, and the feel of switching guns is good too. If it weren't for the more ridiculous guns that came later it. Li Yongsheng excitedly leaned closer, examining the scar, as if it were a rare treasure. Stop. Before he could continue his gun review, Wei Chuan interrupted him irritably. Are you playing CF here? Switching guns feel. Don't you know that switching guns is a bad habit? You clearly look like a newbie. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Zhu Lingxue also ran over with Lu Qingqing. The beautiful eyes of the two girls flicked over Wei Chuan, finally resting on the scar they saw for the first time. Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, hubby, is this what we just found in that golden crate? Yes. Wei Chuan nodded and explained, I opened a complete set of schematics. The gun is just a decent rifle, nothing special, but its bullet schematics are unlimited. Unlimited bullet schematics. As his words fell, the 3 listeners became excited in unison. The cost of bullets, those little things, should not be too high. With unlimited bullet schematics, they could shoot freely in the future without feeling pained about every shot fired. Wei Chuan took in the expressions of surprise on their faces, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. After showing off his new equipment for a while, Wei Chuan directly took out 3 scars from the storage compartment and handed one each to Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng. Then he tossed Li Yongsheng a small plastic bag. There are 2 magazines worth in there, load them yourself. All right. Li Yongsheng took the plastic bag, looking at the golden bullets inside, feeling the weight of the new rifle in his hand. His mouth was so wide with joy that he couldn't close it. He put away his things, looked up seriously at Wei Chuan, and patted his chest firmly. Boss, I won't say too much. You just give me orders if anything comes up. We've got your back, buddy. Wei Chuan laughed and lightly patted his own chest twice in response. All right, let's get back to work. We need to finish searching quickly, or else we'll be roasted under the sun later. Okay. The 4 of them split up again, continuing the unfinished work of cleaning the battlefield. In fact, after the previous search, the supplies from the 7 vehicles had already been mostly looted, and the operable vehicles were driven over by Li Yongsheng. Now the main task left was to dismantle and recover these vehicles. This cleanup took nearly an hour to complete. The 7 vehicles had undergone various degrees of modification, their bodies reinforced, and there was an abundance of metal materials. Wei Chuan had experienced the exhaustion from picking fruit in 2 battles, so he rested for half an hour. With a large batch of supplies and metal materials added, the recently expanded storage compartment was once again in crisis, with only a few meager compartments left, and it was quickly nearing full. After the convoy set off, Wei Chuan did a brief inventory of the spoils from this battle. The various metal materials collected totaled about 13 tons, or around 2,600 pounds. There were 17 ordinary bows and nearly 200 arrows, over 500 origin crystals. The various standard materials added up to close to 300 units. There were a lot of miscellaneous living supplies. Just the water and food alone would be enough for 10 people to last a month. And among all the spoils, the best was a gun. A pistol called Glock 19, which was a bit small, but had a good grip with only 3 bullets left in the magazine. It was found by Zhu Lingxue from the truck driver, who should have been the head of this convoy, and the first unlucky one to be taken out. After Wei Chuan got the schematic, he tossed the gun into the storage rack. It was good stuff, but he didn't really value it right now, so he just left it there to gather dust. Perhaps when he wants to sell firearms, he would sell this low-powered pistol to make a fortune off schematics and rare items. These were the main supplies. For items that were not useful, such as furniture, tableware, and clothing, he couldn't be bothered to inventory them and directly listed them on the trading hall for a low price in exchange for origin crystals. Is the effect really that obvious? Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance darting across his gaze. He had just consumed a second-tier evolution crystal, and the surge of energy and sense of enhancement far exceeded that of the first-tier evolution crystal he had taken before. Roughly estimating, the effect was almost 3 times that of the first tier. He smacked his lips, feeling the increasingly abundant power within him, and consumed the second-tier evolution crystal. The overwhelming energy dispersed once more, washing through his limbs and nourishing his spiritual consciousness, enhancing his physique and mental strength at a distinctly perceptible rate. Originally, he intended to save these 2 evolution crystals for Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, hoping to help them awaken their second talent sooner. However, they insisted that after resolving the ammunition issue, it didn't matter whether the second talent was awakened early or late, and urged him to use them to enhance his own strength. With both second-tier evolution crystals consumed, Wei Chuan's power had surged to a new level. Although he couldn't perform precise tests, he estimated that he could easily lift 600 pounds using just his mental power. His physical strength should be about the same as during previous tests. The levels of these 2 forms of power were always roughly equivalent. Just as he was savoring his newfound strength, the survival manual beside him emitted a soft glow. Wei Chuan casually picked it up and opened it, finding a private message from Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng, boss, I've awakened. Wei Chuan paused slightly. This guy had only consumed 4 first-tier evolution crystals, yet he had actually awakened his second talent. What luck! However, given Li Yongsheng's boisterous personality, he should be bouncing off the walls with excitement after awakening a second talent, so why was he so calm? Is he dissatisfied with his second talent? Wei Chuan, what talent? Tell me. Li Yongsheng, resilient recovery. The effect is that when injured, as long as consciousness remains, the body will automatically consume stamina to recover from injuries, with the recovery speed linked to stamina. In simple terms, it's a bankrupt version of super regeneration. Upon reading the description, Wei Chuan was stunned. What a coincidence. Just this morning, Li Yongsheng was ranting about needing to be ruthless in finishing off enemies, fearing they might have recovery-type talents, yet he turned around and awakened a recovery-type talent himself. No wonder he was so downcast. For a young man yearning for flashy abilities, such a purely durable passive talent was indeed not very appealing. However, upon further reflection, Wei Chuan realized that the potential for this talent was actually quite promising. As long as he consumed more evolution crystals and continuously enhanced his physique and stamina, he could develop it in the direction of a Wolverine. It's not a bankrupt version of super regeneration, but the genuine article under a different name. Wei Chuan, it's already impressive. As long as you're alive, you can deal damage, or what could be more important than life? Li Yongsheng, boss, I understand the logic, but I want to be a mage. Even if I have to be a healer, I'd prefer to be a proper healer, not a disabled one who can only heal myself. I'm really falling apart here. Li Yongsheng, it's only been 10 days since the launch, and both submachine guns and rifles have appeared. Who knows, maybe rockets will be next. My talent can resist a lot, but it can't withstand an RPG to the face. Wei Chuan looked at the messages, almost able to imagine Li Yongsheng's woeful expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Wei Chuan, that might not be the case. Consume more evolution crystals to boost your physique. As long as you're not one-shotted, you could say you have an immortal talent. Li Yongsheng sighed, that's all I can do. This awakening mechanism is so unfair, it should be set with clear pricing for resources. Wei Chuan, now that you've awakened, complaining won't help. He'll get some handguns and crossbows for you to trade for evolution crystals, and we'll split what you get. Li Yongsheng, thanks, boss. We'll give it a try. After chatting with Li Yongsheng, Wei Chuan shook his head and prepared to start crafting the Scar rifle. The formula produced a standard version made of half metal and half engineering plastic, which felt a bit too light for him. He preferred the heavy, durable, and stable feel of all metal. Buzz. Just as he closed the survival manual, it suddenly lit up with a red glow that had never appeared before and emitted a slight vibration. Wei Chuan was startled. This was the first time the survival manual had reacted in such a way. He turned to see Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, also surprised, holding their survival manuals, indicating that everyone had received some kind of message. It wasn't a private message or a trading post notification. Wei Chuan checked sequentially and found that the anomaly came from the world channel that had not yet been opened. The energy in the shadow realm is abnormally active, and the source power in turmoil is massively drawn into the light and shadow realm, triggering a shadow tide on the light and shadow highway. Following the emergence of the shadow tide, the mysterious shadow merchant entered the light and shadow highway, bringing with him a large number of rare items, but the prices are extremely high. Due to the influence of the shadow tide, the night demons have entered a state of extreme frenzy, and they will launch a concentrated assault on the Light and Shadow Research Institute at 8 p.m. tonight, with the attack expected to last for 30 minutes. The Light and Shadow Research Institute urgently needs support. Survivors can enter the Research Institute through the temporary portal beside the Light and Shadow Highway between 7:30 p.m. and 7:59 p.m. to assist in defending against the Night Demon's assault. Researchers will reward survivors generously based on their contributions. Another update. Wei Chuan glanced over the announcement, his pupils contracting slightly. This update is quite interesting. The mysterious merchant is similar to a hidden trader, while the Research Institute's defense battle is akin to a world boss requiring damage output. Let's do it. Wei Chuan's fighting spirit was ignited instantly. Earning rewards based on contributions was highly advantageous for him. There might be some difficulty, but it certainly wouldn't be too high. Still, as I said, if even he couldn't withstand it, then at least 99 of those participating tonight would drop dead, so there was no need to worry too much. The only thing to consider is how to deal more damage. I need to make more bullets. Wei Chuan immediately entered a state of battle readiness, rapidly calculating in his mind. Based on the normal output frequency, he could fire about 100 rounds per minute, amounting to 3,000 rounds in 30 minutes, requiring 150 magazines. If he included mental control for shooting, he would need even more, and the cost would skyrocket. This is only for him. His 2 wives and a little brother would also need some. Not saying they'd need as much, but each would still need around 30 magazines. Thinking of this, he suddenly slapped his forehead. No, wait. I was confused. With the talent skill of blueprint construction, he could directly craft a large capacity extended magazine. Why bother with the standard 20-round short magazine? Lightning, slow down and park. Qingqing, Lingxue, take out all the source crystals we have left. We're about to have a big battle tonight. Wei Chuan sprang up from the sofa, his eyes shining with excitement and sharpness. No sooner had the armored vehicle come to a halt than Wei Chuan opened the trading interface, swift, resolute, and laser-focused on converting every last source crystal in his possession into gunpowder. Over the past few days, source crystal consumption had been modest, primarily powering engines and household appliances. Additionally, he had steadily sold off miscellaneous surplus supplies, items he deemed unnecessary or redundant, thereby replenishing his reserves. His current stock stood at approximately 5,000 source crystals. He intended to convert this entire sum into ammunition. 5,000 source crystals, a staggering figure, one that would ignite envy across most of this world. Yet to Wei Chuan, it was hardly extraordinary. Roughly translated at current market rates, those crystals equated to merely 420 liters of drinking water. A modest sum indeed, especially given that he held over 1,500 liters securely in storage. Most critically, ammunition remained a cornerstone of survival. Even if tonight's supply proved excessive, future necessity was certain. Ammunition was never a burden, only insurance. Thus, he felt no pang of regret over parting with those 5,000 source crystals. With unwavering focus, he scrolled through the trading interface, searching, selecting, purchasing, his fingers moving with practiced precision. Minutes later, as Wei Chuan delegated procurement tasks to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue and prepared to begin designing an extended capacity magazine, a familiar blare of horns pierced the air outside the vehicle. It was Li Yongxing's heavily modified minivan. Only then did Wei Chuan recall. He had been so absorbed in reading announcements and placing orders that he'd forgotten to notify his vanguard driver. Li Yongxing too had been utterly captivated by the sudden announcement. Only after driving far ahead did he realize the armored vehicle had fallen behind, and immediately executed a frantic U-turn to race back. The moment the armored door slid open, Li Yongxing burst forth, voice urgent and eyes alight with excitement. Boss, did you see the announcement? Shouldn't we prepare ahead of time? His instincts aligned perfectly with Wei Chuan's. If they intended to join tonight's defense operation, stockpiling ammunition wasn't just essential. It was paramount, and more was always better. I've seen it. Standard priming powder. Standard propellant. Refined copper ingots, 1:10 ratio. Wei Chuan nodded tersely, his gaze conveying unspoken understanding. Understood. Li Yongxing instantly grasped the implication, his enthusiasm surging. Boss, I've saved up over 1,000 source crystals. I'm throwing every last one in. Let's do this. Before his words even faded, he was already sprinting toward his minivan, so swiftly that wind swirled in his wake. Over 1,000. Wei Chuan watched his retreating figure, mind calculating with quiet speed. Combined with his own 5,000, their total now reached 6,000 source crystals, enough to produce exactly 10,000 rounds. As previously envisioned, the new magazines would hold 50 rounds each in a semicurved elongated configuration. 200 such magazines would accommodate the full 10,000 round haul. An allocation plan crystallized in his mind. He would retain 100 magazines, 5,000 rounds. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue would each receive 35 magazines, 1,750 rounds apiece. Li Yongsheng would receive 30 magazines, 1,500 rounds. A touch of favoritism remained, admittedly, but if lethality were ranked, the top 3 positions had to belong to his inner circle, the Wei family. Still, he considered himself generous toward his subordinate. 1,500 rounds represented a raw material cost of 900 source crystals, a substantial investment. As leader, he charged only a nominal handling fee, truly fair-minded. Were another to undertake the task, he wouldn't lift a finger, not even for double that amount. Roughly 20 minutes later, Li Yongsheng returned, shouldering a wooden crate containing precisely 360 sets of bullet components. Take these home and press them gradually. Wei Chuan handed him a heavy camouflaged mountaineering pack. Inside lay 1,500 fully assembled rounds, 30 empty magazines, and a fully metallic scar rifle. Firing a single rifle continuously risked overheating. Alternating between 2 weapons offered greater reliability. Got it. Li Yongsheng unzipped the pack, eyes instantly glistening. After 2 effusive compliments, he hurried back to his minivan. For the next 20 minutes, Wei Chuan immersed himself entirely in manufacturing. Mass-producing bullets proved profoundly monotonous. Only 5 rounds could be crafted per action. Though cooldowns were absent and actions could be repeated instantly, the sheer volume, well into the thousands of clicks, left his fingers numb and his mind dulled. Worse still, loading bullets into magazines was infinitely more tedious and laborious. Over 8,500 rounds demanded individual manual insertion. Fortunately, this task required no stationing at the workbench, and Wei Chuan had no intention of enduring it alone. First, he completed all remaining magazines. Then he switched on the television, selected a light-hearted comedy film, and, with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue seated beside him, began the meticulous process of loading rounds. Extract. Load. Extract again. The air filled only with cheerful film dialogue, gentle background music, and the crisp rhythmic click-clack of cartridges snapping into place. For hours passed, stretching from 9 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lunch consisted of simple fruit and milk. During that time, after finishing his own 1,500 rounds, Li Yongsheng returned requesting several hundred more. Without his assistance, the process would have taken significantly longer. From procurement to final loading, nearly 5 grueling hours elapsed and yielded exceptional results. On the sofa, 178 fully loaded extended magazines rose in gleaming metallic stacks, a compact mountain shimmering with cold industrial luster. Inside them rested 8,900 rounds. Destruction and security both elevated to their zenith. Wei Chuan exhaled deeply, gazing upon that gleaming mound. Gathering his resolve, he divided the weighty magazines among 3 camouflaged mountaineering packs, one largest reserved for himself, the other 2, slightly smaller, handed respectively to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Qingqing, Lingxue, those rounds I gave you this morning. You may use them to practice marksmanship. Keep the original magazines as keepsakes. I'll take a short nap. Wei Chuan massaged his temples, voice edged with fatigue. Bullet crafting, magazine fabrication, and cartridge loading had drained him, especially mentally, leaving his nerves taut and frayed. Tonight's defense operation was pivotal. He needed peak readiness, physically and spiritually. Yes, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue replied in unison, stowing the packs into their storage compartment. They lowered the television volume, browsed the trading interface for 2 sets of tactical uniforms matching Wei Chuan's, and collected all empty bottles aboard the vehicle. They too anticipated tonight's mission keenly, eager to secure dual rewards for Wei Chuan. Those bottles would serve as improvised targets, though not yet. Outside, ambient temperature soared to 43 degrees Celsius, the air thick with dust and the acrid scent of scorched earth. Practicing marksmanship beneath such a merciless sun would be tantamount to suicide. Uncertain how much time had passed, a series of sharp and crisp gunshots jolted Wei Chuan awake. Survivor Wei Chuan. Talent S-level mechanical control telekinesis. Time 1905. Weather clear. Temperature 32°C. He abruptly opened his eyes, glanced at the survival manual, and the displayed time caused him to pause slightly. It was already 7 p.m. Outside, the window was pitch black. He had unexpectedly slept for nearly 6 hours. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds. The prolonged, deep sleep dispelled all fatigue, and his spirit had fully recovered. He rose from the sofa bed and opened the rear door of the armored vehicle. Outside, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were fully focused on their shooting practice. Their target was a humanoid night demon already riddled with bullet holes. Li Yongxing squatted by the roadside with a kerosene lamp, carefully cleaning his firearm with a clean towel under the dim light, his movements meticulous. "Boss, I'm ready." Li Yongxing was the first to notice Wei Chuan waking up, immediately standing up and stepping forward, excitement written all over his face. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also stopped shooting and walked over. Lu Qingqing gently reminded, "Honey, there's porridge in the pot, it's already cooled down and the dishes are in the microwave. I'll go right now." Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze scanning the three of them, confirming that they were all equipped properly. "There are still about 20 minutes. The portal should appear in all populated areas. You can practice shooting, but don't tire yourselves too much. After entering, there will only be half an hour of rest time." Lu Qingqing and the others replied earnestly. After a brief reminder, Wei Chuan returned to the vehicle. Dinner consisted of sweet potato porridge with braised venison along with a can of loach fish, simple yet delicious. It was exactly 7:30 p.m. A soft blue light suddenly illuminated the roadside, casting a dreamlike glow over the desolate night of the prairie. A temporary parking lot outlined by light appeared by the roadside, and at the end of the lot a dark blue energy portal was slowly rotating, resembling a miniature black hole vortex. Next to the portal stood a fully armed soldier. The already prepared Wei Chuan and his three companions walked directly over. This soldier's equipment was unimaginably advanced, completely enveloped in a full-coverage dark gray exoskeleton armor, with even his eyes hidden behind reflective goggles revealing no expression. The weapon was not a conventional firearm, but rather a gun emitting a faint blue glow, seemingly an energy weapon. "Wanderers, the Research Institute needs your assistance." A mechanical synthetic voice emanated from beneath the helmet, cold and devoid of inflection. After delivering this line, the soldier stood motionless like a statue, clearly just part of the guidance program. "It's good there's a parking lot. I was really worried about the vehicle being stolen." Li Yongxing looked at the light-formed parking area cheerfully, saying, easing his own tension, "Bring the vehicle over and drive right in." Wei Chuan's gaze lingered on the soldier's equipment for a moment before turning back towards the armored vehicle. He personally drove the armored vehicle into the parking spot, then, without hesitation, took the three of them and stepped directly into the blue vortex. In an instant, the world spun dizzyingly. The scenery before his eyes abruptly shifted from the dry and desolate prairie to a vibrant oasis. A magnificent silver-white circular complex stood in the center of the oasis, impressively large, akin to a future city, surrounded by high walls. The four of them were standing on the steel defensive wall of this future city. Looking down, the ground was covered with massive anti-tank cones and various bunkers, clearly defensive structures prepared for participants, as not everyone possessed ranged weapons. "Wanderers, all acts of harm and plunder are prohibited within the Research Institute. You only need to attack the incoming night demons. Our rewards will be distributed after the battle concludes." A soldier clad in exoskeleton armor passed by them, clearly outlining the rules before silently moving on. "Boss, sister-in-law, I'm familiar with this gameplay. It's just a tower defense damage ranking. We just need to hit hard." Li Yongxing immediately became excited, his past gaming experience allowing him to quickly grasp the rules. Wei Chuan nodded, but his gaze continuously swept around. The defensive wall had already gathered many people, at least 100 were visible, and new light points kept appearing as new participants were teleported in. The number was not small, but compared to the survival population worldwide, it seemed too few. This event must be conducted in zones. Retrieving his gaze, Wei Chuan casually opened the regional communication channel. Zone 89, 835, 510,000 people. Lin Jianji, with so many defending, it seems tonight's night demons will be quite numerous. Du Jia, the risks shouldn't be too great. A look at the Research Institute itself, even the automatic turrets are present. It feels more like a welfare event. Bloom, damn, that guy over there is holding a grenade. What luck? Jinqing Sai, no way. I've respawned on the city wall. How can I fight without ranged weapons? Can I go downstairs? Beth, I've already tried. You can return by the teleportation portal downstairs. If the Research Institute falls, we can evacuate in advance. Shinyobo, those without ranged weapons should come to the west city wall. There are many bunkers outside, which should be prepared for melee players to deal damage. The regional channel was filled with information, mostly discussing the event's circumstances. However, valuable intel was scarce before the event began. Wei Chuan quickly skimmed through it before closing the communication interface. Meanwhile, as more people gathered on the steel defensive wall, the small group, formed by Wei Chuan and his companions, attracted increasingly more attention. Their equipment at this stage was simply too exaggerated. The standard combat uniforms were somewhat common. Many could be found in the trading hall at not too high a price, and many people had similar attire. However, with each of them carrying an SCAR assault rifle, it created a powerful visual impact. After all, many people were still using cold weapons up to this point. Those in better conditions had various bows and arrows, and even hand crossbows were rarely seen. A squad equipped with rifles at this stage almost meant invincibility, silently declaring their strength. In an instant, the regional communication channel became even more chaotic. The intelligence about Wei Chuan's squad's equipment quickly spread, with countless photos being shared. This was why Lu Qingqing Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongsheng also dressed similarly to Wei Chuan, and no one wanted to be discussed in photos. Half an hour's time is neither long nor short. It slips away in moments of busyness. Yet when timing the wait for battle rewards, it feels exceptionally prolonged. Every minute and every second seems infinitely stretched, the air thick with a mixture of excitement and anxiety, making it hard to settle down. To dispel this tension, Wei Chuan directed his gaze towards the massive research institute. The building itself is visually striking, featuring smooth metallic lines and enormous glass facades that radiate a sense of technology, but for him, who possesses this great talent of mechanical control, it is not particularly difficult. At least the exterior is not challenging. As long as there are enough materials and energy, he can gradually transform the armored vehicle into an indestructible mobile fortress. What truly captures his attention are the silent steel beasts on the defense wall. Rocket launchers, multi-barreled machine gun platforms, mortars, and some platforms flickering with a faint blue energy, clearly energy weapons. Beside these killing machines, there is no one present, no manual operation buttons or mechanized extensions. They all appear to be automated weapons. Gazing at these powerful defensive installations, a thought became increasingly clear in Wei Chuan's mind. These formidable weapons must have recipes, likely hidden in higher-grade supply boxes or at resource points inhabited by highly mutated creatures. Perhaps tonight's highest reward is just that. As he contemplated this possibility, Wei Chuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Honey, it's about to start. Time reached the critical point in the quiet flow, and Lu Qingqing's soft reminder pulled Wei Chuan's thoughts back from those automated weapons. Alarm, alarm. The night demon swarm has invaded the oasis edge. All personnel prepare for battle. When the clock struck 8 p.m., all lights in the research institute switched to a chilling dark red, the urgent alarm ringing out and casting a strong sense of urgency over everyone. At the same time, a line of translucent light appeared on everyone's right forearm. The front displayed names, the middle showed numbers, and the end was marked with a clear star. Wei Chuan 0, this is the score. Wei Chuan instantly understood. It started, keep a little distance, don't waste bullets, but also don't be too frugal, just aim and shoot. Wei Chuan reminded the three people beside him, then quickly moved left for over 20 meters. For people 4 guns, a lot of bullets, crowding together, not only wastes output angles, but also easily causes interference and damage overflow. In other words, don't steal the kills from each other. Let's go, Lao Wei. Adjusting the scope to 4 times, Wei Chuan steadily raised his gun, peering through the lens towards the distant edge of the oasis. So few in number. Through the scope, he could faintly see some night demons beginning to surge into the oasis. But their scale was far smaller than he had anticipated. Roughly, there seemed to be just over 100. These 100 or so night demons scattered across the vast oasis. Even if they only attacked in one direction, it was not enough for so many people to engage. After all, the number of people crouching behind cover lacking ranged attacks was likely in the thousands. Each of them could easily drown those 100 or so night demons. It should be that the initial difficulty is not high. The first wave is merely an appetizer. To secure first place, I must start scoring points with all my might right now. Wei Chuan's thoughts raced, and he began to aim. He held his breath, the gun's muzzle slightly shifting as he locked onto a slightly smaller, but with an exceedingly large head, humanoid night demon. The edge of the oasis is about 500 meters from the defense wall. This distance is well within the effective killing range for the Scar. The 300-meter effective range listed in the item information refers to precision range, not that the bullet loses momentum after traveling 300 meters. However, beyond the 300-meter distance, factors such as wind speed, humidity, and gravity must be considered during shooting. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence before the battle. This was Wei Chuan's first bullet fired with the Scar. The hot bullet tore through the air only to crash violently into the ground. The weather was too hot and his hands were sweaty. However, Wei Chuan was not discouraged at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The Scar has an excellent feel. The recoil was nearly zero for him now, and amidst the deep, powerful gunfire was the crisp sound of ejected shells, a strong battlefield atmosphere instantly enveloping him. Bang! Bang! After a slight adjustment, a few more shots were fired, and the 4th bullet finally struck true, exploding the eye socket of that night demon. Wei Chuan won. The score on his right arm flashed in time, the number changing from 0 to 1. As expected, I need to aim higher. Those previous shooting games weren't in vain. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out in succession. After a moment's hesitation, nearby individuals began to scatter, a couple of hundred of them. Stealing kills like in shooting games. Forget it. Some who had figured out the rules and wanted to compete for rankings knew that staying near the wall was a waste of time. It was better to find a less fortified area while the night demon swarm was still distant. Those still remaining were either slow to react or believed that being close to armed individuals was safer. Let's go move a bit more. Watching the originally dense crowd scatter significantly, a smile involuntarily crept onto Wei Chuan's face. These people were still too timid. If he had only cold weapons in hand right now, he would definitely take the chance. While the night demons were few, and the ranged weapons couldn't unleash their full firepower to dash out and drink up. At such a moment, hesitation means missing out on even the soup. Bang! Bang! Just then a steady stream of gunfire erupted beside him. Wei Chuan turned his head to see that both wives and a younger brother had also begun to unleash their firepower, decisively pulling the triggers. Seeing this, he quickly gathered his focus, dispelling all distractions, and once again pressed his cheek against the cool gun stock, starting to aim through the lens. His accuracy was the best in the team, partly due to his accumulated shooting experience, and partly because he had purchased the only scope in the trading market capable of magnification. Good shooting skill, the best optics, endless bullets. As long as he didn't lie down to sleep, the first place in this event was guaranteed. Bang! 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 Wei Chuan 8 bang! 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 Wei Chuan 9. The score continued to rise, and Wei Chuan's grip felt increasingly fiery. Under the relentless precision fire of 4 Scar rifles, the initial shadows of the scattered night demons were unable to approach the research institute. Before they could even breach the 100-meter mark, they were individually taken down, collapsing onto the grass. In an instant, the entire defensive line surprisingly exhibited a bizarre safe zone situation. The melee fighters remaining by the wall stared in disbelief, followed by a wave of frustration. Safety was indeed present, but it certainly didn't mean they couldn't score any points. Staying here was merely watching the show and eating dirt. Thus, many people turned around, cursing, rushing toward the areas devoid of gunfire, hoping to grab a bite of the action. This leisurely scenario lasted for about 10 minutes. From the 11th minute onward, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. The shadows at the edge of the oasis were no longer sparse. They transformed into a writhing black tide with numbers exceeding 1,000, densely packed, sending chills down one's spine just by looking at them. Moreover, they no longer waited for one wave to finish before the next one appeared. Instead, they seemed to follow a seamless refresh mechanism, continuously flooding into the oasis with no end in sight. Good grief, the main course has finally arrived. Wei Chuan felt a surge of excitement under pressure instead of fear. Facing the tightly packed night demons, single-fire shots were outdated. Without hesitation, he switched his shooting rhythm from sniping to suppression, beginning to rhythmically fire in bursts. Noticing the change in gunfire nearby, Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing also understood, each increasing their firepower output. The dull and powerful gunfire immediately became dense. The 4 of them combined had over 10,000 rounds of ammunition waiting for the moment to unleash their full firepower. However, just as Wei Chuan was in the heat of the battle, whoosh, boom, a distinct explosion suddenly erupted from his left front. An RPG rocket trailing a fiery tail carved a deadly arc through the air, crashing violently into the distant tide of night demons, exploding with a deafening roar. In an instant, a large area was cleared. At least a dozen night demons were blown to pieces. What the hell? Wei Chuan's hand shook, nearly losing control of his rifle. An RPG. Is it really that powerful? Before he could locate the source, a muscular man less than 30 meters away deftly set down his launcher and began reloading. Another rocket whistled out once again, turning the scene into a gruesome display of flesh and fireworks. Damn, is it really that fierce? Wei Chuan's lips twitched as he immediately felt real pressure. He quickly gathered his focus, casting aside all feelings of envy and jealousy, directing all his attention back to the scope, pulling the trigger even faster. Fortunately, the explosions from the rockets did not last too long. After firing a dozen rounds, they ceased, likely running low on ammunition. I also need to shoot my heart out. Wei Chuan relaxed slightly, but the urgency within him only intensified, changing magazines at an astonishing speed, almost achieving muscle memory. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the number of night demons had gathered into a true tide. They even began to split into multiple paths, surging toward the defensive wall 100 meters away like black sewage. Only then did those who were still lingering behind the cover by the wall, armed with melee weapons, completely lose their composure. It was already too late. They had missed the best opportunity to score points. Now rushing out, let alone scoring points, just standing firm in the mass of monsters for 3 seconds was a challenge. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield seemed to ignite. Sounds from all directions suddenly escalated with the explosions of various explosives, the gunfire from different models of pistols and rifles, and even the distinctive roars of multiple machine guns. One really cannot underestimate the luck of others. Listening to this sudden frenzy of firepower, Wei Chuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had always believed that his luck and strength were in a league of their own, but now it seemed that the lucky ones were far from just him. He had to thank this event for helping him deplete a significant amount of his potential enemy's ammunition. Wei Chuan glanced at his score, buried his head, and poured bullets with all his might. The scar in his hands roared continuously, only pausing for a couple of seconds while changing magazines. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng clearly felt the pressure, as well their shooting frequency significantly increased, firing with all their might. Under the enhanced fire coverage of everyone, the advancing tide of night demons was finally forcefully contained. The front line of night demons collapsed in waves while the back line continuously followed to fill the gaps, plunging the battlefield into a stalemate of attrition. This deadlock continued until 820. The gunfire on the defensive wall began to noticeably thin out one after another. Not everyone had a full set of firearms like Wei Chuan, nor could anyone casually produce thousands of source crystals to manufacture bullets. The vast majority of those with firearms had exhausted their ammunition reserves. The weakened output from his competitors was undoubtedly the best news for Wei Chuan. His first place was already secured. However, the situation was now completely out of control. Without sufficient firepower to suppress, the tide of night demons surged like a black flood, nearly covering the entire viewable ground. From a bird's eye view, one would see the research institute resembling a lone island in a dark ocean surrounded by an endless tide of blood and flesh teetering on the brink. At this moment, the melee fighters beneath the wall were already scared stiff, hastily turning back into the research institute. Those with a slightly smaller courage or more cautious temperament directly fled through the teleportation portal in the plaza, not even looking back. Can this really hold? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Chuan's mind, intending to remind his wife and younger brother. Beep, beep, beep. A series of crisp and urgent electronic sounds suddenly rang out from all around. In the next moment, on the defensive wall, all the long silent automated defensive weapons, rocket launchers, mortars, heavy machine guns, energy weapons, etc., were instantly activated. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Countless tongues of fire spat forth, weaving a deadly net of bullets and energy beams raining down upon the tide of night demons. The brilliant explosions ripped apart waves of night demons in an instant. Just a single volley of firepower that seemingly capable of drowning everything and numbering possibly over 100,000 was violently blown to pieces, creating vast expanses of empty space. The endless black ocean was suddenly reduced to a few scattered small streams. So fierce. This is the battle a man should fight. This is the weapon a man should use. Wei Chuan felt a surge of excitement, his adrenaline spiking. He directly placed the backpack filled with magazines at his feet, fully unzipping it, then retrieved 4 all-metal Scar rifles from the storage compartment. In the next moment, his psychic energy activated. The 5 Scar rifles, including the one in his hand, floated before him. As his right hand extended, gently gripping forward, the 5 gun muzzles aimed at the densely packed area of night demons, beginning to unleash a torrent of fire. This was his most powerful firepower at the moment. Although he could control a few more guns, too many would slow down his reloading speed, so 5 was just the right amount. Bang, bang, bang. As Wei Chuan stopped holding back and truly unleashed his full firepower, the scoreboard on his right arm began its frenzied ascent. 8:21 a.m. 456. 8:22 a.m. 589. 8:23 a.m. 723. Just a few minutes earlier at 8:20 a.m. his score had just broken through the 300 mark. But from that moment on, the score surged, dramatically soaring at a terrifying rate of 130 points per minute. 5 Scar rifles hovered at his sides like metal beasts with a life of their own, continuously spewing flames. Shell casings fell like raindrops, and a dense barrage of bullets wove a storm of death, with an average of 2 night demons killed every second. This near-maniacal firepower instantly made Wei Chuan the center of attention on this defensive line. Look over there. What the hell? Can it be played like this? Damn Magneto. The surrounding gazes were completely drawn to Wei Chuan, and in shock many began to take photos. At this moment, even the slowest person understood. Wei Chuan, the wealthy gun enthusiast, not only possessed the formula for the Scar assault rifle, but also had the ammunition formula in his hands. Even more terrifying was his displayed second talent, telekinesis. It resembled either telekinesis or magnetism, whichever it was, combined with multiple firearms and nearly infinite ammunition. It existed as a game-breaking bug at this stage. That kind of sustained, powerful fire made it impossible for anyone to even entertain the thought of resistance. Perhaps there were super tanks that could withstand such firepower, but at least in their District 89, there were absolutely none. The wealthy friends who had previously joined Wei Chuan were now so excited their fists trembled. Bro, you can't hide the formula anymore, right? Name your price. They firmly believed that there was no deal that couldn't be made in this world, only prices that weren't high enough. In stark contrast to the excitement of these people were those seasoned players who had already run out of ammunition and still harbored a glimmer of hope for the leaderboard. They all wore pained expressions, complexly watching Wei Chuan's performance, their hearts nearly bleeding. Damn, what a huge loss. Crap, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone with the machine gun. What a waste. This playstyle, the ammo consumption is like pouring water. You are going to lose big time. At 8:25 p.m. Wei Chuan's score firmly settled at 890. With a thought, the 4 floating pure metal Scar rifles quickly floated over and were returned to his storage space. While the release of such powerful fire was certainly exhilarating, the cost was equally tremendous. The previous 300 points only consumed 25 magazines. But for the subsequent 590 points, he had poured out the firepower of a full 80 magazines, and that was with close-range shooting. The efficiency had dropped sharply, and the rate of ammunition consumption was terrifying. Now he only had 3 magazines left, totaling 150 rounds, and he had to be frugal, returning to the rhythm of precise sniping. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng were in similar situations. Just now, when the night demons had gathered, they had opened fire as soon as they aimed. Though they had scored many points, their ammunition had also been depleted, and they were now beginning to conserve firepower. Of course, if viewed from another angle, this playstyle couldn't be deemed wasteful. After all, with so many bullets, it was impossible to finish without spraying just a bit hasty. As the firepower on the defensive wall gradually weakened, the advance of the night demon tide had become unstoppable. The black tide surged, overwhelming the protective areas below the wall, with the monstrous claws about to touch the cold metal wall. At the moment of impending collision, the defense system of the Research Institute once again displayed its terrifying power. All automated defensive weapons awoke again, erupting into a deafening roar. The automated firearms accurately shot down the threats below the wall, turning every night demon that approached the defensive wall into fragments, while the more distant night demons were dealt with by various turrets and energy weapons. A massive barrage of shells and energy beams wove a covering net of firepower, harvesting night demons in large numbers, with exploding flesh and blood chunks nearly splattering onto the defensive wall. The turf was completely shattered, revealing patches of gruesome dark red marks. Wei Chuan likewise seized this final opportunity. He held his breath and focused, steadily firing his scar, hitting nearly 1 out of every 2 shots accurately into the heads of the night demons. With the advantage of close range, his kill efficiency reached an astonishing peak. Time flew rapidly amidst the final smoke and thunder. At 8:30 p.m. it finally arrived. Just as the event ended, a deep, dark black light, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, erupted from the top of the tallest tower in the center of the Research Institute. The black light rapidly expanded, transforming into a silent, yet magnificent shockwave sweeping across the entire oasis at an astonishing speed. All night demons touched by this black light didn't even have time to scream, their bodies crumbling like weathered sand sculptures, turning into dust that floated away and ultimately dispersed into the air. The battlefield, which had just roared, instantly fell into an eerie silence. Following that, the Research Institute's broadcast sounded once again. The night demons have been eliminated. Thank you all for your tremendous assistance. The Research Institute will distribute rewards based on each person's contributions. Please return through the portal to collect them at the Light and Shadow Boulevard. Meanwhile, several massive holographic screens lit up in the sky, clearly displaying the final rankings of this event. 1. Wei Chuan 965-2. Lu Qingqing 3063. Zhu Lingxue 3014. Hannah 295-5. Wang Gang 292-6. Li Yongxing 257. Chun Jialing 244. 917. Deng Yingying 1. In everyone's view, their names and rankings were magnified, particularly eye-catching. With only 917 ranks, this was far too few compared to the number of participants. After all, at the beginning there were over 1,000 people in just one defensive direction. The leaderboard must have only recorded the living ones with scores. What a pity, so close to breaking 1,000. Wei Chuan stretched his somewhat stiff neck, glancing at his score, a hint of regret passing through his mind. However, at least he managed to secure first place. Moreover, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also took second and third place. The Wei family directly swept the top 3. It couldn't be more satisfying, especially after spending so many source crystals to make bullets. What surprised Wei Chuan was that Li Yongxing actually ranked only 6th. But a quick calculation clarified that his shooting skills were too poor, averaging 6 shots to take down a single night demon. Even if he had as many magazines as Lu Qingqing and the others, he could only rank 6th. As for 4th and 5th place, they were definitely heavy firepower players who had invested heavily. Wei Chuan was almost certain that the previous guy using the RPG was definitely the 4th or 5th. With the night demons so densely packed, it was completely understandable for a dozen rockets to score nearly 300 points. Darling, we secured the top 3 positions. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue ran over side by side, their faces brimming with uncontrollable excitement, their voices brighter than usual. Well done. Wei Chuan smiled as he gently patted their arms in succession, his tone warm, yet filled with praise. Your efficiency is impressive, much better than that guy Yongsheng. Li Yongxing, who was walking behind, heard this and immediately wore a bitter expression, sighing, Boss, you can't blame me for this. At the beginning I was afraid of running out of bullets and didn't dare to shoot. In the middle I was worried about not finishing and shot too hard, and only when I was close to finishing did I realize I truly didn't have enough bullets. I was sabotaged by the monster spawn mechanism. Alright. Wei Chuan was amused by his analysis and waved his hand, saying the 6th place is already quite high. The 2 ahead of you are fierce competitors. One of them is likely an RPG player. If he had exploded a few more rounds, I would have been knocked down by him. The four-person team occupied the top 3 in the 6th place, which was already an explosive result. He paused for a moment and added in a low voice, there are quite a few fierce competitors this time. If they don't have the ammunition formula, they won't pose much of a threat to us later. We should thank this event. Let's go back and claim our rewards. We should get them from that gatekeeper. After comforting the slightly downcast Li Yongxing, Wei Chuan led the 3 of them down the defense wall and into the central square. The massive blue vortex portal was slowly rotating with people continuously entering it. As Wei Chuan stepped into the square, several individuals who had been waiting by the portal immediately approached him with enthusiastic attitudes. Hey, take a look at my private message when you have time. Big shot, I sent you a message. Bro, I've sent you the quote. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate further. Just give me a chance. Sure, I'll check it when I get back. Wei Chuan wore a polite smile and nodded. These people were potential clients he had added half an hour ago. It was obvious that these individuals were looking to buy guns. The only gun for which he had the complete formula was the Scar, but that was his primary weapon and still far from being obsolete. Unless they offered a price he couldn't refuse, he would never sell it. After all, they were in the same area. Selling a gun today could mean getting shot by its bullets tomorrow. The handgun business might be worth considering. Although he didn't have the bullet formula, if he asked Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for help, they could produce 100 rounds in an hour, which could be used to thoroughly squeeze money from these wealthy individuals. After casually responding to a few remarks, Wei Chuan stepped into the portal with the 3 of them. With a flash of vision, they returned to the familiar parking lot where the armored vehicle and van stood silently. The soldier covered in exoskeleton still stood there as if he had never moved. Wanderers, thank you for your assistance to the Research Institute. Here is your reward. Without waiting for Wei Chuan to step forward, the soldier spoke first, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion. He handed each of them a small silver box made of a special material that shimmered with a faint light. At the moment the 4 received the boxes, the soldier, the portal, and even the parking lot vanished like a phantom, leaving only the originally barren, withered grass. A formula! Li Yongxing exclaimed in surprise, looking excitedly at Wei Chuan and the other's boss. Sister-in-law, this is a reward package. Everything is inside. Wei Chuan nodded, his gaze falling on the box in his hand. Thank you from the Light and Shadow Research Institute. Contains 965 source crystals, 10 evolution crystals, and 5 intelligent cannon platform modification templates. Intelligent cannons. Even Wei Chuan, whose value was astonishing, felt his heart race upon seeing the reward contents. Intelligent cannon platform modification templates. He had previously speculated that such weapons would appear in the rewards, but he didn't expect it to actually be given. Damn, I'm not too happy about this. Looking at the item information in the silver box, Wei Chuan slightly furrowed his brow. If the rewards were based on rankings, then weapons of that caliber, like the intelligent cannon, would appear in every area. If they were based on scores, there might be weapons even better than the intelligent cannon, as there could be a super lucky player who shot from the beginning to the end. He needed to be careful during future merges. He couldn't allow himself to be easily approached like before. This intelligent cannon came at a very timely moment. It could scare and shoot, providing a strong sense of security. Wow. I received a machine gun formula, including a bullet formula called M249, plus 301 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Zhu Lingxue was so excited, she almost jumped up, her voice filled with delight. Big pineapple. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up. The sustained firepower and suppression capability of the M249 far surpassed the Scar, capable of keeping rifle users from raising their heads during frontal exchanges. Source crystals were earned similarly to kill counts. The more night demons killed, the more source crystals earned. The evolution crystals were more generous, likely given according to each stage's percentile, with 1 crystal for 1100 points and 2 crystals for 101,200 points. I received a source energy potion formula along with 306 source crystals and 4 evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing also smiled as she shared her gains. Though she wasn't clear on the effects of the source energy potion, the core reward for second place would definitely not be lacking. Finally, all eyes turned to Li Yongxing. Li Yongxing reported excitedly 250 source crystals, 3 evolution crystals, and a tactical waste bag formula. Although it's just a waste bag, the 6th place waste bag will definitely be different from a regular one. Wei Chuan held the reward box and nodded. Let's go back to the car to sort this out. Keep the source crystals and evolution crystals for yourselves, and we'll share the formula information later. At this point, he paused, a mysterious smile curving his lips. As for my reward, I'll tell you tomorrow once it's made. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Not again. Zhu Lingxue huffed, directly pulling Lu Qingqing back to the car. Li Yongxing rubbed his hands together and leaned forward, asking ingratiatingly, Boss, does that treasure have my share? Of course. Wei Chuan laughed playfully, giving him a light kick. Since you call me boss, how could there be any less for you? Hurry up and get lost. Oh right, the waste bag needs to be presented. Yes, sir. I'll make sure to complete the task. Li Yongxing's face lit up with joy as he exaggeratedly saluted and scampered towards his van. Back in the armored vehicle, Wei Chuan opened the cold metallic reward box. With a flash of light and a crisp sound, 965 source crystals mixed with 10 evolution crystals fell onto the table along with 5 small brown blueprints. Just as Zhu Lingxue was about to reach out to grab one, Wei Chuan was quick to snatch the modification templates first. Zhu Lingxue immediately pouted, losing interest, and turned to open her own reward box. The two women eagerly opened their reward boxes. For a moment the compartment was filled with a flickering glow, and the crisp sound of spirit stones clashing echoed endlessly. After briefly reviewing the descriptions of the items in the formula, they handed the formula directly to Wei Chuan and began to tidy up the scattered spirit stones on the table. With over 1,500 spirit stones accounted for, this was enough to support at least a week's worth of daily consumption, eliminating the need to specially go to the trading hall to acquire more. Wei Chuan walked over to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of chilled beer, took a big gulp, feeling the icy refreshment suppress the heat in his heart, and then began to scrutinize the formulas in his hands one by one. The first formula he examined was the Source Energy Potion formula obtained by Lu Qingqing. Formula: Source Energy Potion description: a refined potion containing considerable source energy. Consuming it directly can significantly enhance physical strength and mental power. Production count: 1010 materials required: evolution crystal 1, spirit stone 10, glass 3, plastic 3. Significantly enhance. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow. The terms considerable and significantly in the item description sounded even more potent than a tier 2 evolution crystal. However, how much it could truly enhance would only be known once it was actually made and consumed. He then turned his attention to the large pineapple blueprint obtained by Zhu Lingxue. Formula: M249 standard light machine gun, a light machine gun with extremely strong, sustained firepower, effective range of 600 meters using 5.56 by 45 millimeters rifle ammunition with a magazine capacity of 100 rounds. Production count: 1010 materials required: refined steel ingot 10, refined aluminum ingot 10, engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3. Not bad. Wei Chuan nodded. It was indeed a good item, one of the classics in the light machine gun family, known for its fierce firepower. Unfortunately, he was too familiar with this gun to feel any surprise. The cost of the accompanying 5.56 ammunition formula was about the same as the 7.62 ammunition he was currently using. However, this ammunition formula had a highlight: it required production of 100 rounds at a time, but came with its own belt and magazine. This meant that there was no need to load bullets anymore, and this all-natural magazine could stack 10 together in one storage slot. One storage slot could hold 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and he wouldn't have to worry about running out of bullets even if he went out unprepared. Just for the sake of freeing his hands and saving time, Wei Chuan was ready to temporarily set aside the exceptionally well-handling scar. Sorry, it's not that you're bad, it's just that the large pineapple understands me better. Finally, his gaze landed fervently on the 5 brown blueprints. This reward was truly the main event. Smart Artillery Platform Modification Template: load a 30mm chain smart artillery equipped with an intelligent targeting system capable of selecting various attack modes, such as free attack and area defense, achieving autonomous strikes in all directions, effective range of 3,000 meters, maximum firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, consuming 3 spirit stones to fire 1 high explosive shell. Modification count: 11 materials required: electronic components 3, a refined steel ingot 50, refined iron ingot 30, refined copper ingot 30. Please place the materials near the template. Awesome. After reading this exaggerated item information, Wei Chuan couldn't help but exclaim 2 words. He originally thought it was just a small caliber automatic artillery. He never expected it to be this 30mm caliber source-powered rotating artillery. It even used high explosive shells. Of course, the cost of such awesomeness was extremely high. The cost of each high explosive shell was 5 times that of the SCAR and M249 ammunition. If 5 artillery pieces fired together at full power, they would consume a staggering 9,000 spirit stones in just 1 minute. This was truly burning money and could not be used lightly. Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by the artillery, the survival manual flashed. It was a message from Li Yongxing. Li Yongxing: boss, that waste pouch is indeed a treasure. Li Yongxing: a small waste pouch actually has a total of 50 storage slots. It's simply a divine artifact. The formula can make 10. I'll keep 3 for myself, and you and your sister-in-law can take the remaining 7. Wei Chuan: keep the evolution crystals too. I'll prepare a potion for you tomorrow that's even more powerful than a tier 2 evolution crystal. Li Yongxing: no problem. Boss is mighty. After replying to the message, Wei Chuan looked at the blueprints filled with power on the table. A smile crept onto his lips. The primary task for tomorrow was to turn these items into real combat power. Tonight would be for finishing the modifications on the armored vehicle. The original plan was to finish the modifications this afternoon, but the preparation for the Research Institute's activities took too much energy and time, neglecting the armored vehicle completely. The sooner he finished the modifications, the sooner he could relax. It was just right for squeezing out some energy. Otherwise, he who had slept the entire afternoon would surely have trouble sleeping tonight. Almost forgot. Just as Wei Chuan was about to get up to fetch the metal materials, he had barely lifted his butt from the chair before sitting back down. He opened the survival manual and clicked into social interactions. "You Pingan brother, I sincerely want to buy 500 spirit stones for just one gun and 100 rounds of ammunition, I reply, when you see this. Benson buddy, if you don't need spirit stones, I'm willing to offer 2 bulletproof vests. A scar isn't a big deal for you, but you need better protection." Collins, hey, why aren't you talking? I admit the price just now was a bit low, but you can raise it. I said the price is negotiable. Jian Shuhui, master, can you at least give me a response? I can add a pack of cigarettes and 100 spirit stones. Is that okay? Many wealthy individuals' private messages remained unanswered. Seeing that everyone had sent several messages and even started to raise their offers, Wei Chuan almost laughed out loud. He wasn't dissatisfied with the price, he had just simply forgotten. Scar. Looking at the bids from these people, Wei Chuan hesitated for a moment. He had indeed planned not to sell it before, but that was before he obtained the smart artillery modification template, worried that others would become his enemies after buying the gun. Once he made the smart artillery, he could keep it firing 24 hours a day, directly letting lightning control the smart artillery. Ambush. They could talk to his 30mm caliber artillery. He could hit a small intruder from 3 kilometers away and turn them into pieces. Loading bullets is indeed troublesome. The large pineapple is so convenient and has both fierce and lasting firepower. After pondering for a moment, Wei Chuan decided to sell it. He already knew the rewards for tonight's activities. Even if only one set of gun formulas was produced per district, the gun market in the trading hall would be activated. While others had yet to start profiting, he wanted to take the biggest share. However, he couldn't sell the 50-round extended magazine. He needed to exchange it for the 20-round small magazine. The price also needed to go up. He would only exchange the gun for formulas, evolution crystals, or rare items, and would not accept any other materials. As for bullets, a fully loaded 20-round magazine required 6 liters of water, with 1 liter being the cost, leaving 5 liters as pure profit, just enough to offset the consumption of the smart artillery. No negotiation. 8 days had passed, and Wei Chuan was well aware of how deep the pockets of the resource lords were. Wei Chuan brother, it's not that I don't want to sell, but the cost of this gun is too high. With 500 source crystals, I can only make 140 rounds of ammunition. I just burned over 20,000 source crystals in half an hour, and no one would believe it if I told them. This business is impossible. Wei Chuan, forget the alcohol, I only need the formula and evolution crystals. Wei Chuan, I do need protection, but a honey badger will never be a match for a lion. If you want to become a lion, you must be resolute, for example, by obtaining the bulletproof vest formula. Wei Chuan, buddy, your price lacks sincerity. I remember you were the 20th tonight. Oh, what formula did you get? Wei Chuan, sister master, did you use the bulletproof helmet formula while fighting the night demon earlier? After a few minutes, Wei Chuan kept replying to messages. It's mainly about bargaining. These customers are all ranked within the top 50 for tonight's event, and they definitely have good items. Faced with the prices offered, everyone shouted too expensive, yet not a single person gave up. After back-and-forth negotiations lasting about 20 minutes, Wei Chuan closed 4 deals: 1 scar, plus 100 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 1 formula that can make 10 bulletproof vests and 120 source crystals. 1 scar plus 60 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 4 bulletproof helmets, a cigarette, a fragmentation grenade, and 100 source crystals. 1 scar plus 300 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 3 evolution crystals, 1 formula that can make 10 source-powered walkie-talkies, and 400 source crystals. 1 scar plus 100 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 1 evolution crystal, 3 templates for modifying bulletproof windows, and 1 template for modifying bulletproof tires. The prices for the sets are not uniform, it all depends on what one desires to trade. However, the price for bullets has already been unified. 20 rounds need 7 liters of water, equating to 84 source crystals, which has exceeded expectations. To be honest, even Wei Chuan felt the price was high. Nevertheless, the buyers all agreed quite readily. These buyers have means to profit from resources. Even if they are not as good as Li Yongxing selling oil, they won't be too far off. Thus, in the face of the temptation of gaining the Dao, they are unwilling to miss this opportunity, even if it means exhausting their savings. Some buyers have wallets that are not as thick and are still hesitating. However, Wei Chuan is certain they will soon make up their minds. Whether they will buy or not was already evident in the moment of their hesitation. Only those who can afford it and want to buy would hesitate. After a round of transactions, the time has come to 9 p.m. Wei Chuan briefly organized his gains. He has earned and spent source crystals, and currently, he has about 1,800. He made 4 bulletproof vests along with 4 finished bulletproof helmets, which makes exactly 4 sets of protection that he can distribute for use tomorrow. He also made 4 walkie-talkies with a communication range of 10 kilometers. They only consume 1 source crystal per hour of operation and can be worn on the waist like a phone. With 22 evolution crystals, counting the 3 in Li Yongxing's hands, that makes 25. He will use 10 to make source energy potions, and the remaining 15 will be divided among the 3 people in the car tomorrow. The templates for modifying bulletproof windows and tires will be used shortly. After categorizing and neatly storing these resources on the storage rack, Wei Chuan let out a long breath, and the light in his eyes gradually intensified. Next comes the ultimate task of the night, modifying the armored vehicle. Currently, the modification status is that it needs to be raised by 0.5 meters, extended by 1.5 meters, and widened by 2 meters. The workload is enormous, and he is prepared to stay up all night. He used his telekinetic power to move all the storage tools containing metal materials to the empty space outside the vehicle, then took out a portion of the metal materials. With his mind shaping the materials, a large amount of metal transformed into liquid and slowly covered the surface of the armored vehicle. The modification officially began. The first task was to extend the body of the vehicle. Under his precise control, the liquid metal integrated into the body and chassis like tentacles. The entire vehicle emitted a deep metallic hum, starting to stretch backward at a visible speed. 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters. It took just 2 to 3 minutes to complete the 1.5 meters of extension. However, while the work was done quickly, it also required considerable effort. After completing the body extension, Wei Chuan's energy had already decreased by 60 to 70%. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the front of the vehicle to rest. Just then, from the darkness in the distance, a roar echoed. 2 long, distorted humanoid night demons caught the scent of living beings and charged over. They moved quickly, their elongated claws glinting with the cold light. So noisy. Yet Wei Chuan merely lazily raised his eyes, not even changing his position, and with 2 fingers holding the cigarette, he lightly pointed at the air. Poof! Poof! 2 muffled sounds almost simultaneously rang out, and the heads of the 2 night demons exploded as if crushed by an invisible force. 2 glowing source crystals were drawn towards him by telekinesis, obediently shaking off the bloodstains before falling into Wei Chuan's hand. Faster again. Wei Chuan murmured to himself, exhaling a puff of white smoke. He could sense that the movement abilities of the night demons were increasing daily, and even their intelligence was beginning to awaken. However, his evolution speed far surpassed that of these night demons, making the act of killing them as easy as crushing ants. The only regret is that the number of night demons is far less than during the previous 3 nights. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 1,000 or 1,800 source crystals in one night. After finishing a cigarette, he returned to the vehicle to watch a movie with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. With a significant enhancement in his physique, his energy recovery speed had also become extremely quick. What previously took an hour to recover now only takes about 10 to 20 minutes. After a short rest, he got out of the vehicle again to proceed with the second modification, raising the height. Compared to extending, simply raising the walls of the vehicle by 0.5 meters is quite simple, requiring no complex structural coordination and using less energy. The metal materials integrated into the walls, and in less than a minute the total height of the armored vehicle reached 4 meters. Finally, the most complex part, widening it by 2 meters. Widening involves proportionally expanding the chassis and reconstructing it, as well as synchronously extending the front and rear walls and the roof. Even the tires need to be adjusted according to the widened chassis. In short, this modification is very troublesome, requiring the most materials and effort. Starting from 9:30 p.m., Wei Chuan entered a cycle of modification, rest, adjust, modification, meticulously refining every detail. By 12:30 a.m., the final widening was finally completed. The convoy he encountered yesterday helped tremendously, otherwise the materials would have been insufficient. Just modifying 10 large tires alone would require a whole day's worth of materials. Beautiful. Wei Chuan stood 10 meters in front of the vehicle, hands on his hips, his face glistening with sweat, yet unable to hide his satisfaction. The brand new armored vehicle before him measures 15 meters in length, 4.5 meters in height, and 6 meters in width. The massive body has sharp lines, and the dark armor shines with a cold luster under the moonlight, resembling a dormant steel giant, steady and heavy, providing an unparalleled sense of security. To be honest, it looks a bit like a giant cockroach, but it really is cool. The position of the machine gun. Wei Chuan stroked his chin, slowly pacing around the steel behemoth, rapidly planning in his mind. Since it is a multidirectional intelligent attack, placing it on the roof would be a waste, creating some low-angle attack blind spots. His gaze swept across the vehicle, and he finally settled on a plan. Extending directly from both sides of the vehicle, with one machine gun mounted on each side at the front and rear, this would create an almost flawless crossfire net. Let's do it. As soon as this thought emerged, it grew wildly in Wei Chuan's heart, like wild grass. The originally planned rest was cast aside. The thought of the powerful intelligent machine gun becoming part of the armored vehicle made him restless, filled with energy. Having started, he might as well press on and finish it overnight. Wei Chuan said it was time to act. The metal materials were once again shaped by his mind, molding precisely along the sides of the vehicle like obedient cement. Soon 4 incredibly sturdy steel platforms extending directly from the vehicle's walls were formed. They looked like 4 small wings attached to the armored vehicle, with heavy metal triangular supports securing them firmly at the base, as solid as a rock. With the platforms built, Wei Chuan immediately returned to the vehicle, exchanged materials needed for the 4 intelligent machine guns at the trading post, and then hurried back outside. Materials required for modification have been met. Begin modification. Cancel modification. He ran around the armored vehicle at 4 points, initiating begin modification next to each platform. Buzz. A deep humming sound resonated from the 4 platforms, simultaneously accompanied by the clattering of metal engagement and structural reshaping, filled with a sense of technological power. Like the previous mammoth engine, the power boxes of these 4 intelligent machine guns were also located in the driver's area. 1 minute later, the modification was complete. Awesome. At the moment he saw the final product, Wei Chuan felt an overwhelming excitement, his fatigue dissipating instantly. It was so cool. 430mm intelligent machine guns stood silently on the platforms, their black barrels glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight. They resembled mechanical arms of the armored vehicle, slowly rotating, occasionally extending and retracting their barrels, much like living beings stretching their muscles, exuding a sense of impending power. Now it looks even more like a cockroach. Wei Chuan walked around his beloved vehicle, stroking his chin, unable to suppress a laugh. A bionic cockroach battle vehicle. That sounds pretty good. After enjoying the thought for a while, he returned to the driver's seat and unhesitatingly inserted 500 source crystals into the power box as the initial energy for the machine guns. Lightning, can you control the intelligent machine guns I just installed? Wei Chuan began to call out to the onboard AI. Yes, Commander. I can operate all energy devices on the vehicle. They are powerful weapons and are equipped with an intelligent target acquisition system compensating for my lack of physical capabilities. The electronic voice of Lightning remained calm. Great, from now on you take over them. Eliminate all approaching night demons or mutated creatures and fire warning shots at unfamiliar vehicles or humans attempting to approach within a kilometer. If they continue to approach, fire directly to destroy. By the way, only use burst mode unless I order a change in attack mode. Understood, Commander. The defense protocol is now active. All right, do your best. After entrusting the security task to Lightning, who could work 247, Wei Chuan approached the crafting table. The formulas that Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue had received were all with him. After spending so many days together, the relationship among the 3 had long transcended simple teammates, or couples resembling a fake community infused with passionate love and stable affection. There was no need for any formalities between them. Trust and tacit understanding had become habitual. Thus, when the 2 women received the formulas, they handed them over to him without a word, and he naturally used them directly. 10 steel ingots, 10 aluminum ingots. Wei Chuan calculated the materials needed to craft the M249 light machine gun, quickly purchasing 4 sets at the trading post, and additionally bought materials to produce 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Consumption: refined steel ingots 10, refined aluminum ingots 10, engineering plastic 3, engineering rubber 3, crafting successful, obtained M249 standard light machine gun 1, 4 prompts flashed in succession, and 4 brand new M249s gleaming with metallic luster appeared on the crafting table. Next, he crafted 10 ammunition boxes filled with 100 rounds each. Finally, it was time for the energy potion. Consumption: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, glass 3, plastic 3, crafting successful, obtained energy potion 1, consumption: evolution crystal 1, source crystal 10, glass 3, plastic 3, crafting successful, obtained energy potion. 10 successful crafting notifications appeared in succession, and 10 reagent bottles resembling potion vials emerged. They looked unremarkable, with transparent glass bodies and blue plastic caps containing a faintly red liquid, not much different from ordinary lab reagents. The effects should be excellent. Wei Chuan restrained the impulse to try a vial immediately, deciding to wait until tomorrow to take them with the 2 women, and he stored them all away. The new standard items are convenient. For M249s, 10 ammunition boxes and 10 energy potions only occupied 3 storage slots. After completing all this, Wei Chuan's gaze swept across the spacious compartment, his eyes growing brighter. Having secured the house, how could he not renovate it? After resting for 10 minutes and slightly recovering his energy, Wei Chuan began to take action. The armored vehicle was 15 meters long and 6 meters wide. After deducting the armored layers and fixed driving area, approximately 80 square meters of usable space remained inside. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. 2 16-square-meter bedrooms, 1 5-square-meter bathroom, and a 35-square-meter living room that combined a kitchen, storage room, and living area, leaving 8 square meters as a corridor connecting all areas. The core idea was like this, but more details would need to be discovered and adjusted during the modification process. Let's start with the bedrooms. Wei Chuan focused his mind, activating both shaping and blueprint construction. The 2 sturdy double-deck iron frame beds seemed to come alive, their metal legs moving silently and smoothly like soft metallic tentacles. On the beds, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the bed's movements. Wei Chuan regarded these two beds as the core of the bedroom and began constructing the framework. A large amount of metal material under his control began to grow up from the chassis like obedient flowing water, extending and shaping along the planned blueprint, ultimately fitting perfectly to the roof. These metal walls not only delineated the space, but also provided additional support to the roof, enhancing the stability of the vehicle. Let's start with the hard furnishings. There's no rush for the soft furnishings. Wei Chuan concentrated fully controlling the metal materials to continue working, this time targeting the bathroom at the rear. The cold metal in his hands gained life, emitting an extremely faint humming sound, quietly constructing a warm home in the tranquil night. At 6:30 the next morning, Lu Qingqing woke from her slumber. She instinctively wanted to get out of bed to prepare breakfast. However, as she took in the scene before her, the remnants of her drowsiness were instantly shattered, and a wave of astonishment surged in her heart. The spacious carriage had vanished. In its place was a small, independent room enclosed by smooth metal walls about 15 square meters in size. A thick circular glass porthole was embedded in the wall, with faint morning light filtering through. Above, a simple light bulb hung alone from the ceiling. The room was completely bare except for the iron frame bed beneath her. It was somewhat crude, yet this clearly defined, independent space made her feel a long-lost sense of stability that belonged to home. Has it been modified again? After a brief moment of daze, she immediately thought of Wei Chuan's initial talent. She quickly got out of bed, put on her slippers, and carefully pushed open the somewhat roughly crafted, yet sturdy metal door. The sight outside the door stunned her once more. Before her lay a fairly spacious corridor, perhaps 2 meters wide. 3 neatly arranged rows of storage shelves extended from the wall, categorically filled with various daily necessities, all in perfect order. One end of the corridor led to the familiar cockpit, while the other extended toward the rear compartment. She noticed that there was another identical door along the path leading to the rear compartment. Gently pushing it open revealed a room identical in size and layout to hers, where Zhu Lingxue was quietly sleeping on the iron frame bed, while Wei Chuan was not present. With a light heart and curiosity, Lu Qingqing walked along the corridor toward the rear compartment. The sight before her opened up brilliantly. It had been transformed into a brand new integrated kitchen and dining area. Although the area was much smaller than the original entire carriage, it was functionally distinct, truly resembling a standard housing living room. Rectangular glass windows about 3 meters long were opened on both side walls, allowing for an expansive view. Meanwhile, Wei Chuan, dressed only in a pair of shorts, was sprawled on the sofa, sleeping soundly, while a movie played on the TV opposite him, its volume turned down to the lowest setting. On the metal table beside him lay a casual assortment of evolution crystals. Lu Qingqing approached to tidy them up and found a note pressed beneath the crystals. She picked up the note, which read, "Qingqing, wasn't it scary? Haha, I was too excited last night," and worked through it. "Go out and take a look. There's a surprise waiting for you outside." "Silly, it's not a problem to modify it again today." Lu Qingqing instantly understood. Wei Chuan must have been exhausted to the limit and had fallen asleep right there. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up, quite fond of this special dialogue. She carefully folded the note and treasured it in her storage compartment. Then she tiptoed toward a small compartment at the end of the carriage. Upon opening the door, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. It turned out to be a fully functional bathroom. The internal space was small and the decor was somewhat rough, but it had everything necessary: a toilet, water heater, sink, and mirror, making it well equipped. Although she didn't mind cleaning up in front of her man and sisters, having a bathroom was entirely different. The significance was not the same. A stable life on the right track brings greater peace of mind. This bathroom had cost Wei Chuan considerable effort. Aside from the water heater, which was a source device, all other sanitary fixtures were handcrafted. Especially the seemingly inconspicuous small items like pipes, showerheads, and faucets required adjustments and modifications. To avoid disturbing Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing suppressed her urge to wash up. She found a flashlight on the storage shelf, tiptoed through the corridor, arrived at the cockpit, retrieved the large black pistol with bullets from the armrest box, and then stepped out of the vehicle. The moment she stepped out of the vehicle, she raised the pistol and flashlight. As the light swept across the vehicle's body, she froze as if struck by a paralysis spell, her pupils slightly constricting in shock. The armored vehicle had undergone a drastic transformation. Its body had grown larger, exuding a sense of heft and power. What shocked her the most were the 4 additional metal platforms at the corners of the vehicle, each equipped with a smart cannon radiating an aura of cold death. Those were the terrifying weapons she had witnessed on the defense wall of the research institute last night. Is this the reward for being first? Lu Qingqing's heart immediately surged with a tidal wave of excitement. Even though she wasn't very familiar with firearms, she knew very well what these 4 smart cannons capable of automatic attack represented. It meant that from now on, regardless of day or night, no matter what they were doing, there would always be 4 pairs of powerful, watchful eyes ready to unleash deadly force. It signified they had gained an almost absolute sense of security. She stood in place, unable to calm the excitement within her for a long time, her gaze lingering on the four silent smart cannons. No wonder she didn't see any ammunition on the table today. Oh, it was indeed unnecessary. Returning to the vehicle, she walked to the kitchen and looked at the man collapsed on the sofa, her eyes filled with indescribable tenderness and pride. Sister Qingqing. At that moment, a soft, sleepy call came from behind her. Lu Qingqing turned around to see Zhu Lingxue rubbing her eyes, looking dazed at the completely transformed carriage, her little mouth slightly agape, evidently still in shock from the immense change. Lu Qingqing quickly placed her right index finger on her lips and gestured with her eyes toward Wei Chuan, who was still sound asleep on the sofa. Zhu Lingxue immediately understood and became half awake in an instant. She playfully made a zipping motion in front of her mouth with her hand, then waved at Lu Qingqing, wanting her to come over and talk. Sister Qingqing, what's going on? Seeing her startled and confused expression, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly and replied in a lowered voice, what else could it be? It's the surprise that our Mr. Wei has prepared for us. Saying this, she took Zhu Lingxue's hand. Come with me. The real surprise is outside. She led the curious Zhu Lingxue, and the two of them, like thieves, tried to avoid making any noise as they tiptoed through the corridor to the cockpit. What is this? A cannon. As Zhu Lingxue's feet touched the ground, and she looked up to see the steel behemoth that had completely transformed, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingqing's earlier. She gasped instinctively, covering her mouth, her eyes usually filled with mischief now wide in disbelief. Yes, the reward for being first, he installed it overnight. Lu Qingqing stood beside her, feeling the slight tremor of her body. This is incredible. Zhu Lingxue looked up slowly, walking around the back of the vehicle, and after a while she finally turned her gaze from the smart cannon back to Lu Qingqing, her voice slightly dreamy. Sister Qingqing, can we become parasites now? Actually, we always have been. We can be parasites, just don't hold them back, okay? As Sister Qingqing, you've fallen in love. The two girls stood side by side next to the heavily armored vehicle. Although the morning light was still dim, their hearts had already brightened completely. At 8:30 in the morning, Wei Chuan slowly awoke from a deep slumber, rubbing his eyes with a drowsy, unfocused gaze. The moment his eyes fluttered open, a delicate face rushed into his field of vision, fresh, fragrant, and radiant, followed instantly by a soft, warm pressure pressing firmly against his cheek. It was Zhu Lingxue. Before Wei Chuan could even process this sudden assault, Lu Qingqing leaned down beside him and gently pressed a tender kiss to his forehead, her smile warm and affectionate. What's going on? Wei Chuan was utterly bewildered. His sleepiness vanished in an instant as he bolted upright from the sofa, staring at the two girls before him, their faces blooming with cheerful smiles, utterly perplexed. Husband, you're incredible. Zhu Lingxue's voice bubbled with unrestrained joy as she lunged into his arms, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his waist and nuzzling her cheek against his chest like a playful, affectionate kitten. Wei Chuan instinctively slid his arms around her narrow waist and gave her back a gentle pat, a quiet understanding dawning on his face as he smiled and asked, you saw the autocannons outside? Sister Qingqing showed me. Zhu Lingxue nodded vigorously against his chest, then lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him. The interior of the vehicle is amazing too. It truly feels like a home now. I'm glad you like it. Wei Chuan murmured, his heart swelling with profound satisfaction as a warm, contented smile spread across his face. He had worked until 3 a.m. the previous night to finish it all. Still holding Zhu Lingxue, he turned to Lu Qingqing with a gentle smile and began outlining his handiwork. Both bedrooms are 16 square meters each, the bathroom is 5, the kitchen dining area 27, and the corridor 16. Originally, I'd planned only 8 square meters for the corridor, but that would have made entering and exiting the driver's cabin inconvenient, so I reallocated 8 square meters from the bedrooms. That also gave us space to store daily essentials. That sounds perfect. Lu Qingqing glanced around the kitchen dining area, not particularly spacious, yet brimming with warmth and lived-in charm, and added thoughtfully, it's cozier than before. Too much space would actually feel unsettling, not safe. Exactly. This is absolutely ideal. Zhu Lingxue nodded eagerly, clearly delighted with the final result. Also, all the windows have been retrofitted into bulletproof units using custom templates. To ensure compatibility with the next round of vehicle upgrades, I made them 10 centimeters thick. The protruding edges are fully encased in reinforced metal. They can't be opened for ventilation, but safety is guaranteed. I'll hang some curtains later today. As for the skylight, I'll hold off for now if the current temperature isn't suitable. Wei Chuan continued, his tone calm and assured. Last night's labor had yielded far more than just spatial reconfiguration. Foundations had been laid solidly across the board, only fine-tuning remained. By the way, I'll go freshen up first. I've got something special for you both afterward. Saying this, Wei Chuan remembered his priority and gave Zhu Lingxue, who was still nestled in his arms, a light, affectionate tap. Go ahead. Zhu Lingxue sprang up at once and planted another quick kiss on his cheek. Inside the brand-new private bathroom, Wei Chuan took a swift shower and brushed his teeth. Really does feel different. He mused aloud while toweling his hair dry. No longer needing to step outside just to brush his teeth, no longer forced to crouch awkwardly at the rear of the vehicle to bathe, and cleaning up had become infinitely simpler. This tangible leap in quality of life delivered genuine, unadulterated happiness. Refreshed and clear-headed, he returned to the kitchen dining area, where Lu Qingqing had already served him a generous bowl of sweet potato porridge accompanied by a small dish of pickled mustard greens and 3 golden fragrant fried eggs. Husband Yongsheng brought these over this morning, Lu Qingqing said, as Wei Chuan finished breakfast, handing him a plastic bag. He opened it to find 7 brand new tactical waste packs and 3 evolution crystals. He picked up 1 waste pack. Its description immediately appeared before him: tactical waste pack, multifunctional military-grade belt pouch, with 50 storage compartments. Truly exceptional, Wei Chuan murmured, inwardly nodding in quiet approval. The sheer capacity packed into such a compact form made it nothing short of a storage marvel for this stage. Take 2 each, he said, selecting 4 waste packs, and handing 2 to Lu Qingqing and 2 to Zhu Lingxue. Then opening his survival manual, he sent a message to Li Yongxing. Wei Chuan, come collect your items. The message had barely left his screen when within 5 seconds a faint tremor rippled through the rear door, and a hushed, eager voice slipped inside. Boss. Go ahead, study them yourself. Smiling, Wei Chuan opened the rear door and handed Li Yongsheng the pre-prepared items one by one as the young man watched, eyes wide and breathless. 1 intelligent autocannon modification template, 1 M2 Browning heavy machine gun, with 2 ammunition boxes, 1 walkie-talkie, 1 ballistic vest, 1 ballistic helmet, and 1 vial of source energy serum. Thank you, boss. Li Yongxing's eyes instantly welled with tears at the sight of the modification template. His grin stretched impossibly wide, nearly splitting his cheeks, as euphoria flooded his features. He hastily stowed everything into his storage grid, his voice trembling with exhilaration. After a breathless, fervent thanks, he dashed back to his van. As if the treasures might vanish the moment he lingered a second longer. He'd noticed the armored vehicle's transformation the moment he woke. Those 4 imposing, intelligent autocannons were breathtakingly impressive. So he recalled Wei Chuan's promise from the night before, that he too would receive his share. From sunrise onward, he'd done nothing but sit rigidly in the driver's seat, waiting, tense and hopeful, as though awaiting lottery results. And now, this long-cherished, extraordinary treasure was finally in his hands. Wei Chuan closed the rear door and settled back at the dining table. He glanced toward Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue curled together on the sofa, watching a film, and beckoned with a playful smile. Qingqing, Lingxue, pause the movie for a moment. Time to distribute the treasures. At his words, both women immediately paused the film and leaned in curiously. These are new combat gear. Walkie-talkies are pre-tuned and ready for immediate use. Wei Chuan placed 2 complete sets neatly on the table, then drew out the rarer items, the source energy serums and evolution crystals. 9 serums, 15 crystals. We'll divide them equally. These are potent enhancements. Use them as soon as possible. His tone was light, almost casual, as if distributing ordinary candies. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a knowing glance and reached out in unison. They accepted the combat gear without hesitation, but paused, fingers hovering when it came to the source energy serums and evolution crystals. Carefully counting the total, each took only 2 serums and 3 crystals. Drink up. Wei Chuan started to speak, but Lu Qingqing, usually gentle and serene, suddenly adopted a firm, resolute expression and pushed the remaining 5 serums and 9 crystals squarely before him. You too. Wei Chuan gazed at the vials of source energy serum and evolution crystals placed before him. He parted his lips, yet upon meeting the unwavering gazes of the 2 women, he said nothing, only offered a wry, tender smile as he accepted their profound, weighty affection. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a knowing glance, their hearts finally at ease. Just as they reached for the evolution crystals to ingest them, Wei Chuan suddenly recalled 2 long-overlooked pharmaceutical formulas. Basic adrenaline injection. Basic medical injection. Back in the hospital dungeon, they had discovered 4 types of medicine. Antiviral serum and glucose were ready-made, while only the adrenaline and medical injections existed solely as recipes, temporarily shelved because their synthesis required evolution crystals. 1 dose each. Wei Chuan hastily finished the porridge in his bowl, then rose and strode to the fabrication bench. Consumption: 1 evolution crystal, 10 source crystals, 3 plastic, 1 steel ingot. Success: 1 basic adrenaline injection acquired. Consumption: 1 evolution crystal, 10 source crystals, 3 plastic, 1 steel ingot. Success: 1 basic medical injection acquired. Inserting the evolution crystals and raw materials, he unhesitatingly crafted 3 doses of each, 6 in total. Qingqing, Lingxue, these are the final 2 medicines. Like the first 2, they must be carried at all times. In critical moments, they may save your lives. Wei Chuan handed the 2 injectables to the women. Given the convoy's current strength, these 2 medicines might remain and used for an extended period, or perhaps forever. Yet medicine is precisely the kind of strategic resource that need never be deployed but must never be absent. Having wasted 9 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan sensed 2 pairs of eyes upon him, eyes shimmering with equal parts gratitude and exasperation. Prudently, he avoided meeting their gaze and immediately began ingesting evolution crystals and source energy serum. After swallowing 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals, the effect was faint, a fleeting numbness deep within his body, swiftly dissipating, yielding far less enhancement than during his initial ascents. But the subsequent dose of source energy serum unleashed a tempestuous, almost violent surge, far more potent than even a Tier 2 evolution crystal with nearly double its efficacy. Roughly estimated, a single vial of source energy serum contained energy equivalent to 6 Tier 1 evolution crystals. The moment he downed the first vial, searing heat erupted throughout his body. Deep within his muscles surged an intense acidic tension, as though he had just completed an ultra-limit physical regimen. His entire frame went slack, limbs leaden, even lifting an arm demanding immense effort. As this overwhelming sensation gradually receded, he distinctly perceived marked enhancements in both his physical constitution and spiritual fortitude. Without pause, he consumed the remaining 4 vials. The cumulative boost from 5 vials was staggering, terrifyingly immense. When the last trace of medicinal energy was fully absorbed, Wei Chuan snapped his eyes open, feeling power surge through him like an imminent detonation. A delusion of omnipotence flooded his mind, the illusion that a single punch could shatter armored plating. Boom! On impulse, he surged upright and drove a fist squarely into the carriage wall. A muffled thud echoed. Remarkable, the thick armored panel bore a distinct, clearly defined fist imprint, while his knuckles remained unscathed. Emboldened, his gaze swept across the kitchen furniture. With a subtle shift of intent, his right hand lifted gently upward. In the next instant, the heavy metal dining table, the broad sofa, the substantial massage chair, even Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, who watched him in astonishment, defied gravity, entirely floating weightlessly in midair. His telekinetic force had surged to a level capable of effortlessly manipulating objects weighing over 1,000 Jin. Exhilarating. Feeling the torrent of newfound vitality and the commanding, seamless sweep of his colossal telekinesis, Wei Chuan's lips curved upward uncontrollably. This leap in power was extraordinary. His overall combat capability had at least doubled since yesterday. Just as he prepared to gently lower the furniture and his wives back to the floor, that familiar cold and emotionless notification chimed once more, reverberating unbidden through every survivor's consciousness. Survivor, congratulations. You have preliminarily unlocked the latent power hidden within the human body. Continue cultivating it. Note: mutant beasts and night demons are evolving in parallel. Their dormant powers awaken. Soon they will close the gap and surpass you. Good fortune be yours. To eradicate these increasingly formidable threats, the Luminous Highway bestows new aid-activating features, convoy system, and leaderboard. Only true heroes shall ascend the leaderboard and receive the Luminous Highway's blessings. Leaderboard. Did it update the very moment I took flight? Wei Chuan's curiosity flared instantly. He retrieved the survival manual from the storage compartment, eager to inspect the new functionality. Yet the moment his fingers brushed its cover, the manual dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing into the back of his left hand, leaving behind a softly glowing rhomboid sigil. Simultaneously, an item description illuminated before him. Survival instrument, your most trusted survival companion. Open. With a mere thought, a translucent holographic interface shimmered into existence before his eyes. All familiar functions remained intact, yet the interface had grown sleeker, more intuitive. At the bottom, a prominent leaderboard icon gleamed. Excellent, excellent. Wei Chuan nodded slightly. The upgraded survival manual had transformed into a genuine auxiliary system, vastly more convenient. First, he tapped into his updated personal profile panel. Survivor Wei Chuan. Primary talent S rank mechanical mastery. Secondary talent Tier 2 telekinesis Vate. 3 times 0851. Weather clear. Temperature 33°C. His heart lurched violently upon reading the third line. He closed his eyes, drew a slow, deep breath, and confirmed it once more. At last his lips lifted fully into a knowing, serene smile. Indeed, his telekinesis had shattered a major bottleneck, surging into a new tier, precisely what triggered this minor system update. This implied that if the newly unveiled leaderboard featured a power ranking or talent ranking, he would undoubtedly claim first place. Yet he refrained from rushing there. Instead, he methodically browsed other functions. The talent skills page remained unchanged, still listing mental sculpting, mechanical perception, and others, while the social module now included a convoy tab. The vehicle module retained its original structure, though vehicle data had been refreshed. Vehicle 1010-wheeled bulletproof source energy combat vehicle. Maximum highway speed 560 km/h. Energy consumption 35 source crystals per 100 kilometers under stable cruising conditions. Special function fabrication bench. Its name had grown more imposing, but maximum speed had dropped by 20 kilometers per hour, evidently due to increased mass. Wei Chuan had anticipated this possibility the previous night. Next came the trading market and communication channels, unchanged. Finally, his gaze settled upon the newly emerged leaderboard function. Wei Chuan clicked and directly filled with a sense of anticipation and curiosity. The light screen flickered and instantly switched to display 3 parallel leaderboard icons. This place belongs to true heroes. Each hero will receive gifts from the Light Shadow Highway, which will be distributed every day at midnight 0000. Please claim them before 2359 the next day. Hero ranking, vehicle ranking, wolf ranking. From the perspective of game rules, these 3 lists are simply personal level rankings, vehicle level rankings, and resource rankings, straightforward and blunt. Without hesitation, Wei Chuan first clicked on the hero ranking. This records the second talent levels of survivors ranked by the time of enhancement when levels are the same. Top 1 Wei Chuan Tier 2 Area 89. Top 2 Capper Tier 1 Area 299. Top 3 Nia Tier 1 Area 10047. Top 4 Nicholas Tier 1 Area 380. Top 5 Chen Jijan Tier 1 Area 36654. Top 6 Carol Tier 1 Area 6541. Top 7 Kofi Tier 1 Area 1678. Top 8 Erickson Tier 1 Area 161651. Top 9 John E Tier 1 Area 9489. Top 10 Joseph Tier 1 Area 14654. As expected, the earlier guess was correct. He was the only one who reached Tier 2. There are a total of 10 pages with 10 people on each page, making for 100 people who can make the list. The ranking reward is source crystals. All 3 lists are the same. The first place can receive 100 source crystals every day, which is neither too much nor too little enough to cover some daily expenses. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue also made the list, ranking 46th and 43rd respectively. Li Yongsheng did not make the ranking as this is a server-wide competition and the competition is too fierce. Qingqing Lingxue, what is your experience bar at? Wei Chuan raised his head and asked the 2 girls who were also checking their survival devices. 32, 36. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue answered in turn, and this answer gave Wei Chuan a rough estimate of the experience bars for Tier 1 and Tier 2. If the effects of Source Energy Potions and Tier 2 Evolution Crystals are converted into Tier 1 Evolution Crystals, then Lu Qingqing has consumed 16 Tier 1 Evolution Crystals, while Zhu Lingxue has consumed 18. In other words, to upgrade from Tier 1 to Tier 2, 50 Tier 1 Evolution Crystals are needed. He has consumed 62 Tier 1 Evolution Crystals, and his current experience bar is at Tier 2 8. 3. Thus, to reach Tier 3 from Tier 2, a total of 100 Tier 1 Evolution Crystals are required, leaving a deficit of 88 crystals. My advantage is substantial. Even if the second place consumes 1 more Tier 1 Evolution Crystal to reach Tier 2, I am still ahead by 13 crystals. Wei Chuan calculated the gap in experience bars, feeling secretly pleased. This leaderboard is timely, allowing him to understand the levels of all players on the server. Next is the vehicle ranking. This records the comprehensive performance of vehicles ranked by the time of enhancement when performance is the same. Top 1, Hayden 141 Area 37. Top 2, Lao 133 Area 453. Top 3, Zhang Baiwan 125 Area 783. Top 4, Amir 117 Area 43655. Top 5, Yang Zhaodi 111 Area 9984. Top 6, Shangwan Jinhua 106 Area 2151. Top 7, Wei Chuan 101 Area 89. Top 8, Grover 94 Area 8162. Top 9, Lai Yu 90 Area 16800. Top 10, Kalami 86 Area 60461. 7th place. For being ranked 7th, Wei Chuan felt a bit of regret, but could accept it. So many good items came out from last night's event. He got a smart machine gun, while others might have received smart rocket launchers. Nothing to be confused about. After checking both rankings, being the only one to make it into the top 10 of both is already quite impressive. Besides, they're not even in the same area. What does it matter if someone is flying a spaceship to attack him? Finally, the wealth ranking. This records the comprehensive value of resources ranked by the time of enhancement when values are the same. Top 1, Clarissa 340 Area 648. Top 2, Jiaguanjuan 321 Area 8755. Top 3, Jones 311 Area 148912. Top 4, Troy 299 Area 42708. Top 5, Qi Jiaying 294 Area 967. Top 6, Songgang 288 Area 65100. Top 7, Sphinx 280 Area 255. Top 8, Nandina 277 Area 1. Top 9, Shun Mingho 275 Area 19846. Top 10, Wei Chuan 269 Area 89. I made it. Seeing his name among the top 10 on the wealth ranking, Wei Chuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Top of the single list. Top 10 in all 3 lists. Apart from him, no one else has made it into the top 10 of all 3 lists, and not even a double top 10. This indicates that others have weaknesses while he does not. Personal strength, vehicles, and funds. All 3 are crucial. Lacking any one of them will slow down development, ultimately allowing those who excel in all 3 to gradually catch up. Feeling comfortable, Wei Chuan turned off the survival device and stretched out lazily. He walked over and squeezed into the middle of the sofa, wrapping his arms around Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. At this moment, Zhu Lingxue had also finished reviewing the rankings, excitedly turning around to hug Wei Chuan's waist and exclaimed, "Hubby, you have a first place and 2 in the top 10. The first ranking is the most important, strength is fundamental, and as long as the other 2 are not too bad, it's fine." Wei Chuan smiled and kissed Zhu Lingxue on her smooth cheek. Although his tone was calm, the hint of satisfaction in his expression was unmistakable. On the other side, Lu Qingqing thought further ahead and softly spoke. Once this leaderboard is released, it should stimulate many people. Yes. Wei Chuan nodded his eyes, revealing a hint of understanding. The gap is laid bare. The only way to catch up is to frantically grind those high-difficulty dungeons. Many will die in the process. Zhu Lingxue looked puzzled. Since we know it's dangerous, can't we just not go? That's fine, but not going means falling behind. One might easily encounter someone who can take them down without effort. How many can really afford to slack off in such circumstances? Let alone the people. Even the increasingly powerful night demons are troublesome. If one's strength does not keep up, they might not even see the sun the next day. Wei Chuan shook his head. Unless this survival game is halted, who would dare to stop? He then opened the survival device again and checked the regional communication channel. Area 8981001000 people. Shin Jiayu, wow, we have a super expert in our area, the first place on the hero ranking. Read, damn, I consumed 5 evolution crystals just to get to tier 110, and I haven't even awakened my second talent. How did he manage it? Jian Shuhui, it's normal, Wei Chuan is selling arms. The dungeons we dare not enter, he can easily push through with just a bit of ammunition leaking through his fingers. Samuel, he sells arms. Can you recommend me something? Benson, do check out this Scar standard assault rifle. This is Weiss strength. Lian Jun, you're all missing the point. We have 3 people on the hero ranking in our area, and the other 2 names are clearly female. Remember the 2 beauties beside the expert. I now suspect that even the mice in the expert's house can feast on 4 dishes. Wu, what's the price of the expert's gun? Can you message me privately? The channel was indeed in a frenzy, with nearly all discussions revolving around the leaderboard. Wei Chuan, standing in Area 89, had become the absolute focal point. Watching the various discussions filled with astonishment, envy, and even a touch of reverence, especially being referred to as the expert, Wei Chuan honestly felt quite pleased. After all, who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being admired and praised? After swimming through the communication channel for a while and feeling the stir he had caused, Wei Chuan switched to the trading interface. Wanted source device recipes and evolution crystals. Practical ordinary item recipes are also acceptable. I can trade with, and Scar assault rifle bullets can be sold long-term with a price attached. The plan to sell guns was made yesterday. Once decided, action must be swift. In the early morning, he had browsed the trading hall and found that various bows and crossbows were nearing saturation, with even multiple types of handguns appearing. He had a premonition that perhaps within today rifles and even machine guns would flow into the market. He needed to seize the opportunity before other gun dealers were still hesitant, aiming to gather as much as possible from the first wave, which would also yield the most profit. After posting his wanted ad, he crafted 10 scars by hand, then exchanged half of his source crystals for bullet materials, producing a total of 1000 rounds. He decided to wait for half an hour to see if he could find suitable customers directly through the wanted ad. If not, he would hang it in the trading hall. Rifles are still rare equipment, and the price cannot be low, but if the price is too high, they won't sell well. Not many can afford it. If the price of handguns is set lower, they can be used to collect scattered evolution crystals. Wei Chuan crossed his hands over his forehead, lost in deep thought. Last night's event guaranteed at least 1 evolution crystal for those with points. Although most would consume it immediately, there would always be some who thought to stockpile or exchange it for more urgently needed supplies. His target was that 1 evolution crystal in the hands of these individuals. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Small accumulations can lead to abundance. I need to hurry. Handcrafting bullets is too inefficient. I must use recipes for mass production, but I only have the rifle bullet recipe now, and this pointed rifle bullet won't work for handguns. As Wei Chuan pondered, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could he use his blueprint construction ability to research a handgun that could fire existing handgun bullets? Theoretically feasible, let's give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chuan's eyes suddenly widened as he got up and took 2 large black stars from the storage rack, one being the standard version and the other a previously researched large enhanced version. Blueprint construction, go, go, go. He focused his mind, and a blue light shone in his eyes. The 2 handguns instantly transformed into semi-transparent, 3-dimensional structural diagrams in his vision, with countless fine lines outlining each part and internal structure. Wei Chuan modified the blueprint with his concept as the core, using 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets of fully metallic structure, stable performance, and controlled dimensions. Under the guidance of his thoughts, the blueprint began to rapidly evolve, adjust, and combine, generating new handgun designs one after another. This won't do. The size is almost like a small submachine gun. This one won't work either. The grip is too large, suitable for an octopus at best. This one's not bad. It can be refined further. Wei Chuan was fully focused, filtering each design one by one. This was far more complex than simply using a proportional method with the large black star. Although it didn't consume too much energy, it was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Finally, after eliminating 40 unsatisfactory blueprints, the 41st blueprint caught his eye. Measuring 28 centimeters in length, it featured a fully metallic structure and could fire standard 5.56 by 45 mm rifle bullets with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. It was 1 centimeter longer than the enhanced Black Star, with a rugged appearance reminiscent of a Desert Eagle, and the magazine and grip were slightly bulkier to accommodate the rifle bullets. This is the one. After carefully inspecting it, Wei Chuan immediately set to work crafting one. He then dismantled a large pineapple's ammunition chain box, took out a few rounds, and loaded them into the new handgun's magazine, firing off a magazine through the shooting hole on the gun body. Bang, bang, bang. The recoil was greater than that of the enhanced Black Star, but the gun body was very stable and reliable. The power is a bit strong, but those who can afford evolution crystals to buy guns can definitely handle this level of recoil. Wei Chuan was very satisfied with this handgun. He immediately got to work crafting another 49 new handguns, then made 4 ammunition boxes, melting down the box shells and ammunition belts, leaving only 400 rounds. Using scar bullets could save this step, but scar bullets are longer, and he didn't want to make the handgun 30 centimeters long. Ching Ching Ling Shua helped me compress the bullets, and once done, load them directly into the guns and put them in the trading hall. As for the price, set it all at 1 evolution crystal. Wei Chuan stated decisively. This price isn't high. To put it dramatically, it could be seen as selling at a loss, but this was exactly the price he wanted, allowing him to reach the most buyers. After finishing this task, Wei Chuan finally sighed in relief and reopened his survival device. After being busy for over half an hour, his private messages must have piled up. But before discussing business, he shouted into the intercom, "Yongxing, let's go." After staying here for a day and night, it was time to set off. The search for dungeons and resource points must not stop. Li Yongxing's voice immediately came through the intercom. "Okay, I'm starting now. Boss, have you checked the leaderboard? You've blown everyone out of the water." "I've seen it. The ranking is not bad. You should also put in more effort. Your experience is lacking, so find 2 bronze-level dungeons and secure your spot on the leaderboard." "Boss, are there many mutated creatures in bronze-level dungeons?" Hearing he also had a chance to make the leaderboard, Li Yongxing immediately became excited and curiously asked. He had bought a handgun crossbow from Wei Chuan before nightfall on his first day, not fearing night demons and mutated creatures too much. Now he wanted to encounter more of them, to farm for more source crystals and evolution crystals. Many. Last time that hospital hid more than a dozen mutated centipedes, with the largest one being 2 meters long. Thankfully you went around them, otherwise you would have been done for. Wei Chuan briefly described the situation from last time. It had indeed been perilous, and he still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to it. The true difficulty of the dungeon is unclear, and many people have been caught off guard and perished. Damn, a 2-meter-long centipede. Good thing you were there, boss. If you had been even a moment later, I would have surely walked into a death trap. Li Yongxing was both shocked and delighted, alarmed that he nearly met his end, and pleased that there were many mutated creatures in bronze-level dungeons. Now don't worry about so much. Oh, just pull the trigger, and let's go. Maintain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Okay, I'm on it. After chatting with Li Yongxing for a while, Wei Chuan put down the intercom and clicked into the social interface. Indeed, his private messages were overflowing with a dense array of message windows, and new ones were still continuously appearing. It would take considerable time just to read through them all. Pan Xiufu exclaimed, "Wow, the number 1 big shot. Big shot, I have an AWM, and it's the best L115A3 model. Can I exchange it 1 for on? The magazine is also 1 for on." Ito Sunchuan replied, "I can offer you 2 recurve bows and a stun baton." Wang Ping asked, "How about 1 grenade for the exchange? A grenade that can match the firepower of 2 of your magazines." Taylor inquired, "What about a nylon rope recipe?" Santiago asked, "May I check the condition of the firearms?" "You can take the magazine off first." Huang Lichio said, "Little brother, I have 2 bulletproof military blast shields. Want to trade?" Tracy asked, "Sir, may I ask how to level up to stage 2? Turner chimed in, "Buddy, how about 2 evolution crystals?" Susanna suggested, "How about using this vehicle repair kit for the exchange?" This is the second life of the vehicle. Wei Chuan opened the window and carefully reviewed the messages one by one, deleting the useless conversations and only keeping those who sincerely wanted to do business. It took about 10 minutes. He traded away 7 ACRs and 17 magazines, and in total he exchanged for 1 AWM sniper rifle and 3 spare magazines, 3 military blast shields, 70 source crystals, and 10 bowls of instant noodles, 1 fragmentation grenade, 1 evolution crystal, and 70 source crystals, 2 evolution crystals, and 160 source crystals, 1 vehicle repair kit, and 70 source crystals, 1 recipe for a gas mask that can be used 10 times, 1 fully enclosed heavy protective suit, and 5 portable gas detectors, 1 UTS-15 shotgun, and 60 source crystals. Some of these supplies were what Wei Chuan wanted, while others were practical items that might be useful later, making it an equivalent exchange, each getting what they needed. He hadn't encountered particularly good recipes or items at this stage. It was already challenging to find good deals. What a pity. Wei Chuan tossed the grenade in his hand, feeling a slight regret. With this one, he already had 2 differently styled fragmentation grenades. He really wanted to mass-produce grenades, but the conditions didn't allow it. Because the gunpowder used in grenades is a type of high explosive and demolition explosive, it is completely different from the gunpowder used in bullets. There is none available in the trading market, so he couldn't craft them by hand. Otherwise, he could casually whip up 100 or 80 grenades. Throwing them around would be explosive from 100 meters away. Wherever he went, they would blow up, and even have a hammer gun. It's sold. Just as he was focused on loading bullets into magazines, Zhu Lingxue suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. How much did it sell for? Wei Chuan immediately turned his head to ask. All 5 that were listed sold. I just confirmed they were up for sale not long ago, and they were bought. Lu Qingqing said excitedly, her eyes wide open. Using evolution crystals to exchange for handguns, which she thought was a bad deal, turned out to be so easy. I'll give it a try. Lu Qingqing immediately listed her 6 fully loaded handguns for sale. The result was identical. Almost the moment they were listed, the trading success notification sounded continuously, and the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Great. Wei Chuan instantly felt invigorated, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He immediately set aside the scar business and devoted himself entirely to the production of handguns, shaping his thoughts rapidly. The metal materials rapidly reassembled, resulting in 50 brand new, pure metal handguns. I estimate my energy is down a half now. Resources points and dungeons may appear at any time, so I need to save some energy for fighting monsters. Wei Chuan forced himself to stop and maintain a bit of caution. Then he made 4 large pineapple ammunition boxes and joined the ranks of loading bullets. While loading bullets, he curiously opened the trading market to see the status of other firearms. Item name Mauser C96 pistol quantity 1 price source crystal 303 item name Walter P38 pistol quantity 1 price source crystal 333 item name Taurus M85 revolver quantity 1 price source crystal 310. There were many handguns listed across dozens of pages with various models, but each price was quite high, starting at 300 source crystals. Converted to water, that's 25 liters, and converted to fuel, it exceeds 550 liters. To note, the adjacent category had some rifles and machine guns averaging a selling price of only 600 and 800 source crystals, but here handguns were priced at 300 source crystals. That's ridiculous. Wei Chuan shook his head inwardly. Resource collectors would rather pay extra for rifles than look at these handguns with such low cost effectiveness. And those with slightly less financial capability who genuinely need handguns for self-defense could hardly pull together so many source crystals at once. Not necessarily true idiots. Wei Chuan shook his head. These sellers might just list them at high prices hoping for luck, while also privately posting purchase requests or directly looking for buyers in the area. About 20 minutes later, all 100 bullets for the handguns were loaded. Since they were loading while selling, they had already sold an impressive 97 handguns. While they were taking a water break, the last 3 consignment messages also came in, and all 100 handguns were sold. The final harvest was a total of 100 first-level evolution crystals glowing softly. They scattered across the table, resembling a miniature star river, breathtakingly beautiful. A pile of scrap metal plus 800 rounds of ammunition cost less than 500 source crystals. The profit was terrifying. At that moment, Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue exchanged looks, all somewhat speechless at the astonishing gains. This could stack up to 2 second-level crystals. Zhu Lingxue murmured. Let's stack you all to second level. Wei Chuan was the first to snap out of his shock, his eyes burning with fervent light. He decisively stated, while the other gun sellers haven't noticed the trading market and started price competition, we must seize this time window. Every bit we can earn counts. This strategy is correct. After saying that, he unhesitatingly walked towards a cabinet with storage compartments, selecting metal materials. Saving energy to deal with dungeons and resource points. Forget it. This profit opportunity, akin to a money printer, would be unforgivable to miss. With full firepower, he rushed into production. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also very excited. To avoid distractions, they simply turned off the TV and focused entirely on loading bullets, nearly doubling their efficiency. Wei Chuan even considered using telekinesis to load bullets, but he simply didn't have enough energy. It was still more cost-effective to focus on making guns. 1510. With the remaining energy, Wei Chuan produced 120 handguns in one go. He only stopped when he felt dizzy and his limbs weak. The intricate work consumed too much energy. If it were recycled metal, even increasing the amount by 100-fold would not be a big deal. Time quietly slipped away, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Damn, you deserve to eat dirt. Wei Chuan grumbled as he closed the trading interface, his face filled with displeasure and a hint of helplessness. Just half an hour ago, the situation took a sharp turn. Those sellers with overpriced handguns finally realized that a troublesome industry insider was wildly crashing the market. At first, they thought about joining in and adjusted their handgun prices to 1 evolution crystal. But the problem was that Wei Chuan's all-metal rifle handgun completely outperformed their small handguns and revolvers in terms of performance, and it was restocked incredibly fast. Therefore, even at the same price, buyers in the trading house were more willing to wait for Wei Chuan's restock rather than purchase from others. This situation completely broke the mentality of some sellers who were already unstable. Seeing that they couldn't make a profit, they started an even crazier sell-off. They directly abandoned the idea of earning evolution crystals and reverted back to source crystals, slashing their prices repeatedly down to a bargain price of 100 source crystals. This price was merely equivalent to a little over 8 liters of water. Anyone who wasn't doing too poorly could afford it. This led to a sharp decline in the sales of Wei Chuan's handguns, which were priced at 1 evolution crystal. After all, at this stage, evolution crystals were difficult to exchange for basic resources and were generally traded for other goods, making them scarce and far more precious than 8 liters of water. Wei Chuan could accept the sharp decline in sales, as he could still sell a few. But worse was the news of the handgun price collapse in the trading house, which spread rapidly through communication channels and private messages like wildfire. Many who were originally waiting and observing the formula or had been selling privately could no longer sit still. They were worried that their goods would continue to depreciate, and they began to panic and flood the market, starting a new round of frenzied price cuts. Although 100 source crystals were cheap, there were still people who couldn't afford them. Thus, these people began to accept barter to drink the last bit of soup, trading for water, food, and various basic resources, driving the price of handguns down to the floor. Within just half an hour, the average price of a handgun in the trading house plummeted from 100 source crystals to 60 source crystals. 60 source crystals were merely equivalent to 5 liters of water. This price tsunami sweeping through the entire handgun market even began to affect higher-end markets. The most obvious effect was on rifles and light machine guns, which started to increase in quantity and decrease in price, now down to 80 of their original price. Wei Chuan was also affected. His SCAR was harder to sell, and his previously negotiated customers all disappeared. Even 2 buyers who had already purchased from him sent private messages cursing him, claiming he was greedy, and there were even people in the channels mocking him. Unbelievable. Am I not benefiting the public? If it weren't for me, novices wouldn't be able to touch guns for another half a month. Wei Chuan lit a cigarette and shook his head helplessly. Now in the trading house, handgun-type weapons had astonishingly reached page 1086, and the handgun market had completely collapsed. This terrifying number confirmed one thing. Those sellers who previously listed high prices were indeed not stupid. They were quite shrewd, merely maintaining a lucrative private market in tacit agreement. If it weren't for his interference, this lucrative market could have been sustained for much longer. To be honest, Wei Chuan felt a bit of regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he shouldn't have listed so many at once. Selling slowly would have definitely garnered him more profit. But then again, his strategy couldn't be considered wrong. While others were secretly taking small bites, he had already consumed the meat at the fastest speed, leaving only some broth for those behind. With one move, he eliminated all competitors. Now on the table, evolution crystals had piled up to 423. This was the result of his frenzied harvesting. His energy had been recovering while continuously listing many handguns in the trading house, which accumulated to this amount. These source crystals were enough to instantly feed 8 second-tier experts. Let the market collapse, after all, he had already earned what he needed. Wei Chuan extinguished his cigarette, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu. Wives, it's time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. You eat first, and let's talk after reaching the second tier. By the way, I almost forgot you haven't awakened yet. This time it will definitely be successful. Let's see what your second talent is. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxiu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They didn't hesitate and began to swallow evolution crystals one by one. When the number of evolution crystals was low, they insisted on letting Wei Chuan use them first, but now that there were so many, there was no need to push back and forth. Wei Chuan focused on watching them, looking forward to good news. However, their luck wasn't great, or perhaps it was average. They only heard the awakening prompt after swallowing more than a dozen crystals, counting the ones they had consumed before they awakened around the 30th crystal. The first to complete the awakening was Zhu Lingxiu. Her face was filled with surprise as she looked at Wei Chuan excitedly and said, "Honey, I awakened the heart of ice, which allows me to consume stamina to create and control ice. and I can also control external ice. This talent is incredible. As she finished speaking, a visible chill surged from her palm as she gently raised her hand. Crystal clear ice rapidly spread, wrapping around her hands and forming a pair of ice crystal gloves that looked like a work of art. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan's heart stirred. Isn't this the ability of the ice fruit? Just missing the elemental transformation. This is undoubtedly an exceptional talent with great immediate combat power and potential. Next, Lu Qingqing also completed her awakening. Feeling the new power surging within her, she said with a hint of joy, "Mine is Guardian, which allows me to consume mental energy to create a protective field shield, and I can control and adjust its size and strength." While this is the shield fruit, Wei Chuan was even more surprised. This talent had enormous advantages in team battles. Keep eating, and let's push to the second tier. Wei Chuan suppressed his joy and urged them on. Awakening the second talent was just the beginning. The fundamental attribute growth brought by strengthening was equally crucial. The two women nodded obediently and picked up the evolution crystals to consume again. After absorbing more than a dozen more, they felt the surge of power and successfully broke through to the second tier. Upon reaching the second tier, they immediately stopped and simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wei Chuan, their eyes clearly conveying their meaning. "It's your turn." "All right." Facing the two women's gazes, Wei Chuan smiled and nodded, tossing evolution crystals into his mouth one after another as if eating peanuts. As the energy of the evolution crystal spread within him, the experience bar for the second ability began to pulse and grow at a slow pace on the survival panel. Second ability Tier 2 Telekinesis 16:6. When he consumed the 88th crystal, that familiar transformative feeling surged back. It was even more intense than the previous morning. His blood seemed to boil, and every inch of muscle and bone screamed with painful soreness and heat, as if being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Damn! Wei Chuan quickly lay back on the sofa, gritting his teeth. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the intense discomfort gradually receded like a tide. Damn it really hurts. Wei Chuan closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath filled with heated air, slowly extending his hands to carefully feel the terrifying power surging within him. It was difficult to quantify the exact enhancement, but it was definitely significantly stronger than Tier 2, perhaps even an astonishing increase of over 100. With a thought, he opened his personal information panel. Survivor Wei Chuan. First ability S-Class Mechanical Control. Second ability Tier 3 Telekinesis 0. Time 1129. Weather sunny. Temperature 39°C. Indeed, he had successfully advanced to Tier 3. To calculate how much experience was needed to advance from Tier 3 to Tier 4, he tossed another evolution crystal into his mouth. However, after swallowing this crystal, the experience bar remained completely still at 0, so he continued to try. It wasn't until the third evolution crystal was absorbed that the stubborn experience bar flickered once. Second ability Tier 3 Telekinesis 1. It actually requires 300 crystals. Wei Chuan's face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That's way too many." He had originally hoped to break through to Tier 4 today, but it seemed he had been overly ambitious. However, after some calculations, he found that there was still hope. A total of 423 evolution crystals had been consumed. Lu Qingqing 834, Zhu Lingxue 832, and he himself had eaten 91, leaving 266 on the table. 266-3, only 31 crystals left to reach Tier 3. If I can trade the scar for evolution crystals, I can definitely reach Tier 4 today. A thought flashed in Wei Chuan's mind. Although the rifles at the trading post had just gone on sale, their quantity was still limited, only a few dozen pages, and swapping one rifle for 2 evolution crystals was definitely reasonable. I have to reach Tier 4 today. At worst, he'll trade one for own and flood the market with rifles. Wei Chuan steeled his resolve and shared his plan with Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. "No rush, let's eat first." Wei Chuan quickly waved his hand. It was already 1130, and after a busy morning, it was time to take a break. He then used the intercom to notify Li Yongxing, ensuring he wouldn't wander off again. Survivor Wei Chuan. First ability S-Class Mechanical Control. Second ability Tier 3 Telekinesis 89:7. Time 1129. Weather sunny. Temperature 39°C. While Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were cooking, Wei Chuan consumed the remaining evolution crystals, raising his experience bar to 89.7. Thinking that he could advance to Tier 4 today, Wei Chuan felt a secret thrill and opened the leaderboard to take a look. Top 1, Wei Chuan Tier 3 District 89. Top 2, Clarissa Tier 2 District 648. Top 3, Kapil Tier 2 District 299. Top 4, Nia Tier 2 District 10047. Top 5, Sphinx Tier 2 District 255. Top 6, Shun Zhijian Tier 2 District 36654. Top 7, Jia Guanjuan Tier 2 District 8755. Top 8, Shen Mingho Tier 2 District 19846. Top 9, Jones Tier 2 District 148912. Top 10, Songgang Tier 2 District 6 5100. The changes in the Brave list were immense. All of the top 30 surged to Tier 2, and 6 of the top 10 from this morning were pushed down. Notably, the 6 newcomers who had just entered the top 10 were all ranked in the top 10 of the wealth list. The resource providers had begun to take action. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue ranked 28th and 29th, respectively, which was already an impressive position, having outperformed countless leaders from other districts. There were no changes in the top 10 of the vehicle list except that a few individuals had gained an extra star, but to advance one rank required several stars. It was not so easy to surpass. The changes in the wealth list were also minimal, with only 3 individuals being kicked out of the top 10. Wei Chuan was among them, dropping to 15th place. However, Wei Chuan didn't mind much. He believed that among these 3 leaderboards, the wealth list was the easiest to climb, and he could easily earn some resources to get back up. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Wei Chuan turned off the survival panel, there were a few light knocks at the back door. Wei Chuan went over to open the door. It was Li Yongxing as expected. "Boss, you're already Tier 3. Your sister-in-law is also Tier 2. How did you do it? Take me along." Li Yongxing's eyes sparkled with envy and eagerness as he saw Wei Chuan. After setting out in the morning, he hadn't paid much attention to the leaderboard, but just moments ago, while chatting on the regional communication channel, he heard someone mention the significant changes in rankings. When he looked, he discovered that Wei Chuan had actually reached Tier 3, and even his 2 sisters-in-law had made it to Tier 2. This leveling speed was genuinely astonishing. "I can take you, but you have to contribute your own strength." Wei Chuan smiled, handing over a cigarette. "After lunch, they'll give you 50 pistols. You can trade them for source crystals or resources, and then see if you can exchange them for evolution crystals. We'll split it evenly." "Boss, that's too easy. Even though we look down on pistols, many people are still using bows and machetes. You'll just trade them directly for evolution crystals." Li Yongxing took the cigarette with a confident expression. "It was possible this morning, but not anymore." Wei Chuan shook his head, exhaling a smoke ring. "Do you think I reached Tier 3 easily?" Li Yongxing took the cigarette and paused for a moment, but quickly understood. His boss must have made a quick profit by harvesting resources. Thinking about it carefully, this strategy was brilliant. Before the unlimited firearm recipes appeared, the ability to mass-produce firearms was the greatest advantage. Directly flooding the market with quantity and low prices would not only fill his own pockets, but also squeeze the living space of all competitors, slowing down their development speed. As expected of the boss, Li Yongxing genuinely gave a thumbs-up, admiration evident on his face. "All right, enough bragging." Wei Chuan waved his hand with a smile. "Take a good rest. You'll have work to do this afternoon." "Don't worry, boss." Li Yongxing patted his chest with a thud. "Even if the market collapses, pistols are still good products. I've got this covered." Sitting on the sofa, Wei Chuan turned on the car's television and DVD player, selecting a comedy film to help relax his slightly overexcited nerves. As the movie started, he activated the survival device. He set the private chat function to friends only and restricted friend requests to "no one can add me." It wasn't that he had installed it after taking off, he was simply left with no choice. Before the leaderboard appeared, private chatting or adding friends could only be done by clicking on avatars in the communication channel or purchase posts. However, once the leaderboard was released, one could initiate private chats and friend requests simply by clicking on names in the ranking. As the number 1 with a significant advantage on the Brave list, his social functions were nearly overwhelmed. Private chat notifications and friend requests were refreshing every second, severely affecting his daily usage, forcing him to temporarily disable these functions, and after all, he could always turn them back on when needed. 20 minutes later, the aroma of lunch wafted through the air. Today he had colorful butterfly pasta accompanied by wolf meat, shiitake mushrooms, some slices of ham, and bok choy. Looking at the pasta shaped like little butterflies in his bowl, Wei Chuan suddenly thought of Xiamei. This butterfly pasta was a gift from her before. It had been 2 days since he last contacted her, and in this world filled with survival pressure, feelings could easily fade if not maintained. As long as she's alive, that's good. He opened his friend list and saw Xiamei's name still there, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Wei Chuan made, "Yeah, I've had some good luck these past 2 days. I have a few handguns and rifles. Do you want me to get you a couple for self-defense?" Xiamei the scholar finally remembers this poor aunt. "I thought you had struck it rich and looked down on old acquaintances." "Wei Chuan, you make it sound like that. I'm not that kind of person. I've just been a bit busy these past couple of days." "Xiamei, to be honest, your improvement speed is too frightening. Everyone in our district is saying you might be cheating or that you're a big shot who's been reborn." "Wei Chuan, it's not that mystical. Oh, just lucky. In this world, no matter how hard you fight, it can't beat a good formula." After chatting with Xiamei for a while, Wei Chuan shut down the survival device. She mentioned that she had already bought an AK at the trading post, but there was only 1 magazine of bullets. Wei Chuan noted this down, planning to prepare an extra scar and 5 magazines for Xiamei when he stocked up for Li Yongxing. Though it was a gift, Wei Chuan felt this investment was very worthwhile. Even if Xiamei hadn't made it onto any of the 3 lists, her talent related to food production was the true long-term and stable core ability. No matter what stage, talents that could solve fundamental survival issues were always in demand. If given the chance in the future, he would like to bring Xie Mei into his team. After finishing lunch, Wei Chuan crafted all the ammunition he could for long-range weapons. Honey, can hand crossbows still make money? Seeing that Wei Chuan had prepared several crossbow bolts, Zhu Lingxue curiously asked, aren't you selling them? Wei Chuan shook his head in preparing to test my current telekinetic strength level. Come help me with the test. Isn't that too dangerous? Zhu Lingxue gathered the ammunition with a hint of worry on her face. Silly, as long as you don't aim at my body, it will be fine. Wei Chuan chuckled softly, affectionately pinching her nose. Oh, right. Zhu Lingxue suddenly realized, and after picking out all the long-range weapons she needed from the storage cabinet, she followed Wei Chuan out of the car. Let's start with the hand crossbow. Aim here and shoot. Wei Chuan stood about 20 meters away from Zhu Lingxue and pointed to the empty space on his left side. Okay. Zhu Lingxue took a deep breath, raised the hand crossbow, aimed at the empty space 1 meter to the left of Wei Chuan, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The bolt shot out swiftly, but after flying just a few meters it hit an invisible steel wall, instantly twisting and deforming before falling helplessly to the ground. That was simple. Wei Chuan felt much more relaxed. A bolt that could pierce through a night demon felt like raindrops falling on the back of his hand when it struck his telekinetic wall, exerting almost no pressure. Approaching the 4th level of telekinetic strength, the intensity was beyond imagination. Lingxue used the remaining bolts in rapid succession. Wei Chuan waved his hand to the opposite side. At this moment, Lu Qingqing, who had just finished washing the dishes, and Li Yongxing, who was munching on a slice of watermelon, also noticed the commotion outside the car and came down one after another to watch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhu Lingxue pulled the trigger and 4 bolts were shot out in quick succession. As expected, all of them were easily blocked by the invisible telekinetic wall at the same distance, twisting and dropping to the ground. Next, let's try the handgun. Wei Chuan used telekinesis to gather all the bolts on the ground, and with a gentle force compressed them into a metal lump. Zhu Lingxue switched to the standard version of the Black Star handgun, her expression becoming more serious, deliberately tilting the muzzle to the left to avoid any accidental injury. Bang! The gunshot rang out. However, the handgun bullet, just like the previous bolts, collided violently with that invisible barrier, its kinetic energy completely suppressed, crashing to the ground. The power is substantial. Wei Chuan felt as if he had caught a heavy pass. While playing basketball, his hands were jolted, but it was far from dangerous. He nodded at Zhu Lingxue, signaling her to continue. Zhu Lingxue understood and fired all 3 remaining bullets in the magazine. Bang! 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 Once again, nothing changed. All bullets were steadily blocked by the telekinetic wall, unable to budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lingxue, Lu Qingqing, and Li Yongxing were all stunned. Could he truly use telekinesis to block bullets? Li Yongxing suddenly burst out with excitement, shouting, "Boss, you're amazing." It's all right. Wei Chuan smiled, not explaining much. In fact, he couldn't even see the trajectory of the bullets, and his nerve reaction speed couldn't keep up completely. Being able to block these bullets relied entirely on the telekinetic wall released in advance. This was just passive defense. However, this level of defense was already sufficient to deal with the vast majority of threats. Afterward, Wei Chuan tried the rifle, submachine gun, and light machine gun. Like the handgun, they were also quite easy to block, but during continuous defense, his mental power consumed quickly, making it impossible to last for too long. At 1:20 p.m., the convoy set off. Wei Chuan comfortably leaned back on the sofa, holding Zhu Lingxue, who was browsing the survival device, and leisurely watched a movie. Before departing, he prepared a batch of firearms. He sent 1 scar to Xie Mei, 20 scars to Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue, and 50 handguns to Li Yongxing. With these arrangements made, all that was left to do was patiently wait. Wait for the evolution crystals to arrive, then push his power to a new peak. 31 evolution crystals should be gathered before sunset. He casually opened the regional communication channel to see what was happening in the outside world. Area 8980771000 people. Carisha, 2 convoys are fighting at the entrance of a dungeon. Several people have died. What a bunch of lunatics. Yang finally got to use a gun, feels great. Ren Haochu, is anyone selling modified vehicles? Trading for water or composite bows? Private message me. Robert, hey, I just got my 2nd ability. I only ate 5 evolution crystals. Irina, another bronze level dungeon. Damn it, can I get a gray iron level 1? Latinia, has anyone encountered a station type dungeon? We can exchange information. I have been through both station and villa dungeons. Luo Qing, damn, the handgun I bought last night dropped in price by a lot overnight. Qing Guangjia, hahaha, unlimited source device fan recipe. I'm going to make a comeback. 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the communication channel had returned to normal, no longer flooded with leaderboard-related topics, replaced instead by various shares, boasts, and trade information. Wei Chuan glanced briefly, and then turned off the survival device, refocusing his attention on the movie. As long as no one bothered him, he didn't care about the rest. Time quietly passed, gradually reaching 6 p.m. The sky began to turn yellow, but today's journey felt unusually eerie. Today was too quiet. Throughout the whole day, there wasn't even a resource point or supply box encountered, nor was there a single fork in the road or vehicle, which was drastically different from the usual, at least one encounter daily. It seems today's luck was all spent on making money. Wei Chuan sat in the driver's seat, adding some source crystals to the mammoth engine via the energy box. This afternoon, he received a total of 21 evolution crystals. 15 of them were exchanged by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue for SRHs, and the other 6 were from Li Yongsheng for handguns. Li Yongsheng didn't keep any for himself and gave all to Wei Chuan. He knew Wei Chuan was pushing for the 4th tier and clearly stated he would help with all his might. His 2nd tier could wait a few days. After devouring all 21 evolution crystals, Wei Chuan's experience bar soared to 96. 7 of the 3rd tier. With just 10 more, he could break through to the 4th tier. 10 crystals were not a problem. He was sure to receive them before going to sleep tonight. Even if scars and handguns were hard to trade, he still had the big pineapple. Powerful version firearms were in high demand. Approaching 6:30 p.m., Wei Chuan picked up the walkie-talkie ready to inform Li Yongsheng to find a flat area ahead to stop for the night. However, just as he brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth and was about to press the talk button, Li Yongsheng's near-pitched shout blared through the speaker. "Boss, look ahead. Lightning didn't warn. Is there no danger? Did we hit a high-level supply box?" Wei Chuan's heart suddenly stirred, reacting quickly as he rushed to the driver's seat. He grabbed the binoculars and looked ahead, his pupils instantly constricting sharply. At the end of the highway, an incredibly magnificent giant structure loomed. Its outline appeared particularly menacing under the sunset, the overall shape resembling a giant raptor lying on the ground ready to pounce at any moment. As they drew closer, he could barely make out that it was a large-scale airport. The terminal stretched horizontally at least 100 meters long, with the entrance and windows resembling countless deep black holes, making it impossible to see what was inside. "Hubby, is that a resource point?" Zhu Lingxue also came over, her tone filled with shock. "It's unlikely." Wei Chuan shook his head gravely. "If this is a resource point, we better go around it. A resource point of this scale definitely has guards we can't handle. It should be a dungeon. I've never heard of a resource point being this large or new." Soon the convoy arrived at the front of the giant airport. At that moment, several lines of enormous translucent gray letters suddenly appeared in front of the deep entrance. "Survivors, welcome to the Light and Shadow Airport." The Light and Shadow Airport has been abandoned for many years and is now occupied by numerous night demons and mutated creatures. Some emergency supplies remain inside. Please explore with caution. Danger level: silver tier, entry time 120,120 minutes, existence time 369,500 minutes. Indeed, it was a dungeon, and a higher difficulty silver tier dungeon at that. "Boss, it's a silver tier dungeon." Li Yongsheng shouted through the walkie-talkie from the van, his voice clearly tense. Bronze tier dungeons already had a dozen mutated creatures. This silver tier would surely have even more. It looked particularly difficult. How should they take it on? "I see it. Let's park first." Under Wei Chuan's command, the 2 vehicles parked steadily in the supersized parking lot outside the airport. Li Yongsheng immediately jumped out of the car, his face serious as he ran over. If it were a gray iron or even bronze tier dungeon, he would be very excited, just following the boss in to wreak havoc. But for a silver tier dungeon, he truly felt a bit apprehensive. What's there to panic about? Wei Chuan remained calm, even with a hint of eagerness. "Go back and bring food, water, medicine, and all useful items. I will make ammunition now." He paused, a strong confidence flashing in his eyes. "If bullets can't solve the problem, my nearly 4th tier telekinesis is not to be underestimated." Typically, the boss of gray iron tier dungeons is a 1st tier mutated creature, and for bronze tier, it's 2nd tier. So the boss of this silver tier dungeon will most likely be a 3rd tier mutated creature. But Wei Chuan himself was already close to the 4th tier, equipped with the top gear of this stage, and with ample ammunition plus teammate support. What's there to fear? Just go for it. Alright, I'm going now." Hearing Wei Chuan's steady and confident words, Li Yongsheng quickly calmed down, replaced by a great sense of excitement. The harder the dungeon, the better the rewards. Once the boss breaks through to the 4th tier, he can then push for the 2nd tier. 20 minutes later, the fully armed foreman team gathered in front of the terminal. Everyone had changed into camouflage combat uniforms, donned bulletproof helmets, and put on heavy bulletproof vests. This attire finally gave them a semblance of a regular army, as their basic protection was now complete. In addition to the standard protective gear, they also carried ample combat supplies. Each person was equipped with 5 100-round ammo boxes, and along with the extra ammunition they had made previously, each had a total of 700 rounds. Considering the time needed to change ammo boxes, Wei Chuan had also prepared an additional 10 50-round extended magazines for the SCAR for emergencies. In terms of medical supplies, Wei Chuan had brought a complete set of 4 items. These included antiviral serum, adrenaline injectors, medical injectors, and glucose. He had also prepared antiviral serum and medical needles for Li Yongsheng, but instead of giving them directly, he kept them in his tactical waist bag as a backup. Wei Chuan knew that when it came to saving lives, he would not be stingy, even if he only had 5 vials of antiviral serum. However, this second life would only be revealed when it was truly necessary. He would claim it was kept for his own protection, maximizing his subordinates' loyalty. Let's go in and take a look. If something feels off, we retreat immediately. Standing before the terminal entrance that resembled the mouth of a giant beast, Wei Chuan reminded his team, then took a deep breath and stepped inside first. The scene before him abruptly changed as the four stepped through the empty doorframe, as if crossing an invisible membrane into the airport's reception hall. Inside and outside the door, it was a completely different world. The interior of the hall was exceedingly dim with dust and the smell of mildew permeating the air. Though separated from the outside by only a door, it exuded an eerie, deathly silence resembling a scene from a horror movie. The check-in counters were in disarray with scattered shards of glass and debris littering the ground, making everything appear dilapidated and strange. Hiss! Just as they entered the hall, a roar emanated from the lounge area to the right. 3 night demons, still maintaining a humanoid form, but with ashen skin, were lurking near the tattered sofa. Almost instantly upon spotting Wei Chuan and his team, they charged forward with twisted movements. They'll handle this. Wei Chuan spoke softly, casually raising his right hand and giving a gentle grasp at the air. A muffled explosion followed, and the 3 night demons appeared to be squished by an invisible giant hand, their bodies twisting and compressing midair before exploding violently. Puddles of red-black meat and shattered bones splattered onto the ground, quickly disintegrating into powder, leaving only 3 softly glowing source crystals floating in place. Wei Chuan summoned the source crystals into his storage compartment. Unfazed, he scanned the surroundings and chose a relatively clean passage to the right. Find a corner without windows and fire to attract the nearby monsters. Clear 1 batch before moving forward. He calmly stated as he stepped forward. This was the most prudent tactic, utilizing the terrain to avoid being surrounded while gradually eradicating the enemies within the dungeon. The 3 behind him immediately followed, armed with the heavy machine gun and cautiously advancing down the dim corridor alongside Wei Chuan into the depths of the airport. The silver-level dungeon's exploration officially began. 2 minutes later, Wei Chuan found an ideal spawning point. It was a right-angled corner without windows, connected to the reception hall they had entered from and leading into an open commercial area lined with various dilapidated shop remnants. This will do. Wei Chuan assessed the commercial area ahead, which lay silent, yet concealed danger, nodding in approval. Upon hearing this, Li Yongxing stepped forward, raising his heavy machine gun and firing in several different directions deep into the commercial area. The crisp, loud gunfire echoed violently within the vast building, resonating far and wide. Crack! Bang! The gunfire stirred the silence like pebbles thrown into still water, instantly creating ripples. From deep within the commercial area, a cacophony of noise erupted, including sounds of shattering glass, heavy objects colliding, and faint roars indicating that something had been disturbed and was rushing towards them. The commercial district is abundant in resources. Within just 5 short minutes, nearly 100 jin of food and water were gathered. Wei Chuan found a large tattered curtain to bundle the food and water into a package, which he then stored in his storage compartment. He also found 3 recipes, but they were all for cooking utensils. Even though they could be used an unlimited number of times, they held no allure for Wei Chuan now, so he divided 1 recipe each among Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongsheng. After a brief cleanup, the 4 continued deeper into the first floor. The next stretch was very clean. The wide corridor looked as if it had been ransacked, with not a single resting chair or flower pot in sight, allowing them to reach the end of the corridor without obstruction. Before them appeared an elevator lobby. The elevator was out of order due to a power outage, but the nearby stairs were not blocked. Typically, the underground level of an airport is where luggage is transported and stored, so there should be plenty of supplies worth searching for. After a brief contemplation, Wei Chuan decided to explore downwards. As he stepped into the stairwell, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Only the emergency lights on the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the descending steps, while the air was thick with dust and a musty odor. Upon reaching the underground level, the scene opened up, but it was even more dilapidated. This was indeed the luggage handling center, with numerous conveyor belts crisscrossing like dead giant pythons. Countless suitcases were piled high, most of them damaged, revealing decayed clothes and debris inside. The air was damp and murky, mixed with a strong metallic rust smell and some foul, rotten stench. Roar! Just a few steps, and a low rumbling growl came from behind a nearby mountain of luggage. At first they thought it was a mutated creature, but as the figure emerged they realized it was a night demon that still retained its human form. It was draped in tattered strips of fabric which barely resembled a work uniform. Its size had ballooned to nearly 3 meters in height, and its skin exhibited a rocky grayish texture. Most importantly, its arms and critical areas were adorned with sharp, white bone spines, giving it a fearsome appearance. An evolved night demon. Wei Chuan's heart sank. The oppressive aura it emitted was far beyond that of the minor creatures he had encountered before. The mutated night demon noticed the intruders without a moment's hesitation, letting out a roar and charging forward like a small tank. Fire! This time Wei Chuan didn't need to remind them, Lu Qingqing had already shouted coldly. Zhu Lingxue and Li Yongxing quickly followed suit, their 3 light machine guns roaring to life, instantly filling the underground space with gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The dense rain of bullets poured down on the mutated night demon, splattering blood all around. Indeed, this creature was extraordinary. Even when shot in the head, it did not explode, but left several distinct dents with black blood flowing out. However, its body defense was clearly inferior to its head. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, flesh and blood flew, causing its charge to falter and its movement slowed. Indeed, this is no ordinary creature. It exhibits the level of a second-tier mutated being, but it can't withstand too many bullets. Wei Chuan mused inwardly. Just as he thought victory was assured, an unexpected change occurred. The night demon suddenly swung its right arm, and a sharp bone spine about 20 to 30 centimeters long shot out, like a crossbow bolt aimed directly at the closest Lu Qingqing. The speed was comparable to a bullet. Lu Qingqing's face changed drastically, and she instinctively prepared to gather a protective barrier, but the bone spine was too fast. At the critical moment, the rapidly flying bone spine struck an invisible wall less than a meter from Lu Qingqing's face, abruptly halting in midair. In the next moment, before anyone could react, the bone spine suddenly reversed direction at a speed faster than it had come, transforming into a white flash that shot toward the night demon's own head. Thud! With a muffled sound, the bone spine pierced through its eye socket and exited through the back of its head. The night demon's towering body stiffened abruptly before crashing to the ground, rapidly turning to ash, leaving behind a few source crystals that clinked as they fell. Husband! Lu Qingqing sighed in relief, still shaken. The speed of that bone spine had been too fast. Although she had thought of a countermeasure, she didn't dare to say she could have reacted in time. Don't be afraid, I've got your back. Wei Chuan slowly lowered his slightly raised palm and stepped forward. On the ground lay 5 source crystals. It's indeed a high-level night demon that could drop so many source crystals. This night demon exhibits the level of a second-tier mutated being. We need to be cautious now. This is just the beginning. What comes next will be even stronger. Wei Chuan collected the source crystals and softly reminded them. The silver-level dungeon was indeed different. Its difficulty far surpassed all previous resource points and dungeons they had encountered. Although his confidence remained high, he knew he had to stay alert to avoid casualties. Lu Qingqing and the others nodded gravely, no longer daring to treat this dungeon as a place to casually gather resources. Roar! 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 Almost simultaneously as the 3 nodded, several deep, wild roars echoed from the dark depths ahead, overlapping and reverberating, clearly indicating that more than one was approaching. Evolution crystals, you finally arrived. Wei Chuan focused his gaze, spotting several rapidly moving large figures. His heart tightened, then surged with an uncontrollable joy. A group of mutated dogs was approaching. These mutated dogs were not ordinary. Each one had 2 fierce dog heads, which should be referred to as mutated 2-headed dogs. At the same time, they had another identity: carriers of evolution crystals. This group of mutated 2-headed dogs had been attracted by the gunfire from earlier, totaling 6 in number. One of them was particularly large, nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, with bulging muscles and 2 heads that appeared even more ferocious, clearly the Dog King. The remaining 5 were slightly smaller, but still averaged around 1.5 meters at the shoulder, bearing their teeth and drooling, exuding a wild aura. However, what surprised Wei Chuan even more was their behavior. Upon noticing them, the group of 2-headed dogs did not mindlessly charge in. Instead, they emitted low, guttural whines, as if communicating. Then they agilely leaped, using the piled-up suitcases and crisscrossing conveyor belts as cover, quickly flanking them from both sides, trying to encircle them. Damn, they're employing tactics already. Wei Chuan was taken aback. If it weren't for their dog heads and builds indicating they were golden retrievers, he would have thought he had encountered a wolf pack. But, since they had 2 heads, would they also carry 2 evolution crystals? Ice Heart! Zhu Lingxue shouted as the 2-headed dogs began to encircle them. She stepped forward, pressed her palms together, then thrust them outward. In an instant, a bone-piercing cold surged from her palms like white frost mist, swiftly blanketing the ground ahead. Although Zhu Lingxue had only just awakened her second talent, it was genuinely rank 2 and extraordinarily potent. A crisp, unmistakable freezing sound accompanied the burst of power. The concrete instantaneously turned into a smooth, unyielding sheet of ice, studded with countless half-meter spikes that flashed a cold sheen under the emergency lights, directly sealing the main flanking route of the 3 mutated 2-headed dogs on the right. Holy shit! Li Yongxing stared, mouth agape, and let out a coarse oath. He knew the 2 sisters-in-law had awakened second talents, but had been too preoccupied helping Wei Chuan collect evolution crystals to ask for details. Seeing this seemingly magical ice control ability with his own eyes, he was green with envy. This was an elemental-type superpower. Amazing. It could fight, defend, and control, far beyond his passive, purely tank Blood Ox talent that could only take hits. A fierce cry from the right as the 3 flanking 2-headed dogs' paws struck the frozen surface. They immediately slipped, and nearly collided with the jagged ice spikes. They were not ordinary pet dogs, but savage mutated two-headed beasts. Reacting with terrifying speed, their muscles surged, halting the slide. Propelled by momentum, they launched like cannon shells straight at Li Yongxing, who stood farthest out. Screw this. Li Yongxing, already braced, roared and squeezed the trigger. The big pineapple light machine gun spat furious tongues of fire, a metallic storm filling the air. With a spattering sound, the lead two-headed dog's one skull exploded under the barrage of bullets. Its massive body lost balance and tumbled to the ground with a wail. Lu Qingqing's fire support arrived in time. Rounds screamed into the other two, ripping them from the air and sending them crashing down, their bodies riddled with holes as blood poured out. The three that had come around from the left suffered an even crueler fate. Zhu Lingsu's gaze hardened. She hurled a fist through the air at the foremost one, and a cutting chill enveloped it at once. With a teeth-aching freeze, the charging two-headed dog was turned to an ice statue mid-leap, and then slammed to the ground, shattering into countless shards. The other two recklessly lunged at the seemingly most relaxed Wei Chuan. The result was inevitable. The smaller one's two savage heads burst like punctured balloons, dead in an instant. The dog king, nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, was gripped by an invisible giant hand and frozen in midair. No matter how it flailed its claws or how the twin heads tore at the wind, it could not break free. Didn't crush on the first try. True boss material, Wei Chuan remarked with faint admiration, then slowly curled the fingers of his right hand, as if grasping something before suddenly clenching. With a dull boom, the powerful dog king did not even manage a howl. Its vast body was crushed, as if under a tenth-ascendant wool, squeezed by unseen telekinetic force until it burst. Flesh and bone were pulverized to powder and drifted through the fetid air. Wei Chuan's thought moved, and with telekinesis, 2 evolution crystals flew back into his hand. Useless things. After inspection, he curled his lip in disappointment. Though they had 2 heads, their essence was singular. The dog king produced a rank 2 evolution crystal, while its underling dropped rank 1 air as expected. By then, the other 4 mutated two-headed dogs had been dealt with. Zhu Lingxue froze one to pieces. Lu Qingqing and Li Yongxing each shot another. The last, left with only 1 head, was easily finished by Li Yongxing's follow-up shot. With a casual gesture, Wei Chuan summoned 4 more evolution crystals into his palm. The total haul was not bad: 1 rank 2 evolution crystal and 5 rank 1. Almost. Wei Chuan did not consume them at once, but stored them. Altogether, they amounted to the equivalent of 8 rank 1 evolution crystals. He needed 10 to reach rank 4, so he was just shy. Boss, you're too fierce. That huge mutated dog king, gone in a second. Li Yongxing looked at Wei Chuan with envy, so strong his eyes reddened. There was nothing inherently wrong with being a blood ox, but seeing everyone around become war gods made him feel both secure and painfully inadequate. Don't pine for it. Being a blood ox isn't bad. Wei Chuan rolled his eyes irritably. I should have let you take a couple bites, just now. See if your talent could withstand the infection. Jianren Fusu. Hear that name. How resounding. It's absolutely a top-tier life-saving talent. If he could choose again, he would certainly still choose telekinesis, but that does not stop him from believing Li Yongxing's talent has potential. Darling, there are mutated creatures here. The supplies should be of high quality. Lu Qingqing scanned the towering piles of suitcases warily, her eyes bright with expectation. Right, start searching. Wei Chuan nodded, but instead of immediately rifling the luggage, he strode deeper into the baggage processing area. Clear the place first, ensure no stragglers, then search at leisure. Safety always comes first. 20 minutes later, the search of the basement level was declared complete. The yield was substantial. Aside from basic supplies and junk recipes, there were 7 useful items and 3 practical recipes. The items included 1 source device phone that, like the in-vehicle intelligent AI, and the survival monitor required identity binding. 3 suitcases, each with 30 storage slots, 1 box of energy-restoring coffee, 1 fully loaded Glock 18. 1 emergency medical kit containing 5 basic medical syringes. All genuinely useful equipment, but compared to these tools, the recipes were the true core gains. Recipe: inscription engraving device. Engrave inscriptions on the boat's surface to gain the corresponding inscription's power. An inscription's effect endures for 720 hours, and each engraving consumes 100 source crystals. Crafting uses 1 of 1. Materials required: 10 evolution crystals, 100 source crystals, 100 steel ingots, 100 copper ingots. Recipe: shadow smoke bomb. A multifunctional smoke bomb infused with source energy that can render night fiends and mutated creatures weakened for 1 minute and can be used for concealment. Crafting uses 100 of 100. Materials required: 10 source crystals, 10 plastic, 10 copper ingots. Recipe: energy coffee. A brewed drink suffused with source energy that slowly restores expended stamina and mental strength while serving as a stimulant and sobering agent. Crafting uses infinite. Materials required: 1 source crystal, 1 plastic. 3 formulas found on the first underground level made Wei Chuan's heart race. The first formula is the inscription engraving instrument. According to the item description, this device is an automatic tattoo machine for source artifacts capable of imprinting buff inscriptions on one's body lasting for a month with each imprint. Each imprint consumes 100 source crystals, which seems a bit expensive at first glance, but if averaged out over days the cost becomes relatively low. It can be considered a permanent passive buff creator. If it weren't for the insufficient evolution crystals on him, he would even consider crafting the machine before leaving the dungeon. The second formula is the Shadow Smoke Grenade. This one is very straightforward. It adds a weakening effect against night demons and mutated creatures on the basis of a regular smoke grenade. It may not be useful when clearing out minions, but against powerful elite monsters or bosses, this is undoubtedly a game-changing artifact. The third formula is Energy Coffee. This thing is a truly strategic resource, a perfect money tree. Although its energy recovery speed is not as fast as glucose oral solutions, its greatest advantage is that it has no usage limits, is cost-effective, and can be mass-produced. For all survivors, this is the best blue potion. Wei Chuan had already made up his mind to start mass production as soon as he went out using this energy coffee to reap source crystals. After carefully scavenging the first underground level, the four of them did not dare to delay and quickly returned up the stairs to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was much better than that of the first floor and the underground level. Most counters were intact and many self-service and electronic devices were still visible. These devices were made of excellent materials, so Wei Chuan salvaged a large batch. However, despite the many devices, there were very few useful supplies. After searching for more than 10 minutes, they only found some scattered bottled water and snacks nearing expiration. Damn, has it been 50 minutes already? Wei Chuan glanced at the time on the survival device, his brow furrowing. This is the downside of large dungeons. The area is too vast and time-consuming. They had barely completed searching 3 floors, and nearly half the time had passed. There was still one more floor above them, as well as an independent cargo station command tower and several satellite buildings nearby, making it impossible to search everything in the remaining time. They could only try to speed up. They quickly made their way to the third floor, which was similar to the first floor with an open space lacking soft furnishings, as if it had been emptied. No more searching, let's go next door. After firing 2 shots, several night demons were drawn out. Wei Chuan casually crushed them and decisively said, "Without mutated creatures, even if there are supplies, their value won't be significant." The 4 of them retraced their steps, finding a back door on the first floor, entering an extremely spacious landing area. Not a single airplane was on the landing pad, just a few dilapidated shuttle vehicles. Wei Chuan had a clear target. He focused on a cargo station that had several forklifts and trucks parked at its entrance, resembling a large warehouse. The door to the cargo station was open, and from a distance of several dozen meters, he could see numerous large cargo boxes wrapped in white plastic film inside. Stacked layer upon layer, resembling several small mountains, there must be a large amount of supplies inside. Step back. However, just as they approached the entrance of the cargo station, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly shouted, erecting an invisible barrier with his mental power. His gaze swept over the cargo boxes, and the plastic film on the boxes was covered with numerous long, jagged tears. These marks looked almost identical, definitely not a result of natural aging or wear, but more like they had been scratched by some enormous creature's claws. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Almost simultaneously with Wei Chuan's warning, a chilling hissing sound emerged from the shadows inside the door. Next, a gigantic, unimaginable triangular snake head slowly protruded from the right side of the door frame. Upon seeing the full appearance of that snake head, Wei Chuan and the others felt a chill run straight from their tailbones to the crown of their heads. It was a giant snake with a twisted horn atop its head. Just the part of its head that had emerged was nearly a meter in diameter, thicker than the combined waists of all 4 of them. The dark brown scales shimmered with a metallic luster, and its crimson forked tongue flicked in and out, while a pair of dark green vertical pupils coldly locked onto the 4 of them at the door, creating an almost suffocating sense of pressure. Holy SHD! Li Yongsheng was so frightened that he nearly lost his soul, instinctively pulling the trigger while retreating. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were also startled by the horrifying sight, almost simultaneously opening fire, while Wei Chuan withdrew his mental power to clear the attack route. 3 heavy machine guns spewed forth a torrent of flames, and the deafening gunfire instantly echoed throughout the cargo station area. Hiss, hiss. Dense bullets rained down on the giant snake's head and neck, causing it to shut its eyes in pain, violently turning its head away while emitting an angry hiss. However, the defensive power of this giant snake was somewhat excessive. Bullets powerful enough to severely injure second-tier mutated creatures barely penetrated its scales. They only left shallow dents with the bullets stuck on the surface, unable to drop down, and not a drop of blood was seen, failing to inflict any effective damage. Retreat. Upon seeing this, Wei Chuan shouted immediately. With such strong defensive power, this creature was at least a 3rd-tier mutated being, likely the boss of this silver-level dungeon. Conventional firepower was ineffective. He had to take action himself. Hiss, roar. Seemingly enraged by the pain inflicted by the bullets, the mutated snake suddenly opened its massive maw, but this time instead of hissing it released a deep, powerful roar vaguely reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Its enormous body fully emerged from the shadows, the thick snake body crushing against the ground, charging towards Wei Chuan, who stood in the front. Damn! At the moment the giant snake's body was fully exposed, Wei Chuan was once again astonished. Just below its 7-inch mark and a bit forward on its tail there were actually a pair of muscular claws. Those claws resembled a lizard's 5 toes, extremely sharp at the tips, and combined with its snake body and horn, it looked strikingly similar to a dragon. Spread out, aim for its hind legs. Wei Chuan commanded, sternly concentrating fully as he condensed his overwhelming mental power before him, forming a barrier far more solid than before. Boom! The giant snake's massive head slammed against the mental wall like a battering ram, producing a dull, thunderous sound. Wei Chuan's body shook slightly, feeling as if someone had pushed him hard, but the mental wall still held firm against the blow, rippling with visible air waves. What immense strength! Could it be a 4th-tier creature? Wei Chuan was secretly astonished. The impact of this mutated snake far exceeded his expectations. After a failed strike, the mutated snake let out an angry hiss. Its thick tail swept in from the side, creating a howling wind aimed directly at Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Be careful! Wei Chuan's mind raced, and his mental power coalesced into a heavy punch. The mental punch slammed heavily onto the snake's tail, causing the mutated snake to roar, and its tail immediately recoiled behind it, allowing Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to retreat again. We can't fight it, Heiden. Wei Chuan made a quick judgment. This mutated snake was enormous with terrifying strength, and its scales had extremely high defense. Even if they could win in a confrontation, the cost would be too great, and there was still the risk of injury. His gaze rapidly scanned for weaknesses, finally settling on the snake's gaping maw. Such a big mouth. Then let me feed you something good. At this moment the mutated snake raised its head, its crimson eyes locked onto Wei Chuan, its neck scales slightly parted, and a faint glow gathered deep within its throat, seemingly preparing to unleash some kind of attack. Now's the time. Just as the mutated snake opened its mouth to spit, Wei Chuan moved as well. He didn't choose to block it, Heiden, but transformed his mental power into an invisible giant fist that charged towards the mutated beast in the blink of an eye, striking upward with a mighty punch. With a tremendous impact, the massive snake's head was forcefully lifted, interrupting its breath, and only a pool of greenish-black liquid oozed from the corner of its mouth. Hiss! The liquid hit the ground, immediately generating white smoke, clearly indicating it was a highly corrosive venom. Wei Chuan's right fist struck out his mental power, surging, manifesting a 10-meter-long mental spear as thick as a thigh, which shot forth. PSSSD. The mental spear pierced the mutated snake's vital spot, entering its abdomen, and emerging from behind, carrying a large amount of dark purple blood. This strike was Wei Chuan's full effort. Although he couldn't pour all his mental strength into it, it was still the strongest single attack he could muster. Bang! 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 The 3 assisting Lu Qingqing did not miss this opportunity, firing continuously at the mutated snake's abdomen. Indeed, the hardest scales of a snake are on its back, while those on the abdomen have slightly lower defense. Bullets striking the mutated snake's abdomen easily pierced its scales. Although the wounds were not very large, they finally broke through its defenses, and dark purple blood splattered out. Roar! The mutated snake cried out in pain, letting out a violent roar. Its massive body twisted wildly, and a large amount of blood spilled down like rain. It seemed to realize that it couldn't gain the upper hand in close combat, and as it turned its head, it attempted to retreat into the storage area. But how could Wei Chuan let it escape so easily? Aim for its weak points. Wei Chuan shouted sharply, extending both hands as his mighty mental power transformed into numerous chains tightly binding the midsection of the mutated snake. At this stage his mental power lacked a bit in attack strength. The development time was too short, and against a half-blood cow like the mutated snake he really couldn't achieve a quick kill. It had to be worn down slowly. Lu Qingqing and the others understood, immediately adjusting their shooting angles. A barrage of bullets, as if guided by eyes, struck the mutated snake's head and abdomen. Roar! The mutated snake roared repeatedly, its head and tail thrashing wildly, still attempting to escape into the storage area. However, restricted by the mental power chains, it struggled to move, finding it difficult to exert its strength. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, Lu Qingqing and the others finished another clip of bullets and began to reload. At this moment, the mutated snake's eyes had been completely blown out, its face covered in numerous wounds, and its abdomen had lost almost all its scales, all stained dark purple with blood. Get ready. After one more clip, retreat, and keep your distance. Wei Chuan's hands trembled slightly from controlling the mental power, and he shouted loudly. The severely injured mutated snake struggled more vigorously like a dying beast in a trap, its strikes utterly chaotic and surprisingly powerful, and his mental power chains were on the verge of breaking. However, he still had nearly half of his mental strength remaining, more than enough to execute a finishing blow. 10 seconds later, the intense gunfire suddenly ceased. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing accurately emptied another clip. At this point, the mutated snake's head and abdomen were nothing but a mass of rotten flesh, dark purple blood covering the ground, creating a truly tragic sight. Boom. Almost at the same moment the gunfire stopped, Wei Chuan's mental power chains shattered completely under the mutated snake's dying strength. A visible wave of milky white shockwave exploded outwards from the midsection of the snake, raising clouds of dust everywhere. Lu Qingqing and the others quickly retreated. But Wei Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as a heavy fragment grenade suddenly appeared in his hand. The mutated snake, severely injured, twisted its body, desperately attempting to escape into the storage area. Thinking of running, Wei Chuan's eyes narrowed, pulling the pin and seemingly casually tossing the grenade into the air. Just as the mutated snake's head reached the entrance of the storage area, it suddenly froze, as if an invisible giant hand had pressed down on it, its shattered jaw quivering uncontrollably as it opened. At the same time, the falling grenade seemed to be granted life, suddenly accelerating and tracing a strange arc, nimbly avoiding the wildly thrashing tail in midair and precisely drilling into the mutated snake's bloodied mouth. Immediately afterward, the snake's mouth was forcefully closed by an even stronger mental power. The force was so great that it even caused the mutated snake's fangs to pierce through its own jaw, dark purple blood gushing out from between its lips. "Die for me," Wei Chuan growled, extending his arms forward, his trembling fingers locking together fiercely as he frantically pressed the remaining mental power down, firmly restraining the snake's head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wei Chuan initially wanted to count down silently in his mind, but the full force of his mental power left his mind blank. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps just a moment. Boom. A sound like thunder erupted from within the mutated snake's head, muffled and layered with flesh. The massive snake's head exploded as if detonated from within, scattering hard skull fragments, shattered scales, and brain matter outward in a radiating pattern resembling flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The mental power binding the snake's head collapsed instantly. Wei Chuan's body jolted violently, stumbling back several steps, nearly falling. Barrier. Lu Qingqing, who had been closely watching him, reacted quickly, lightly waving her slender hand. A translucent shield emitting a platinum glow appeared instantly in front of Wei Chuan, blocking the incoming stench of blood and shredded flesh. Bang! At the entrance of the smoke and blood-filled storage area, the headless snake's body twitched violently for a moment before finally going limp, crumbling to dust on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "Is it over?" Li Yongxing, holding the still-warm barrel of the big pineapple light machine gun, looked at the empty, yet chaotic ground at the warehouse entrance, his face filled with disbelief. That snake, over 20 meters long, as if it had walked out from the classic of mountains and seas, is gone. Yes, it's over. Wei Chuan took a deep breath of the air mixed with gunpowder and blood, suppressing the exhaustion that drained his mental energy, walked to Lu Qingqing's side and gently squeezed her hand to express his gratitude. If it weren't for her timely barrier, he would have probably ended up splattered all over. "Honey, are you okay?" Zhu Lingxue hurriedly stepped forward, her face showing unmistakable concern, offering a bottle of opened glucose solution. "I'm fine, just a bit drained mentally, but physically I'm still good." Wei Chuan took the bottle, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp, the sweet liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a noticeable recovery of his mental energy. His gaze shifted to where the mutated snake had died. Apart from a small pit corroded by venom, there was only a shimmering evolution crystal. "Boss, it's a level 3. Li Yongxing ran over first, carefully picking up the evolution crystal and excitedly turning back to hand it to Wei Chuan. Level 3 evolution crystal, a crystalline substance containing considerable source energy, the power source of mutated creatures. Direct consumption can significantly enhance physical and mental strength with a small chance of awakening a second innate talent. Level 3. Wei Chuan held the evolution crystal in his hand, a sense of vigilance overshadowing his joy. If a level 3 mutated snake is this troublesome, with terrifying defenses and astonishing strength, how strong would a level 4 mutated creature be? He could almost be certain that at that level, ordinary bullets probably wouldn't even scratch the surface. Only heavy anti-material weapons like the Barrett sniper and Gatling machine gun could pose a threat. The danger level of this world truly refreshes every day. "Boss, with this crystal, you should be able to break through, right?" Li Yongxing leaned in, looking at him with eager anticipation. Having witnessed the horror of a level 3 mutated creature firsthand, he as a subordinate craved for his boss to become stronger more than anyone else, as only then could he gain more security. "That's enough." Wei Chuan nodded with a smile, but then changed his tone. "However, now is not the time. A breakthrough will take at least 5 minutes. Let's hurry and search for supplies first." "Understood." Hearing Wei Chuan's calm words, the three of them snapped out of their victorious excitement. They raised their weapons again, cautiously pointing them into the darkness of the warehouse, slowly stepping into the nest just vacated by the mutated snake, searching carefully among the mountain of cargo boxes. These cargo boxes were quite large, the smallest of which had a volume of at least 1 cubic meter. However, after Wei Chuan opened several, he discovered they were all completely empty. To avoid missing any supplies and wasting time, Wei Chuan instructed Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue to continue opening boxes while he and Li Yongsheng delved deeper into the warehouse. Sure enough, the dungeon rewards wouldn't be hidden in the boxes they had to open themselves. They were visible right away. In the deepest corner of the warehouse, they found 5 brand new black briefcases. Just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that the contents inside must be remarkable. Boss, let's check them out. Li Yongsheng hoisted the big pineapple onto his shoulder, eagerly watching the 5 identical briefcases, exuding a strong sense of mystery. All right. Wei Chuan nodded casually, selecting one of the cases. The case had a combination lock, but the code had not been scrambled. Both sides showed 000. When he pressed the unlock button, the lid popped open gently. Damn. As soon as the case opened a crack, Li Yongsheng's expression of anticipation instantly crumbled into unabashed disappointment. Inside were source crystals, roughly 400 or 500 of them at a glance. Well, at least the quantity is substantial. But source crystals, how can they match the identity of a final reward for a silver-level dungeon? That's 1 box wasted out of 5. Let's make do with it. Wei Chuan also shook his head, not too satisfied with this initial reward. He directly stored the entire box of source crystals into his storage unit and reached for the second briefcase. Inside the second briefcase, resting on a black foam pad, were 2 sleek, entirely black, powerful revolvers. The guns gleamed with a cold metallic luster, their classic design exuding a sense of power, looking quite impressive. Huh. Wei Chuan frowned slightly. He noticed there were no bullets, and even the chambers of the 2 guns were empty. No recipe was found either, just 2 empty guns. Boss, these are Colts. Li Yongsheng recognized them and explained, a big star among revolvers. These 2 are long, but not the longest, probably 6-inch models. Although he referred to them as famous guns, his tone was quite flat. After spending these days with Wei Chuan with rifles and light machine guns in his pocket, his standards had risen, and a mere revolver was hard to excite him. Wei Chuan nodded slightly, picking one up. It felt cold and heavy in his hands, slightly longer than the enhanced version of the big black star, estimating a total length of about 29 centimeters, with a very nice grip. Giant Python Source Power Revolver, a double-action revolver powered by the user's physical strength, firing 9.133mm handgun rounds with an effective range of 50 meters. The gun from the boss lair in a silver-level dungeon is indeed not common. Impressive. Wei Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was a quasi-infinite bullet revolver. Although its power and range fell slightly short, the fact that it didn't require time to reload meant he could give it to his wife as an emergency secondary weapon, 1 for each. Seeing the change in Wei Chuan's expression, Li Yongsheng curiously leaned in. Boss, what's going on? This is a source weapon using physical strength to condense bullets. Wei Chuan smiled, carefully placing the revolver back in the box and directly storing it in his storage unit. Condensing bullets with physical strength. Li Yongsheng was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes widened. Holy crap, is that infinite bullets? Sort of. Wei Chuan laughed and explained, physical strength can't be used carelessly. It can only be utilized during reloading intervals or in emergencies. I'll arrange these 2 for your sister-in-law first. He patted Li Yongsheng's shoulder. Next time we get a source weapon, no matter the model, it will be prioritized for you. Thank you, boss. Li Yongsheng's tone immediately became filled with excitement. Wei Chuan had always kept his promises, and he was already fantasizing about how wonderful it would be to acquire a rifle or machine gun with infinite bullets. With heightened expectations for the subsequent cases, Wei Chuan reached for the third briefcase. The box contained no source crystals or cold firearms, only a formula quietly lying at the bottom. Formula: high energy compressed energy block. A microcrystal that fully locks in source energy with 1 energy block containing the equivalent of 10 source crystals, perfectly replacing them as the energy source for all source devices. Production count. Production required source crystal 5. What the hell? With a glance, Wei Chuan felt as if he had been struck by electricity, instantly stunned. Compared to the energy coffee formula he discovered earlier, this was the real money tree. Just 5 source crystals could produce a compressed block containing the energy of 10 source crystals. Even for the sake of saving storage space, many would be willing to trade. And if the price of the energy block were set at 9 source crystals, it would be like exchanging 9 scattered source crystals for a note worth 10 source crystals. This was an irresistible temptation. The profit margin was enormous and the market demand was nearly infinite. How much one could earn each day depended entirely on how long they were willing to stay at the crafting table. Ha ha ha. Wei Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn the formula. Just acquiring it made this silver-grade dungeon run already a tremendous profit. Seeing Wei Chuan so happy, Li Yongsheng couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, what treasure formula is this?" "A money printer." Wei Chuan smiled mysteriously, patting Li Yongsheng on the shoulder. "I'll assign you a task later. Work hard, and I guarantee you'll climb the wealth rankings." He teased them full of anticipation as he opened the fourth suitcase. This one was the largest of the 5. Inside was a neatly stacked set of pure black combat protective gear, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. From tactical helmets, neck guards, arm guards, tactical gloves, leg guards, to tactical boots, it constituted a comprehensive body protection system with no blind spots. He eagerly checked the item information. Light and shadow combat suit equipped with excellent bulletproof, stab-resistant, waterproof, fireproof, and anti-corrosion functions, while also providing weak radar stealth, infrared stealth, optical stealth, and acoustic stealth. Full set of bulletproof. And it comes with a full set of stealth? Wei Chuan's heart raced. This equipment was simply astonishing. Although the stealth effect was described as weak, it might not evade close-range observation or specialized detection equipment, but stealth is still stealth. At critical moments, it could play a decisive role. Even the helmet is fully enclosed. It's so professional. He'll put it on as soon as we return. Wei Chuan loved it so much that he restrained the urge to change on the spot and stored the ultra-cool combat suit in his storage space. In terms of appearance, this equipment was already very close to a single-soldier exoskeleton mech. Its rugged lines and deep black color presented a deadly allure to any man. Finally, he took a deep breath and opened the 5th and last suitcase. Inside was a seemingly ordinary black backpack. Wei Chuan picked it up, and as the information flashed, he was once again stunned, his breathing quickening slightly. Wings of the Gale, a jet-powered glider folding down to the size of a backpack, supporting short-distance jet jumps, and medium-range jet gliding, consuming source crystals 20 for every 100 meters moved. Flying equipment. With this thing paired with the light and shadow combat suit, wouldn't it be a low-end version of a single-soldier flying mech? Plus, with the high-energy compressed energy block, it could fully support prolonged continuous flight. It could be used for high-altitude escapes, quickly overcoming obstacles, and executing three-dimensional assaults. The possibilities were endless. It's like New Year. Truly like New Year. Wei Chuan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. The gains from this silver-grade dungeon run far exceeded his previous, most optimistic expectations. He had initially thought it was already fantastic, but reality turned out to be even better. He had been too conservative. In the future, he needed to daydream more to cushion the chances of a big loot burst in dungeons. As it approached 9 p.m., Wei Chuan and his 3 companions quickly retreated along the original route, bursting through the invisible boundary of the light and shadow airport dungeon. When they breathed in the air from the outside filled with the dust and sand of the wasteland, the 4 of them couldn't help but pause, taking a deep breath. The airport behind them was in a countdown to disappearance, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion, creating a surreal feeling of being in another world. The desolate scenery outside remained, but their pockets had indeed become heavier. "Let's go get in the car," Wei Chuan called out, returning to the solid and reliable armored vehicle for a brief post-battle meeting. 2 hours is still too little. Wei Chuan said, a hint of regret in his tone. After searching through the cargo station's main area, they only had time for a rough exploration of the 2 nearest satellite buildings. There was no time to check other places, and the more distant cargo stations and satellite buildings were completely missed. Li Yongxing nodded in agreement. After all, it's a silver-grade dungeon. Each area is a level, but being able to clear so many levels is already quite profitable. Yes, we definitely made a huge profit. A satisfied smile spread across Wei Chuan's face as he began counting their loot. Formula 1-time inscription engraving device, 100-time shadow smoke bomb, unlimited energy coffee, unlimited energy block, 10-time Colt 1911, unlimited matching bullets, 10-time anti-tank landmine, 100-time electric shotgun. Source devices, 2 revolvers with unlimited bullets, light and shadow combat suit, jet-powered glider. Evolution crystals, 1 3-star, 3 2-star, 10 1-star. As for the source crystals, they added up to about 600 in total. These were the most important core spoils. Food and water were basic supplies that didn't even deserve to be accounted for. They would use what they could and sell what they couldn't. These are the main ones. Wei Chuan's gaze swept over the 3 sitting around the dining table, observing the excitement on their faces, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. However, before sharing, there was still something more important to accomplish. He looked at the evolution crystals on the table, his voice tinged with excitement. "We'll distribute the items later, but first I need to cross that threshold." 4-star. Lu Qingqing, Zhu Lingxue, and Li Yongxing all trembled slightly, their pupils dilating. The battles and gains along the way had nearly made them forget that Wei Chuan was just 1 step away from the next major stage. "Brother, push forward now." Li Yongxing was the first to react, his excitement nearly lifting him off his feet, as if he were on the verge of breaking through. "Husband, these evolution crystals are certainly sufficient," Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue murmured in unison, their beautiful eyes shimmering with eager anticipation. Strengthening the team's absolute core was the shared wish of them all. Wei Chuan no longer suppressed the burning desire within. He gazed ahead, his eyes flashing with sharp, incandescent light. He drew a deep, deliberate breath, as though drawing the very air from the surrounding space. Then seized the most precious Tier 3 evolution crystal. Without hesitation, and tossed it into his mouth, without even glancing at it. The moment the crystal touched his tongue, it instantly dissolved, surging down his throat as an indescribable torrent, searing, immense, and overwhelming. This sensation was utterly unlike any prior evolution crystal he had ever consumed. If earlier ones had felt like streams feeding into a river, this was as though an entire tempestuous ocean of raw energy had been violently forced into his body. Damn, Wei Chuan felt every cell in his body ignite, tear apart, and then reassemble at a staggering, terrifying speed. Agony seared through him. His bones cracked under unbearable strain, his muscles spasmed violently before hardening into something denser, more resilient, his meridians widened, and his blood roared through his veins at accelerated velocity. The most profound transformation occurred on the mental plane. His consciousness was hurled into a maelstrom of energy, his psychic force erupting outward uncontrollably. Inside the armored vehicle, every unsecured object, including Lu Qingqing and the other two women, began to float gently upward. The air itself grew thick, viscous. Lu Qingqing and her companions instinctively held their breath, awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before them. To them, Wei Chuan's trembling, eyes-closed figure seemed locked in communion and fusion with some invisible, awe-inspiring power. This process endured for nearly 10 minutes. Only when the final trace of energy had fully integrated into his body did the floating objects settle softly back into place, and the suffocating pressure recede like a tide. Wei Chuan slowly opened his eyes. No longer did they blaze with sharp radiance. Instead, a deeper, more contained luminosity now dwelled within them, like still waters in an ancient bottomless pool. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing the terrifying surge of power coursing through him, vastly exceeding anything before, and an exquisitely refined awareness of his surroundings. The world sharpened before his senses. His psychic reach and precision had undergone a quantum leap in both scope and subtlety. Were he to face that Tier 3 mutated serpent again, he would need no fragmentation grenades. Mere brute force would crush it outright. With a thought, he activated his survival interface. Survivor Wei Chuan, first talent S rank, mechanical master, and second talent Tier 4 Psychokinesis, 0 in time, 2 in weather, clone temperature 31 cn Tier 4, achieved. Remarkably precise 1 Tier 3 evolution crystal equaled exactly 10 Tier 1 crystals. Brother, you've reached Tier 4. Li Yongsheng could distinctly feel the palpable pressure emanating from Wei Chuan and asked cautiously, "Among all heroes under heaven, only I stand supreme." Wei Chuan smiled faintly and nodded, his heart swelling with triumphant pride. Lu Qingqing pressed her lips together, then pointed toward the ravaged chamber. His Excellency Wei, a true paragon of heroism, will he shoulder this great chaos alone? A woman's narrow view. Wei Chuan kept his gaze steady, eyes lowered, nose aligned with heart, pretending not to see. Watching the couple's playful banter, Li Yongsheng felt deeply awkward and coughed deliberately ahem. "Brother, we're counting on reaching Tier 2 ourselves soon." "It's arranged." Wei Chuan's gaze settled upon the table as he began distributing the spoils. In truth, the distribution plan had long been clear to all. Li Yongsheng was the dependable support. This unspoken understanding required no explanation. After a brief pause, Wei Chuan handed him a portion of the loot. "Take these for now. 1 Tier 2 evolution crystal, 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals, full schematics for the Colt M1911 pistol, and schematics for the electroshock baton." The pistol schematics allowed only 10 reproductions, but once Li Yongsheng acquired them, he could mass-produce the weapons. Crucially, the ammunition schematics were unlimited, effectively granting him a sustainable enterprise. "Brother, keep the schematics yourself. I'll just run errands and sell the goods for you." Li Yongsheng accepted the evolution crystals without hesitation, yet hesitated before taking the schematics. "Take them, no argument." Wei Chuan waved dismissively, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Produce 5 of each firearm for me tonight. Tomorrow I'll supply you with premium-grade materials. The profits remain split 50-50. By the way, how's the scrap collection going?" "The storage grid is nearly full." Li Yongsheng lit up immediately, eyes gleaming. He knew Wei Chuan was preparing to retrofit the van. "Sort it out tonight. We begin work tomorrow." Wei Chuan nodded with a warm smile, offering a firm commitment. "Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I won't disturb you further." Li Yongsheng sprang to his feet, swiftly gathered his share, and descended from the armored vehicle with radiant delight, leaving Wei Chuan, Lu Qingqing, and Zhu Lingxue alone in private. The door closed behind him. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere shifted, softer, more relaxed, and undeniably more intimate. "Qingqing, Lingxue, take these. Powered by physical stamina, they offer near-limitless ammunition, indispensable in critical moments." Wei Chuan extended 2 revolvers toward the women. "Limitless ammunition." Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes alight with delight. They took the sleek artifact-grade revolvers into their hands, turning them over with affectionate wonder, not merely as weapons, but as tokens of devotion. Next, Wei Chuan distributed the remaining evolution crystals, 2 Tier 2 and 7 Tier 1. He kept 1 Tier 1 for himself. The remaining 8 were divided evenly between the 2 women. Yet, when he placed the Tier 1 crystal into his mouth, it remained inert, refusing to dissolve. At that instant, a notification chimed within his mind. Survivor, standard evolution crystals cannot activate the human treasure of a Tier 4 awakened being. Seek evolution crystals with higher source energy density. What the yay? Tier 1 crystals no longer work. Wei Chuan froze, momentarily stunned. He'd just been planning to harvest source crystals using energy cells tomorrow, then trade them for high-value evolution crystals. Husband, what's wrong? Noticing his sudden shift in expression, Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue asked in unison. Starting at Tier 4, Tier 1 evolution crystals are ineffective. Wei Chuan shook his head wryly. Seeing the two women reach for the Tier 2 crystals, he quickly raised a hand. Go ahead. Eat yours. To ascend to Tier 5, I'll need far more than just one or two. He simply wished to gauge how much experience the next tier demanded, not a pressing concern. Whether he learned today or tomorrow made little difference, as long as his profit-generating plan remained on schedule. Understood. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue exchanged a glance, then calmly consumed their portions. As the two women consumed the evolution crystals, Wei Chuan, filled with anticipation, opened the hero ranking for a quick glance. Top 1, Wei Chuan level 4, zone 89. Top 2, Clarissa level 2, zone 648. Top 3, Nia level 2, zone 10047. Top 4, Kapil level 2, zone 299. Top 5, Chun Zhijian level 2, zone 36654. Top 6, Sphinx level 2, zone 255. Top 7, Jia Guanjuan level 2, zone 8755. Top 8, Ilex level 2, zone 166840. Top 9, Shun Mingho level 2, zone 19846. Top 10, Song Gang level 2, zone 65100. There were not many changes in the ranking. Only one person was pushed down among the top 10, while the others only underwent slight adjustments. This ranking should remain unchanged tonight unless someone frantically searches for resource points in dungeons. Looking at the prominent level 4 next to his name and the 2-level gap between him and the second place, Wei Chuan couldn't help but smile with delight. High places are indeed lonely, he murmured softly, feeling extremely pleased. The lead was becoming increasingly significant. At least 301 level 1 evolution crystals ahead, it would be hard to catch up in a short time. Next, he checked the vehicle ranking and wealth ranking. The vehicle ranking was even more stable than the hero ranking, with the top 10 unchanged and his armored vehicle still ranked 7th. The wealth ranking made a small advance of 5 places, rising from 15th to 10th thanks to the recent gains from the silver level dungeon. The value increase from various formulas, items, and resources was just 2 stars away from the 9th place. He casually opened the regional communication channel. At around 9 o'clock at night, most people had settled down and the channel was quite lively. Julius, don't you think the night demons tonight are more numerous and smarter than last night? Harvey, recipe shock bomb, ha. It's a jackpot. Lori, don't eat the sour radish. My second talent is silence. Do you want me to become a thief? Nichols, the first place, has never responded to private messages. Oh, does anyone know why he levels up so quickly? Something's off. Who shall he trading recurve bows for water and food? DM if interested. Jean Shi, is there anyone who can spare a cigarette? Choose between diesel and gasoline. Wei Chuan scanned through, noticing that many had already discovered he had reached level 4, and his nickname had completely unified into Wei Lao. He secretly reveled for a few seconds before shutting off the survival device and walking towards the crafting table. Let's get started. I want to see what I can make. He first selected the formula for the inscription engraving device and clicked to craft. Crafting failed. Darn it, I forgot. The system prompt of crafting failure immediately sobered him up, reminding him that this thing required a full 10 evolution crystals. Forget it. The formula won't run away, or it doesn't matter if I do it a day or 2 later. He temporarily set aside this large item and turned his attention to other formulas. Source crystal 10, plastic 10, copper ingot 10. Crafting successful, obtained shadow smoke bomb 1. Source crystal 1, plastic 1. Crafting successful, obtained energy coffee 1. Source crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained mini high energy compressed energy block 1. The shadow smoke bomb looked just like a standard smoke bomb, but with a more attractive color, a matte black golden hue, giving it a premium feel resembling a piece of art in hand. The energy coffee came in a small independent package resembling instant coffee with instructions on how to use it, both cold and hot brewing options available. Wei Chuan didn't want to stay awake late at night, so he set it aside for now. Lastly, the high energy compressed energy block looked like a crystal clear small die about the same size as a source crystal, but with 10 times the energy density, making it truly convenient, as the energy box could hold many at once. After making samples of these highly practical new formulas, Wei Chuan began to stock up. Source crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained high energy compressed energy block 1. Source crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained high energy compressed energy block 1. Source crystal 5. Crafting successful, obtained high energy. He currently had about 1,500 source crystals, enough to make 300 energy blocks, just right for 100 blocks each to be listed in the auction house. After a continuous and frantic tapping, the 300 energy blocks were completed in less than 3 minutes, then divided into 3 groups and placed on the table. Is this what you call a money printer? Lu Qingqing picked up an energy block, examining it closely under the light, as if energy was flowing slowly inside the crystal. Yes. Wei Chuan sat back on the sofa casually, pulling the approaching Zhu Lingxue into his arms. Look at its item description. 1 block is worth 10 source crystals, but the cost is only 5 source crystals. I'm planning to sell it for 9 source crystals. Don't you think this is a money printer? So cheap, eh? Both women were stunned upon hearing this. Selling for 9 source crystals with a cost of 5 source crystals resulted in an 80 profit margin. This profit margin, although seemingly less than the absurd profits from crossbows, was for energy a hard currency and one of the core currencies at this stage. When items selling for 9 source crystals appeared in the market, who wouldn't rush to grab them? It was almost as if to validate their speculation. Just as Wei Chuan put the first batch of 100 energy blocks on the trading market, the notification sound rang out like a swift storm. The item, you consigned high-energy compressed energy block, has been successfully sold, gaining source crystals 45. Please click to collect in my items. The item, you consigned high-energy compressed energy block, has been successfully sold, gaining source crystals 18. Please click to collect in my items. The item, you consigned high-energy compressed energy block, has been successfully sold, gaining source crystals 9. Please click to collect in my items. Initially, it was quite calm for a few seconds, but after the first transaction was completed, the sales speed exploded. The quantity of items in the consignment slot decreased at a visible rate, with many people buying several at a time. In less than half a minute, the 100 energy blocks were sold out. The cost was 500 source crystals, and the income was 900 source crystals, netting a profit of 400 source crystals. I've hit the jackpot. With this selling efficiency, I don't even need my wife and little brother to help. My own consignment slot is enough. Wei Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Honey, focus on crafting a Lingxue, and I will handle the listings. Seeing Wei Chuan starting on the second batch of energy blocks, Lu Qingqing quickly reminded him of the demand for the energy blocks. Right, you all handle the sales, I'll keep crafting. Wei Chuan instantly snapped back from the joy of making money. Time is money. He returned to the crafting table, beginning a new round of money printing operations. An endless stream of source crystals fed into the crafting table, transforming into increasingly valuable energy blocks, quickly listed and sold by Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Inside the armored vehicle, there was a profound silence. The lights were off, yet the entire cabin was enveloped in a soft, ethereal blue glow. The light emanated from the ground, where the floor was covered with source crystals. They were densely piled together, resembling a miniature galaxy spilled beneath their feet, the glow flowing tranquil, yet resplendent, breathtakingly beautiful. From 9:30 p.m. to midnight, for 2.5 hours, Wei Chuan and his companions transformed into the most efficient money printing machines. Wei Chuan feverishly clicked at the production station. Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue were responsible for placing the energy blocks on the trading platform. Due to their high cost-performance ratio, the energy blocks were almost sold out within seconds of being listed. Wei Chuan couldn't even recall how many times he had clicked to produce. He vaguely heard Lu Qingqing and Zhu Lingxue talking, each having listed over 30 batches. Together, that was about 70 batches. 70 batches each with 100 blocks, totaling 700 high-energy compressed energy blocks. Each block yielded a profit of 4 source crystals, with a total profit of 2800 source crystals. This was despite Wei Chuan taking time to help Li Yongsheng make 100 pistols, which slightly delayed the process. Otherwise, the figure would have been even more terrifying. Li Yongsheng's A-rank fuel expert is a great talent. However, producing fuel requires standard materials and stamina. It is costly and tiring, operating on thin profit margins compared to pistols, so Wei Chuan, as the leader, naturally had to lend a hand. While checking the time, Wei Chuan casually opened the wealth ranking, and the ranking before him invigorated him. Top 1, Jia Guanjuan 421-8755 zone top 2, Wei Chuan 41089 zone top 3, Clara 39648 zone top 4, Jones 35514-8912 zone top 5, Troy 333-42708 zone top 6, Chi Jiaying 30967 zone top 7, Song Gang 2-916-5100 zone top 8, Sphinx 286-255 zone top 9, Shun Mingho 285-19846 zone top 10, Gao Dang 282-3 zone. His ranking had surged to second place, and the gap to the first place was minimal within reach. However, it was already so late, and Wei Chuan hesitated whether to strike while the iron was hot. Honey, you're already second on the wealth ranking. Zhu Lingxue excitedly grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling under the glow of the source crystals. Let's sell for another half an hour. We can definitely reach first place. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement, though her face showed signs of fatigue. Her eyes remained alert. Opportunities like this are rare. Every bit more we earn counts. What if someone else acquires the same formula tomorrow? All right, Then let's continue. Hearing their words, Wei Chuan immediately dispelled his hesitation and once again stood at the production station taking a deep breath and began a new round of mechanical clicking. Source Crystal 5 production successful, obtained high energy, compressed energy block 1. Source Crystal 5 production successful, obtained high energy. After another half hour of full-speed effort, about 5500 source crystals poured into his wallet. When Wei Chuan opened the wealth ranking again, the ranking had refreshed. Top 1 Wei Chuan 439.89 zone. Top 2 Jia Guanjuan 421.8755 zone. Top 3 Clara 396.148 zone. He had risen to the top of the wealth ranking, a milestone achievement, breaking his personal ranking record. First in 2 rankings. Top 10 in 3 rankings. At that moment, the entire cabin was immersed in joy. Zhu Lingxue and Lu Qingqing cheered, pulling out beers from the fridge to celebrate. Just a little more effort, and we'll be first in all 3 rankings. Wei Chuan murmured softly, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. This was just the beginning. Mechanical control nurtured vehicles, formulas nurtured wealth, and wealth in turn fed levels. Being first in all 3 rankings was merely a matter of time for him. After claiming the rewards for the 3 rankings, Wei Chuan accessed the communication function. Despite it being midnight, the regional communication channel remained lively, with numerous players and night owls still exchanging information. At that moment, all the discussions in the channel revolved around one name, Wei Chuan. The messages refreshed rapidly, all due to his wealth value's insane surge and topping the charts. 89 zone 788810000 people. Linwei, wow. Everyone check the wealth ranking. Weida is at the top. He jumped from 10th to 1st in just one night. How many dungeons did he clear? Ian Weiching, it can't be dungeons with such speed, it must be the formula. Neil Jala, that's unfair. I can only earn a dozen source crystals a day. He must have cheated, the goddess will punish him. Adeline, I bought high energy compressed energy block at the trading platform, just appeared tonight. Could it be related to this? Sure, you to summarize, the big guy is now first on the heroes list, first on the wealth list, and 7th on the vehicle list, the only T0 in the entire server. Douglas Hehe, a young fat sheep, be careful not to get targeted. RPG 7 rocket launcher. Guo jamming the person above is foolish. If you can get an RPG, why wouldn't the wealth ranking first get one? Would you sell me 1 for 1000 source crystals? You're just a sour dog, don't come out at this hour to joke. The channel was filled with amazement, analysis, envy, and jealousy. Not worth mentioning at all. Wei Chuan casually skimmed through the rapidly scrolling messages, a faint smile on his lips. This feeling of being in the spotlight was indeed a bit intoxicating. No matter how many times he experienced it, it never became tiresome. Honey, now you're the richest man. Zhu Lingxue leaned against him, also watching the heated discussions in the channel, feeling a sense of pride. Lu Qingqing, on the other hand, remained much calmer. She gently reminded, the most important thing is still the heroes list. You can't use the first stage evolution crystals now. The people behind you will catch up quickly. I might have an idea, they'll trade source crystals and guns. But it's too late today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wei Chuan nodded, having considered Lu Qingqing's concern right after exiting the dungeon. Evolution crystals are currently the hardest items to buy, and most trading methods are barter. He had only thought of 2 acquisition methods. First, trade with source crystals. First stage evolution crystals go for 150 source crystals, and second stage evolution crystals go for 500 source crystals. Set this price first, and if it doesn't work, raise it. The first stage shouldn't be hard to buy, then use the first stage as a supplement to exchange for the second stage. Second, trade with rifles and light machine guns. Scar assault rifles, or M249 light machine guns on top of a basic set add enough bullets to last a long time. In simple terms, it's about money power. First, set a base price. If it's not enough, just add more money. Keep adding money. After all, whether it's source crystals or metals for him, now it's equivalent to 0 cost.